Chapter 201. This Jinkriki doesn't seem to be shaking. What is it? Is it to organize the data again? Naruto asked. Have you brought all the ninja tools? I have. Sakura nodded in response. No, just a small favor. Oh, okay, let's talk about it later. It's closer to go in another direction, right? He pointed to another direction naturally. The village is a circle, and that is a straight line. It just needs to climb over the roof of someone else's house, which makes it easy to be caught by the Anbu. Under normal circumstances, no ninja except the Anbu will rush from the rooftop casually. Genin and Chunin are good at face, and they are unwilling to jump up and down like a monkey in Konoha. Besides, the older they are, the more afraid they are of being discussed. The students in the ninja school are also thin-skinned. Only a few troublemakers like Konohamaru still imitate Naruto's original pranks and like to pass by other people's rooftops. Naruto didn't care. He could go wherever he wanted. He never thought about becoming a Hokage. He could do whatever he wanted. His carefree personality also gave Tsunade a headache. He was like a piece of mud that couldn't be helped. Sakura paused. No. It would be embarrassing to go up to someone else's roof for no reason. But it's closer this way. Naruto looked puzzled, but he couldn't resist Sakura and was dragged away by force. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of the village, the others had already arrived. You are so slow. Shikamaru said with a pair of dead fish eyes. Aren't we here yet? Naruto was shameless. I met an old lady crossing the road on the way, so. Let's go. Shikamaru looked completely unconvinced, but he couldn't do anything about Naruto. He sighed and waved his hand to direct everyone to hurry up. People grow up. Compared with the others present, Shikamaru is not just wearing an extra green Chunin vest. He carries the lives of everyone on his shoulders. Even a person with such a lazy and excessive personality will change. They became serious and learned to think and act like adults because of the sudden responsibility on their shoulders. After leaving Konoha, the group fell silent. After all, it was a tentative A-level mission. It was tentatively A-level, which meant that it might develop into an S-level mission. And the highest mission level that these people had ever performed was only A-level. The only team with experience in performing S-level missions was Team 7, after all, it was the Genin team that had chased Shikaku of the Sand. 11 people rushed, and Team 8, which was good at reconnaissance, including Shino, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Hinata, led the way. Lee, Niji, and Tenten were responsible for flanking Team 8 and clearing the way in the jungle. Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji of Team 10, which mainly interfered with control and command, were at the core of the formation. Team 7, the main attacker, was the last, and Naruto and Sakura were at the end of the team. If Sasuke hadn't defected, Team 7 would probably be the real main attacker. But with one person missing, Naruto wouldn't be able to take care of the others if a fight really broke out. So, he brought the Nine Tails with him. The current situation is that if a fight breaks out, the Nine Tails can't take care of everyone. With one less Sasuke and one more Nine Tails, although we can't really take action easily, we have an extra guarantee. So it's still a good deal. What happened? Naruto asked lazily to Shikamaru in front of him. Shikamaru looked back at him, with a sense of tension and a rare seriousness on his face. Gaara lost control, killed dozens of villagers, and is currently on the run. It's made up, right? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shikamaru in surprise. Hasn't Gaara changed his nature? How could he lose control? I don't know. Shikamaru turned his head and said while hurrying on the road, this is the news returned by the Anbu. Some high-level officials in the Sand Village are very dissatisfied with Gaara's appointment as the Kazekage. Naruto is not interested in the so-called high-level officials. He originally thought that the high-level officials of Konoha were mentally retarded, but now it seems that the high-level officials of the Sand Village are not good people either. The fourth Kazekage was weak and had died at the hands of Orochimaru. The Tsunagaku high-level officials must have some ideas about the position of Kazekage, at least they are not very willing to let Gaara, a madman, inherit the position. Are there any more detailed news? He asked. This time we have to cross the border of the Land of Fire to pick up the three siblings. The Tsunagaku high-level officials have sent ninjas to chase them back. Lord Hokage means that Konoha will temporarily guarantee their safety. Shikamaru said. Is that a private matter of Tsunagaku? What does it have to do with Konoha? Naruto asked. Originally it didn't matter. Konoha couldn't interfere in the internal affairs of Tsunagaku, but Shikamaru coughed slightly and suddenly laughed, as if he had taken advantage of something. Tsunade-sama said that the Sand Village has signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. In addition, the eldest princess of the Sand Village, representing the opinions of most of the senior officials, has signed an agreement with Konoha to authorize the joint protection of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. In short, if Gaara's life is threatened, Konoha can cross the border of the Land of Fire to take Gaara away and temporarily protect him. So many agreements have been signed. Yes, there are probably hundreds of pages of thick ones. Shikamaru nodded. This time it was Naruto's turn to be dumbfounded. No wonder Konoha has always been so concerned about the affairs of the Sand Village. It turned out that after the collapse of Konoha, Temari stayed and signed so many agreements with Konoha. Perhaps they had long expected that the Sand Village would find a scapegoat in this stupid action, and if things went wrong, they would transfer their anger to Gaara. Gaara's situation is somewhat similar to Naruto's. If he cannot become the Kazekage, his future life will be very difficult. The future Kazekage will naturally regard the tailed beast Jinchuriki as a weapon and fiddle with it at will. It was like a toy on the table, using the friendship of his companions to bind him, or using the interests of Temari and Kankuro to threaten Gaara to make various compromises. Naruto also remembered the situation when Temari signed the agreement. He originally thought that Temari and Shizuan only signed some insignificant small documents, after all, even Tsunade was not present. But now think about it, it doesn't matter whether Tsunade is present or not. Shizuan is Tsunade's spokesperson. It's nothing more than a matter of representation and stamping. As for what Tsunagakure will think, they have to argue with Konoha about those hundreds of pages of agreements for a while. And this time is enough to protect Gaara. By the time the agreement is clarified, Gaara's crisis is almost resolved. This is the beauty of pre-game, and this old-fashioned method is definitely not something that Temari's little brain can think of. Killing dozens of people is tiring. Naruto suddenly said something illogical. What? Shikamaru turned his head and looked at him. He frowned and said, Sand Shikaku is not very strong. If the tailed beast ball is released, it is impossible that only a few dozen people will die. Whether this matter is strange or not is another matter. Our mission is to pick up Gaara and the others. Shikamaru said in a low voice. Perhaps he felt that some words were difficult to say, so he opened his mouth and swallowed it back. Naruto noticed it, but didn't take it to heart. The tailed beast Jinchuriki has no human rights. Damn it. He should be considered a pseudo-tailed beast Jinchuriki now. He can extract and use the power of the tailed beast, but he can't transform into a tailed beast. The real tailed beast has come out and is hiding in a fat dog. In comparison, Gaara's situation is more miserable. But under the rules of this ninja world, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. Even if Naruto gets rid of the identity of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, he may not be much better than Gaara. The meaning of existence will never change just because it is sheathed. In the final analysis, the power of the Nine Tails is still driven by Naruto. In the eyes of the top leaders, it is actually no different from being in his body. He also understands that his situation is actually similar to that of the prisoners in the snow country. It was a story he read in a magazine about a prison in a snow country without walls. If the prisoners want to escape, they must be prepared to die in the vast snow. A TV station paid money to encourage prisoners to escape and broadcast the whole process live. A large group of people died in the snow and the TV station's ratings increased greatly, but one person succeeded. So that person was regarded as a hero, and the road he walked became a holy road. People put their eyes on the remaining prisoners and scolded them for being cowards. Rather than being raised like pigs, they are unwilling to pursue freedom. Freedom is so good. Even if they will die. But someone succeeded, maybe they can survive successfully, damn it. Why don't they give it a try? The heroism they care about is the heroism of others, and they will be silent when it is their turn. Others don't know, but Naruto knows it. If he defected like Sasuke, he would be caught in less than 3 days. The main reason is that he has nothing to be evil now. He tricked Danzo and Kyuubi. As for the injuries suffered by his predecessor, what does it have to do with him, Naruto? You can't just run away like a persecuted maniac, forcing yourself to become a lonely and fierce beast, and the cloak you put on is the ancestor of the ninja world. Oh, that's Obito. Although he doesn't like Konoha, at least he has a high status in Konoha. As long as Danzo dies, he can do whatever he wants, so there is no need to run at the moment. He is a normal person, not a madman, and of course he chooses the most favorable situation for him. Even if it is impossible to stay in Konoha forever, there will be no problem staying until adulthood. When the time comes, find a small place to stay, which is the daily life of the immortal king's love and marriage. Peace is so interesting, and it is not him who fights and kills every day to pursue the meaning of life. He had planned it all out, lie down and then live a good life in the ninja world. Before that, just get by slowly. In short, Uchiha Madara, Obito, Akatsuki, Otsutsuki, they will definitely kill him when they find a chance. He actually still has a fierce side in his heart, a kind of fierceness that has nothing to do with heroism and has no empathy at all. Tsunade has mentioned this kind of cruelty. When Naruto's heart darkened, it gave Tsunade an unusually familiar feeling, that was the same cruelty as Senju Tobirama. You are pitiful, so touching, kill him. You are innocent, so guilty, kill him. What? You are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong? Very good, it makes sense, dig a deeper pit, kill and bury it. Naruto came back to his senses. Looking at the team rushing ahead, he sighed silently in his heart. Now he is still thinking about how to show off. If he encounters Akatsuki or the crazy Obito in the future, he may have to run back to Konoha in embarrassment. Like a primary school student who was beaten by a senior in the outside, he complained in front of Tsunade. He also exaggerated it, and it would be best if he could gather a group of thugs to retaliate. I am not a lustful immortal, you go, kill them. Chapter 202 The persecution of Obito reappears, the source of all evil. The nine-tailed fox lay on Naruto's shoulder, humming and wanting to drink, and turned around to find that the human owner was frowning and grinning. It was not convenient for it to talk, so it fanned Naruto's neck with its tail and cast a contemptuous look. The meaning is self-evident, took the wrong medicine? What's crazy? Naruto felt itchy on his neck, and turned around to see the nine-tailed fox's smug look. He pulled it off his neck without saying anything and held it in his hand. The nine-tailed fox's eyes were full of anger, and its four short legs were swinging in the air. Bold. This human is damned. After a day and a night of travel, the team finally stopped at the border of the Land of Fire. There is a long strip of plain in front of me, and the valley of the end is to the west. Looking at the long plain that looks like a sock, the heat is visible to the naked eye. The yellow grass half a person's height blocks part of the view, and the air above the plain is so hot that it is about to twist. Inyazuka Kaiba squatted on the top of a tall tree branch in the front, fanning his neck while stretching his neck to look at the terrain in the distance. If he goes further, he will cross the border. Shino stood in the shade, huddled in his windbreaker, wearing black round sunglasses. He didn't seem to like the hot weather, hiding in the shade of the tree like an insect. On his left hand, one by one, the black bugs lined up like ants and drilled out of his body. And in the sleeve of his right hand, there was also a row of black bugs going out in rows. Probably scouting, or getting familiar with the environment in advance. Ningji replaced Hinata's scouting task, opened his Byakugan, and his sight passed through the plain and reached a place farther away. The rest of the people rested and sorted their equipment. In theory, this kind of mission should be carried out by more experienced jonin. But once a jonin leads the team, the nature of the mission changes completely. In order to make it easier to argue, Konoha chose to use the genin team. Anyway, it was just picking up people at the border of the fire country. No matter how rampant the other party was, it would be impossible to chase into the territory of the fire country. We will wait here. Shikamaru said, what happened in the sand village has nothing to do with us, we just need to bring the mission target back to Konoha. If the sand village catches up, don't fight, delay for a moment and run quickly. As he said this, Shikamaru glanced at Naruto who was tossing a fat dog around, and couldn't help showing a worried look on his face. Before leaving, he once asked Tsunade, what if Gaara turned into a tailed beast? Tsunade said irresponsibly, let Uzumaki Naruto solve it, he has a way. Does he really have a way to solve it? Shikamaru didn't know, but he was naturally worried. He knew what Naruto's character was like in the past, and they rarely interacted after graduating from the genin school. It's not that their relationship has faded, but there is a thick barrier between them. Talking and chatting is normal, but it's too normal. It's like a dirty kid who ran around the village wearing goggles has grown up overnight, no longer mentioning Sakura, and no longer shouting all day long that he wants to surpass the Hokage and become the greatest ninja in this village. He is still ignorant and independent, but he turns around and seeing Naruto, it was like he touched the tombstone of youth, and the whole person seemed to have grown up by a dozen years immediately. It was as if he had given up the lively and bright boy he once was, and buried himself in a mud pit soaked with rainwater, and then another self crawled out of the grave. They called this growth, but Shikamaru didn't think so. It was like a different person. Except for the body and memory, the soul was like a different person. A mud kid who always shouted that he didn't obey and came to fight suddenly said one day, "I have a backer, you try, your house will catch fire tonight." I think so, who can be more cruel than him, a person who can even strangle himself to death. Shikamaru, someone is coming. Shino walked over, and the whole person was still in the yin and yang line drawn by the sunlight. There are many people, one wave in front and one wave in the back, they should be the mission target. It's about 5 kilometers away in the valley, it's them, the pursuers are chasing very closely. Niji's voice sounded, "Do you want to support? Or continue to wait here?" There are sounds of fighting. Inyazuka Kaiba jumped down from the tree. His hearing was more than 100 times better than that of an ordinary person. It's too late. They've already started fighting. There are many explanations for too late. What Inyazuka Kaiba said was not too late to support, but no more hesitation. If we don't support, it will really be too late. Do it. Shikamaru said decisively. Understood. Inyazuka Kaiba had already rushed out with a happy expression on his face. Behind him was Shino, who was controlling the parasite. He needed to make arrangements in the first place so that he could better cover the rear. Xiao Li and Niji rushed from another direction in tacit understanding to ensure that there was no ambush ahead. Team 10 followed, and the three teams formed a triangle formation, like a hawk breaking through the wind and approaching the valley 5 kilometers away. Naruto was still the last, and Sakura followed quietly. He glanced at Sakura and didn't notice anything wrong. The latter turned her head and looked at him. "Can you keep up?" he asked casually, a little embarrassed. "Yeah." Temari was a little flustered, with blood on her face. It took Gaara a year to finally gain the trust of most of the top leaders. But there are still some who are unwilling to recognize Gaara, and even more unwilling to accept Gaara's nomination for Kazekage. The teacher meant to take this opportunity to eliminate all those top leaders. After Gaara took office, those things would have to be done sooner or later. Temari thought about it and agreed, but she didn't expect the other party's counterattack to come so quickly. They captured Gaara's new disciple and designed to force Gaara to transform into a tailed beast. 34 lives were lost overnight, all the blame was put on Gaara, and all the unfavorable evidence pointed to Gaara. Some of the senior leaders began to waver and were in a state of vacillation again. Gaara wanted to prove his innocence, but their teacher Maki asked them to leave the sand village first. The lives of 34 villagers cannot be explained with just one mouth. Gaara also lost control when he was a child, but at that time, the senior leaders acquiesced to make a big deal out of it. After all, the Jinchuriki was young and could not suppress the tailed beasts well. But now the direction of things is no longer under her control. Gaara and Kankuro were also injured in the battle. What to do? Temari, they are catching up. Kankuro asked, how far is it from the meeting place agreed with Konoha? Very close. Hold on a little longer. Temari supported the weak Gaara and gritted her teeth and said, Konoha's ninja should have arrived, we are almost safe. Konoha's ninja Kanjiro raised his head, it's all because of that damn Uchiha Sasuke who broke my puppet. I haven't found a suitable puppet in a year. I'll have to fight him again when I see him later. Uchiha Sasuke has defected and is no longer a ninja of Konoha. Temari said, looking back. She was panicking now and needed to keep talking to calm her heart. Really? Kanjiro's voice was also trembling. There was a sound of shuriken breaking the wind behind him. He turned his head to avoid the sharp shuriken. Next time we meet, I'll still kill that bastard. Several figures fell in front of the three siblings, blocking their way. 30 or so sand village ninjas stood on both sides of the tall valley. Above the valley, the sun was hanging high. The Chunin in khaki vest uniform stopped them, and 3 Jonin came from the front and back. The team came out and blocked the front and back roads of Temari and Kankuro respectively. They wore Sunagaku forehead protectors on their heads, and white anti-sand cloth strips hung on both sides of their ears. Facing the tailed beasts that could wake up and run wild at any time, their faces were solemn. It seems that the Jinchuriki hasn't woken up yet. One of the Sunagaku Jonin asked pretentiously, with dark skin and sunken cheeks, like a brown shoehorn. Maybe he was injured, probably because he lost control and hurt his body. Another Jonin was not tall, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Don't go any further. Another female jonin looked down at the three siblings who were surrounded in the valley. The border of the wind country is ahead. Do you want to defect with the Jinkriki? Don't say that there is a Jinkriki, he is my brother. Temari had a gloomy face and pulled out a 3-star fan from behind, her hand slightly clenched, and all 3 stars on the fan were exposed. You guys are better at framing people. Kankuro took the puppet off his back. He didn't seem very satisfied, but he still pulled off the bandages on the puppet. 4 more children disappeared last night, just in time with Gaara's disappearance. The female jonin's face was not very good, maybe they were swallowed by him. How can such a monster be qualified to be the Kazekage? You are talking nonsense. Temari bit her teeth and shouted, Gaara is impossible to do such a thing. You don't even need to find evidence to frame him. Are you just talking nonsense with your mouth? Evidence? The brown-faced middle-aged ninja sneered, the matter is already very obvious. What evidence is needed? The person who should produce the evidence should be that monster. Who knows how many children he swallowed? Although it is understandable that he is out of control, he should at least be supervised by the village. Shut up! Temari was angry and blew a fan wildly. With a bang, one side of the valley suddenly exploded, and rocks collapsed. At that moment, Temari's pupils dilated slightly, and she noticed something was wrong. There was no reason why 3 jonins led the team and they couldn't catch up with her. The only possibility was that they did it on purpose, and deliberately drove her and Kankuro into this valley. You are not going to take us back at all. Temari looked up and glared at the jonins on both sides. Damn it, you are here to silence us. Oh? Did you finally find out? Your Highness the princess seems a little slow, but it doesn't matter, you will not be the princess soon. The short jonin who looked like Tuxing soon laughed. There are ninjas from Konoha waiting for you ahead, right? The female jonin said coldly, you don't even know that the news has been leaked, you are really naive. What? Why are you talking nonsense with them? Hurry up and do it, their deaths can be left to Konoha. The tall jonin with a brown face and a shoehorn threw the shuriken. Temari realized that it was meaningless to continue talking, so she wiped the bloody fan with her hand and summoned the sickle attacky. A fan went over, and suddenly a strong wind blew up, facing the valleys on both sides. The Kamaitachi cut the air with a harsh friction sound, and the layers of air explosions sounded, directly knocking away all the shurikens in the sky. Earth escape. Rock house collapse. A group of sand village chunins, together with the jonins, used rock house collapse together. This is a B-level long, medium and short-range attack ninjutsu, and the effect is used to cause landslides. This is the favorite ninjutsu of the rock village ninja, and it is also the ninjutsu of the source of all evil that Obito suffered. Most of the time, the rock village ninja will lead people into the cave and take the opportunity to launch the rock house collapse to bury the opponent alive. The sand village ninja learned this technique during the war, but it gradually became a useless ninjutsu due to the lack of caves, but the valley in front of him is an excellent burial place. Chapter 203 Bury the people, very well, good brother. The valley was shaking on both sides. Temari and Kankuro were stunned, watching the rock walls on both sides of the valley collapse and rocks fall. Go! Temari was the first to react and shouted to Kankuro. Each of them carried the unconscious Gaara on one side and jumped at the moment the rolling rocks fell. They had to evacuate the valley before the rocks rolled down and buried them alive, otherwise no matter how great their abilities were, it would be in vain. But the falling rocks around them were getting more and more, and the entire valley collapsed instantly under the chakra blessing of the 3 senior ninjas. Temari looked up and saw the falling rocks and huge clods of earth, with a look of despair on her face. At the critical moment of life and death, the whole world seemed to become transparent, and the sounds around were infinitely amplified. The heart was beating, and the blood was rushing in the veins. Maybe it was over. Even if the ninjas of Konoha came, they could probably only dig out their bodies from the ruins. What's the noise? Inyazuka Kaiba stopped suddenly, instinctively warning him that there was danger ahead. Not good. The valley ahead is about to collapse. Veins popped out around Hyaganiji's eyes. The target of the mission is inside the valley. There are ninjas from Sand Village on both sides. They want to bury the 3 of us alive. We can't get through. Hinata also rolled her eyes, her small face full of horror. It's already collapsing. We can't get anyone out. Shino was still rushing forward, but her words had already indicated that she could give up and was just waiting for Shikamaru's decision. Xiao Li rushed to the front. If they had to risk going in to save people, he would be the most suitable person. Everyone was looking at Shikamaru, and time was ticking by the second. Like a turtle lying on the dial, the triangular team was still advancing rapidly towards the valley. The valley was revealed in front of them a little bit, and then a little bit collapse. From a few kilometers away, you can feel the entire ground shaking, and the naked eye can see the danger ahead. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, somewhat unwilling to fail the mission. Looking at the valley in front of him that was falling apart like a crispy cone, he clenched his fists. "Stop!" he shouted, "let's go around and take a look." Hearing this order, Xiao Li stopped directly. The others were similar, running a few steps and stopping, and there was no way out at this point. Sasuke did not wait for the support of Sand Village when he defected, because Sasuke and Naruto had broken all the weapons of the Sand Village siblings one by one. Therefore, Konoha Xiaoqiang had never come into contact with the three brothers and sisters of Sand Village. For them, the three brothers and sisters were simply the targets of the mission. It would be best if the mission could be completed, but if not, it was not worth risking one's life. The valley collapsed. First, it was too late in time. Second, it was no longer within the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, they were only genin, not turtles in the wishing pool. A golden light flashed and a miracle happened. If someone looked down at this terrain from a high altitude, they would find that the shape around the valley was too astringent, just like seeing Marilyn Monroe on a map. The narrow valley continued to collapse, and the smoke and dust in the sky rose dozens of meters. The scorching sun silently watched everything. "I have a way." A figure flashed by, passed by the crowd, and shouted vaguely, not slowing down but speeding up to rush into the half-collapsed valley. Shikamaru's pupils dilated slightly, and his heart was instantly hanging. "Naruto, come back soon." "It's numb. It's okay if the mission fails, but if Naruto is killed, it will be a big loss." The other party obviously had a plan, otherwise it would not be possible to launch that kind of ninjutsu here at this critical moment. If the mission plan has been leaked, and the other party has also calculated them, the best way at this time is to wait and see, and retreat immediately if something is wrong. "Shikamaru, stop him!" Niji's voice sounded hurriedly. "There are at least 3 jonins on the opposite side, stop him quickly. Don't let him pass." "Are you kidding?" Niji almost shouted the last few words. "Is it necessary to use 3 jonin to chase a few genin?" And they deliberately intercepted them in front of them, which is too much of a conspiracy. The interception of Tsunagakure must have received the news that Konoha was going to send a genin team to meet them, and they had planned it long ago, and they used the trick to stage a live burial drama here. Now you can figure out what the Tsunagakure side is up to with your toes. This is to put the blame on Konoha and avert internal conflicts. Now the rice is almost cooked into dry rice, either stop the collapse or leave quickly and pretend that you have never been here. The sunlight was bright, and Shikamaru felt cold in his heart. The Sand Village was too shameless. The Sand Village was really raised by a bitch. If the 3 siblings died in the valley, died in front of them, and the murderer on the opposite side dragged them out, this would be a crime of catching the person red-handed. "Damn it! Naruto, stop!" Shikamaru roared, but his hands formed seals before the sound came out of his throat. The shadow was like a thin line, running rapidly behind Naruto. He must be stopped, otherwise it will be too late if he doesn't seize the time to turn around and run. As for the other option, Shikamaru didn't consider it at all. Rescue? Is it possible? The valley has collapsed like that. Even if Naruto arrives, he will always be a step behind, unless he can travel through space to bring people out. Otherwise, not only will there be no possibility of survival, but Konoha will also be tricked by the Sand Village. The shadow couldn't keep up at all. Shikamaru took a deep breath and turned around to shout. "Ino!" Ino understood, quickly formed seals with both hands, and used the heart-turning technique towards Naruto who was running out. She wanted to control Naruto's body and stop him from moving forward. Fingers flew, and at the moment of the seal, Ino shouted. Her spirit entered Naruto's body, and she wanted to take over his body, but she found a vast expanse in front of her. Unlike all the soul bodies she had seen, Naruto's body was not dark, and only a weak 5-gram soul was left in the corner. In front of her was a forest of bones and dry forests, blood flowed like a fountain, and a huge black shadow stood like a mountain. The top of the head touched the sky, and the eyes were like huge stars. At the moment, her mind was shocked, and the heart-turning technique was gently pushed back. Failed. Ino was trembling all over, her eyes were blank, but she was not backfired by the soul. Naruto noticed Ino's ninjutsu, but he didn't have time to pay attention, and didn't know what she saw. He just pushed her out casually. He knew that his soul seemed stronger than others, and he could strangle Kato Dan, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, except for Orochimaru who liked to trade souls, it seemed that those who played with souls in the ninja world had already died. Therefore, he didn't care too much. At first, he didn't want to save the 3 siblings of Sand Village, and wanted to stand by and watch, but the system dinged again. He didn't even think about it, and didn't even have time to look at the options. He rushed out to save the people first and then say. If the person is dead, there is no need to say anything, there is no choice. Outside the valley, Naruto jumped high, clapped his hands and launched a ninjutsu. Funeral of Kuroki Rega. The black robe funeral team appeared in the center of the valley, the wailing was tearful, ignoring all physical damage, and put the 3 siblings of Sand Village into the white coffin without saying anything. The huge sand and gravel passed through the funeral team, the wailing continued, and the white coffin was carried rumblingly. Ignoring the rolling and piled sand and gravel, the figure passed through the huge soil and buried the person directly underground. Seeing this, Naruto was extremely excited, clenched his fists and screamed. Yahoo! Kuroki Rega, my god! Temari was stunned, and Kankuro sacrificed a puppet at the critical moment to block a falling boulder for the 3 of them. But seeing 3 more boulders falling, Temari's Kamaitachi energy was also exhausted. In despair, the 3 of them were suddenly put into the coffin, and everything was dark before their eyes. Listening to the rumbling sound of the falling rocks, Kanjuro struggled at first, but later found that he seemed to be fine and calmed down instantly. Weird. Too weird. Kanjuro thought to himself, is this really a funeral? What kind of idiot buried himself? But it's a good burial, good brother. Chapter 204. Do you know what yellow flash is? The 3 Sand Village Jonins and a group of Chunins were also confused. What suddenly appeared and buried people directly? It was not very clear in the smoke and dust, but the black robe funeral white coffin was too eye-catching, and it was impossible to ignore it. Just appeared suddenly and buried people in the burial ground. Not dead. The little devils from Konoha are here. This is the territory of the Wind Country, just repel them and continue the mission. The female Jonin shouted. At this point, she could only complete the mission by force. But this kind of thing should not be made public. It is better not to cause trouble unless it is absolutely necessary. The female Jonin took the lead in making hand seals and threw a sharp wind escape at Naruto. Naruto did not even blink, and jumped back 3 times to dodge the wind escape ninjutsu. That brat, the female Jonin's face was solemn, and then she began to make hand seals quickly again. The other 2 Sand Village Jonins also rushed towards Naruto, followed by more than 20 Sand Village ninjas. Their goal was to repel Konoha's genin. The best way is of course to cripple or even kill 1 or 2 genin, so that the other party will naturally retreat. Later, it was Konoha's fault for invading and entering the territory of the Wind Country. Catch that brat! It was him who ruined our plan, said the short Sand Village Jonin. Let him untie that thing, and then destroy him. The brown-faced Jonin of the shoehorn finished making hand seals with both hands, slapped the ground, and the ground suddenly sank and fell. A ridge of earth suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto retreated and did not force himself to get entangled with the Sand Village ninjas. The Black Hoe Thunder Fang Coffin support is a rule-based ninjutsu, and the 3 siblings will not die for a while. At most, there will be less oxygen, but that is better than being killed by falling boulders. Before he looked at the options that popped up in the system, he first grasped the life and death of the 3 Sand Village siblings in his own hands, and also interrupted the Sand Village ninjas' unilateral blame. In this situation, anyone can see that the news from Konoha has been leaked long ago. Although Naruto doesn't know who leaked the plan, it doesn't prevent him from blaming Danzo first. Danzo, the old thief, you deserve to die. Konoha Whirlwind. Kaiten. Double Rising Dragon. The third team made a detour from the flank, faster than the other 2 genin teams, and more tacit cooperation. When seeing Naruto retreating continuously, they rushed forward to fill in the position. This is the tacit understanding that Naruto and Team 3 have developed in the long-term mission battles. The advantage is that they can attack alternately with firepower. The 3 of them forced a brief fight with the Sand Village that rushed over, giving Naruto a short breathing time. In the eyes of the Sand Village, Naruto's vision was lost almost at the moment when Team 3 used ninjutsu to block him. Xiao Li kicked a sand village ninja away, and retreated directly without fighting. Tenten used a long-range attack ninjutsu, and he stopped after the fight. Niji Kaiten bounced 2 ninjas away, and also directly withdrew and ran away. They are not the opponents of the Jonin. Unless they fight desperately, it is difficult to compete with them. Moreover, the 3 of them also know that the main attacker of Team 3 is someone else. Lei Jutsu. At that moment, Naruto jumped high, and his hands were molten and red, as if he had caught the burning magma in his hands. With cold eyes, he rushed straight towards the short Jonin. The short Jonin was startled at first, and then sneered. He has the advantage of height, and it is not easy to be targeted. As long as he moves more flexibly, even if the opponent is a Jonin, he can't hurt him easily. Looking at Naruto falling from the sky, the Sand Village Jonin made a seal. The female Jonin on the other side looked at the smoke that had not yet dissipated, and instinctively felt something was wrong. Obviously they had the upper hand, and the opponent was just a group of genin, but this moment of silence still made her uneasy. Suddenly, a kunao broke through the air from a distance, and the speed was so slow that it seemed that a rookie genin on the battlefield threw a kunao with his eyes closed in nervousness. There was no accuracy, speed, or power. You can imagine what kind of waste the owner of this kunao is, with weak backhand and poor forehand. Loose steps, slow reaction, a qualified rookie. The female Jonin's eyes were turbid, and she laughed at herself in her heart that she was too sensitive after all. I have been on a mission all day and I am always on edge. Now I am even afraid of a group of genin. The enemy was right in front of her, and the female Jonin didn't want to move. She could dodge the attack by slightly turning her head. The short Jonin bent down to block her vision, and moved to the side suddenly, with wind blades surging in his hands. Countless wind blades screamed in his hands and stabbed directly at Naruto, who had missed. Go to hell, kid. The short Jonin of Sand Village had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He was very familiar with this scene. The next moment he would see the terrified eyes of his opponent. In another second, half of the opponent's body would fly around like blood cotton chopped by a grinder. The bloody scene was comparable to a grinder crushing a pig. However, as the wind blade was about to pierce the kid's body, the man did not show a look of fear, but smiled at him instead. What a ghost! The short Jonin of Sand Village gritted his teeth. He was a little angry that he didn't see the fear of his opponent before his death. If you are not afraid, then go to hell. Naruto was not in a hurry, and his smile was full of naked mockery. He was very close to the short Sand Village Jonin, almost mocking him face to face, as if laughing at his height. Even if he didn't say anything, even if his attack missed, facing the fate of being pierced by the Sand Village Jonin, Naruto still habitually showed mockery in his eyes and disdain on his face. However, Naruto's figure disappeared in an instant, and the sharp wind blade missed. There was no feedback from the other end of his hand, which made the short Jonin slightly stunned. The next moment, the moment the female Jonin tilted her head, the powerless kunao instantly changed its position, and the hot molten escape burst into light. The molten high-temperature magma pressed heavily on the female Jonin's face. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly, and her mouth and vocal cords were burned together. Almost in the blink of an eye, the female Jonin of Sand Village instantly received a box lunch. Only half a minute had passed, from the third team coming to support, to Naruto's counterattack. It was clear that the person Naruto had just pounced on was a short Sand Village Jonin, but the next moment he appeared on the face of a Sand Village female Jonin in the other direction. This lava release can be renamed directly, lava release, a technique to cover the big face. After a set of quick operations, the female Jonin was physically reincarnated by 1/10, and her ashes were burned out. She fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no sign of life. It happened that the 10th team and the 8th team arrived at this time. The two Jonins of Sand Village were dumbfounded, and they stopped with a group of Chunins and Genins, and the two sides confronted each other. The three Temari siblings were still buried in the valley. If they were delayed for another half a day, they would still die of lack of oxygen. Dead. Shikamaru was also a little surprised. The 10th team had never done a mission with Naruto, and didn't know that he had this trick. Koji squinted his eyes and looked serious. The three people from the third team, Xiao Li and Ninkai, were not surprised. They had seen Naruto use this trick when they were doing missions in the past. It's a trick to attack from the east and west, but it works every time. Sometimes he holds the Raise Nan, sometimes he uses lava release, and the effect is surprisingly good every time. The reason why the female Jonin of Sand Village was defeated was because of the asymmetric intelligence and underestimation of the enemy. Now, the female Jonin who was still alive and kicking in the last second is now lying there unrecognizable. Ino was not surprised by this. She had known for a long time that Naruto was much stronger than the average genin. Otherwise, he and she would have died there in the incident with Uchiha Itachi. It is said that a man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. It has been almost a year since the incident with Uchiha Itachi, and it is not surprising that Naruto's strength has grown rapidly. Naruto is much stronger than her, even much stronger than most people. This is a fact that Ino has known for a long time. But in daily interactions, he looks so lazy that it is not easy to remember this matter. Ino even automatically ignores these things. Naruto is Naruto, not the tailed beast Jinchuriki. But it is impossible to say that there is no feeling. After all, seeing the unruly genin standing in front of him suddenly killed a jonin on the spot. This sour feeling is like being used to a lecherous thief who is always laughing and joking, and suddenly one day you see him holding a knife and chopping a monster to death, you will feel a little awkward. But Ino had to force herself to face that kind of Naruto, because that was a complete him. He was the one who touched hands and gave flowers, and he was also the monster who killed people and set fires. The most important thing now is to complete the mission and bring the 3 siblings of Sand Village back. Ino shook her head and was ready to seal at any time. Sakura stood in the distance and watched quietly, her light-colored pupils staring at the valley in the distance. Thinking about the possibility of completing the mission, they have entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. As a medical ninja, fighting is not the main responsibility, nursing teammates and not dying are the first priority. Are you still alive? Shino asked, and the insect slowly bypassed the Sand Village group and flew into the valley. Under the valley, still alive. Hinata rolled her eyes, chakra constantly gathering in her eyes. In the coffin we have to move the fallen rocks and dig it out. It's too difficult. Inyazuka Kaiba whispered, the whole valley has collapsed, how can we dig it out? Naruto may have a way, after all, it's his ninjutsu. Shino said. I've never seen such a ninjutsu, it's too. Inyazuka Kaiba was a little speechless, it may also be a space ninjutsu, anyway where did he learn it from? Hinata glanced at Naruto with a slightly red face. Naruto, standing in front of the crowd, had no time to care about others, and was talking to the 2 Tsunagakuer Jonin, spraying trash talk. What do you Konoha ninjas mean? This is in the territory of our Wind Country. The short Tsunagakuer Jonin, after failing to succeed and having one of his teammates taken away by Naruto, he was extremely angry. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand you at all, shorty. Naruto said with a rogue look, what do you mean you are in the territory of the Wind Country? This place is a vague area. I was attacked by you when I passed by. There is no explanation for this matter. I will take action. Threat, naked threat. Nonsense. It is obviously you who broke into our Wind Country's territory without permission. Open your eyes and look carefully. Where is this? The short Jonin was anxious and almost jumped up to speak. The brown-faced Jonin of Sand Village with a shoehorn face did not speak. He looked at the Konoha genin with a cold light. Don't be impatient, what are you in a hurry for? Naruto's face sank, and he naturally took the lead in the negotiation without even Shikamaru's command. Since there is no consensus, let's kill a few more. Little devil, do you have a chance of winning? The stern-faced Sand Village ninja drew out the short knife behind his back and stared at Naruto coldly, with a strong murderous aura. Hearing this, the atmosphere on both sides suddenly became tense. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Shikamaru considered it more comprehensively and had more concerns. Shikamaru suddenly paused halfway through his speech. He saw Naruto in front of him untied his forehead protector and threw it on the ground. With his golden hair scattered, he looked at him solemnly and said, I'm no longer a Konoha ninja now. The heavy-tailed beast chakra circled around his body, and his blue pupils were serious. No one can give in unless one side suffers large-scale losses. Naruto, you Shikamaru stared at the forehead protector and was stunned for a long time. This was an operation he had never seen before. Tsunade-sama said that no matter what I do, she will protect me. Naruto pulled out a dozen prepared disposable flying thunder god kunai, stared at the 30 or so sand villagers in front of him, and lowered his voice. There is no time. When the fight starts, you should be more careful not to let them take the opportunity to escape. Although I say that, it's too much of a stretch. Shikamaru has begun to compromise, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He doesn't want to solve it in such a tough way. Damn, that can't be. The Sand Village senior ninja with a shoehorn face on the opposite side looked at Naruto's golden hair, his pupils slightly dilated, as if he remembered something. What is it? The short senior ninja glanced at his companion with his peripheral vision, but most of his eyes were always looking at Naruto vigilantly, watching him take out a large number of kunao. That's the move. The Sand Village Jonin swallowed his saliva. Kunao, blonde hair, psychopath, didn't he die long ago? Konoha's yellow flash. Konoha has two colors of ninja tools that are deeply rooted in people's hearts, the white fang short sword that cuts everything, and the yellow flash kunao that is faster than lightning. What yellow flash? What nonsense are you talking about? The short Jonin was a little annoyed. I don't understand it at all. Can you speak human language? The Sand Village Jonin didn't continue to talk, blinking his eyes quickly, and the shadow of the boy in front of him gradually overlapped with the shadow he had seen on the battlefield. I saw a ghost. A drop of cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. He actually had such a ridiculous idea. It was just a coincidence, that technique could not be replicated. Unless. Naruto threw out more than a dozen kunao, and the tailed beast chakra burned slowly, but he could no longer transform into a tailed beast, and if he was injured, he would recover more slowly. But even so, if he only wanted to get rid of the Sand Village in front of him, he raised his eyes. Get away from those kunao! The Sand Village Jonin shouted with his pupils slightly dilated. But it was too late. These people didn't understand the value of the yellow flash. Chapter 205. There is always someone who can cure him, but if there is more than one. The yellow flash reappeared, and Naruto immediately launched Flying Thunder God. Because of the words of the Sand Village Jonin, everyone's eyes were fixed on the flying kunao. But the next moment, Naruto teleported directly behind the short Jonin. His goal has always been clear, to kill the female Jonin first, and then the short Jonin. Delaying time is not for show, he is waiting for the words. Be careful of his kunao. Be careful of kunao? But the Flying Thunder God mark can not only be printed on kunao. Even a blade of grass or a tree, or even a person can be marked. Naruto lamented that the Snow Country mission had not been restarted yet, and he had not received the reward for the invisible Flying Thunder God, otherwise he would not have to go through so much trouble to calculate back and forth. If we look at the strength of the Sand Village Jonin, it is true that all the Konoha genin combined are not enough. But Naruto is a genin, just because he failed the Chunin exam. The tailed beast chakra gave him a 3-stage speed burst. At the moment he teleported behind the short Jonin, the short Jonin's eyes were still staring at the kunao scattered all over the sky. The moment he caught a glimpse of the blonde hair, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He gathered the raised nan with one hand. This is a ninjutsu that can completely destroy the target's body functions. It is like a spiral machine. The destructive power is completely inversely proportional to the harmless appearance. It seems that he quickly pressed a chakra ball, and the fiery red-tailed beast chakra burst at a high speed, directly piercing a spirally twisted terrifying blood hole in the chest of the short Jonin. Naruto used an impossible. He did it so fast that he gave the short Sand Village Jonin a heartbreaking blow, and suddenly turned around and appeared behind another Chunin. His figure shuttled between the fields, and he drew out the sharp weapon Kusanagi sword, and blood splashed in the Sand Village in an instant. Naruto exerted force with one hand, and waved the Kusanagi sword in the other hand without any rules, while shuttled. He could only shuttle 10 times with more than a dozen disposable Flying Thunder God kunao, and the sharp sword pierced the throat of the Sand Village Chunin, and his figure suddenly disappeared the moment he drew the sword. The process of teleportation was very short, probably just a few blinks of an eye, and more than a dozen teleportations were completed. The Kusanagi sword was completely used as a kitchen knife, cutting through the blood mist and cutting the necks of one Sand Village ninja after another. The Sand Village Jonin with a shoehorn face was no longer daring to move, and the situation was reversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only 7 or 8 people were left in the team of more than 30 people. The short Sand Village Jonin fell to the ground in pain. There was no medical ninja to relieve his pain. There was a hole as big as a watermelon in his chest. He was already dead. Are you kidding? Isn't he dead? The last Sand Village Jonin muttered, his face turned green in an instant, and his lips trembled slightly. The foolproof plan ended up in failure. In the back, the 10th and 8th teams were silent. It's not that they like to watch the show, but they really can't help at all. This is beyond the ability of the genin. Shikamaru wanted to use a layout strategy, but his brain seemed to be unable to twist his muscles. Ninji turned his head and looked at them, but didn't say anything, his expression was still calm. Shikamaru glanced at the people in the third team, his face twitched slightly, and asked in a low voice. Hey? Why do you look like you've been used to it for a long time? You've been used to it after performing a few more missions with that guy. Where do you think his 100% mission completion rate comes from? Ninji seemed to recall some bad memories, and his face looked a little ugly. That bastard's only point in teaming up with us is to prevent the client from being killed by him without his attention. Ninji turned his head and stared at Shikamaru gloomily. His serious expression and what he said at the moment looked particularly awkward in the sunlight. Don't ask. Naruto was not without a brain. There were 3 jonins on the other side, and he couldn't deal with 3 of them at the same time. In addition, if they were restrained, the others might be in danger. The 3 siblings of Temari on the opposite side were still buried under the valley. They had to be dug out before they were released. Otherwise, if the ninjutsu was lifted, the 3 siblings would have their chests crushed by 2 tons of mud. The hilt of the sword was stained with blood, and Naruto casually inserted it into the ground, and Konoha Genin rushed forward. Damn it! Why did you bury it so deep? Inyazuka Kaiba threw the shovel, picked up Akamaru and started to bite him, and a big hole was drilled in the ground. The ninjas of Sand Village have been completely eliminated, and the bodies are lying outside the valley. A group of Konoha Genin stood on other people's territory and tried every means to dig people out of the collapsed valley. How should I know? Naruto also threw the shovel aside. The 9 tails hummed and groaned as it lay on a towering rock to bask in the sun, holding a bottle of wine in its arms. It took in all the battle just now, and its evaluation can only be described in 4 words. Fancy. If it were it would be a matter of a tailed beast ball. Humph, but it is impossible for it to do it, unless the kid begs it with 100 bottles of fine wine, it must be good wine to impress it. Dig well, there is the mission target below. Shikamaru took off his coat under the scorching sun, wearing a long-sleeved fishing net, with a pair of dead fish eyes hanging. Shikamaru looked like an old farmer holding a shovel, covering his eyebrows and looking at the sky. Hurry up, the person in the coffin below is probably suffocating. This is also a kind of practice. Xiao Li moved a huge rock away, roared and threw it aside, panting and wiping his sweat. Everyone was covered in dust, just fighting hard. Now everyone had a shovel in hand to dig people. Everyone kept silent about what happened just now, even if they knew that Naruto was different from them. Monsters are monsters, didn't the villagers mention it before? Just pretend you didn't hear it. Anyway, monsters don't necessarily have to hide in the dark alone, monsters also have friends. There is definitely something wrong with your ninjutsu. Naruto's number 1 anti-fan Inyazuka Kaiba raised his head and complained tirelessly while shoveling the soil, if you can bury people, why can't you get them out? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Dig it yourself. Naruto pretended to leave. He looked up and saw the silly dog Kyuubi lying on the boulder in a charming posture to bask in the sun, and even propped up one of its legs to stare at him who was digging the soil with sweat dripping down. In the bright sunlight, Naruto could see the playful smile on Kyuubi's face. Tisk, that silly dog was gloating and waiting. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to pull Kyuubi down to dig the soil. Inyazuka Kaiba, who was standing by, thought he really didn't want to do it anymore, and immediately called him. Where are you going? Keep digging. Shikamaru also turned his head to look at Naruto, exhaled and said. Stop making trouble, the target of the mission is really going to die if you drag it on. I don't want to do it anymore. Naruto said sullenly, he was determined to pull Kyuubi down to dig the soil. Hinata. Ino. Inyazuka Kaiba and Shikamaru called for people at the same time, but they were also stunned at the same time, and the two looked at each other with death. My heart skipped a beat. I originally thought that there would always be someone who could cure him, but now I suddenly realized that if there was more than one person. Chapter 206 The pen dropped from the curtain, the girl's white waist. Naruto looked back, and the atmosphere at the scene froze. Under the sunlight, a group of people were digging in scattered positions. Ino stood on a hillside, holding a shovel and looking in Naruto's direction, and continued to dig silently. Hinata opened her Byakugan and nervously checked the situation of the 3 people below. Gaara was in a coma, and Temari and Kankuro seemed to be breathing more and more difficult. Suddenly, she heard Inyazuka Kaiba calling her, and she raised her head abruptly. After hearing Ino's name again, Hinata immediately lowered her head with a red face. She didn't know how to face that kind of thing now, anyway, just pretend that she didn't hear it. She was cowardly, and the time when she expressed her position to Ino in the bathroom had almost exhausted her courage, and she had reached her limit. No one responded. Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kaiba looked at each other in amazement, and also realized that something was wrong. The brain was running fast, looking for excuses to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ino, Hinata, and even Naruto didn't feel awkward. After all, the relationship between them and Naruto was just a vague ambiguity, and it was not easy to really clarify the relationship. They both knew each other well. One was the eldest princess of Hyuga, and the other was the only daughter of the Yamanaka clan. No matter who they fell in love with in the village, they could achieve a happy ending, except Naruto. When Tsunade pushed him into the sunlight and showed her favoritism in public, everyone understood the fifth Hokage's mind, which was to make Naruto become Hokage. Sasuke's defection made the top leaders restrain a little. Konoha can't lose the new generation of ninjas, nor can it lose the Jinchuriki. The adults who have the right to speak in Konoha are high above, watching the development of the chess game with cold eyes. When necessary, they will make sacrifices and exchanges that are in line with their interests. After all, the Hokage changes, but the aristocratic family is ironclad. They don't care who becomes the Hokage, as long as it is good for them. The situation was too complicated. Both Ino and Hinata tacitly avoided those thorny questions. Anyway, they were young and had a lot of time. But boys' minds were not so delicate. Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kaiba naturally thought that they should be together if they were ambiguous. It must be the kind of love in the books that was earth-shattering, you belong to me and no one can snatch it. Two people who like the same person are rivals in love, and they have to fight until the sky is dark. Or they were so jealous that they burst into tears and asked Naruto to choose one of the two. In short, they were as hypocritical as they could be. It was a war for private property. In fact, the two girls were not as naive as they imagined. Instead, Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kaiba did not understand these. One was a genius who could deduce high EQ with high IQ, and the other was a hot-blooded idiot who aimed to become Hokage and build Konoha Dog Village. These two weird combinations that were not harmonious at all collided with each other, but produced a wonderful comedy reaction. The parties were not embarrassed, but the two were so embarrassed that their hands and feet were stiff for a long time. Ino, let's contact the people down there. Shikamaru said to make amends. Hinata, are they still alive? I feel like we're almost through. Let's position it again, lest we dig it crookedly. Inuzuka Kaiba explained, and he was so nervous that he flew. Hearing this, Naruto retracted his gaze and ignored them. He leaped to the top of the boulder, grabbed the back of the Nine-Tails' neck, and lifted it up. Under the sunlight, the Nine-Tails fluttered with its limbs, and its fiery red fur was shiny, as if it was about to burn. When Tenten looked up, she caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of her eye, and was stunned for a moment. Got it. Ino threw the shovel aside, said sullenly, and quickly formed a seal with her hand, trying to shout to the three siblings of Sand Village below. Hinata heard what Inuzuka Kaiba said, and hurriedly responded with a yes. But she was worried that she couldn't do it well, so she looked up in the direction of Niji again. When she was about to ask, Niji glanced at her and said, "You come." "Okay." Hinata nodded nervously, her mind suddenly a little confused. She simply made a seal and quickly opened her Byakugan. The veins in her eyes suddenly bulged, and the swollen blood vessels looked a little hideous. But the effect was unexpectedly good, and she quickly reported the exact location. "They are about 5 steps to your left, 8 meters down." "Okay. Akamaru, let's go." Inuzuka Kaiba was shocked, as if he had finally found a sense of accomplishment in digging the ground. He excitedly pulled Akamaru to use the Yatongyei. Soon, a big pit appeared in front of everyone, and Inuzuka Kaiba, who was covered in mud, shook his body. He picked up the shovel and jumped down. When he inserted the shovel, a muffled sound of wood sounded. "Success!" Inuzuka Kaiba said happily. Xiao Li and Niji jumped in and used shovels to dig out the white coffin. Inuzuka Kaiba fiddled with the coffin for a long time but found that it couldn't be opened at all. He looked up at the people standing outside the pit. "Tell that guy to cancel the ninjutsu, damn it." As soon as he finished speaking, Inuzuka Kaiba squinted his eyes and watched a figure slowly walk to the edge of the pit, holding a dog in his hand. He was suddenly a little depressed, thinking what time it was. The funeral of Kuroki Riga, solved. Naruto's mind moved, the white coffin disappeared, and Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara rolled out. Gaara was covered in blood and Kankuro and Temari had fainted. It was too far away, so he couldn't see whether the few people were breathing, but looking at Niji's calm appearance, the 3 siblings of Tsunagakure were probably still alive, but simply fainted. The people had been carried up by Xiaoli, Ninkai, and Inyazuka Kaiba. Sakura was ready to go forward to save them. Shikamaru reached out to stop her. No one is seriously injured. Leave here first and return to the fire country first. Sakura nodded. She had no objection. Medical ninjas were supposed to obey orders. After glancing at the 3 people and confirming that they were fine as Shikamaru said, she slowly retreated. A mission is a mission, not an outing. No one had any objections. Shikamaru was thoughtful and was the team leader. Everyone followed the order without objection and took the unconscious Sand Village siblings back to the Fire Country forest. Footsteps sounded in the empty corridor of Konoha Hospital. Temari opened her eyes and was startled by the smell of disinfectant lingering on her nose. She turned around and saw the clean white curtains and the small yellow flowers blooming on the windowsill. The sunlight reflected on the white wall, emitting a faint halo. Before she had time to recall what happened carefully, the footsteps outside the door stopped, and then the door was pushed open. The newcomer seemed to have no idea what the safe distance between people was. He walked to the side of the bed and then stopped. Awake. Naruto's voice was not loud and his tone was cold. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a loose white short-sleeved shirt. His forehead was smooth and his slightly curly blonde hair almost covered his eyebrows. Temari let out a soft ah and turned her head subconsciously. Her eyes were attracted by her hands again. Holding a stack of agreements in her hand, she held a pen between her right fingers. Her fingernails were slightly transparent. The wide joints clamped the pen and held it tightly. After staring for a second, Temari felt something was wrong with her body. The saliva secreted in her mouth increased due to nervousness. Her face was hot for a while, and she hurriedly looked away. Now she couldn't look anywhere. She lowered her head and looked at the white cup. Her pupils kept dilating, and her vision was infinitely empty at the end. She could hear his slightly impatient voice beside her ear. Sign this agreement when you wake up. Naruto frowned at Temari. He didn't want to have any contact with Temari, but Shizune insisted on pulling him over to do hard labor. Why would he be more suitable? After all, he was one of the few acquaintances of Temari in Konoha. Familiar? Not very familiar, just some close contact when necessary. Naruto looked at Temari who bowed her head and pretended to be dead, and wanted to get angry for no reason. For some reason, every time he saw Temari, his tone would unconsciously become very stiff. It's not that he didn't want to be nicer, but every time he saw her, he inexplicably. This action, this look is too much, what the hell? Agreement. Temari's voice was a little low, and her expression finally became normal. She looked up at him and said, what kind of agreement? How do I know? Look for yourself. Naruto threw the agreement on the bed, and the thick agreement fell on the white quilt with a muffled sound, but the pen for signing rolled to the inside of the curtain due to inertia. Oh okay. Temari hesitated for a moment and looked at the pen again. Naruto didn't care. He felt there was no need to pick up the pen. If Temari had any objections to the agreement, he could just use the excuse of leaving to find Shizune to explain. He didn't read the agreement from beginning to end, naturally because he didn't care at all, just like he didn't care about the pen that rolled on the inside of the curtain. But the scene Naruto expected didn't happen. Temari didn't agree or refuse, and didn't even turn the agreement. She first looked up and glanced at him carefully, and then quickly turned her head to look in the direction where the pen fell. The pen fell. Temari said with some fear. It fell, don't worry about it. Naruto said standing on the side of the bed. Can I pick it up? She asked. Naruto was a little uncomfortable with the question. It was just picking up a pen. If you want to pick it up, pick it up. Why do you have to ask him? If he doesn't agree, she won't dare to pick it up? Whatever. He said impatiently. It's annoying. Why does this woman look like she's afraid I'll eat her? Okay. She nodded and hesitated for a while. Then, Temari stood up from the bed without lifting the quilt. Instead, she bent her knees and lay on the bed. She slowly crawled to the edge of the bed, one hand supporting the wall, and the other hand slowly reached inside the curtain. The slender neck was white, and the wide blue and white striped hospital gown could not cover the girl's curves. The breeze blew, revealing her white waist. Naruto looked at the tied blonde braids coldly, and a strange emotion surged in his heart. He felt a little itchy in his heart, and he really wanted to reach out and touch it. Chapter 207. You don't want this either, do you? Temari was unaware of her exposed waist. She was trying to reach out to the pen on the inside of the curtain, and her hand supporting the wall was shaking slightly. Almost there. She gritted her teeth and passed her finger over. Her fingertips tried to move the pen on the ground, but she couldn't reach it. She was always just a little short. When her fingertips moved over, the pen would be pushed further away. But at this moment, Temari couldn't back down. She could only concentrate and continue to move forward. The brain was already congested, and she felt a little short of oxygen. Her face was flushed, but it was not uncomfortable. She went through so much effort just to pick up a pen. Even she herself didn't understand why she did it. Just seeing the pen being thrown away by him accidentally, she wanted to pick it up. It seemed that the pen had great magic, completely engulfing Temari's heart was occupied. If she ignored it and didn't pick it up, she felt itchy in her heart. At first it was just an idea. If she picked it up, would she be praised? The idea that suddenly came to her mind was like gasoline ignited by a cigarette butt that could not be extinguished. After a long pause, she took action. When her brain reacted, she was already leaning over to pick it up. After a while, Temari finally grabbed the pen, held it in her hand, and then slowly stood up and retracted into the thin white quilt. Naruto watched the whole process, and his hand retracted early, and he didn't take the momentary impulse to heart. He re-examined Temari, not understanding why this woman was crazy and why she had to pick on a pen. The ward where Temari was a single ward, not big, and it was the kind of small ward that could be seen at a glance. The corridor at the end of the bed can only accommodate about one person at a time. The beds in Konoha Hospital are tight at this time. It is not easy to coordinate a small ward for Temari temporarily. Kankuro and Gaara are still squeezed in another ward. Look at the agreement. If you have any questions, you can ask them. I'll find someone to answer them for you. Naruto reiterated, hoping that she would raise a question quickly so that he could get rid of this woman. I picked up the pen. Temari said faintly. Hey. Naruto was stunned and looked at her in confusion. I picked it up. She held the pen tightly, so hard that her hand trembled slightly. Then what? Naruto looked down, stared at the pen for a while, and then looked at Temari, thinking that this woman might have a brain problem? Could it be that she has become stupid due to excessive lack of oxygen? It seems that the IQ of the sentence just now would not exceed that of a 3-year-old. He was a little confused, and finally fixed his eyes on Temari's face. I picked it up. She said. You picked it up, okay. Naruto had a headache. Read the agreement first, tell me if you don't understand anything, I'll find someone. Temari looked at him a little aggrieved, and Naruto saw this and thought to himself, damn it. What the hell is this person crazy about? This expression is not to praise her, right? He exhaled lightly, and said with great impatience. You picked it up, very impressive. Okay. Temari nodded, then put down the pen, took the agreement on the quilt and began to read it carefully. She looked at it carefully bit by bit, not like a 3-year-old child at all. Naruto looked at her nervously, afraid that this woman would suddenly say, is this a painting? Fortunately, Temari read it quietly from beginning to end, but unfortunately she did not raise any objections. She looked up after reading the last word. Naruto sat on the side and leaned in a daze. He stood up when he noticed her gaze. Why, is there a problem? I'll find it for you. No problem, I can sign this agreement. Temari nodded, then signed, and pressed her handprint smoothly. Seeing that the task had been completed, Naruto didn't care too much. Anyway, he knew that he could leave now. He didn't want to waste time on Temari because it was troublesome. That's good. Naruto took the agreement and turned to leave. With a click, he felt his wrist being grabbed the moment he turned around. Naruto turned around and looked back, just in time to meet Temari's eyes, who showed a look of fear on her face. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't like that expression, nor did he like Temari's personality. Just looking at her was very troublesome. What are you doing? The mission has been completed, and there is no need for him to be nice to Temari. Even if Konoha and the 3 siblings of Sand Village have contact again, it has nothing to do with him. He is just a genin and can't take care of so many things. Temari couldn't say it. Naruto looked at the pen on the quilt, and suddenly a guess came to his mind. He stared at Temari for a few seconds, and then said, "Pass the pen to me." He asked Temari to do a small thing in a completely imperative tone. Most people would pass the pen over when they heard such words. But after Naruto took the pen, he threw it on the ground and said again, "Give it to me." Temari was stunned for a moment, but she did it anyway. She bent down, picked up the pen, and handed it to Naruto again. But after Naruto took the pen, he threw it farther away. This time he said nothing and stretched out his hand. When Temari got out of bed and silently picked up the pen and handed it to him, Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Trouble, it's still the same as before, nothing has changed. A year ago, after the Chunin exam, facing Temari's abnormality, Naruto thought it was only temporary, and Temari would be able to return to normal after a while. And before leaving, Naruto even tested Temari. He caught up with Temari in the empty corridor of the Hokage building and asked her to stop and touch him in an imperative tone. But Temari did not obey, but scolded him instead. He originally thought that this was normal, but who would have thought that a year later, it would become like this again. He looked at Temari, who was sitting beside the bed, looking at him, her bare feet swinging. Naruto looked at Temari with complicated eyes. "Take off your clothes." Temari blinked and raised her hand. "Hey! Stop!" Naruto sighed again, looking helpless. Things were getting more and more outrageous. Temari stopped and looked at him happily. "You'd better be normal. I don't know what's wrong with you, but..." Naruto gasped, "Are you kidding me?" "I'm not." Temari lowered her head, "Don't be mean to me." She looked away. "I don't want to be like this either, it's just sometimes it's okay at other times, but when I see you..." Naruto looked Temari up and down, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you remember what happened before?" Temari's face was flushed and she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking that she really remembered it, then there was no need to beat around the bush. "You don't want to be like this, do you?" Completely obeying a stranger's orders. Damn, Naruto actually saw a hesitant look on Temari's face. There's no need to hesitate about this kind of thing. Damn. Would a normal person hesitate? Well, I don't want to. Temari shook her head. "You'd better wake up." Naruto felt that his patience for 2 lifetimes was thrown here, so we should avoid meeting each other in the future. As long as we never have any contact with each other, everything will be normal. No. Temari shook her head and refused. "Naruto, it's not up to you whether you want it or not." Temari stared at him and said, "I have a way to pester you." Naruto was convinced. The people in Konoha's high-level officials would really side with Temari, unless he completely hid himself and ignored those mentally retarded high-level officials. As for Temari, he admitted that Temari was very beautiful. In the pure sense of beauty, the Wind Country is rich in beauties, and there is plenty of sunshine there. Everyone in the ninja world knows that the female ninjas in the Sand Village have fair skin, and they can be pinched to make water come out. But Naruto has seen women before, so he won't be unable to walk because of a princess of the Sand Village. As far as the current situation is concerned, it will not do him any good to get involved with Temari. Temari frowned stubbornly and argued with Naruto. "Don't meet." "No. You can't find me either, I don't want to bother with you." Naruto was speechless. "I have many ways to hide, don't force me to hate you, I can't guarantee what I will do then." Temari was silent, staring at the ground for a long time without saying anything, and then he stammered after a long time. "That's not what I meant." Naruto didn't want to listen anymore. Things had been said to this extent, and it was meaningless to continue. His relationship with Temari did not affect the overall situation, and it was even irrelevant. Gaara's current situation, still need to rely on Konoha's power to replan the counterattack. The 3 siblings will eventually return to the Sand Village and face those high-level people in the Sand Village. Like all power grabs, in the end, the winners are the losers. "I'm leaving first." Naruto said, "Let's talk about this later, you and I will calm down for a while and see." "No." Naruto frowned. Temari looked at him for a moment, and finally gave in. She lowered her head and said, "Oh, honestly," her voice resentful. He didn't care about that, turned around and left the ward with the documents. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Naruto still had a face full of displeasure. Temari's matter was not easy to deal with. Konoha and Tsunagaku were allies, but Tsunagakure was in chaos. I don't know what happened to them before. What messy agreement was signed? In short, the three Temari siblings seemed to come to Konoha for temporary refuge, and they would fight back after regrouping. Naruto only felt that these things were troublesome, and he didn't think that someone like Temari would like him. It was just a kind of catharsis, or a unique need, and he just happened to be chosen. To be honest, he didn't like this feeling. This feeling of being used as a tool would still make him feel uncomfortable even if he was on the strong side. Back to the Hokage building, Naruto put the documents in the Hokage's office. There was no one inside. He put them down and was about to go back, when suddenly a figure appeared at the door and blocked his way. Have you signed the documents? Sakura asked with a smile. Chapter 208. So, the beginning of tragedy is similar. Signed. Naruto was stunned, and then reacted. Did Lady Tsunade want to see those documents? No, Lady Shizune wanted it. She asked me to sign it and send it over quickly. Sakura said this, but there was no sign of anxiety on her face. Document. Naruto glanced back at the document on the table. It's right there, do you want me to get it for you? Okay. Sakura agreed, with a hint of doting in her eyes. Naruto turned around and took the document. Every time Sakura said something good, he would feel a little uneasy. Even so, he calmly handed the document to her. Do you remember what you promised me? He asked. I can leave the Hokage building around 4 p.m. Are you free? Sakura shook the information in her hand. Wait for me at the Hokage building. Naruto has no mission for the time being, Shizune mentioned it to him. Before the Sand Village incident is resolved, he will not have any missions for a long time. The restart of the Snow Country mission is also far away. Fenghua Xiaoxu left Konoha and her whereabouts are unknown. Naruto can't leave the village easily and look for someone who is not the princess who was constantly escaping from reality. This matter was temporarily put on hold. Okay. He said. After returning home, Naruto lay on the sofa for a long time. Ninetail was unexpectedly not at home. The balcony window was wide open, the curtains were shaking, and a beam of light hit the first meter of the French window. With a clatter, the French window was pushed open from the balcony, and Ninetail came back like a tomcat. The summer breeze brought hot air into the living room. Little ghost, you are back so soon. Ninetail jumped onto the sofa, twisted his body, found the most comfortable posture, and showed an enjoyable expression on his face. Where have you been? Naruto opened his eyes a little and glanced at Ninetail. It has nothing to do with you. Kuwabai muttered and took out a bottle of wine from under the sofa, opening it skillfully. I went out for a walk. Ha, humans are so easy to fool. I just stood there, and they bought food for me. They are slaves indeed. Begging? Naruto asked with a little contempt. What nonsense are you talking about, what begging? Kuwabai stood up directly from the sofa. How can the matter of the tailed beasts be called begging? It's not what I want, they give it to me. I just said it casually. Why are you so excited? Naruto said in a mean tone. Kuwabai wanted to throw a tailed beast ball over, but he held back for the sake of the wine. The fox had to bow his head under the eaves. It simply turned over and lay on the sofa. One person and one fox lay like this, and the living room was quiet for a while. The summer breeze blew, and the wind chimes rang. What are you eating for lunch? Kuwabai suddenly asked. You are so unpromising when you talk like that. You are a tailed beast after all, right? Naruto complained. You won't starve to death even if you don't eat anything. Hearing this, Kuwabai's face darkened. That being said, we are finally free, so we should eat something good and enjoy ourselves. You don't really plan to prepare nothing, do you? I want to eat barbecue. I'm too lazy to go. No. You must go. Kuwabai jumped off the sofa and pulled out one of Naruto's hands, dragging him out of the sofa. With a bang, Naruto fell heavily on his back and opened his eyes. His face twitched slightly, and he really wanted to lock this fox up with the diamond seal. With a clang, the door closed. Naruto walked slowly in the corridor, the warm sunlight shining on him, Kuwabai lying on his shoulder, huddled behind the fluffy blonde hair. Snap! 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 The footsteps faded away, and the shadows of the man and the fox were short, like two Q-version monsters. The sun was bright, casting itself into every corner of Konoha. Regarding the issue of developing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, The eye outside the bandage on Danzo's face swept over the high-level officials. I personally think it's time to put it on the agenda. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is also in Konoha now. Even if we have signed an agreement to temporarily accommodate them, we have more opportunities to promote cooperation in the development of the Jinchuriki of the two villages. After all, Konoha and Sand Village are allies. In the backlit seats, every clan leader was silent. The fifth Hokage had been gone for a while, and seemed to have gone to get something in person, listening to Danzo's theoretical explanation of the development of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo was an excellent high-level official, insidious and forbearing, and would do anything for the benefit of Konoha. But at the same time he was not brave enough and deceived himself. He tried to accommodate his selfishness with the collective interests. He had no second thoughts about Konoha, so he felt that Konoha could not do without him. This is what Danzo cares about most, dedication. He once shed blood for Konoha, and dedicated everything except his life. His biggest dream is to be recognized by everyone. And this recognition is transformed into a specific and feasible goal, that is, to become a Hokage. Giving and taking, this is the portrayal of Konoha Shimura Danzo's life. It is understandable that the fifth generation is selfish, but the Jinchuriki is an important strategic weapon for the village and cannot be viewed with common sense. Danzo paused and continued. Narashikaku coughed. As a veteran military strategist and Konoha tongue, he has the privilege to interrupt Danzo's speech. The issue of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been discussed before. The third generation's opinion is. The third generation is gone. What's the point of talking about this now? Danzo said unhappily. The growth of the younger generation, Tsunade succeeded the fifth generation, and then Kakashi might become the sixth generation. This trend deeply stimulated Danzo, but he also knew what Tsunade and Kakashi meant to Konoha. Konoha needs the backbone and the strength of the younger generation. Danzo takes Konoha too seriously and takes himself too seriously. The third generation has withdrawn from the stage of history, but he is still unwilling to leave. He firmly believes that his position is irreplaceable. Konoha needs roots and needs him. You can hear a pin drop in the conference room. Danzo's voice is low but carries the irresistible strength of the old senior executives. With a rumble, the heavy wooden door of the conference room was pushed open. The warm sunlight was dazzling, illuminating the entire meeting. Danzo squinted his eyes subconsciously. The sunlight surrounded Tsunade like a cluster of flowers. She was dressed in a green robe and her golden hair was heroic. Don't waste time. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed throughout the conference room. Konoha's absolutely pure-blooded descendant of Hokage, the fifth-generation Hokage Tsunade, walked to the long table that occupied two-thirds of the conference room. The moment he stood still, he glanced around, and his eyes swept through the senior executives without fear, his eyes like a knife. With a snap, he threw a bound document in his hand to the center of the table. The Sand Village has signed a bed agreement with Konoha. After Gaara becomes the Wind Shadow, the Sand Village and Konoha's Jinchuriki will form an alliance. The two countries promise to form an alliance and never go to war. The premise is to refuse to develop Jinchuriki and refuse any treaties and plans that sacrifice the interests of Jinchuriki. As soon as the voice fell, a bang exploded in the minds of the senior executives. This agreement is not just a few pieces of white paper, but it means that the first treaty to protect the rights and interests of the tailed beast Jinchuriki has appeared. In black and white, the Jinchuriki protection plan may become a law that can be followed in the future. And this is not an agreement drafted by Tsunade alone, but together with the Sand Village of the Wind Country. The weight of the regulations involving the two giants of the 5 major countries cannot be underestimated. In addition to the Wind Country, the Earth Country also has the tailed beast Jinchuriki. The Tsuchikage is facing a situation of a lack of successors, which is a consensus that everyone knows. What will happen in the future? All the high-ranking officials of Konoha focused their attention on the agreement. Danzo's face turned pale and he stretched out his hand. A high-ranking official who was close to him saw this and grabbed the agreement and handed it to Danzo. Danzo said nothing and turned over the content of the agreement page by page and read it. What is written on it? At the barbecue restaurant, Kyuubi threw the menu on the table with his claws and said in a low voice, "Why are there only juices? Bring me some bottles of wine." "Hehe, do you think it's possible?" Naruto said impatiently, "At this age, people won't put up a wine list, forget it." "Kid, why don't you grow up?" Kyuubi complained in a low voice, "How can you eat barbecue without wine? Stop talking nonsense, pick it quickly." "Ah!" A scream from the street attracted Naruto's attention. A white bird flew through the crowd, rubbed off a woman's white hat, and flapped its wings to fly around the streets of Konoha. At the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino carefully checked the ninja tool bag and pushed open the door. Her blonde hair was ruffled by a bird flying by at high speed. She turned her head and stared at the bird flying into the sky with her dark blue eyes. Shikamaru and Koji walked out of the alley together, bathed in the sun, frowning as they talked about something. They stopped for a moment when passing by the stall, looked at Ino and waved. Abarame Shino and Inyazuka Kaiba leaned against the gate of the Hyuga clan and waited. Akamaru looked a little listless, looking at the crowd filled with hot air and sticking out his bright red tongue. It was a clear day, and the people in the whole village were like living water, flowing slowly and vividly. On June 3, the summer in Konoha was unusually hot. Naruto came out of the barbecue restaurant and walked slowly on the street with the nine tails. Looking at the busy streets, the hot air was slightly distorted. He glanced at the store and stopped. The Hokage building, sunset. Sakura sat on the railing of the rooftop, her legs dangling slightly in the air. She looked at the green trees with golden leaves, her expression extremely peaceful. Hearing the footsteps behind her, she turned her head and looked back. Naruto stopped at the door. He looked at the pink-haired girl who was completely shrouded in the sunset, his eyelids twitching slightly. He had seen that kind of scene before, usually in tragedy movies. The cliched plot could not move him at all. Even before the tragedy began, he had already predicted the ending. Chapter 209 This is a pervert who deceived an ignorant girl. What are you doing? Naruto looked at her. What? Sakura jumped down from the railing and looked at him curiously. Didn't we make an appointment? In the afternoon. Oh. The premonition in his mind disappeared, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You asked me to do you a small favor before, can you tell me now? Ah, just a casual stroll. Sakura pointed to the Konoha street in the distance, where the lights were not yet on. That kind of thing. There's no need to make such a formal request. Naruto turned around and went downstairs first, and Sakura followed behind with her hands behind her back. There were about 8 steps between them. Then you probably won't agree, so you just find a reason to evade me. Sakura said in a tone that you are that kind of person. That Naruto was a little speechless, and she guessed it. In view of Sakura's dangerous remarks several times before, out of fear of her unhealthy ethical values, he might really refuse all of Sakura's invitations alone. It's not that he is hypocritical, but he simply doesn't want to get involved in trouble. He knows very well that whether it's Temari, the crazy woman, or Sakura, they are uncertain sources of explosion. If he is purely attracted by beauty, maybe one day one of them will explode. Are Ino and Hinata not good? The two have gentle personalities, and greed is not mindless and reckless. He knows that he is a scumbag, but it is clear that he is a scumbag. He is still young and has not been in a relationship. He just has a good relationship with Ino and Hinata. If he has not confirmed the relationship with anyone, there is no such thing as two-timing, and there is no such thing as guiding minors to fall in love, which is not allowed by the divine beast. To be honest, this is not the real world. He can be a little greedy, and he wants both of them after he grows up. To put it another way, even if he is a bit more of a scumbag. If he has a normal mind, he will not touch his teammates, let alone the princess of Sand Village. There should be a limit to his death. At least he can gain the friendship of Ino and Hinata, so why risk losing everything, to provoke yanderes and masochists? Pure friendship is hard to come by. He has few friends to begin with. He must be crazy to play with fire. Why are you silent? Sakura asked. The two had already walked out of the Hokage building, and dusk stopped at his feet. Naruto looked back, and Sakura was still standing 2 steps behind him, looking at him in confusion. No, I was distracted. He said casually, I wouldn't refuse, after all, it's just shopping. I usually have a lot of time and I'm not busy. That's good. She said with a smile, and deliberately took 2 steps forward, walked in front of Naruto and turned around to look at him. It was the kind of turn at a 45-degree sideways angle, just enough to see the curve of the neck and jaw, and the side of the girl was exposed in front of him. She did not hide her intentions, and showed a sweet smile that she had never seen before. Then let's go. Oh. Naruto shrugged and followed with a nonchalant look. Naruto-kun is not a good person. Sakura suddenly said this as the two walked side by side. Naruto didn't react much. He glanced at her first, then turned his head and asked slowly. Why do you say that? You didn't even refute it first. Sakura complained. I'm not a good person, but that depends on which aspect. In some aspects, my moral bottom line is still relatively high. Naruto said. Well, if you say that, I'm a little curious. Sakura's eyes swept over the shops on the street. Naruto was silent. Damn, it seems that there is no one. However, Naruto-kun must have other charms, otherwise Ino and Hinata would not care about Naruto-kun, right? Sakura said it directly. That's true. Naruto admitted shamelessly. You admitted it so straightforwardly that it hurt me a little. Sakura sighed and said, I heard that boys will only admit their relationship with other girls in front of girls who don't care. Pure friendship. Naruto corrected. I was even more hurt. I was about to cry. Sakura stopped and turned to look at Naruto, with a smile on her face. Obviously I came first. Don't say such inexplicable things. It was obviously at that time that you took control of your body, right? Don't lie like me. Naruto couldn't remember the exact time. The awakening of the Black Sakura personality was probably 10 days after Sasuke defected. In the small duty room of Konoha Hospital, Sakura smiled and asked him who Sasuke was. Time flies so fast. It's been a year in the blink of an eye. Sakura continued to walk forward with her hands behind her back, and didn't directly respond. Yes, more than a year has passed. Naruto also sighed a little. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel anything. A normal person who suddenly came to the world of Naruto would constantly face unexplained malice, suspicion, and cold eyes. Watching rows of ninjas flying over eaves and walls, spitting fire and water, thundering and raining, and various magical powers. Normal people would be more or less surprised to doubt their lives when they saw this. Fortunately, he had watched Naruto and was a little calmer. What impressed him most was the Shippuden, where Moonlight Gale died at the beginning. The fighting plot was so attractive that he didn't pay much attention to Naruto's youth. After all, it was a hot-blooded anime. Just fight and fight, who cares about the love plot? But he is Uzumaki Naruto now, a living person, and he doesn't want to fight and kill when it comes to himself. It doesn't matter what hot-blooded anime, whoever wants to be the savior can be the savior, anyway, he is going to lie down. Flowers may bloom again, but people will never be young again. He is young again now, so he will bloom in Konoha. I want to eat that. Sakura suddenly turned around and said to him. Naruto was distracted and was suddenly startled by Sakura's blushing face. Damn, what kind of lewd words did she say again? Until he saw the takoyaki stall following Sakura's finger, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death just now. It would be great if he didn't have to eat something weird. The two of them approached, and Naruto recognized it as the stall from before. He was buying food at the stall, and Sakura's voice suddenly came out from behind. It was quite scary that time. If you want to eat, buy it. He subconsciously took out the money, and suddenly remembered that the other person was Sakura, so he took his hand out of his pocket again. Last time she said that she would spend Sakura's savings. I don't know if her small expenses can keep up with her speed of making big money. Sakura's family seems to be in good financial condition. If she relies on food, she will have to eat top-grade barbecue every day, and Hinata's appetite can make her broke. Naruto thought heartlessly, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Boss, I want that and that. Sakura said, and turned her head suddenly without warning, just in time to see Naruto's smile, and immediately said dissatisfiedly. You are not still thinking about other girls at this time, are you? Yes. Naruto was fearless. What's wrong? It doesn't matter, even if it's Naruto like this, I like it. Black Sakura smiled and said gently, I'll just be a backup girlfriend. Damn it, don't say it in this occasion. Naruto covered Sakura's mouth with his hand, and looked around in panic, but it was too late. Although the guests around him didn't say anything, their bodies remained motionless. He moved away, and when his eyes pretended to be nonchalant, there was a hint of contempt at the end, as if to say, this is a pervert who deceived the ignorant girl. Chapter 210 Open your eyes and see the real world. Ahem, first of all, I am definitely not a pervert. Naruto lowered his voice and complained softly, she is not an ignorant girl either, damn it. Dingling, the old man with poor hearing at the stall rang the bell and looked up and said. Customer, your takoyaki. Sakura struggled to take the takoyaki wrapped in the paper bag, and didn't care that Naruto covered her mouth, and reached out to grab it. The scene was a bit immoral for a while. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, grabbed the bag of food, and dragged Sakura away. After walking for a while, away from the crowd, he handed the food to Sakura unhappily. Here, is this thing so delicious? It's delicious. Sakura took the paper bag carefully, threw her left hand from the burned hand to her right hand, blew air from her mouth, and her side face was red. After she finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to think of something and asked. Do you want to eat it? Naruto looked at her hesitantly, opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. It's not poisoned. Sakura blinked. Tsunade-sama didn't teach me much about poison techniques, I can't learn it by reading books bit by bit, right? Hearing this, Naruto had completely given up the idea of tasting it. Probably in martial arts movies, there will be no scene where Xiao Feng is paralyzed while walking around the world. I'm not hungry. He coughed and said. Oh. Sakura turned her head and started eating takoyaki alone, slowly walking towards the light. Naruto followed her, and they always kept a distance between them. There is a sense of restraint in the black Sakura, and there is a kind of pure girl wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses who is actually temperament. In short, she has the same facial features as Sakura, sharing the same body, but in front of Naruto, she gives him the illusion of another person. Maybe it's the eating habits, the changes in eyes when talking. He has seen Sakura talking in front of other people, with a normal speaking speed and a frank and natural expression. Most of the time, there is a peaceful smile on her face, which makes people feel that she is a girl with a good personality. I heard that she is very popular in Konoha Hospital. After all, the medical department is full of men. Even if the dressing treatment is careful and gentle, it is not as good as a girl telling you to be patient, the dressing change is a bit painful. In addition, Sakura is serious and careful in doing things, and she was soon dubbed the title of Angel. Sakura stopped, as if she had something to say. When Naruto caught up with her and walked shoulder to shoulder, she spoke. Actually, I want to try it. I treat today as a date. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her. Forget it, it's too much trouble. The night was dark, and lights were sparsely lit on the streets of Konoha. The heat in the summer breeze could not be reduced. Sakura turned her head and looked at him in a sleeveless top. Well, whether you pretend to be stupid, lie, or tell the truth, I don't hate your perfunctory appearance. The next day, Naruto woke up. Looking at the empty room, he sighed. He was out a little late last night. In fact, there was nothing special, just simply walking around. Sakura seemed very happy, and he didn't hate this feeling. Mainly, he didn't feel uncomfortable. The two of them kept a distance and had a date, which made them feel safe. It's just that he could vaguely feel that something had changed, not him, but Sakura. I always felt that this person had a lot of fun at night, too much fun. Naruto even felt that he was just a pendant, just standing there. Forget it, I'll ask when I have time today. He got out of bed and came to the Hokage building as summoned. Tsunade was still not there, and Naruto didn't know what she was busy with. He looked around and found Shizuan. You're here. Shizuan didn't even raise her head. Her hands that were processing documents were so fast that they almost left after images. She processed documents as quickly as an octopus. Well, the person from the Anbu said that Tsunade-sama was looking for me. As long as Naruto was free, he could see Uzuki Yujeo every few days. The purple hair and the animal mask of the Anbu were too eye-catching. After Tsunade took over the Anbu, Uzuki Yujeo seemed to be reused. I don't know if it has anything to do with Gekao Gale. After all, her fiancé died in the line of duty and she became a widow. Actually, I was looking for you. I asked the Anbu to send someone to call you over. Shizuan stopped the work in her hands and looked up at him. Tsunade-sama has been a little busy recently, mainly for things related to Tsunagakure. Tsunagakure. Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he had a bad premonition. Yes, Gaara of Sand Village is expected to become the 5th Kazekage. A small number of high-ranking officials in Sand Village can no longer stop him, so they used despicable means to force him to leave Sand Village. Shizuan said calmly, as if laying the groundwork for a speech. The village will give Gaara reasonable help within the scope of its alliance, and most of the high-ranking officials in Sand Village are also on Gaara's side, so. Naruto asked. Gaara's succession to the 5th Kazekage is a good result for the village and even the land of fire. Shizun nodded and said. I don't care whether the world is peaceful or not, even if there is a war. Naruto said this, interrupting Shizun's words, anyway, I don't do any strange tasks, and I don't do any troublesome tasks. Your personality is really. Shizun's face was difficult to collapse. Hey? There's nothing we can do about it. This village is also terrible. Naruto turned around and said, not hiding his dislike for the village. People are shaped by the soil and water they live in. My character was also developed slowly in Konoha. No matter what, Konoha is the one that should take responsibility, after all. Shizun couldn't stand it anymore and gradually understood why Lady Tsunade wanted to get angry when she saw Naruto. With this scumbag character, she wanted to slap Naruto into the wall on the spot. But she is not Tsunade after all. Facing the stubborn prince of Konoha, Shizun took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress her anger, and persuaded gently. Well, it's not a strange task. It's just to get in touch with the eldest princess of Tsunagakure. Naruto, you also know the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Although they have become allies, the relationship has always been stiff. A relationship bound by interests is always not as close as other more intimate relationships, even if they are friends. What does it have to do with me? Naruto put his hands in his pockets. Of course it matters. Lady Tsunade is more concerned about this matter. Don't you want to share Lady Tsunade's worries? Shizun stood up from the chair. She would never say anything like for the sake of the village or even for the peace of the ninja world. She knew Naruto too well, and he was not interested in those words. No. Naruto shook his head like a rattle. Lady Tsunade. As soon as he said this, crisp footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor outside. He was so familiar with that footsteps. The sound of pa 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 seemed to hit his heart, and the sense of oppression was directly full. Lady Tsunade is too tired every day. It's my honor to share this kind of trivial matter. Naruto took emergency precautions and calmly changed his words. The eldest princess of the Senju clan stood outside the door, frowned and stared at Naruto's back, said nothing, came in, took a document and left. The green robe brushed against Naruto's side, making him nervous immediately. The pressure from the Konoha Empress was too heavy. The main reason is that Tsunade is too busy and has a bad temper. Naruto basically hides and doesn't say anything, for fear of being noticed by Tsunade. Tsunade stopped halfway. Turned around and looked at Naruto, saying, I'll wait for you outside. When you finish your business, come out for a while. Okay. Shizun looked at Naruto, who changed the subject, and was slightly stunned. She thought that there was always someone who could defeat someone else. She had tried her best to talk, but Naruto didn't move. When Lady Tsunade came, he changed his face. Man. Since Naruto had already agreed, Shizun had nothing to say. She explained the details of the Tsunagakure and ended the conversation. She also urged Naruto to go out quickly and not let Lady Tsunade wait too long. Naruto was a little reluctant and dragged out. Tsunade stood outside the corridor, her green robe blown up by the wind. It has been almost a year since she took the position of the 5th Hokage, and Tsunade's willfulness has been worn away a lot. If you don't like the Tsunagakure side, you can just deal with it casually. She said. Jiraiya sent a message. He has found some information about the Akatsuki organization. They seem to be entrenched in the land of rain, where there are wars from time to time. He wants to investigate alone, but he also wants to come back first to take you to Myaboka Mountain. Are you asking for my opinion? Naruto was slightly stunned. Yet. Tsunade exhaled, stretched out her hand and pinched his face. After all, he is your teacher, I want to hear your opinion. Naruto pondered for a while and looked up and said. Let the lecherous sage come back first. There is no rush for the rain country. Since someone like Uchiha Itachi can serve the Akatsuki organization, it proves that the Akatsuki organization is by no means an ordinary one. If we rashly go deep into the limited information, even the lecherous sage may be in danger. Well, I have concerns about this too. Tsunade smiled with relief. Since you said so, there is no hesitation. I won't assign you any more tasks recently. The reorganization of Team 7 has also been put on hold. Everything will be discussed after Jiraiya comes back. Kakashi is no longer in charge of Team 7's tasks and has gone to further his studies. Naruto thought for a while, carefully savoring the meaning of Tsunade's words, and thought of another possibility, and asked with a frown. Do the top leaders have any idea about the tailed beasts? Well, Tsunade said, you don't need to worry about those things. Whether it's the consultants or other top leaders, they are old. Their ideas are rotten and old-fashioned. They think about annexation and war all day long. Will Tsunade-sama be embarrassed? Want to argue with the top leaders? What? Tsunade was obviously stunned for a moment, and looked at Naruto with a bit of surprise, embarrassment? Why do you think so? After all, she is a high-ranking official in the village. There will always be some troubles. Naruto didn't understand why Tsunade reacted like this, and hesitantly said. Although Tsunade-sama is the 5th Hokage, her foundation is not stable after all. It's not good to have too big a conflict with the top leaders just 1 year after taking office. Although Danzo's gang is really not a good thing, and he sent people to test me before, there is nothing he can do to him if he doesn't admit it. Naruto said a lot in one breath, and those were all things that he found very troublesome. As long as it involved the village's top leaders, he felt it was very troublesome. Tsunade patted his shoulder and looked at him with some amusement. Are you underestimating me? Ah! Naruto was choked for a moment. In fact, his views on the Konoha's top leaders only stayed in the plot. If he really had any thorough understanding, it was definitely not there. Tsunade reached out again, pinched Naruto's face with both hands, and asked with a smile. What do you think the village was built on? Probably the family alliance came together to form a mutually supportive collective, abandoning prejudices and concluding the seal of reconciliation, Naruto said intermittently. I memorized it in ninja school, but it's been so long that I forgot it. You can't completely believe what's in the book. Tsunade said with a smile, the village was built by the first generation with force, whether it's Uchiha or other families. It's the power that made Konoha born from the long war. Isn't the first generation peace-loving? Naruto swallowed and said with a smile. Loving peace and loving armed conflict. Tsunade asked back, there has never been any real peace in the ninja world. Where there are people, fighting will never stop. The fire will of the old man of the 3rd generation is really good. The land of Konoha is endless. But Konoha, in the final analysis, was founded by force and maintained the peace of the ninja world by force. There is no reason to change now, so why do you think I dare not conflict with the top leaders? Isn't Tsunade-sama the Hokage? Naruto was stunned. Well, I don't think I dare, I just think it's too troublesome, and quarreling won't solve the problem. Quarreling really won't solve the problem. Tsunade nodded, indicating that she agreed with this statement. I don't plan to quarrel with those old guys. Don't underestimate me, kid, there are many people who support me. What's so great about the top management? Why do you think the top management can restrict me? If they really have this ability, why aren't they Hokage? This Naruto's mind suddenly pierced into something very new. He had realized that Tsunade was refreshing his understanding of the world. Because of power? He asked tentatively. It seems that you finally understand. Tsunade seemed somewhat relieved and let go of his slightly swollen cheek. The position of Hokage has never been obtained by reputation alone, but by strength. Within the framework of the village, it is indeed necessary to pay attention to the impact of being more cautious. But in some things, even if I disagree with them, the higher UPS can't do anything to me. What are they? They are just a bunch of old guys. The 3rd generation is too gentle and gives them too much respect. I disagree, why should I go after you? Let them dream. Chapter 211 This is an order. Naruto was completely stunned. He thought that the ninja world had entered a semi-peaceful era. The 5 major countries check and balance each other, and the 5 major ninja villages have absolute discourse power. The village's shadow is always challenged and assassinated by terrorists like Orochimaru. But in fact, the ninja world is still the law of the jungle. This world is still respected by the strong. As long as you can replicate the strength of Hashirama Senju, you can even trample on civilization and reshuffle the ninja world. He had always thought that this was something that Uchiha Madara and Obito and their gang of villains would do, but there were no decent villains in this world, only the strong and the weak. With a big fist and a loud voice, everything he did was right. Sure enough, the image of the 3rd Hokage was deeply rooted in people's hearts, making him mistakenly believe that the Hokage was a weakling. The fake Hokage, the 3rd Hokage. He was attacked from both sides by the advisors, remained silent under Danzo's assassination, and constantly compromised with size. The real Hokage, the first Hokage. Beat up the 9 tails. Trampled Uchiha Madara. Gave away the tailed beasts at will. Forced peace in the ninja world. Tsunade is not the 3rd Hokage, and he is not the 3rd Hokage either. He has no relationship with those high-level officials, so why should he give in to them? Power, in the final analysis, is still power. What Tsunade said just now was nothing more than telling him. Become stronger, move towards the end of the first Hokage's power as a monument, and make Konoha so quiet that there is only one voice. It doesn't matter whether he is the tailed beast Jinchuriki or some other strange Jinchuriki. This is reality, very direct, but he likes it very much. In his original idea, Tsunade should have a calmer strategy to deal with the top leaders. Who would have thought that she didn't intend to talk well from the beginning, and the Hokage didn't need a reason to reject the advice of the top leaders. It's never that the Hokage is not good, but that the 3rd generation is not good, and even the 4th generation is not very good. When the 1st and 2nd generations served as Hokage, what did the top leaders have to do? For Tsunade, the meaning of the village is not only her hometown, but also the legacy left by her grandfather. The Senju clan is lost in the crowd, but not completely disappeared. At least she is still there, and the blood of the Senju is still there. After all, Tsunade always has only one meaning. Fuck the top leaders. So, do you understand? Tsunade's eyes are narrow and long, and there is a hint of a relaxed smile in her eyes. No matter when, power can always move people more than reason. I understand. Naruto nodded, and his mind began to become active. Tsunade wanted Naruto to become stronger and no longer be watched by the higher UPS or other forces. Protect yourself and the people you care about from harm. But Naruto is thinking, when I become stronger, I can stop being a human. What false and abstract moral constraints, nothing can control him. The end of the strong is to let yourself go. Yet. The two looked at each other, nodded together, and began to gradually understand everything. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto first went to Konoha Hospital and reluctantly visited Temari with a mission. Originally, he still had some concerns in his heart, but Tsunade's words made him suddenly enlightened. Why think so much? If the sky falls, someone will support it, he can just move forward with confidence. What relationship between Tsunagakure and Konoha is not important at all. If the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure can only be maintained by the relationship between 3 or 2 people, it is better to just break up. So, visiting is just visiting. You can say anything, love whatever you want, and there is no need to have any psychological burden. So, he squeaked open the door of the ward. Then closed it silently. Gee, don't you lock the door when you change clothes? Is the atmosphere in Tsunagakure so open? Damn, with such a bad personality, he is unexpectedly pure white. Ahem, knock, knock. Naruto stood outside the ward and knocked on the door as if nothing had happened. He knew that someone was changing clothes inside. He just pretended not to know and deceived himself. First of all, he is really not a pervert. Secondly, he doesn't like white clothes. A few minutes later, Temari's uneasy voice sounded in the ward. That I'm fine. Oh. Naruto pushed the door open and entered with a nonchalant look on his face, as if the scene just now had never happened. On the contrary, Temari was a little restless. She was originally sitting on the bed, but she stood up immediately after Naruto came in. Her face looked a little restrained, and her eyes were slightly drooping. Who stipulated that if you catch a girl changing clothes, you must be shy and have a love comedy immediately? Naruto completely resolved the embarrassment without making a sound. Her injury seemed to be almost healed, and her blue and white striped hospital gown was neatly folded on the bed. She changed into a loose white shirt and a dignified black knee-length skirt. Generally, this kind of dress only appears in more formal occasions, such as signing ceremonies, or talks with Konoha on a certain issue. Given the status of big sister Temari, Naruto probably guessed where she was going after changing into this dress. Where are you going? Naruto asked. Go to the Hokage building. Someone from Konoha informed me that Temari's face seemed to be struggling. Don't you like it? I'll change it back. Is your injury not healed yet? Naruto asked. It's healed. Temari was indeed very nervous. She did want to meet Naruto, but she didn't expect it to be so sudden, which made her hands and feet start to sweat. Forget it today, go in a few days. Naruto said a little forcefully, I will let someone tell the people in the Hokage building to come out for talks after the injury is healed. Hearing this, Temari pursed her lips slightly. Will it be troublesome? Not really. Konoha's high-level officials have always acted like this. You have to learn to properly reject Konoha. Naruto said. She uttered an ah and didn't know what to say. Although Naruto was speaking for her, she couldn't really agree to it, but after all, it was a matter between Konoha and Tsunagakure, and he was still a Konoha man. If Naruto offended Konoha's high-level officials because of this, it would be more trouble than gain. That matter has been decided, so let's put it aside for now. Naruto said, glancing at Temari, frowning slightly as he looked down. She was wearing shoes for going out, and her eyes were a little hesitant. Perhaps she felt that it was still necessary to go to the Hokage building to keep the appointment, and she seemed to be wavering about Naruto's words. Naruto could understand this. After all, the lives and fates of the three siblings are still slightly related to Konoha. With the support of Konoha, Gaara's journey to the Wind Shadow will be smoother. Temari. Ah. Temari's back straightened as if she had received an electric shock. What's wrong? Her voice was filled with a hint of pleading, and if she spoke more slowly, she could hear a tremor. Naruto could feel that she was nervous, and her whole body was shaking. Take off your shoes. He said, and after thinking for a while, he added, this is an order. Chapter 212 Uzumaki Naruto. From becoming the clan leader. Temari's legs were slender, and a large part of the whiteness was exposed where the skirt was not covered. The world of anime is too outrageous, the girl's legs are really white. However, Naruto's attention was not on them. He looked at the feet. Temari sat on the bed and bent over to slowly take off her shoes. First, she took off her left foot, revealing her white silk socks. Do you want to take off the other one too? She looked up and asked. Yes. Naruto's answer was very concise. Since last year, Temari seemed to have been addicted to Naruto and could not resist Naruto's orders. But in fact, this was the first order Naruto had formally given her. Take off your shoes. Okay. Temari seemed a little hesitant, but she didn't show any resistance and did it anyway. She slowly took off her shoes, now both feet were wearing white socks, with the soles of her feet overlapping and placed together. She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look at Naruto, and her whole body was visibly reserved. But that kind of reservedness was different from Hinata's simple shyness. Naruto could see that Temari's reservedness was partly because it was really outrageous, it's outrageous. But Naruto has begun to face up to this relationship. No matter what, he will use it. Anyway, Temari has no real feelings for him, it's just an addiction. Tsunade's words changed his mentality. There is nothing to avoid. Strength can move people more than reason. It's better to be stronger. Where are your socks? She looked up at Naruto with a shy look. In fact, there is no need to take off the socks. He asked Temari to take off her shoes just to make her give up the idea of going to the Hokage building. Just lie in the hospital for a few days and let the Konoha high-level officials dry. The Konoha high-level officials played the role of speculators in this farce of the Sand Village. They naturally occupied a dominant position by virtue of the agreement signed between Temari and Konoha. No matter how things develop, they will make a profit. Temari is living under someone else's roof. At this critical juncture, even if she knows that the Konoha high-level officials are deliberately giving her a show of power, she can only endure it silently. She has already made plans to negotiate and make concessions. In such a situation, it is difficult to be tough. As for Naruto, if the top management did this to gain more benefits for Konoha, he didn't need to care. But these guys were targeting the Jinchuriki agreement, and they wanted to attack him in a roundabout way. This made him a little irritated. Although he was just a genin, it was because Konoha's genin was promoted too slowly. That didn't mean he couldn't interfere with the orders of the top management. The status of Konoha's prince was there. As long as he didn't want to pretend, he could make everything clear. The origin of his body didn't owe Konoha anything. Socks? Naruto just wanted to stop Temari from going to the Hokage building. Looking at the short white stockings, he was stunned for a while and said, "Yeah." Temari was a little shy, and slowly took off her socks, revealing her snow-white feet together. The instep was very white, so white that it seemed to glow. The 5 pink toes were slightly separated, and the edges were clean and transparent. Temari's face slowly turned red, because Naruto stopped talking and stared at her feet. This made her even more nervous, not knowing what he would say next. The expectation and excitement in addition to the nervousness, even her earlobes were slowly dyed red. Hiss! Naruto glanced at Temari and immediately took a breath of cold air. What was this cute feeling with a little bit of an imperfect relationship? He never thought he would see such an expression on Temari. The order became a shackle that Temari could not disobey. More importantly, she didn't hate it, because a year had passed and Naruto had been hiding from her for a year. That feeling and words always teased her heart, which had nothing to do with her own personality. That was a secret that could not be told to others, an itch deep in her heart. Everyone has their own unique hobbies that cannot be seen in the light, but it does not affect normal life. But this does not mean that Temari has lost her mind, on the contrary, she is very sober. She is just playing and experiencing another self, but if Naruto asks her to kill Gaara or betray Tsunagakure, she can immediately break free from the shackles. He hadn't thought of using Temari to do anything, but just to stabilize her. Is this okay? Temari asked a little nervously. This feeling was a little strange. The word command locked her, but also tied a faint connection between the two of them, at least the relationship was eased a little. No. Naruto stretched out his finger and pointed at Temari, you are too nervous. I don't want to see you being timid in front of me. You are what you were before, and you are what you are now. Naruto left Konoha Hospital. Temari's problem was temporarily solved, at least on the surface it returned to normal. He was very satisfied with this, and he felt much more comfortable all day. Hokage Building. The Sand Village cannot be discharged for the time being, so he can't come these days. Naruto said to a member of the route indifferently. Tell this news to Lord Danzo, so as not to delay his time. Abaramatajin was stunned for a moment. Genin was not qualified to walk in front of him alone, or even cancel Danzo's plan unilaterally in such a calm tone. The incident happened a little suddenly, just like a ragged child walked up to the king and told him in a tone of notification that he would not have food to eat today. Things were a little absurd, but Abaramatajin still asked solemnly. Why? You don't need to know why, just tell Danzo directly. Naruto was casually dressed and lazy, pointing at himself and said. Tell him, I said so. Abaramatajin did not regard Naruto as an ordinary genin. He knew some news about him, and there were 3 ninjas behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and agreed. Naruto walked to the window silently, waiting for Danzo's anger, looking into the distance. Danzo's base camp was not in the Hokage building, but because Danzo happened to need to talk about something, he came to the Hokage building. Occasionally, ninjas would walk by in the corridor, holding documents and walking hurriedly. Abaramatajin walked out, followed by someone behind him, not Danzo but Yamanaka Feng. A few years ago, when the root organization was rebuilt, all the families with secret techniques contributed their manpower. Including the Uchiha clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Abarame clan. Since Shino was young, Tajin took the initiative to replace him and join the root organization. Due to his outstanding ability, he became the left hand of Danzo, and the other one is Yamanaka Fu, who was selected to join the root organization at the same time. With long orange hair and a neutral face, his hairstyle can be called the leader of the F4 in the Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka clan. Naruto stared at Yamanaka Fu, secretly thinking that soul-based ninjutsu should be useless to him. His soul is probably much stronger than others, although he doesn't know how much stronger, but... Last time, Ino seemed to want to use the heart-turning technique on him, but he was gently pushed away. As Yamanaka Fu's footsteps approached, Naruto's heart suddenly became active. He really wanted Yamanaka Fu to use the heart-turning technique on him, and try to see if he could blow up his consciousness with one punch. As for the poisonous insect, Naruto looked at Abarame Furoot from the corner of his eye, and the 9 tails chakra should be able to resist it. It would be great if he learned the fairy technique, but it's a pity that the system doesn't open the option. When the 3 siblings of Sand Village were rescued some time ago, the system dinged for a while, and the panel option didn't pop up for a long time. Damn, what a shit system. If I lie down, it will lie down too, right? Just when Naruto was backstabbing the system in his heart, Shan Zhongfeng walked up to Naruto and said expressionlessly. Danzo-sama knows, please go back. Hearing this, Naruto was a little surprised that the old thief Danzo was not angry. His eyes drooped for a moment, and he gave up for the time being and nodded. Okay. As he said that, he turned around and slowly left. This is just a test. If you want to die, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush at this moment. In any case, Naruto will not give up squeezing out the top management. He firmly believes in one truth: if you don't allow the window to open, then it will break the roof. Since the top management has never given up the idea of developing Jinchuriki, then squeeze the top management out and become the top management himself. Not being a Hokage does not mean that you can't be a top management. If you can't influence the opinions of the top management, then become a top management. On the contrary, with Naruto's current resources, it is much easier to become a top management than to become a Hokage. And this thing does not require any academic qualifications or thresholds. It is probably similar to the process of the counselors: there is no age limit, as long as there is support. He does not need to really serve as a senior executive, just a name will do, to block the senior executive's thoughts on Jinchuriki. After all, he has no time to deal with those messy things, and it is impossible for him to really become a senior executive. Theoretically, it is not possible, but in practice, whether it is possible or not is just a matter of a word from the Hokage's direct descendants. Hokage's office. You want to serve as a senior executive? Tsunade turned around and stared at Naruto with a suspicious look. Is this the solution you came up with? No. Naruto was a little embarrassed. Didn't you hint to me, Tsunade-sama? Looking at Tsunade's suspicious look, he realized that his ideas seemed to be out of line with Tsunade. However, he did not understand where the problem was for the time being. It's not impossible. The senior executives didn't say there was an age limit. Tsunade knocked on the table, frowning. After all, Gaara is about the same age as you, and he is even about to become the 5th generation Kazekage. That's good. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. But you said this is the method I hinted at you to think of. Tsunade looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. Isn't it? He asked cautiously. I mean for you to reject it in person, humiliate those old guys, and beat their damn proposal back into your stomach. Tsunade said, leaning back in the office chair. You are on the wrong track. She pointed at Naruto and said with some regret. Hearing this, Naruto's face was full of black lines. Is she asking him to help her vent her anger? Damn, cunning old woman. Anyway, it's not impossible for you to be a high-level official. Tsunade said, after all, you are still steady and mature in doing things, smarter than Gaara and Tsunagakure. But first, you need an identity worthy of a high-level official. He understood this, just like Danzo was the disciple of the 2nd generation Hokage and the comrade-in-arms of the 3rd generation. Koji's father was the comrade-in-arms of the 4th generation and the patriarch of the Akimichi clan. If Naruto wants to become a high-ranking official, other things are not a problem. At least he needs to have a decent identity. Jiraiya's disciples are not bad, but there is nothing special about the high-ranking officials who are not from the Hokage team. As for the clan leader, he is alone now. Unless he marries into the family, otherwise. The office suddenly became quiet. Naruto thought for a moment and looked up. How about becoming the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan? Chapter 213. Do you want to see the stars after insomnia? Puff. Tsunade was holding up the teacup and sprayed the wine in the teacup in one mouthful. What did you say? Naruto looked at the transparent wine stains on Tsunade's lips and repeated it solemnly. Become the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. You are the only one in the whole family, right? Tsunade took a piece of paper and wiped her mouth, her expression stern. Are you kidding? In response, Naruto was very calm and explained. I have looked up the history of Konoha's major events. The Uzumaki clan has a deep connection with Konoha. After many verifications, I have confirmed that I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. As for the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki, who was? Ahem. Tsunade interrupted Naruto, stood up and said nervously, since you want to be the clan leader, then be the clan leader. It's just a figurehead anyway. I'll let Shizune help you later. Submitting the formalities is not a big deal. Although your idea is bold, it may not succeed. Let's go through the procedures first. Ah! We still have to follow the procedures. Naruto cried. What are you talking about? You don't want to threaten them, so this is the only way. Tsunade pressed the teacup on the table and frowned slightly. When Jiraiya comes back, this matter may turn around. Tsunade spoke vaguely and seemed a little nervous when she mentioned the previous Jinchuriki. Naruto took everything in, but didn't ask any more questions. Okay then. He did not continue to pester Tsunade, as the difficult things were increasing. Becoming the head of the Uzumaki clan was just a concept, so he would say hello to Tsunade first. Naruto did not care whether this thing could succeed or not. Even if it could not succeed, it could discuss the top management. He could come up with a lot of methods like this. Even if it was a waste of the top management's time, as long as one failed, he would make up his mind to try them one by one and discuss the top management. Leave the Hokage building. Naruto saw that it was still early, and asked around but no one knew. After finding Sakura, he simply went home and lay down. Kyuubi has been going out more often recently, like a cat that often steals fish. If he didn't know that it had no fetus, Naruto would even think that the Kyuubi was being too hasty. It wasn't until night fell that Naruto woke up, his stomach growling with hunger. He was not a particularly self-disciplined person. No one cared about him on weekdays, and his living habits were not much better. He walked around the open-air balcony and found that the Kyuubi hadn't come back yet. Damn, could this Kyuubi really have run away with a female dog? Naruto murmured. The balcony was silent, the distance was pitch black, and the sultry midsummer night breeze blew slowly. Naruto stood there for a while, and thought of the unfinished mission in the snow country, and couldn't help becoming melancholy. The invisible flying thunder god was like a thorn in his heart, and he could never forget it. If there hadn't been that accident, I'm afraid he would have gotten the invisible flying thunder god now. But something happened in the middle, and Feng Huaxiaoxiu also left. The mission target left, and the mission line stagnated. After a while of days, he suddenly came to his senses. Jiraiya was about to return to the village, and after he came back, he would probably start preparing to uproot the Akatsuki organization. According to Tsunade's meaning, he wanted him to learn fairy arts first. But fairy arts Naruto subconsciously rejected the old toad of Myaboku Mountain. That inexplicable ability to predict, seeing the fate the aura of the son of the king. If we really meet, I don't know if I can see the soul of the other world in my body. I don't know about other things, but Ashura's chakra is probably gone. After all, although the system is a bit broken, the authority seems to be higher than that of this world, like a key to another world, which pierces Ashura's life. We still have to wait and see for a while after Jiraiya comes back. If there is no other way, we can only bite the bullet and go to Myaboku Mountain to meet the old toad. Looking at the gradually deepening night, Naruto lowered his eyes for a while, turned around, locked the door and went out. The Hokage building is brightly lit. In the file room, the rustling sound of the pen tip echoed quietly in the office. Dong, 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 there was an abrupt knock on the door. Sakura raised her head from the pile of documents, her eyes showed a trace of fatigue, but it soon disappeared. Come in. The door opened. The voice penetrated before the person came in. I couldn't find you during the day. Did you work overtime here? Naruto leaned lazily against the door, looking at Sakura with amusement. Won't you be bored working overtime all day? You don't have any time for yourself. Boring. Haiying raised her eyes slightly, put down the pen in her hand, and asked seriously, if you don't work overtime, what should normal people do at this time? Who knows, normal people are probably working night shifts. Naruto walked towards her while talking, moths hovering on the ceiling light. If it were me, I would probably be lying down and sleeping. He noticed that Sakura said the word normal, and his eyelids twitched slightly, but he still pretended to be calm. Lie down and sleep. Sakura repeated and murmured, but I can't sleep, I've slept long enough, and I can't sleep when I want to close my eyes. The desk is located on one side of the wall, and the ceiling light is not arranged reasonably. It is not hung in the middle of the office, but leaning against the wall on the left. In this way, the desk can only shrink in a corner. Is there nothing special you want to do? Naruto stood in front of her, blocking the light, looking down at her and asked. Yes, kill her. Sakura raised her eyes and looked up at Naruto, will you feel bad? Naruto understood that the so-called she should refer to Pink Sakura. Does the second personality want to kill the main personality? But this kind of thing is not impossible. He didn't want to hide anymore, and wanted to find out what happened. No. He said calmly. Really? Sakura narrowed her eyes, then should I really do it? You will never see the familiar her again in the future. It doesn't matter. Naruto's heart beat suddenly, and he was nervous. It's not because of indecision, but because this kind of thing is not make a choice. But after all, she is a familiar person, so it is impossible not to have a little psychological fluctuation. I'm lying to you. She suddenly smiled. I can't touch her, and she doesn't know my existence. For her, it may be just asleep. Is it ironic? I haven't slept for a whole year, and my consciousness is extremely clear. Naruto didn't show any surprise in his eyes, but just looked at her lightly. Half of Sakura's body was exposed to the light when he turned sideways. Insomnia? That's quite serious. Naruto stretched out his hand to the table and pressed on the document. I want to know one thing. Her. Sakura smiled as usual. No. Naruto shook his head. I sleep well, and I lie down to sleep most of the day, so I'm sorry I can't empathize with you. His hand pressed on the document on the desktop slowly crawled forward inch by inch, like a slowly growing green tree, and his palm with distinct knuckles gradually approached the other end. But I want to know what people think when they can't sleep. Do they get up and go downstairs to eat, or do they want to go out for a walk? Do they go to see the stars in the summer? Do they go out to see the snow on winter nights? I don't know, I never do that. Sakura was a little surprised, her palms curled up. She originally thought that Naruto would ask some old-fashioned questions, such as what's wrong with you? Why do you think like this? Everyone is equally important to me. But she didn't expect him to ask that anyway, so she began to recall and think carefully. My parents are asleep, sometimes I stand in the kitchen for a while, sometimes I look through old photo albums. Most of the time, I close my eyes like a normal person. Occasionally do something a little different. Naruto turned his palm up to invite him, his eyes indifferent, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Let's go out for a walk together and look at the stars. Chapter 214, Go to the roof when you can't sleep. Well, okay. Sakura's first reaction was to agree. After a few seconds, she looked up at him again. Why? Why? He asked back. Are you feeling sorry for me? Sakura said seriously, do I look very pitiful now? I just made up a story. How does it feel to be deceived? It doesn't matter if you lie to me. I don't care. Naruto grabbed Sakura's hand and pulled her up, but you can't lie to yourself. It doesn't matter if you are being mysterious, making up a story, or just looking for fun with me. There is only one thing. Tell me now, do you want to go out with me? Sakura was silent and stared at him for several times. She lowered her head and glanced at the documents that had not been processed yet, and stared at them for a long time, as if she was hesitating. Naruto found that Sakura's reaction seemed to be slower than before, and she had to think for a while before answering. Okay. She said. Sakura got up slowly, drank a sip of water, and turned off the lights in the office before leaving. As the door creaked shut, she turned around and said hesitantly. Sometimes I stay in the Hokage building all night, or just sleep here. Naruto didn't know about this, so he didn't comment, but just hummed softly. In the corridor, the crackling footsteps of the two people sounded. When you can't sleep, do you usually work overtime? Naruto asked. How is that possible? I'm not stupid. Sakura walked beside him with her hands behind her back. How can the work be finished? If I finish it today, there will be more tomorrow. She waved her hand and gestured an exaggerated circle. Endless, it can't be finished at all. Outside the Hokage building, the summer starry sky was bright and the night wind was bleak. The two paused at the intersection, and then Naruto pointed in a direction. At this time, making a choice first to guide Sakura in a direction would be more conducive to the advancement of the conversation. He wanted to find out what happened to Sakura and then solve it. He couldn't delay it any longer. I know a place where there are few people and you can see the stars on the roof. Where? Sakura was a little confused, but she still asked more, her eyes passing through the dim lights. Looking into the distance, looking at the thicker night. A very remote place, located in a not-so-conspicuous position in the village. It looks like an illegal building, but it doesn't matter, the whole Konoha is densely packed with villages that seem to be built on illegal buildings. Under the night sky, the two climbed up the building on the tree. Continue up along the crooked stairs, walk across a suspended bridge built of several wooden boards, and enter a roof that looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. With a snap, Sakura landed steadily, and the evening breeze blew the pink hair on her forehead. Looking up, this is half of the remaining roof, and the other half has collapsed. With the faint light, you can see the roof fracture with weeds growing on it. The view around is wide, as if you have a wide-angle lens, and there are no other houses blocking the view. It is unusually quiet and pitch black. Faint lights can be seen in the distance, and the whole Konoha seems to have fallen into hibernation. Above is the vast starry sky, and the bright and clear starlight covers the entire village. This is it. Naruto walked to the other side of the roof by himself. This is my first time here, and I found it by chance when I was wandering around before. I've always wanted to come up and take a look, but I didn't find a chance. He didn't ask about Sakura's situation, nor did he care about what happened just now in the Hokage. Everything that happened in the office. It was as if she had forgotten everything, or didn't care. So it's nice here, right? Yes. Sakura couldn't say such flirty words anymore. She looked serious, standing on the abandoned roof, looking up at the starry sky like a bull. Don't you have anything to ask? Sakura turned to look at Naruto. No. Naruto sat down, took out a drink from the sealed wind room, opened the can and handed it to Sakura. Here. Sakura walked over to take the drink, looked up and asked again, do you really not want to know anything? I want to know, but I don't care about other things. I just want to know if you are in any trouble. Naruto opened a can of drink for himself and said while pulling the iron ring. You are my only companion, right? If you trust me enough, I hope you can tell me yourself, instead of me asking. How can I tell you about that? Sakura looked up at the starry sky again. No normal person would believe it. My second personality came out and I couldn't sleep for a whole year. You are probably the only one who believes it, and I can only tell you. Because I don't care, I don't bother to question it. Naruto said half-truthfully, and glanced at Sakura again. Actually, it doesn't make any difference to me. You are also very good. If possible, it's not bad to keep going like this. Just good. Sakura's expression suddenly became relaxed, her body leaned forward slightly, and her tone began to drag. Naruto's scalp numbed when he heard it. Here it comes again, so familiar. It's so quiet here. Usually, couples are in the wild like this, right? Sakura asked with a smile. No, it could be someone like us. Naruto pointed at himself and Sakura with a serious face, emphasizing, don't say anything weird, especially something that can easily be misunderstood at this time. But I wore it today. Sakura hadn't finished her words when Naruto covered her mouth, sweat dripping down her forehead. It doesn't matter what you wear, you don't have to share that kind of thing with me. He said. Sakura stubbornly lifted up a corner of her clothes, but was interrupted by the sharp-eyed Naruto, who warned her solemnly. Don't do something weird. Hehe, are you nervous? Sakura moved his hand away and said with a smile, you didn't care at all before, no matter what I did, you were indifferent. So. Sakura suddenly leaned over, do more things with me. Things you've never done before. Her chest was almost touching Naruto's body, her white arms were hanging down and behind her back. She had a relaxed and happy smile on her face, and her eyes were curved into crescents. Anyway, you like me a little now, right? These are two different things. Naruto stared at her with a complicated expression. We are still young now, learn well perform the task well. He wanted to solve Sakura's problem, not to take care of all the problems, but to take the initiative to solve the troubles Sakura encountered at the moment. The general process is similar to modifying a small bug. There is no need to find the root cause if the program can run. After all, even if Naruto wants to take on a lot, he is willing but unable to deal with the problem of dual personality. In short, he only wants superficial stability, even if he is considered a scumbag. If he is too saintly, it is simply self-torture. Faced with Naruto's strong perfunctory intention, Sakura is not angry. Why do you keep rejecting me? I didn't reject you. I never know how to reject you. He retorted, saying a hypocritical famous saying, I just said it, this is for your own good. So-called relationships are gradual, deepening affection little by little. There is still a long time, why not? Are you perfunctorily treating me? Sakura suddenly interrupted him, with a resentful feeling in her eyes. No. He denied subconsciously. How could it be that you didn't? Every time you perfunctorily treated me, you would subconsciously look away. Sakura's voice was low, I just wanted to get close to you and blend in. Don't say such scary words. Damn it. Naruto took a half step back. Looking at Sakura, who was a little selfless, a certain yellow-haired man had cold sweat on his back. Damn, he wouldn't really become a Yandere, that would be too scary. The peaceful black and white portrait of Makoto flashed in his mind, and he shook his head violently. The noble stranger was going to be suppressed by the Yandere bloodline with split personality. But I want to leave a trace of our relationship. Sakura continued, staring at Naruto, today, here, under the starry sky. Naruto blinked, his mind wandering on the edge of 404. He considered how to refuse. I don't want to either. Sakura suddenly lowered her head, I also want to take it slow, as long as I'm with Naruto-kun, even if it's a lifelong companion. No matter what your identity is, as long as I can be with Naruto-kun, I don't mind. Even if it's nameless, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter if we can't hold hands openly, I like it. But... Sakura's voice suddenly had a hint of nasal sound, I really can't sleep, the time has become much longer, no matter how I close my eyes, it's 24 hours. Every minute and every second is awake, at 1 o'clock in the morning, all the sounds will be quiet. At 2 o'clock, the drunk downstairs from my house will always beta electric pole was vomiting and it was unrecognizable. At 4 o'clock, the old man next door got up and went downstairs, and at 5 o'clock. Sakura's voice became more and more excited, and finally she held Naruto's wrist. I haven't slept for a whole year. I'm not a normal person at all. I've tried very hard to sleep, but it's useless. I don't want to be like this either. But I'm just a substitute and have never really lived. After seeing this world, I still have to go back. You can perfunctorily treat me, no matter what, I just want to ask you one question, do you want to date me? Silence fell all around, and Naruto didn't say anything. Sakura was a little excited now, and no matter what he said, it was inappropriate. So the two of them wasted more than 10 minutes like this, standing on the half-collapsed roof. Forget it, I'm much better now. After a long time, Sakura sniffed, let go of Naruto, took a deep breath and said. Let's go somewhere else, I can't sleep. Okay. He looked at the other side of the night, which was a more remote field area on Konoha Street, anyway, let's go down from here first. Chapter 215 The End of June. He could agree to her, even if it was just out of pity. But Naruto didn't want to do that. He had nothing in his heart and had always lived with a gaming mentality. Even after staying in Konoha for a year, he didn't have any sense of belonging. It's okay to get along with a little girl on a daily basis, but forget about redemption. He didn't believe what he said, and if he said something insincere, it would be seen through even if he said it out loud. The two of them walked through a rice field, groping in the dark between the ridges. Occasionally they would stop and be blocked by a large number of mosquitoes, so they would return the same way again. Are there any shops open so late? Not sure. Naruto squatted on an inconspicuous alley wall on Konoha Street, I'll go over and take a look, do you want to go together? Okay. Someone came over from a distance, and the two of them turned over and hid on the other side of the low wall. In the dark, the two looked at each other. Naruto's eyes were calm, and he was calm from beginning to end tonight, and he didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. Sakura's eyes were bright, and her face gradually turned red. It was pitch black all around, with only the faint starlight shining. The sound of insects continued, and the hot night wind made Sakura sweat slightly, and her eyes flickered. Do you want to? Naruto tilted his head and gently pushed her, what weird things are you talking about, let's go and take a look. Tisk. Sakura turned her head away unconvinced, Naruto is a fool. Why are you so arrogant all of a sudden? He had already stood up, glanced at her lazily, and turned over the wall. The grass was fluffy, and the air was filled with a faint fishy smell baked by the scorching sun during the day. Sakura also turned over, and the two of them stepped on the grass one after the other, making a rustling sound. The furry feeling seemed to make Sakura unable to stop. She stepped back and forth several times, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Naruto didn't urge her, just stood there and watched. Watching Sakura entertaining herself non-stop, until she was sweating and stopped, letting go of the grass. When Sakura caught up, Naruto walked forward and turned his head slightly to ask. Is it so fun? I don't know, I haven't played it before, it's okay. Sakura's answer was realistic and honest. The convenience store not far away was still open. It was late at night, and Naruto looked over there for a while. Looking at the lights, he suddenly felt a little sleepy. He didn't want Sakura to see him yawning. Wait for me here, I'll go buy something. Okay. Sakura stood there, looking at him. Naruto turned and walked away. When he was about to reach the door of the convenience store, he yawned with Sakura on his back. When he half entered the shadow of the convenience store, he turned around and looked back at Sakura. She stood there, like a slender weed. So he went in without worry, stood in front of the freezer and began to yawn unscrupulously, and the boss also took a nap on the table. He barely opened his eyes when he heard the wind chimes at the door move, looked at the customer and closed his eyes again. Under the bright light, 2 ice creams were thrown on the counter. How much? Naruto asked. 20 taels. The boss glanced at him and yawned heavily. With a rustle, Naruto walked out of the store carrying 2 ice creams, and the whole person felt immersed in the heat again. Squinting his eyes, he scanned around and made sure that Sakura was still standing there. Here. Naruto handed the ice cream over. The two found a bench and sat there. Naruto leaned against it and licked the ice cream, and Sakura followed suit and sat there eating the ice cream. With their legs crossed, the two were very close. Naruto could clearly feel Sakura's body temperature. He didn't say anything, looking at the thick night and thinking about the mission in the snow country. What are you thinking about? She suddenly asked. Kazama Koihoki ran away, and the mission in the snow country can't be completed. Naruto sighed and leaned back on the bench. Sure enough, you still care about her, but now you can't find her. Sakura looked up at the dim street lights blocked by leaves and squinted her eyes slightly. The trees were lush and green. Do you want to bring her back? Sakura asked. It may not be so easy to ask her to restart the mission in the snow country. Princess Fengyun seems to be very reluctant to go to the snow country. Maybe. Naruto said ambiguously, in fact, we don't need her. He remembered that Fenghua Xiaoxiu's key was still on him and threw it into the sealed space. There was really no other way, so he secretly ran to the snow country alone to complete the mission. Although it was not legitimate, there was no other way if he was forced to do so. The invisible version of Flying Thunder God could not be given up. This was his future trump card, an opportunity to completely surpass the speed of the 4th Hokage. With this, he became the fastest man in the ninja world in one fell swoop. I can help you persuade her, maybe the mission can be restarted. Sakura's voice dropped a little, and she turned to look at him. Do you want me to go on the mission with you? Yes, if the mission is restarted, how can I handle it alone? Naruto didn't notice anything, and said to himself while holding the ice cream. But you still have to stay away from that woman Hongdu, and never be with her again. What a fake jonin. Okay. What's wrong with you? Naruto turned his head. Why is it so quiet? He stopped talking, and the whole person was stunned. Sakura's face was full of fatigue, her eyelids seemed to be fighting, and the whole person looked particularly weak. I'm a little sleepy. She yawned, and then smiled. Take me back. Naruto was stunned for a moment and nodded. Half an hour later. I'll go up first, see you tomorrow. Sakura stood at the door of her house, watching the dawn gradually appear, and waved to Naruto. Okay. Naruto was a little worried, so he said it directly, are you feeling well? No, I'm just a little sleepy. Sakura said with a smile in her eyes. Naruto didn't know what she was happy about, because he accompanied her all night crazy or finally felt what it felt like to sleep. Even so, Naruto didn't let her go so easily. Really okay? Haven't you been sleeping all this time? Today suddenly. I told you I was lying. How can I not sleep? Sakura showed an expression she had never had before, looking at him with amusement. Then why are you crying? Sakura was startled and subconsciously touched her face, her fingertips wet. The next day, Naruto woke up from the bed and took out the key that Fenghua Xiaoxiu gave him, wondering whether to do the task secretly. But leaving the village was another problem, and Jiraiya would be back soon. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a safer way, so he could only put away the necklace-like key. Hokage building. Did Sakura ask for leave? Naruto looked at Tsunade meaningfully. Her mother came here to explain that she seemed to be overworked and couldn't be woken up no matter what. Tsunade said while flipping through the documents. It should be just due to excessive fatigue and long sleep. A day of rest will probably be fine. Why do you care about her? Tsunade asked curiously, you seem to have a good relationship recently. It's rare, Uzumaki Naruto. With your lazy personality, you actually care about your teammates. What's so strange about this? I just asked casually. Naruto rolled his eyes at her. Anyway, I'm glad she's fine. He was actually worried and had planned to go to her house in the afternoon to see what was going on. She didn't look like someone who was fine yesterday. Hey, Naruto, you look pretty energetic. A full-bodied voice sounded from outside the door. Jiraiya, with his hedgehog-like white hair, stood at the door and laughed heartily. Lecherous sage. Naruto was a little surprised. With a snap, the popsicle was broken into two halves, and ice chips flew. Here. Naruto shamelessly handed over the smaller half. Jiraiya's face twitched and he said speechlessly. You little brat, are you really that poor? Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Not poor. Naruto sucked on the popsicle and said, be frugal and save money for starting a family in the future. Damn it. Jiraiya took the popsicle and complained while chewing it, how much money can you spend on starting a family? You are so stingy. Naruto didn't respond and changed the subject. Tsunade said that you, the lecherous sage, went to investigate the Akatsuki organization. What was the result? The result? Jiraiya was not used to being asked for information, and said awkwardly, it's roughly in the territory of the Rain Country. Tsunade told you everything. Is there anything you can't say? Naruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Lecherous sage, you are not looking down on me, are you? Not looking down on me, hehe. Jiraiya felt guilty when his thoughts were seen through, and turned around to find an excuse to fool around. Anyway, the Rain Country has always been secretive, and it's too dangerous for a little ninja like you. I'll sneak in and investigate first, and then I'll talk about it after I have detailed information. Information? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. What he lacked the least now was information. But he couldn't say it clearly at the moment, so he could only find a way to go in with Jiraiya. As long as the Akatsuki organization didn't fight in a group, it would be safest to separate them and kill them one by one. I'm not some little brat. If Uchiha Itachi comes again, I will definitely kill him. Naruto grinned, if you give me some more time, even if the Akatsuki organization comes together. With a bang, Jiraiya slapped Naruto on the back of his head and said, what big talk, little brat? It's not your turn to worry about dealing with the Akatsuki organization. He was speechless about Jiraiya's overbearing behavior and directly expressed his attitude with his actions. Naruto looked disdainful and spit directly on the side of the road. Hey Tui! Looking at his disdainful face, Jiraiya was immediately furious and gritted his teeth. You little brat! Damn it! Anyway, I will go no matter what, you can do it, you lecherous sage. Naruto scratched his face, I am a perfect Jinchuriki. I can't sleep well if I don't kill them. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who looked like a rogue, and was speechless. How could this man? Chapter 216 To rebuild the order, I still have to rely on a stranger like me. Okay, let's talk about it later. When Jiraiya thought that the yellow-haired man was his disciple, he pinched his nose and compromised, put away your look first. Hearing this, the scornful Naruto returned to normal. It's more dangerous to sneak into a place like the Land of Rain alone, right? You little brat, Jiraiya laughed, I am the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain, not a small character. I have been to countless dangerous places in my life, and I have escaped unscathed every time. I'm not bragging, no matter how dangerous the place in this world is. Hey! Don't go! You little brat! Uzumaki Naruto! What did the ninja school teach you? Do you understand respecting teachers? Tisk! Naruto has walked away, not listening to Jiraiya at all. As the son of prophecy, he is now thinking about how to kill Akatsuki. He used to think it didn't matter, there was still a long time, and he could take his time. But now he needs a little strength, even if he is now strong enough in Konoha. But this is far from enough, facing the Akatsuki organization's human wave tactics, it is far from enough. Now he will face a stronger opponent and need stronger strength. After he was free in the afternoon, Naruto went to Sakura's house to ask, and went back after learning that Sakura hadn't woken up yet. He thought about it for a while on the way, and then stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Sakura can only wait and see. For the next period of time. He still has nothing to do, just doing some simple practice every day. Team 7 is broken, and he is the only one left. In addition, Tsunade can let him rest for a while, delaying the reorganization of Team 7, leaving him enough time to fully The rest of the genin class was busy preparing for the upcoming Chunin exam. After a year of training, the genin who graduated last year gradually matured. Being promoted to Chunin means a higher status and more mission rewards. More importantly, this is a necessary incentive. After working as a genin for a whole year, who doesn't want to move up? Not everyone is half-hearted like Naruto. Strength is indeed important for a ninja, but the title that matches it is equally important. At least leave a beautiful mark on the resume of a ninja career. For example, Shikamaru, thanks to his calm command ability, won the title of Konoha's only Chunin in the joint Chunin exam last year, and the gold content is different from that of ordinary Chunin who passed the Chunin exam. In short, except for the top leaders, most people's eyes are fixed on the Konoha Chunin exam that is about to be held. You want to take the Chunin exam? Jiraiya sat on the rooftop in a frivolous manner, put down the telescope in his hand, and looked at Naruto in surprise. The rooftop of the building opposite the bathhouse. Just by the way. Naruto said against the wall, anyway, there is nothing to do recently, it's not a big deal to be idle all the time. If Tsunade hears you, her head will be twisted off. Jiraiya shook his head and said, she has been busy with your little thing recently. That can't be helped, I'm also very tired, a lustful fairy, it's not an easy thing to do nothing all day long. Naruto gestured and said. You have to find fun everywhere, and occasionally train. But it's really boring without a mission, why don't you go to the land of rain now? Don't even think about it, Tsunade will go crazy. Jiraiya coughed, recently, all your shitty things, you have to be the head of the Uzumaki clan. Oh? You kid, just marry 300 wives. Why are you silent? Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto, only to find that guy was rubbing his chin, as if seriously considering his suggestion. His face fell, his head was full of black lines, and his eyes were grey. You are not serious, are you? I didn't say anything. Naruto was a little helpless. He was clearly distracted just now and didn't listen to Jiraiya at all. Well, but you have indeed grown up, and you can start a family in a few years. Jiraiya turned his head and stared at him, sitting astride the railing, a shadow reflected on the rooftop, and asked like a head of the family. Speaking of which, did you bring the girl from the Yamanaka family to see me last winter? Now, how is she? No big change. Naruto hid in the shadows. In the room, looking at the dense sunlight under the eaves, he yawned, everyone is busy, I haven't seen them much recently. What a big idler, they are all still genin, naturally they can't compare with you. Jiraiya put away the telescope directly, and today's collection of materials ended here. But I still suggest you don't take part in the Chunin exam, in a few days, Tsunade will send news. You are waiting, and I am waiting too. The idle high-level people in Konoha have given in, you just need to register and you won't be restricted by the identity of Jinchuriki. Because of the 9 tails. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya. The atmosphere between the two was a relaxed chat, a lecherous uncle chatting with an ordinary yellow-haired genin while collecting materials. The summer is long and the sun is scorching. Jiraiya has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, just thinking that Naruto is a little bit upset. After all, anyone who knows that there is a monster sealed in his body and that he is feared and even hated by the villagers everywhere is an unbearable burden in life for an adult. Not to mention that these things are placed on an orphan. From childhood to adulthood, he cannot get rid of being feared, manipulated, and even regarded as a weapon as a matter of course. But the fate of the Jinchuriki is mostly like this. Those who are chosen as Jinchuriki are unfortunate. Jiraiya has no better way, so he can only try his best to teach him ninjutsu and support him. Maybe all this came too late, but he also understands that some things are not up to him. At least, it's not bad now. It is not easy for a ninja to gain real fame, and power is even more untouchable. Although Jiraiya is not very supportive of letting Naruto enter the upper echelons, Tsunade persuaded him. As long as Naruto is listed in the upper echelons, the future may not be so difficult. Even if he dies in battle one day, at least Naruto's situation will not be too difficult. Well, the 9-tailed fox is indeed troublesome. Jiraiya was still choosing words, thinking about how to enlighten Naruto, that kind of thing cannot be changed. The relationship between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki is very troublesome. If the tailed beast is forcibly stripped away, the Jinchuriki may die at any time. Naruto understood what Jiraiya meant. He wanted him to calm down. Try to think about things in a positive way. At least as the person involved, he should be mentally strong. But the truth is this, it is hard to say it in reality. Jiraiya paused for a long time, hesitated for a long time and said. The nine-tailed fox is not completely uncontrollable. If you can try to gradually release the power to control the nine-tailed fox, it will also be a great help to you. No need. Naruto said. Jiraiya was a little surprised by Naruto's answer. He thought Naruto was tired. Maybe there was something wrong with his mentality, but this was understandable. Adolescents are sensitive, and there are tailed beasts sealed in their bodies. It's not a must. If you don't want to, then you can. Jiraiya changed his words. He was more inclined to let Naruto master the power of the tailed beasts, but in the current situation, since Naruto's mentality is unstable, it doesn't matter if this matter is postponed. That's not what I meant. Naruto coughed and interrupted his chattering. He said to Jiraiya with a serious face, lecherous sage, I don't have the nine tails in my body anymore. Jiraiya's words stopped abruptly. He jumped up from the railing, walked quickly to Naruto and lifted the clothes on his belly. The four-symbol seal is gone. Jiraiya was sweating coldly and looked up at Naruto, are you okay? Do you think I look like someone with problems? Naruto pulled off his clothes unhappily, it's just the nine tails. Not all Jinchuriki are weaker than the tailed beasts. Jiraiya was stunned for a long time, looked at Naruto's expression again, and was completely speechless. He had too many questions to ask, but he didn't know where to start. When did it happen? It's been a while. Naruto touched his nose, I don't know how to tell others, anyway, I'm not the nine tails Jinchuriki now. Where's the nine tails? Naruto wanted to say that it's in my living room, but he felt that this answer was too scary, so he changed his words. I don't know, maybe it ran away. Hearing this, Jiraiya began to doubt his life. He even felt that the scene in front of him was a little unreal. The nine tails ran away? His cognition, everything was broken. How did you do it? Who stripped the nine tails out? I don't know, the seal disappeared when I woke up. Naruto lied casually, the fox in my stomach is gone, but fortunately I seem to be able to use part of the nine tails chakra. Are you really okay? I'll have to ask Tsunade to check you later. Jiraiya looked around Naruto from left to right, and even confirmed it several times before he believed that the nine tails was really gone. Part of the chakra? How much? Have you tried it? Jiraiya asked. About 1.5 nine tails, how can you say that? A part of it has exceeded 100%. This is not a part, it is clearly an overflow. I haven't tried it much, but it's quite a lot. Naruto explained, anyway, this should be a good thing, but I haven't told anyone about it yet. Tsunade? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. No, I haven't told Tsunade-sama yet. Naruto denied it flatly, if the top management wants to develop the nine tails Jinchuriki, I'm afraid the idea will fail. But did you propose the idea of entering the upper echelons? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, and at this moment he realized that Naruto had really grown up. Naruto, you are a little bad. Ahem, lecherous sage, I don't understand what you are saying. Naruto said, I only told you, don't leak the secret in advance. Jiraiya looked at Naruto dimly, and felt that this kid was more like a little monster. He naturally had channels to learn about what happened in the village during this period, and he also knew that the upper echelons had ideas about developing Jinchuriki. Tsunade's meaning was also his, and he would never agree with the upper echelons to do so. In their eyes, Naruto was just a Jinchuriki, but Naruto was his disciple, Jiraiya. As long as he and Tsunade disagreed, it would be useless for the upper echelons to argue. But he was not sure whether Danzo and the two consultants would have other tricks, such as using the village's public opinion to exert pressure, etc. It was precisely because of the concern about these variables that Jiraiya gave up the idea of entering the Rain country to spy on intelligence after communicating with Tsunade, and rushed back in advance. In order to implement Naruto's seemingly absurd idea, he entered the upper echelons as the head of the Uzumaki clan. Since Gaara of the Wind country can lock the position of the Wind Shadow in advance, it is not surprising that Naruto enters the upper echelons. Even if Konoha has not set a precedent for such a young age to enter the upper echelons, precedents are meant to be broken. The situation of Konoha and Sand Village is similar, and there is no need to laugh at each other. Both are in a state of lack of successors. Kakashi's generation experienced war, and the ninjas who survived were indeed outstanding. But there are few ninjas better than Kakashi, and that group of senior ninjas will almost rely on Kakashi of the same period. Looking at the middle ninjas, there is nothing, there are so many talented and good seedlings. The future of Konoha now depends almost entirely on the children trained by the third generation. If you encounter truly excellent seedlings, why not set a precedent? Jiraiya is almost 70 to 80% sure that the top management will give in. Because the development of Jinchuriki has been blocked by Tsunade and him, if the top management still wants to gain benefits from Jinchuriki in the future, they can only agree. This is also the compromise that he and Tsunade hope to see. Naruto contributes to Konoha in the name of the top management, but has autonomy and is no longer a weapon of the village. Soon, the Uzumaki clan leader, the disciple of the three ninjas, and the youngest Konoha top management Uzumaki Naruto. But now everything changed. The uninformed high-level officials will still agree, but Naruto is no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha lost the tailed beast and gained a young high-level official. The idea of the Konoha high-level officials to continue to seek benefits from the Jinchuriki is doomed to fail, and even a position of Konoha high-level officials will be lost. Jiraiya can imagine how green their faces will be when they know the truth. It's a bit bad, but it's good for Naruto. Jiraiya's only worry is that the Nine-Tails is missing. If the Nine-Tails falls into the hands of other villages, it will be a big threat to Konoha. Looking at Jiraiya, who was slowly falling into contemplation, Naruto took the lead and said casually, "Lecherous sage, I'm going back first, remember to keep it secret." Jiraiya didn't know what to say, and subconsciously wanted to call Naruto to find out the cause and effect of this matter. But on second thought, he gave up the idea. He no longer has an apprentice, and it's a good thing for Naruto to lose the Nine-Tails. He should just find a tavern to calm down and sort out this matter. "Stop talking," Jiraiya muttered. Let Naruto leave like this. Looking at Naruto's back, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. The boy has already carried too much on his shoulders, it's better to be a little lighter. The rest of the things, let yourself carry it. Click, click, Naruto slowly walked down the stairs with his hands in his pockets. His heart was not calm. Finally waited for this day. From now on Konoha is Konoha, he is him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki no longer exists, and the shackles on his body are loosened. Tell a joke, a person in another world fought for a pile of garbage, the protagonist rose vigorously in 30 years, suppressed a group of geniuses, and swept away all the villains. Finally, his strength stood in the sky, no one could beat him, and then he ate a mouthful of garbage. Isn't this disgusting? The so-called peace in the ninja world, whitewashing of villains, and redemption of each other are all garbage to Naruto. He doesn't care who does what, he only knows what he wants to do. He lies down because he gets stronger faster lying down than standing up. This world has never been so beautiful, the dead crawl to the grave, and the strong reincarnate. Bloodline is supreme, the power of the Otsutsuki makes all the order collapse, the ninja world becomes the Otsutsuki ranch, and people become beasts and running dogs. He has a small ambition in his heart, if the system does not fall down. One day he hopes to tear off the robe of the god of death, pick off the mask of the evil god, and see how they are willing to let a few Otsutsuki continue to jump around. What about the face? Revitalize the glory of the whirlpool and rebuild the order of the ninja world, or rely on this stranger. Send. Chapter 217 Ino's new mission. Are you distracted again? Ino's face was puffed up, the third time. Oh, sorry. Naruto came back to his senses and said apologetically, maybe I didn't sleep well last night and was too sleepy. By the way, where were you just talking about? In the barbecue restaurant, the two met alone and sat opposite each other. The seats were near the window, with 2 bottles of opened orange soda on the table and 5 or 6 plates of meat slices on the cart. 2 plates of small watermelons were placed on the left and right. Right, in front of her are all kinds of sauces. Ino is well dressed, wearing a black and blue striped vest and loose beige trousers. It is obvious that she has dressed up carefully before going out. In contrast, a certain yellow-haired man is much more casual. With messy blonde hair, white short-sleeved shirt and black pants, he looks lazy wherever he goes. You. Ino rolled her eyes, don't you like to sleep the most? You sleep everywhere, even in Tsunade-sama's office. That time it was because I waited too long and was really bored. Naruto defended, there was no one, and they had to call me over so early. Ino's face was complicated, and she asked faintly, so you slept directly on the table? It's not important. Naruto changed the subject awkwardly, what mission did you just say, can you repeat it again? The fire temple. Ino propped her hand on the table and started grilling meat with the other hand. With a sizzling sound, white smoke suddenly rose, and her voice sounded again. Teacher Asuma said that the client is a monk from the fire temple. I heard that someone attacked the fire temple and went after Master Dailu. But Master Dailu is not here, so... Ino spoke methodically, her hands never stopped, her white wrists agile. She quickly turned the grilled meat over, and then lowered her head to mix the sauce skillfully. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her blonde hair was tucked behind her ears. She kept talking, not noticing Naruto's increasingly silent expression. Ino stopped only when she realized that the yellow-haired man in front of her was too quiet. "What's wrong with you?" she asked in confusion. "This mission is too dangerous." Naruto coughed, and then subconsciously touched his nose nervously. "It's really too much for the genin class to carry out that kind of mission. You underestimated us too much." Ino complained. "Besides, isn't there a Asuma teacher here? There won't be any danger. After all, we have done a lot of dangerous missions together, and this mission should be nothing special." "I have been to the fire temple," Naruto said after a moment of silence. "Master Dlu is a relatively anyway, the opponent is a member of the Akatsuki organization that Master Dlu can't deal with. The mission is too dangerous. Dlu's life is worth 30 million taels. The Akatsuki organization is taking missions everywhere for money. Dlu had a premonition that he would be found. However, there was no sign of Akatsuki's activities in the Land of Fire at that time, so he didn't take too many precautions. But now, Dlu is not dead. Naruto doesn't know if his reminder worked, or if it was just a butterfly effect. But one thing is certain, Keiku didn't get Dlu's head, and he will go back sooner or later." "Idiot! But this is a mission, how can it not be dangerous?" Ino put the grilled meat into Naruto's bowl. "Even if you know it's dangerous, so what? This is the job of a ninja." "No, I'm going to find Tsunade-sama, I'm going to," Naruto said after taking a sip of juice. "It won't be dangerous if you go." Ino was speechless. "Of course, I'm very strong, you know that," Naruto said half-jokingly. "Besides, if I don't go, I'll worry about you, and you won't be able to rest well if you stay in the village." "How can you not rest well? Some people haven't contacted me for a long time, and it seems that they don't have anything to do on weekdays." Ino pouted and said. This Naruto knew he was wrong. "Okay, you don't need to explain." Ino muttered. "Anyway, you are like this, it's not bad not to contact me, at least I won't be harassed." "I'll be sad if you say that." "Lie. Who believes you?" Despite this, Ino still smiled. "The mission is decided. I will fight with Lady Tsunade." Naruto put on a general look with a tone that could not be refused. "Let's not do it." Ino sighed and said with a guilty conscience, "It's really safe. There's no need to trouble Lady Tsunade." Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking that it was safe or not. If he could still be safe when he met Kakuzu Haiden, that would be a ghost. The immortal duo is the most troublesome and difficult. If there is a slight mistake, he will lose his life. Since there is a butterfly effect, Naruto dare not bet that Ino can come back safely. "I have decided. You don't need to persuade me anymore," he said. "But you are just a genin after all. If you are always so willful, even if Lady Tsunade doesn't blame you, you will offend the higher UPS." Ino was anxious and couldn't help saying. As soon as she said it, she regretted it and quickly changed her words. "It's not that I'm a high-ranking official, it's just that this has a bad influence. Always doing things for me too much. You don't have to worry about this." Naruto leaned back and leaned on the chair. "It's not a problem at all. Besides, how can I watch you take risks?" Ino was a little confused and her cheeks were slightly red. "Isn't this the case for all ninjas? How could you do such a thing just because you are worried?" "Of course." Naruto stared at her and showed a rogue smile. "I will soon be a high-ranking official, what can they say about me?" "What?" Ino looked up in surprise. "What high-ranking official?" "Me." Naruto pointed at himself. "Just now I said, isn't it clear enough? The person sitting in front of you, I will soon become a high-ranking official of Konoha." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ino blinked, wondering if Naruto was confused. "You are still a genin, how can you be a high-ranking official?" Immediately, Naruto corrected, coughed, sat up straight and said, let's get to know the new leader of the Uzumaki clan again. He stretched out his hand to Ino very coquettishly and said. One of the future high-ranking officials of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto is here. You. Ino was stunned, unable to digest such a large amount of information for a while. What did you just say about the leader of the Uzumaki clan? I don't understand. That doesn't need to be understood, it's just a title. Naruto returned to normal, he picked up a piece of barbecue and said, anyway, don't worry about me. Anyway, I can't just watch you do two dangerous tasks. Who wants you to care? Ino retorted in a low voice. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the two walked side by side on the road again. Ino listened to Naruto's explanation about the high-level seats and still sighed from time to time. After looking at him with complicated eyes, she said. Won't a clan leader alone be lonely? It's okay, are you coming? Ino, I shouldn't ask you. Chapter 218 The whole summer. Ino turned her head and stopped talking, but Naruto didn't react much. The fire temple incident was unexpected, and he must be involved. Asuma and Team 10 can't handle the immortal duo. Naruto himself didn't dare to guarantee whether there would be any changes if he went. If it was any other opponent, it would be fine, but it was the immortal duo. It's not too strong, it's just tricky. After coming to their senses, the two of them were still walking side by side on the street. Ino had a worried look on her face, and after hesitating for a long time, she turned her head and looked at Naruto and asked. Is your plan feasible? Naruto didn't speak immediately, and said in silence for a while. To be honest, I don't know, maybe it's possible. I don't want to do those messy things, who makes my life a mess. Ino was stunned, and her eyes dimmed for a moment. Okay, don't think too much. She forced a smile, he's a high-ranking official in Konoha. It doesn't matter if he can't succeed. If he succeeds, he'll make a profit. Since Ino was also affected, the comfort seemed a little pale and powerless. Naruto didn't need comfort either, but he couldn't help but complain about the fate of his original body. A messy village, a messy and twisted life. Yeah, I made a lot of money. He said lazily, obviously not thinking what he meant. Ino sighed, glanced at the boy beside her, and took the initiative to reach out and grab his hand. Naruto felt his hand being grabbed, turned his head and looked at her in surprise. What are you looking at? Ino's face flushed slightly, and she looked angry, but she didn't let go of her hand, just turned her head away. It was still broad daylight, and there were quite a few people on the street. Naruto was a little surprised. Seeing that Ino was already embarrassed, he had to lean over and whispered. Aren't you afraid of running into acquaintances? At that moment, Ino threw Naruto out, her face turned redder, like a ripe apple, and glared at him and said, You'd better not ask again. Oh. Naruto nodded, and squeezed Ino's palm with a little more force. The latter's body trembled violently, and turned her head like a conditioned reflex. What's wrong? If you squeeze again, I will. Ino gritted her teeth and raised her fist. No more pinching. Naruto leaned over and whispered, and said that he would stop when he saw the good. Holding hands and whispering in the street in broad daylight, it was inevitable that people would notice them, and Ino could not bear it at all. She pulled Naruto into an alley and hid for a while, and her red face slowly returned to normal. The two stood at the entrance of the alley. Ino, who was wearing cool clothes, fanned the wind with her hands, and the hot wind blew gently. There were large patches of white clouds above her head, and green trees in the distance. Naruto squatted on the ground, squinting at the girl at the entrance of the alley, watching the fine beads of sweat gathering on her forehead. The crowd on the street was noisy, and the sound came through little by little. The sound was hazy, as if separated by a thin layer of paper, and he and Ino were standing on the other side of the paper. Naruto stared at the girl who kept fanning and looking around. Ino turned her head and noticed his gaze, and was stunned for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Naruto hesitated and said, looking at Summer. Are you stupid? How do you see Summer? Ino lifted the golden hair scattered on her forehead and tucked it behind her ears, saying mockingly, Summer is everywhere, there is no need to go out of your way to see it. But, you are so sour when you say that. After saying that, she couldn't help laughing again, as if it was interesting to describe Naruto as those sour things. Listening to Ino's slightly mocking words, Naruto didn't get angry, but just stood up and smiled at her. Ino, you are so cute. Ah! Suddenly. Why do you suddenly say such a thing? Ino's face flushed instantly, you can't argue with me, and you are playing rogue again. Summer is hot and annoying, and the whole body is sticky, but it is also very like. I didn't say anything, you said it yourself. Naruto walked to the entrance of the alley, then stopped. Ino looked outside hesitantly. Naruto gave her time to think and grabbed her hand. Let's go. Ino's pupils dilated instantly, but Naruto didn't react at all, as if he didn't know. He just led her forward, not embarrassed at all. Looking back at her, she found that Ino's blue eyes moved uneasily. She touched her face to hide her uneasiness. Let go. She said, but her voice was very low. Naruto pretended not to hear anything and continued to lead her forward, openly in the sun, without hiding. You are now one of the top leaders of Konoha. Tsunade glanced at him a little tiredly and said, now you have got what you want, if you have nothing to do, get out of here. Naruto was naturally not so heartless, and took the initiative to come forward to pour tea for Tsunade. The pure substance poured out of the gurgling teacup actually had the aroma of wine. The scene was a little awkward. Tsunade picked up the wine glass and said nonchalantly. Don't change the wine in my teapot without permission in the future. If you are discovered by Shizuan, you will die miserably. Naruto's mouth twitched, but he endured it for the sake of today's great joy. Yes, yes, next time. Tsunade has a generous personality. Seeing that Naruto, who has always been venomous, is so well behaved today, she immediately knows that he is a person who knows how to repay kindness. She felt relieved in her heart. Fortunately, her efforts were not in vain. Tsunade took a sip of wine, and Naruto ran behind her and began to massage her back and shoulders, following her like a dog. After all, Tsunade was really kind to him. Although she didn't say anything, he knew who she was busy for during this period. If she didn't have any sense of propriety, it would be too bad. There is no good without reason, nor hatred without reason. Tsunade's kindness to Naruto originated from the sword he blocked for Tsunade and the dragon claw hand that was 404. But it is not worth Tsunade's unilateral care. Some things are just a return of favor. Since Tsunade is good for him, he also tries his best to cooperate with Tsunade. Even though he is lazy, he never refuses to do anything Tsunade asked him to do. Tsunade trained him as a Hokage, and he clearly refused, but he was not so ignorant. Not bad, your shoulder kneading technique has improved. Tsunade groaned, took another sip of wine, and said with a relaxed body, you still have some conscience. It is my duty to share the worries of Lady Tsunade. Naruto said very flatteringly, and then asked carefully, Lady Tsunade, why did the top management give in so easily? Easily. Tsunade frowned slightly, her voluptuous body trembled, and she turned her head and stared at him. Who told you that this matter is easy? The top management was completely opposed to it. Tsunade stopped talking halfway. Naruto asked while working hard to contribute his value. Then how did they agree to it later? You don't need to know this. Anyway, Kakashi spoke for you. You should go see your teacher later. Tsunade said. If nothing unexpected happens, the position of the 6th Hokage will be Kakashi. Among the younger generation, no one is more suitable to take over except Kakashi. Okay. Naruto didn't know why Kakashi could appear in the Konoha high-level meeting. Logically, Kakashi was just an elite jonin. There are only a few core high-level people in Konoha, and if you count the other high-level people who are just there to make up the show, Kakashi can only attend the high-level meeting if he is the captain of the Anbu. Just as the former teacher of Team 7 and the current jonin, I'm afraid it doesn't have such a heavy weight. Is Lady Tsunade busy recently? So. Tsunade drank while enjoying the massage, chatting with Naruto from time to time, and her white robe rustled. This little bit of wine can't do anything to Tsunade, it can only be regarded as warming her body. I heard that you want to take the Chunin exam. Tsunade asked casually. Just thinking about it, I haven't decided yet. Naruto replied, I'm a bit free recently, so. He stopped his hand, because he had sensed Tsunade's strong dissatisfaction, and quickly changed his words. I just want the title of Chunin, I can't always be a genin. Whatever you want. Tsunade said, if you want to participate, then participate, it's not a big deal anyway. Just you have to know that this high-level identity is just a hang, there is no real power. It's enough to have a title. He said, I don't want to be really busy. Tsunade. I'll take you to the high-level meeting in a few days to see it, and by the way, show your face before the Chunin exam, you can be officially hung in Konoha. Is this official debut? What is that? Tsunade frowned and asked, that kid always had strange words in his mouth. Nothing. Tsunade-sama, is Sakura's illness serious? Naruto continued to massage her shoulders while turning the topic to Sakura without leaving any trace. She seems to have been hospitalized. I went to Konoha hospital several times and there was no sign of her waking up. There should be no problem. Tsunade sighed, all the indicators of her body are normal, but she just can't wake up. The Hokage is very busy. Even if Sakura is Tsunade's apprentice, she can't put down everything and stay with Sakura all day. Besides, there is nothing wrong with Sakura's body. She just can't wake up temporarily. Faced with such a difficult and complicated disease, even Tsunade can't do anything good in a short time. She can only observe for a while. Then we can only wait. Naruto was a little surprised. He didn't have any good solution. He didn't know the cause and effect. There is no way now. Wait and see when you wake up. Tsunade said, wait, it won't last too long. Okay. Naruto continued to massage her shoulders until Tsunade didn't need it anymore. He slowly left the Hokage's office. Outside the Hokage building, Naruto squinted his eyes at the dense and dazzling sunlight on the road. Sakura's matter did make him a little concerned, but the current situation was the same as Tsunade said. He could only wait and see and wait for Sakura to wake up by herself. With a slight sigh, he walked towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. The three siblings of Sand Village have been discharged from the hospital a long time ago, and they probably signed some agreement with Konoha. In short, Konoha has recognized Gaara's identity and treated him seriously as the future Wind Shadow. Nothing else, the tailed beast Jinchuriki is irreplaceable. The accident that happened some time ago was just a conspiracy against Gaara, but the conspiracy will always be dispersed one day, and the other high-level officials of Sand Village are not fools. As long as they use their simple brains a little, they can figure out the importance of Gaara to Sand Village. When the haze of the matter is over, Sand Village will automatically start to eliminate those high-level forces in Sand Village who attacked Gaara like white blood cells. This is to cut off the tail and survive. The tailed beast Jinchuriki of their own state in Konoha's territory. Staying one more day will cause more hidden dangers to Sand Village and even the entire Wind Country. Konoha Hospital. Naruto carried a bouquet of flowers and went upstairs with ease, walked through the corridor filled with the smell of disinfectant, and finally stood in front of a ward. He didn't knock on the door directly, but looked inside at the door. Usually, someone would be watching at this time, either Sakura's parents or the seniors of the medical team. Even though Sakura had been transferred from the medical department, the ninjas of the medical team had a good impression of the diligent work of Black Sakura. Since Sakura was hospitalized, they almost took turns to take care of her spontaneously. You from the medical team sat on a chair by the wall to catch up on her sleep, while Sakura lay quietly on the bed receiving info, and her condition seemed to be no different from the previous few days. Pushing the door in, the medical ninja Yu woke up directly. Oh, you're here. Yu had seen Naruto, yawned and got up, and patted his shoulder before leaving. You watch for a while, call us if you have anything. Okay. Naruto agreed. He didn't have much friendship with the people in the medical team, but he was familiar with them. Most of the time, when he woke up in the hospital, he saw Sakura. He changed the flowers on the table and sat in the position where Yu had sat. Yawned, and night fell in a blink of an eye. Seeing patients is a very tiring job. He has learned from Yu that Sakura's parents asked them for a day, and someone will come tomorrow morning. Looking at the night outside the window, he decided to just stay until morning. It was late at night, and everything around was quiet. The light in the ward was bright. When he got up to get some water, he suddenly heard a muffled groan in the ward. Suddenly, he almost couldn't hold the cup steadily. Awake? He didn't care about getting water, so he put the cup on the table and walked to the bed in 2 steps. Sakura frowned and made an ambiguous sound in her throat, as if she was about to wake up. Naruto was nervous and turned around to call the medical staff on duty. Just as she turned around, she was pulled out of the corner of her clothes in the next second. Sakura looked a little confused, and her little hand tightly grasped the corner of Naruto's clothes, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Naruto suddenly became less anxious, and his eyes stared at Sakura's eyes. Sakura? He asked. Yeah. Sakura looked a little weak, and she also stared at Naruto for a long time before recognizing him. Naruto, why are you here? This tone is too familiar. Sakura woke up. For some reason, Naruto had thought that it didn't matter who woke up. Whether it was Pink Sakura or Black Sakura, they were all good to him. But when he really waited for that moment, his heart was still empty. Only when the balance tilted could we see the clues, and his balance was obviously leaning towards Black Sakura. He liked the girl who said she would stand there waiting for him, and she would definitely stand there motionless. Her slender figure was like a weed. But she was not a weed after all, she was a living person. After coming to this world and seeing it for real, she knew what was normal, and then she knew that she was not normal. After seeing others happy, she found that she was just a substitute. This is not fair. If a person's right to suffer is deprived, then it is worse than death. He hoped that Black Sakura could be preserved, but it was a pity that he didn't convince himself until the end. But he didn't dare to think whether Black Sakura had the right to choose. Although it was all Sakura, nothing seemed to have changed. But Naruto knew, but it was precisely because only Naruto knew that he felt a little bitter in his heart. The moment Sakura opened her mouth, he understood the meaning of what Black Sakura said. She was too smart, too smart. Naruto remembered her completely. In a painful way, only he will suffer. This pain does not come from loss, but a kind of sadness that no one can find such a person. Just as Black Sakura said to him before, if she disappeared, no one would remember. Now, Naruto knows that she really existed, but he can't tell anyone. Only he will remember it forever, until he dies. Naruto, I want to drink water. Sakura curled up and said weakly. Oh, okay. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses, as if a small wound was torn in his heart. He walked to a corner of the room and brought the glass of water over. At the moment of handing it over, Naruto was slightly absent-minded. Suddenly, a faint pain came from the tip of his right index finger. Naruto's pupils dilated slightly. Chapter 219 Welcome home. Seeing is not necessarily believing, vision can deceive, sound can lie, but touch is real. Through the water cup, Naruto vaguely saw a pair of eyes. His face was extremely weak, but there was a faint smile in his eyes. The smile flashed by, like a drop of water sliding down the windshield. What are you doing? Naruto asked. Sakura seemed to have recovered, sat up and took a sip of water and asked. What? Did you bite me just now? Naruto put his finger under the light and looked again, and indeed saw a circle of bite marks. The other party seemed to be very strong, leaving a faint mark. He spoke slowly and calmly, and was not easily emotional. He was calm and would not have too much emotional fluctuations no matter what happened. No. Sakura drank water calmly. I'm a little hungry. That being said, it's the middle of the night, I'll try to find something to eat. Naruto glanced at her with a strange look. I'll go to the medical class to find someone to check you out. At present, the situation cannot be fully understood. The moment Sakura woke up, both her eyes and her habits were like Pink Sakura, too familiar. However, the tone of the second sentence was somewhat like Black Sakura. Anyway, let's find someone to check it out first. Just when he was about to leave, his clothes were pulled again. Sakura looked at him straight, her eyes burning. Wait a minute. Let's kiss. Ahem. Are you crazy? Sakura. He swallowed his saliva and subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but was pulled by Sakura. Hehe, I scared you. She showed a smug smile on her face. Even though he was so weak, he had to show off. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and he had guessed the result. It was just a false alarm, just a coma, and the personality didn't disappear? So you're okay? He asked. That won't disappear. I don't know. Sakura let go of his clothes and thought seriously for a long time before continuing to speak. Maybe it's healed, or it may never be. What do you mean? Naruto frowned. Sakura didn't say it directly, staring at Naruto for a long time and said. Give me your hand. Hand. Naruto handed his hand out, but Sakura grabbed it, and her fingers naturally entangled in his, interlacing their fingers. Like this. Sakura said slowly, I won't reject it, on the contrary, I'm very happy. If it goes a little too far. She lowered her head and held her index finger, licking it like a cat, biting it with her silver teeth. I'll be very excited. But she will be embarrassed. I can feel her presence when doing this. Sakura let go of Naruto's hand and pointed to her head. The body is still controlled by me now, but she is awake, and if it is too stimulating, she can also feel it. Same soul, two personalities. Naruto was slightly surprised and asked in a daze. So you two share a body, and she was the first to wake up, right? Yes. Sakura said, but the memories are shared. If you want to talk to her, you can do it, right? This Naruto hesitated and forced a smile. You are still weak, maybe next time. Okay. Sakura smiled even more. Naruto-kun, are you concerned about me? I guess so. He turned his head and glanced outside the door. I'll find someone to check you. I can't understand the data of your physical condition. No, I can understand it. Sakura said with a smile. Seniors are also very hard on duty, why don't you help me check? Me? Naruto swallowed. I can't do it. It doesn't matter, I know the process, it's very simple. Sakura comforted. I'll teach you, just do it according to what I say. There are no strange steps, right? He asked suspiciously. No. Sakura shook her head to deny. In fact, it's just a simple heart listening, measuring body temperature and the like. Even so, Naruto was still terrified. What was the result? He asked. Late at night, there were only 2 people in the quiet ward. I'm hungry. Sakura said. I mean the result. Naruto sighed, it really took some effort to deal with her. It's okay, everything is normal, but I'm hungry. Sakura said seriously, I want to eat something, in exchange I will tell you a secret. I'll find you something to eat now, forget the secret. Naruto waved his hand and turned to walk out of the ward. Sakura looked as usual, until Naruto came back with food. That's all we have now. He said a little embarrassedly, it's late at night and everything outside is closed, just make do with it. Okay. Sakura nodded. Listening to that familiar okay, Naruto felt a little numb in his heart, and inexplicably felt a little comfortable. Having an obedient teammate still feels like a needle without a needle. After eating and drinking, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark outside the window. Naruto felt a little sleepy, his eyelids drooping as he looked at Sakura who was leaning on the bed and wiping her mouth slowly. The latter glanced at him and said softly. If you are sleepy, go back. I can do it alone. Forget it. Naruto yawned, it won't be long before the sun comes out anyway, just hold on a little longer. Okay, you are always like this anyway. Sakura said with a smile. To be honest, I didn't really think about doing anything before, and those words were just to scare you. Naruto pointed at her, you'd better. But he laughed after he finished speaking. He didn't care about those words at all. He wasn't a eunuch. He just roughly guessed that half of Sakura's words were a joke, and he felt it was troublesome at the time. What about now? He asked. Generally, when he mentioned the past, he would always say now. Now. Sakura pursed her lips and stared at Naruto for a long time, and said, I seem to really like you. Really? Naruto obviously didn't take it seriously, just thinking that Sakura was performing again, that's an honor, but there are too many people who like me, I'm really sorry. I'm going to reject you. Can't handle it. Sakura smiled with narrowed eyes, she was still pretty when she smiled. That's not the case. Naruto leaned lazily against the wall. It doesn't matter, I'm available anytime. Sakura said, and I have advantages that no one else has. I don't mind Naruto-kun liking someone else. It doesn't matter if there are several people, I'll just be the third in line. Naruto was full of black lines, it's all a joke, where's the line, it's just a better relationship. After all, we're still at a good age now, and everyone wants to get stronger. He said a perfunctory word and covered it lightly. But the fact is that ninjas still focus on missions and don't have so much free time to talk about love. Most of the time, they just happen to meet and chat or have dinner together when they are free. So we are different? Sakura asked. Same. Naruto was in a good mood and didn't stop the topic. I have to go on a mission tomorrow, but it's a pity that you're not here, otherwise I can have an extra guarantee. He was talking about the mission of the Fire Temple, and it was already early morning. After dawn, he would intervene in the mission as a senior official and force himself into it. Wouldn't it be more exciting if it was a companion? Sakura asked with her head tilted, secretly behind everyone's back. No. Naruto interrupted Sakura's sinister speech. Eh? Are you really not going to consider it again? Sakura asked lightly, with no emotional fluctuations at all. When she will wake up, it will be exciting, right? Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her without any expression. Now he has completely gotten used to Sakura's sudden fierce words, semi-immune. But after determining Heiying's purpose, he did not reject the feeling of this kind of conversation. Heiying would tell him everything, which made him feel free. No need to care about the gains and losses of words, just be himself. The two chatted casually, and before they knew it, the sky was bright. Naruto got up with a tired face, washed his face in the sink, yawned and prepared to leave. Sakura curled up in the quilt, staring at him. The two were alone for a night. Even if they were just chatting, it was actually quite pleasant. The two had never talked so much before. In 2 or 3 hours, it seemed as if they had talked about all the topics. The ward slowly became quiet until Sakura was tired. It was obviously 8 or 9 days since we last met, but it felt like a long-lost reunion. Naruto also looked tired. Staying up late to chat was the most exhausting thing. Summer is hot, but full of vitality. The cool breeze in the morning blew into 1,000 dreams. Konoha Hospital slowly woke up, and there were noisy footsteps in the corridor. Even though the sound was noisy, fortunately he was in a good mood. After waiting for so long, there was finally a good result. Naruto was relieved, and the feeling of fatigue surged into his heart. Before leaving, when he closed the door of the ward, he looked at Sakura for a moment and raised his voice. "Welcome back." Click. The door closed. Sakura shrank the quilt and buried her head deeply. Yes, everything is back. After returning home, Naruto slept soundly. It was already afternoon when he woke up. The drunken Kyuubi was lying on the sofa to catch up on his sleep, but Naruto ignored it. After washing up, he quickly ate his food. He dragged his feet to the Hokage building. The moment he stepped into the building, the sunlight suddenly disappeared. Instead, a lot of eyes focused on him, either suspicious or shocked. Yesterday, Tsunade had spread the news that Uzumaki Naruto would be the head of the Uzumaki clan. Yoshi joined the Konoha senior management and became one of the youngest senior management. Naruto was dressed casually, and his feet were wearing the same slippers that never changed in summer. After noticing something was wrong, he looked around and didn't take it to heart. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked up the stairs slowly. "Are you kidding, 5th generation? Why would that kid join the Konoha senior management?" Someone asked in a low voice. "He's obviously just a genin, the head of the Uzumaki clan is completely nonsense." Although Konoha used to be on good terms with the Uzumaki clan, the Uzumaki clan has disappeared for many years. You can't say that he is their descendant, that's too. Who knows? You have to ask the 5th generation to know about that. But after all, he is a Jinchuriki, and it may also be a plan of the senior management. In short, this is a slide that can't be touched. The old senior in the Hokage building warned seriously. Disperse, disperse, if you want to talk, you can talk secretly after get off work." Perhaps realizing the seriousness of the problem, the slide was dispersed before it was built. Naruto was planning to intervene in the mission, but unfortunately he was drafted by Tsunade. "I know, let Shizune handle that kind of thing," she said. "Anyway, there is a high-level meeting right now, let's go together." "Hey, Tsunade-sama," Naruto didn't want to go, but he became honest after being stared at by Tsunade. "Stop talking nonsense, I find you are really sick." Tsunade dragged his hand forward and said in a tone of regret. "They have been tossed away for so long, I have to meet them. How can I give up this kind of scene that dampens their spirits? It really makes me worry too much." "Okay." Naruto was helpless. The high-level executives were also helpless. It was the first time they had to attend a meeting with a little kid at the same time. With a bang, Tsunade pushed open the heavy wooden door with one hand, and sat down on the Hokage's first seat with a little excitement. Naruto staggered and found a seat to sit down. He was a figurehead, with no real power, but he had voting rights. The Konoha high-level officials slowly entered the room, looking at Naruto with different eyes. Some were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths, some were so angry, and some were half gloating. Naruto sat there quietly, occasionally glancing in Tsunade's direction. At the beginning of the meeting, Danzo and the two advisors looked unhappy. The two advisors glanced at Naruto with a little dissatisfaction. The fifth Hokage's behavior was too jumpy and completely inconsistent with the third Hokage's philosophy. After talking about some insignificant little things, they gradually got to the point. Danzo was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Go dame, Jinchuriki is just a figurehead, there is no need to attend daily meetings. Tsunade was not afraid, knocking on the table and said, since he is one of the senior executives, he can attend if he wants to, and being a figurehead is just a statement. If you hadn't insisted on it, he could have been responsible for some specific matters. She smiled and said, I think the route is very good. Go dame. Yudin Koharu interrupted Tsunade. She also understood that the conflict between Tsunade and Danzo had intensified because of Naruto's entry into the senior executives. But as one of the consultants, in order to avoid the suspension of the meeting, she still had the responsibility to mediate the conflict between her old friend and Tsunade. We have made the biggest concession, so don't say there is no room for negotiation. Yudin Koharu said hoarsely. Tsunade didn't say anything. It was indeed difficult to fight for that matter. It took her a lot of effort to get just the blank title of the head of the Uzumaki clan. As for Jinchuriki, Danzo said with a casual tone. What are you talking about, Jinchuriki? Naruto suddenly interrupted Danzo's speech. Anyway, I'm not one. Chapter 220. What are you guys? You're not consultant. Midaman Yan just said it and immediately realized something was wrong. This kind of occasion is not the place for you to talk nonsense. Midaman Yan didn't speak aggressively, but Tsunade almost tore her face with them for a high-level seat. Even an old consultant like Midaman Yan was furious when he saw a teenager sitting in a high-level position. Is this the place for you to play? It's just nonsense. Tsunade was also stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked at Naruto, not knowing what he was crazy about. She just wanted to drag Naruto to show up at the meeting and consolidate her position. After Naruto said that, he sat there calmly and patiently. Until Midaman Yan couldn't help but start to reprimand again, he spoke in a bad way. As if he did it on purpose, he interrupted the old consultant again. I'm not kidding, the nine-tailed fox ran away. What ran away? A high-ranking official asked. The nine-tailed fox, Naruto reiterated, the nine-tailed fox, the tailed beast, is gone now. Don't ask me where it went, it's not in my body anyway. The meeting room was quiet for a moment, and then it became noisy again. Didn't the ninja school teach you what honesty is? Everyone here is a high-ranking official, so don't continue to joke around here. A high-ranking official who had never been seen before said. The person sitting at the back should be the head of a department. The level of this meeting was not high, and some of the people present were not real high-ranking officials, but they also had real power. They either stood on the side of Danzo or learned to be neutral like an advisor. Naruto suddenly realized that it didn't matter whether he was a high-ranking official in their eyes, because he was a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki was wearing the skin of a high-ranking official after all, it's still Jinchuriki. He looked at Tsunade, who was also looking at him, frowning, but didn't ask any questions. Shut up. Naruto was a little annoyed, and didn't care that there were two advisors and several senior executives sitting here. He knocked on the table and said, You keep calling me Jinchuriki, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you said enough? Do I need to make up a lie? I told you, the Nine Tails has been unsealed and ran away. Do you understand what I'm saying? It ran away. Seeing that Naruto was angry, the eyes of the big guys present did not fluctuate. They looked at each other and fixed their eyes on the four senior executives. Danzo, Yudin Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and the fifth Hokage. The four square formations of Konoha's senior executives, their status is above everyone in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade finally spoke. As the fifth Hokage, she must stand up. Yet, Naruto seemed to be calmer, but in fact, he didn't have any anger in his eyes even when he was angry. It was just an act. He had long since looked down on the identity of Jinchuriki. As for why so many people chose him, he had already had the answer. Responsibility, fate, all nonsense. He was unlucky. The fourth generation died and there were no resources to support him. With Tsunade and Jiraiya coming, the treatment was completely different. He is now a high-level Uzumaki Naruto. What is there to restrain? Jiraiya and Tsunade are still here. Can Danzo do anything to him? The answer is obvious. Tsunade stared at Naruto, and the words unhappy were clearly written on her face. She realized that Naruto had been hiding it from her, and her first thought was whether that old ghost Jiraiya knew it. Is the nine tails really not in your body? She asked. Not here. Naruto pulled open the soft chair and stood up, unzipping the clothes on his belly. The 4-symbol seal is gone, this can't be fake. My teacher has also confirmed that the nine tails has left. Tsunade didn't react much and leaned back in her seat. Even though she still had doubts in her heart, she was not so anxious after hearing Jiraiya's confirmation. But the Konoha high-level officials in the conference room were not as calm as she was. The disappearance of the tailed beasts made them explode. How is it possible? How could the tailed beasts disappear inexplicably? You must have done something. Yes, it is impossible for a Jinchuriki to survive without the tailed beasts alone. This matter is not that simple. I think the Anbu should investigate this matter in detail and find out the ins and outs of the matter. One person echoed. That makes sense. The current situation is strange and no conclusion can be drawn for the time being. After all, the tailed beast Jinchuriki relies on the power of the tailed beasts, and they are interdependent and symbiotic. It is impossible for them to exist independently. Why is there such a thing at the checkpoint now? What if we find out the truth? Who can catch the nine tails? If we start a war, other villages will also notice it. I suggest that the news be blocked before a thorough investigation. It is not so easy to block the news. Will it be useful if we wait? The tailed beasts can't come back. The most important thing is to strengthen defense. The tailed beast Jinchuriki of the Sand Village has returned. Everyone was talking about it. Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato frowned and remained silent. Danzo sat in his seat, his expression gloomy but he didn't move. Finally, Danzo couldn't help but speak, staring at him and asked. Do you know what you are talking about? Uzumaki Naruto. As Danzo spoke, the entire conference room suddenly became quiet. There is a hierarchy in Konoha, and the top leaders below can only be respectful to Danzo. I know. The nine tails ran away. Naruto said. He had been supplementing his nutrition for more than a year, and he grew a lot taller. His height was close to 1.7 meters, which was considered to be a fast growth among his peers. Standing there, his expression was not as nervous as that of an ordinary teenager. Nonsense. Don't think that you are great for looking indifferent. Danzo looked at him with cloudy eyes. This is a major event related to the interests of the village, and you have to take responsibility. If you are still a ninja of Konoha, put away your arrogance and explain the whole story. You should not know what you have done now. The tailed beast plays a vital role in the safety of the village. What does it have to do with me? Naruto pulled out a chair, sat down with a gloomy face, and looked at Danzo from a distance. Responsible? You ask me to take responsibility. Why? Because you are the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts and a ninja of Konoha. Yudin Koharu couldn't bear it and scolded with a little anger. Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on the table. He's still a child. Child. Mitoman was also killed. Thinking of giving up his seat in Konoha, he felt like a fool. It was obvious that he was forced to compromise and give up a seat in exchange for a more upright request for the Jinchuriki to contribute to the development of the village's tailed beasts. It's normal to disagree at the beginning, and slowly compromise. But now? What compromise? The nine tails is gone, and development? What development is there? Konoha not only has to guard against the nine tails attack at any time, but also has to do everything possible to block the news. But even so, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. By then, Konoha will only be passive under the attack of the other 4 major ninja villages. If things go wrong, the Sand Village that just signed a friendly agreement with Konoha will also have to argue. The more he thought about it, the worse Mizudaman felt. And Tsunade's words that he was still a child completely ignited his anger. You call a tailed beast Jinchuriki a child? Go dame, where do you put the interests of the village? There are more children in the village. If Konoha falls into war, the fate of those children will be even more miserable. Mizudaman said with a heavy face, the Cloud Village has always been restless, and the Rock Village is also targeting Konoha. The war is not just talk, it may become a reality at any time. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and Danzo had a tense face. Several people seemed to be holding Naruto accountable, but in fact they were putting pressure on Tsunade. Haha. Naruto's sudden laughter broke the low-pressure atmosphere, which immediately made Mizudaman a little unhappy. What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? Naruto showed a look of astonishment and asked, what do you think I'm laughing at? I'm laughing at the lack of wisdom and incompetence of everyone present. What did you say? Mito Kato-en's patience is also limited. Isn't what I said clear enough? Naruto said after a glance, has Konoha become so corrupt? The disappearance of the Nine Tails seems to be the collapse of Konoha. The purpose of the first generation to capture the Nine Tails was to suppress and seal it, but what about now? The Nine Tails is out of control and you can't suppress it, and in the end you have to blame the responsibility on the Jinchuriki. Since Konoha can't control the Nine Tails, isn't it better to leave? What's the point of keeping it? You keep saying that it's for the villagers of Konoha, but it's hard to say why. What nonsense are you talking about? Yudin Koharu said with a serious face. I'm not talking nonsense. Naruto's attitude also became tough, and he glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade didn't look at him, so he continued. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Whoever wants to be the Jinchuriki can be the Jinchuriki. If you have the guts, you can catch the Nine Tails and find another Jinchuriki. Or try to make me bow my head. Kill me if you dare. Don't treat me like a child. Aren't you very good at forcing heroes to death? Try again and tell everyone in Konoha that this is the end of Konoha heroes and the end of the descendants of Konoha heroes. Naruto stared at Danzo and the two advisors. I don't understand. Why do you want me to be kind and make sacrifices? You are just doing what you think is right. You don't care about the life and death of the Jinchuriki at all. Who is the Jinchuriki? He became more and more angry. A thick fiery red chakra appeared behind Naruto, and a fiery red fox phantom emerged. Suddenly, everyone in the conference room stood up with a bang. Damn, it's the Nine Tails. Only Naruto and the four senior executives were still sitting, with serious faces. Don't be surprised. The Nine Tails ran away, but that doesn't mean I can't use my power. He said in a deep voice, you are afraid of the Nine Tails, but I am not. I can do what you can't do. You call yourself a Jinchuriki. What are you? Chapter 221 Reason is a good thing. Arrogant. Midaman Yan couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. This is the first time someone dared to speak rudely in such an occasion. Even the former Uchiha clan had to swallow their anger when facing the top leaders. Could a mere-tailed beast Jinchuriki be more difficult than the unruly Uchiha? The problem is that it is indeed more difficult. He glanced at Midaman Yan, frowned in dissatisfaction, and coughed. So what? If the consultant is dissatisfied with me, he can complain to the Hokage's office after the meeting. As the head of the Uzumaki clan, I will handle it properly. He was the one who acted like a hooligan, and now he is the one who should be reasonable. You. Midaman N was choked for a moment. It was too shameless, just like the fifth generation. What clan leader? Just the clan leader of one person. Yudin Koharu expressed dissatisfaction, and the other junior executives in the meeting room did not dare to speak at all. When gods fight, it is best to watch from the sidelines, not to be stubborn and reckless. After all, the fifth generation remained silent, but his eyes swept over everyone from time to time. This feeling was too terrifying, as if they were being watched by the supreme god, making them tremble with fear. The clan leader of one person. Naruto moved his body to make himself more comfortable lying in the soft chair, and he spoke. I am not used to your tone, as if I am an alien sitting here. But I believe you are not used to it either. After all, you can tolerate an unknown tool man speaking nonsense here. You are still holding your airs and looking down on me. I am also one of the top leaders now, the leader of the Uzumaki clan. You think I am insignificant, just the leader of one person? Do you have to make a move and have a conflict with you before you admit it? Koharu Yudin did not speak, her cloudy eyes just stared at him, emitting a chill. Naruto always kept in mind what Tsunade said, that status is never obtained by reputation, but by force. And he also knew that Tsunade had tried her best to help him get a pass to the top leaders. Now that he does not have the Nine Tails, he can only show his real ability to consolidate his position in the top leaders. The top leaders want a Jinchuriki with a false name, and they want to exploit him in the name of Konoha. In essence, they still regard him as a gift of the Nine Tails. Compared to the Nine Tails, the name Uzumaki Naruto is worthless, and the top brass don't even look at him. Release a virtual. The title of Wu's senior executive was like throwing a piece of candy in exchange for the honest obedience of the Jinchuriki. In their opinion, this deal was probably a good deal. But no one expected that Naruto was no longer the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. All the compromises made by the senior executives were made on the premise that Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now that all the premises have disappeared, the senior executives will not give him a good face. It is unwise for Naruto to choose to self-destruct at this juncture. But if he really endures at this time, then Tsunade's advice will be in vain. What are they? The senior executives certainly have powerful people like Danzo. However, this is a world dominated by power. The consultant disdains to work for the village because of his face, and Danzo cannot lose his mind because of a momentary anger. In front of this group of old foxes, he must show his edge to sit firmly in this position. Tsunade got him a ticket to the senior executives, but she didn't say that he could only be a nominal senior executive. If it is said that the key to Naruto's qualification to enter this meeting room before was the Nine Tails. Now, it is his own power that makes his value manifest. Power outside the tailed beasts is only the tip of the iceberg of all his power. In the meeting room, most of the unfamiliar junior executives stood up subconsciously, only Naruto and the four senior executives sat calmly on their chairs. Tsunade's eyes were not on him, but through him to the group of junior executives. Today's meeting was a daily meeting, and most of the Hokage's direct senior executives did not show up. Everyone's eyes were on the backbone of Konoha, the four adults. The atmosphere was low and depressing, and every junior executive under the seat looked at Naruto with fear and dread of the unknown situation. Without the tailed beasts, can you still use the power of the tailed beasts? Has he become a monster? Fusion? Pa. 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 At the moment of tension, several applause sounded slowly, and the sound came from the position of Hokage. Danzo and the two advisors had no intention of speaking, and it would be a loss of face to take over the conversation after a quarrel. It's okay to quarrel with Tsunade, even if it's against other junior high-level officials, but quarreling with juniors is a win-lose situation. It doesn't matter how stiff the situation is, anyway, that kid is Tsunade's man, and Tsunade will mediate. Yes, Tsunade will take action. Estimating that it's almost time, she stood up and clapped her hands a few times in a fake manner. The woman is very good at acting, smiling but not smiling. Naruto didn't look at her expression, but just stared at her eyes and saw some dissatisfaction. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that it was over, he would die after the meeting. Konoha needs the power of the new generation, and the matter of the Nine Tails will be put aside for the time being. Since one of our high-level officials, Uzumaki Naruto, has the ability to take on the responsibility, it is also a good thing for the village. I am very pleased that Kakashi also took on the responsibility of the captain of the Anbu at this age. I hope to see. Tsunade's words are always about the interests of the village, and every word ties Kakashi and Naruto together. Talking about the village, he still talked about the Hokage's direct lineage every 3 sentences. He simply and skillfully brushed over the contradiction, and brushed Kakashi's presence. Tsunade waved her hand and hastily ended the meeting. The people dispersed, and the meeting room was empty. Come here. Tsunade waved to Naruto, and the surroundings were quiet. Naruto was not as arrogant as before, and walked over obediently. He didn't dare to look around, and stood there with his head down honestly. How long have you been hiding it from me? Not long, a few months. Naruto looked like an old man caught by the queen, his face pale. Even if Tsunade asked him about the whereabouts of the Nine Tails, the cause and effect, he wouldn't be so nervous. The only thing he said was how long he had been hiding it from her, that's it, it has risen to a matter of principle. Not long? A few months is not long. Tsunade sat on the soft chair, her body thin and plump, her jade-like hands drooping on the table. Dong dong, she habitually knocked on the table twice, and Naruto's back straightened instantly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsunade's face was gloomy, and she seemed really angry. Looking at the tall boy in front of her, she felt complicated for a while. The Nine Tail disappeared suddenly, and I don't know much about it myself. Naruto said a little embarrassedly, he couldn't tell everything. The Nine Tail did disappear, and as for hiding in a fox dog, he could pretend not to know. Even if he accidentally exposed himself, he could just blame the Nine Tail. He knew that Tsunade didn't like to beat around the bush, so he apologized honestly. I should have said it earlier, not until now. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned slightly, and her body half sank into the soft chair. She was not very satisfied with Naruto's answer, but she still suppressed her temper and said, "Don't hide anything from me. If you think you can handle it, that's fine. If you can't handle it, Don't force yourself. After saying this, Tsunade left on her crisp high heels without waiting for Naruto to answer. Suddenly, Naruto was the only one left in the huge conference room. Thinking about Tsunade's words, he raised his eyebrows. This time he was in big trouble and really got emotional. Fortunately, he didn't think too much and did what he had to do with a thick face. He slapped the task application on the task collection area and coughed and said, "I want to insert this task." The person in charge of the task management department, a small senior executive, was a little old man wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Looking at Naruto's arrogant and domineering behavior, I was so angry that I almost had a disease. This is a mission that will start tomorrow. It's against the rules. The old man said. Naruto frowned, staring at the old man who was dressed like a royal family, and said with some dissatisfaction. Rules are set by people, can't they be changed? It can't be changed. Hey. No, I mean this rule was set by the 5th Hokage. The old man obviously participated in the meeting just now, and he was obviously a little scared. The Jinchuriki in front of him is no longer an ordinary Jinchuriki. He can still use power without a tailed beast. In short, he has become an existence that cannot be looked at directly. The high-level people who have power are not scary. What is scary is those high-level people who are strong and stand at the top. Just like the 4 pillars of Konoha, looking down on everything. Naruto is now half a foot into the ranks of the 4 high-level people. Why is it half a foot? Because his strength is there, but his reputation is not enough. Unless he saves the world, he has no chance of becoming a Hokage. Fortunately, his ambition is not to become a Hokage, but to enjoy flowers and play with legs. In layman's terms, his existence as a shell is a tragedy, just a symbol of justice. The good qualities imposed on him are beautiful, but he is not the real Naruto after all, and these good qualities make him extremely disgusted. Tsunade hopes that he will face the world positively. She wants to bring him to the bustling avenue, pull more people in, and get involved with Naruto. The top leaders hope that he has no thoughts, is completely loyal to the village, sweeps across the major ninja villages, and becomes a deterrent humanoid weapon. But what he wants is to sweep across the girls of the major ninja villages and intimidate the young women in the ninja world. The ideal has gone astray from here, and it is destined that Naruto will find it difficult to get along with the ideas of the top leaders. Although it was just a joke, he really didn't think about choosing a specific life. The path he has taken is almost beyond everyone's expectations, even Tsunade. He has his own way of living. If there is really a hurdle that he can't get over, then add some deep blue. The rules set by the 5th generation do not allow sudden changes to missions. If they must be adjusted, she must personally review them. The old man added with a guilty conscience. Wait. Naruto threw down a sentence, grabbed the mission application form, and went to follow the procedural justice. Chapter 222 The Beautiful Little Ino in the World. Naruto took 2 steps at a time up the stairs and climbed to the top floor of the Hokage building, then slowed down. He carefully moved to the door of the Hokage's office and peeked inside. Tsunade was working, and her mood was not very good. At the door, Naruto was still struggling whether to go in. Shizune looked at Naruto, who was peeping with his butt sticking out in the corridor with confusion, and couldn't help asking. Naruto, you? Okay, this time I have to go in. In the Hokage's office, Shizune came in and delivered some documents and left. Tsunade raised her head and frowned at Naruto in front of her, and asked unhappily. What's the matter? Stamp it. Naruto nervously took out the application form. Tsunade glanced at it, thought for a while, and then reached out to stamp it. She didn't show him a face, and let him go after a few words of advice. Back to the mission center, she directly slapped the stamped application form on the table. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Naruto said unhappily, which was completely different from the humble look in the Hokage's office just now. Soon. The old man had left, leaving a girl in her early 20s to deal with Naruto, looking like a hostage being threatened. The matter was not complicated, and I didn't know what the old man said, but the girl was scared. Naruto curled his lips and said nothing. After waiting for the procedures to be completed, he took the mission form and went to report to Asuma. These days, senior executives also have to do missions. Who made him lonely? He was idle anyway. Asuma smoked a cigarette, staring at the task list in his hand that was full of procedure stamps and flipping it over and over. Well, procedural justice, there is no problem. But he couldn't figure out whether this person had any other purpose. The sparks flickered, and the cigarette was already smoked to the bottom. He looked up at Naruto. Naruto, can you go out first? It's not convenient for me now. After all, this is the men's toilet. Although you are also a man, but... Ahem. Naruto retreated. When Asuma came out, the first thing he said was, "Let's go, Uzumaki Naruto, let's go meet them together." Obviously Asuma had heard the news of the high-level meeting in the morning, and the address was mostly a joke, and he patted his shoulder. He was a direct descendant of the Hokage and was happy to see this result. Who to meet? Naruto was stunned for a moment. Afternoon. Koji swallowed the barbecue in a big mouthful, and his mung bean-sized eyes swept around and fixed on Naruto and Ino opposite. "I say, Naruto, you are so mean." "What's mean?" Naruto spread his hands, and the table was full of friends who knew him well. His body had grown up, and he leaned comfortably on the long sofa with his arms and legs long, and Ino sat next to him. "Such a big thing, why didn't you tell us?" Shikamaru also lay on the sofa, holding a glass of watermelon juice in his hand. "How can I say this? I don't know myself." Naruto pouted. "Then I said, the incident happened suddenly, but nothing happened now, right? But it may not be a bad thing now, at least we don't have to worry." Shikamaru said ambiguously, deliberately avoiding the topic of Jinchuriki. Ino seemed unusually quiet, mixing the sauce on the side. Obviously, the incident happened not long ago, and the few people didn't talk much about the topic in the morning, and quickly turned to the mission. "Something's wrong, why did you suddenly want to join our mission?" Shikamaru glanced at Naruto suspiciously, then glanced at Ino, and asked. "What's going on?" "Ah?" Ino blushed for a moment, feeling a little guilty. She knew why Naruto had to interfere, but the more she understood, the hotter her face became. At that moment, she tried her best to divert her attention and dispel the idea. "Your mission is too dangerous. I'm worried about Ino." Naruto was about to say Ino, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which was blocked by the table, and his tongue was tied. "I'm worried about Master Dailu's safety. I have a good relationship with him, so I want to join in." Shikamaru and Koji didn't see Ino's little move, but Asuma, who was sitting outside, noticed it. He just smiled, then stood up and said with a little melancholy, "I'm going to smoke a cigarette outside." Ino turned her head and seemed to realize something. Shikamaru frowned. "Teacher Asuma, didn't I tell you to smoke less? Why are you smoking again?" This Asuma had already put the cigarette in his mouth, the last one today. Naruto also noticed that Shikamaru and Asuma had a deeper relationship. Ino liked flowers, while Koji cared more about food. Asuma got along better with someone with excess intelligence like Shikamaru. Just watching Asuma's back as he left the store, Naruto felt that he looked a little desolate. Did he backstab an old single guy? But wasn't he close to Kurane Ui? Forget it, he was still a herbivorous boy, so there was no reason to pay attention to the love secrets of these old men. "Naruto, do you know Master Jilu of the Fire Temple?" Koji stopped eating and asked suddenly. "We are quite familiar with each other." Naruto hesitated for a moment and said, "Master Jilu and Teacher Asuma have both worked in the 12 Guardian Ninjas, so they have a deeper friendship." After eating and drinking, Asuma paid the bill. He really had no shortage of money. He was a second-generation kid. His life was almost perfect except that he had no wife and looked old. Born in the family of the third-generation Hokage, he had everything he wanted at a young age. Because the third generation said that the Hokage was not the most important person in Konoha, Asuma, a bad boy, instantly felt that the Hokage was too low class. He resolutely quit being a fan and turned against the enemy. He left Konoha very rebelliously and went to be a private bodyguard for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What a young boy who ran away and returned 10 years later was the Dragon King. Dragon King Ba, the bad boy Asuma had enough of the bad boy and returned to Konoha wearing the clothes of all the villains. The third generation Hokage, his father, smiled and forgave him. He inherited the family business of the Sarutobi clan. There was also a childhood sweetheart, Kurane Ui, waiting for him. He was a perfect template for a second-generation winner in life. It's just that the timeline moved forward a little this time, and DLU also escaped by luck. So the mission this time is mainly to investigate and search, not to chase the immortal duo. The main content of the mission is to investigate the Fire Temple, and then follow the clues for a period of time, and protect the land for a while until the end of the mission. If there is still no clue after investigating for a period of time, the mission will most likely be cancelled. So except Naruto and Ino, no one actually took this mission too seriously. After all, it is just a simple investigation and search centered on the fire temple, which is generally safe. Asuma left for something, Shikamaru and Koji also went back together, and Ino and Naruto were the only two people left at the seat. Naruto was about to say something, and the person outside the door glanced at them and left. It was a rather fearful look, and he glanced at them, stopped and turned around and left. Naruto was a little speechless. It was really unlucky that he could meet the group of people in the Hokage building even when having a meal. Let's go, I'll take you back. Naruto turned his head and looked at Ino. Ino thought for a while and said, let's go to your place. Naruto was flattered for a moment. Ino hadn't been to his place for a while, and he almost thought that he had overexerted himself and had a trauma. Okay. He agreed first. Don't think too much. Ino glanced at him and tied up her golden ponytail skillfully. I just have something to ask you, but it's not convenient in the store. What is it? Well, nothing, let's talk about it when we get there. Ino said. When Naruto heard this, he felt a little uneasy. There was Tsunade in front and Ino behind, and each of them had different reactions. Did he stir up a hornet's nest? However, the Nine-Tails escape was indeed more dangerous than stirring up a hornet's nest. At least the latter was a tailed beast that would eat people without blinking an eye or even vomiting, but Naruto didn't think so. No matter how brutal the tailed beast was, it would have to hold its head and play a chicken in front of power, but women were obviously a few cubes more complicated. The road was not too long, and it soon came to the end. Ino walked in front, and Naruto followed slowly behind her, occasionally taking a few quick steps to get in front of her. However, Ino didn't seem to react, and chose to ignore it as if she didn't see it. Ino went upstairs in silence, took out the key directly, skillfully inserted it into the keyhole, and opened the door with a creak. Naruto followed, and the door was not locked. After opening the door, Ino squatted at the entrance without saying a word. Her body huddled together, her hands hugged her knees, her dazzling golden hair seemed to have lost its luster, she tilted her head down, and buried her whole face in her knees. The afternoon sun shone in from the crack of the door and hit his feet. The smile that was about to make a joke disappeared, and Naruto was a little at a loss. The hot summer wind blew in from the door, carrying the smell of dried green leaves. Ino. Naruto suddenly became clumsy. After calling out her name, he didn't know what to say. He stood there with his mouth open and couldn't say anything. Ino was very good at reading the atmosphere, and naturally it was easier for others to detect clues from all kinds of true and false gossip and get the answer she wanted. In fact, she could see the embarrassing situation Naruto was facing. Having been with him for so long, she naturally knew his character. It was impossible for him to want to enter the upper echelons inexplicably. It was just that things had come to this point, and it was just a move that had to be made. Others think Naruto is very impressive, but she doesn't think so. The so-called impressiveness is just because of the status of Jinchuriki, and he has to do it. But now Naruto is suddenly no longer Jinchuriki, which is a good thing, but Ino always feels uncomfortable. Perhaps she feels that the whole thing has nothing to do with her. Even if Naruto is no longer Jinchuriki, nothing seems to have changed. She can only watch helplessly. He pulled Ino's arm away and wanted to pull her up, but was frightened by her raised face. The little face was wet with tears, and the eyes were red and swollen as if they were inflamed. Why can some people cry without making a sound? Strange. He thought so in his heart, but his heart suddenly jumped. Chapter 223 Late. I want to go back. She hurriedly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, got up and was about to go back. Hey! Wait a minute. Naruto held her. Ino looked a little stunned when she was held, but tears flowed out because of inertia. Emotions could not be taken back immediately, but were temporarily interrupted. He thought about it and hugged Ino directly. Although he didn't quite understand why Ino was crying, he didn't care about that. Anyway, he would coax her first and then ask. He was not a god, and it was impossible for him to guess everything. After a while, Ino sat on the sofa and felt a little uneasy. After the girl's emotions faded, perhaps she realized that she was too impulsive and felt a little embarrassed now. Naruto took a glass of water from the kitchen and put it in front of her. Thank you. She blushed and lowered her head and whispered. It was so embarrassing that she grabbed the sofa with her fingers, so embarrassed that she could dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Originally, she was just in a low mood on the way, but she couldn't help it when she got here. Just now Naruto did not sit down, but stood aside and looked at Ino. What happened to you? Nothing. She held the water cup and drank a sip hurriedly to hide her panic. Maybe I have too many worries recently, so. Ino remembered that she was hugged at the entrance just now, and immediately stopped talking. For some reason, her mood improved a lot. It turns out that hugging can really make you feel much better. She opened her eyes wide and thought about all sorts of things, holding the water cup in a daze. I'm fine, I want to go back. Ino suddenly stood up with a red face, glanced at the door, and stammered, we have a mission tomorrow, I have to go back to prepare. Is it still early now? Naruto walked to the balcony, turned around and looked back at Ino on the sofa. Stay a little longer, I will take you back. Ino opened her mouth, but she couldn't say no. It didn't seem to matter if she stayed a little longer, she thought so, and nodded. Then he didn't know where to look, his eyes stayed on the edge of the water cup. Subconsciously, his lips slightly opened, and then he pressed against it with some depression. With a clatter, the balcony window was opened from the outside. Tom, who was tiptoeing Kyuubi heard the noise and poked his head in from outside, and saw the 2 people on the other side of the sofa at a glance. Damn it! Kyuubi muttered softly, crawling in on all fours in an awkward posture. It's back. Ino stood up. Yet. Naruto met Kyuubi's eyes, saw the disdain in Kyuubi's eyes, moved his mouth and said, maybe it went to find its old lover. Kyuubi was startled, and was about to jump up and slap him, but was suddenly picked up by someone. Does it like its own kind? Ino was a little stuck, but curiosity covered up shyness, and looked at Naruto with gossipy eyes. What the hell? Humph, I just found another idiot human slave. But that woman was also an idiot, she gave me all the dinner. She went to get the wine when she was told to, but the place was a bit big and I almost got lost. Although it was a bit troublesome, I still had to go down. After all, the wine was much better than what this kid bought. Kyuubi raised his head proudly, without any guilt at all. As if it was natural to have 2 relationships at the same time, the scumbag fox smiled sweetly, and no longer looked down on this former owner. Probably not, even a dog would find it hard to be attracted to that guy. Naruto picked up the water cup and took a sip, then realized that he had made a mistake and put it down awkwardly. Fortunately, Ino didn't look over here, and kept teasing the Kyuubi. And the Kyuubi looked like he was being forced, and his eyes were grey as he played with Ino. Can it raise its hands? Ino was having fun happy. Naruto had no expression, thinking that the 9-tailed fox could not only raise his hand, but if Ino saw the 9-tailed fox opening the bottle and drinking wine fluently, she would definitely doubt her life. After playing for a while, Ino let the 9-tailed fox go, and the 2 changed shoes and went out. Just before closing the door, Naruto saw the 9-tailed fox jumping on the sofa and taking out a bottle of wine from the bottom. The sound of the bottle opening was covered by the sound of the door closing, and the sound of the bang was isolated inside. Let's go. He turned and said. He didn't know what Ino was thinking from beginning to end. She was in a bad mood and went to her own house to cry for a while, and she felt better after playing with the 9-tailed fox? Maybe this is the biggest use of raising the 9-tailed fox? After all, the 9-tailed fox is a weak group, and it doesn't seem to be of much use. It's just a tailed beast. Today actually, I don't have anything to do, but I just feel that I can't help you, so Ino said in a low voice when she saw that there were no people around. Ah! Naruto came back to his senses and looked at Ino in surprise. There's no need to think that way, I can actually handle it myself. He racked his brains to prove that he didn't need to help at all. The only one who was against him was Danzo, and the 2 advisors just wanted to maintain the balance of the situation in Konoha. With Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as the Hokage's direct lineage. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he won't suffer any loss. To put it another way, at Ino's age now, this kind of thing is not something she should consider. Ino is ignorant and too precocious. Knowing some topics that she shouldn't know, naturally makes her feel depressed. But I want to help you. Ino said in a muffled voice. But the problem is that this is not something you can help with. That kind of thing is actually far away from a genin, and you don't have to keep it in your heart. Naruto explained. I know why you are unhappy. He sighed. I've already told you. Ino muttered. No, I mean the deeper problem. He said, you know something you can't solve, you are powerless, but still thinking about it, you will feel uncomfortable. Next time, just try not to think about it. Actually, I'm fine. In a few years, when you grow up and become an elite jonin, I'll take care of it. By then, you will be capable and won't be upset. There are still a few years. Ino also sighed. It doesn't matter, time flies. Naruto said, isn't the Chunin exam about to start? In the future, you will be a Chunin, and the next step is a Jonin. You will be busy and have no time to take care of time. Naruto felt a little dry in the mouth, and had to give Ino psychological counseling, and he was suddenly a little depressed. He, the person involved, was not unhappy, but she had a psychological burden. However, Ino has a very good personality. It is difficult for her to be happy when she thinks about others, and it is normal to get stuck in a dead end occasionally. You lie to me every time. Ino snorted. How can this be considered a lie? Naruto and Ino walked side by side, his eyes slightly looking at the pedestrians, and he remembered the afternoon of thunderstorm. He vaguely remembered that Ino's eyes were bright and his eyes were soft. I have been helping you because I like you, and I don't ask for the same return from you. If I help you once, you must help me once, isn't that too stiff? Ino's body stiffened for a moment, and then walked forward a few steps quickly to distance herself. I don't like you. Last time you. Don't talk about last time. Ino turned her head and said to him fiercely, I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't say it. Then I won't say it. Naruto smiled. Don't laugh. She said fiercely, grabbing Naruto's collar. I don't want to laugh either, but I can't help it. Naruto was really happy, as if he had caught Ino's little handle, and suddenly figured out why Ino didn't take the initiative to look for him after that time. The streets of Konoha were so long that they seemed to have no end. Ino let go of Naruto and walked forward quickly as if she was angry. Even so, her palms were still sweating. It was too hard to talk with him. Shouldn't we forget the embarrassing things tacitly? Damn. What is love? It was okay before, but now he always talks about it. It's so annoying. His love is too casual. That guy must like many people, and definitely like Hinata. He is a scumbag. I really want to punch him. Ino. He chased after him. Don't call me. Ino said sullenly. She didn't know why her mood turned bad. Naruto still followed her and poked her arm and asked. You really don't have to think like that. I helped you out of my subjective will. Who let me be idle? I know that the mission is dangerous, but I can't just watch you die. It's not dangerous. She retorted weakly. It was just an investigation. What if, Naruto said, what if the Akatsuki organization comes back? Master Jilo is very strong but not ridiculously strong. If something unexpected happens. Okay. Ino couldn't argue with him, but suddenly she thought it was not bad. It would be a novelty to go on a mission together. She actually wanted to say that it would be dangerous for him to go. But after thinking about it, she didn't say it out loud for fear of being retorted by him. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Yamanaka flower shop. I'm going back. Ino lowered her head and said slowly. Okay, see you tomorrow. He waved. The next day. Naruto packed his ninja bag early, took a shower after morning exercise, changed clothes and went out directly. Today is the day for the mission, to the fire temple to investigate the whereabouts of the immortal duo. If the purpose is just to investigate, the mission is really not dangerous. If you accidentally encounter the two, you just need to retreat. But the problem is that Asuma is too valuable, moving 35 million taels. It's all because of the bad debt Asuma left when he was young, and he had to go with Dailoi to be the daimyo's personal bodyguard. In the end, he didn't make a name for himself, but instead caused a lot of trouble. He returned to Konoha in disgrace and returned to the arms of his father, the Hokage. As soon as Naruto left, the nine-tailed fox slowly climbed up from the sofa, stood on the ground and swayed for a few seconds before skillfully opening the balcony window and running out. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the nine-tailed fox skillfully jumped over several rooftops. It couldn't remember any roads, its body was completely shrunk now, and everything looked like a tall building. It only roughly remembered a direction, so it started to walk in a straight line. It jumped over the buildings it encountered, along the roofs, across the dead-end alleys, and finally stopped by a tall and simple wall. It howled, like a wolf or a fox in short, it didn't look like a dog. After a long time, the gate of the Hyaga station opened. A girl walked out. Hinata had grown a lot taller and was not as thin as before. She was about 1.6 meters tall, probably because of her thin body, she was tall. Her short hair had grown longer and was softly draped over her shoulders. She still had curved flat bangs on her forehead, and her eyes were soft and weak. His eyes seemed to be looking for something. He looked around and found the nine-tailed fox squatting there, and he couldn't help but smile. "I brought this for you today," Hinata said with a smile, and took out a small wine pot from behind. The wine pot was funnel-shaped, with a slender mouth, and the actual capacity was only about the size of 2 fists. Even if it was filled, it couldn't hold much wine, not as much as the half bottle of wine of the nine-tailed fox. However, the wine in Hinata's hand was expensive, Naruto would not buy it for it normally, and he couldn't buy the wine supplied by special channels. The nine-tailed fox wanted to drink, but he couldn't complain about the small amount. Although it also tried to protest, the woman in front of it would always say softly in front of its begging eyes, "No, don't drink too much, you won't be able to bear it." The nine-tailed fox was depressed, thinking that he drank 8 or 9 bottles of wine a day, how could he not bear it? But it couldn't really speak, in case it scared her, and this daily guarantee would probably be crooked. "How good it is to drink, it's a beautiful thing. I forgot who said it. Anyway, that brat always says some inexplicable things, and it was also led astray. Anyway, it's good to have wine to drink." At first, it was a little annoyed by Hinata squatting next to it and nagging, but later it got used to it. Occasionally, it can give some responses, and the woman will be very happy as long as it raises its paw to shake hands. "Humph, a simple-minded slave. You came so early today." Hinata touched the head of the nine-tailed fox and took out a white jade plate, which was so expensive that it made people doubt their lives. If Naruto was here, he would definitely kick the nine-tailed fox away and then play with the plate lovingly. Some things cannot be bought with money, but the eldest princess of the Hyaga family can take them out at will. The Hyaga family is large and has a deep foundation. Hinata felt that it was inconvenient for the fox dog to drink from the bottle all the time, and couldn't find a suitable plate, so she took one from home. She carefully poured the wine into the white jade dish. The dish was shallow, with only a few mouthfuls of wine. Kyuubi came to the edge and licked it with satisfaction. The wine was full of fragrance, and the sun was slanting down. Hinata squatted there, looking small, watching Kyuubi tasting the wine without distraction. She was talking about something there, occasionally smiling. The smile was very clean, and the eyes were soft. "There is actually a mission today, but Shino and the others said that I don't need to go there specially, they will come in the afternoon. Everyone takes good care of me. Although I have become stronger, I always feel that the training is not enough." Kyuubi looked up, and Hinata was stunned for a moment. She actually read the doubtful emotions in the eyes of a dog. She was crazy. The fox dog raised by Naruto-kun didn't seem to be a ninja dog. Could it really understand? She was nervous for a moment, but quickly gave up the idea. She saw Kyuubi lowered his head again. Chapter 224 Him to the Evil God. Kyuubi thought to himself that this person was really strange. What was the point of becoming stronger? It would be better to drink some wine. Hinata didn't know what Kyuubi was thinking, and still watched it patiently drink the wine in the dish bit by bit. Then he muttered a few words, stood up and waved goodbye. After Kyuubi was full, he returned to the apartment with ease. After walking a few steps, he turned his head and looked back at the Hyaga residence, with a thoughtful expression on his face. It had drunk a lot of wine from Hinata intermittently. Although the amount was not much each time, it was better in quality. If it was a large amount to satisfy its hunger, it would have already found another master. "I want to drink, and that woman seems to like that kid. If I can make that woman happy," maybe. Kyuubi shook his head and thought about a feasible plan. A few days later, the fire temple welcomed the ninjas of Konoha. Dailor walked out of the hall that had not yet been repaired and met everyone with a serious face. Asuma followed the monk into the back hall, and Naruto followed behind, turning his head to glance at the dilapidated wall. He had an estimate of the combat power of the immortal duo, and his body subconsciously tensed up. Mixed with some excitement, after more than a year, he finally met the Akatsuki organization again. Even if it was the traces left by the immortal duo, he was mentally prepared. He would definitely retaliate against Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. However, the two are probably capturing the 5 tails now. After all, the direct capture of the 9 tails Jinchuriki failed as expected. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame can't take a vacation, and the 5 tails is the best target at the moment. What's wrong with you? Ino pulled him. What were you looking at just now? Nothing. He waved his hand, just a casual look. The people of Akatsuki are really dangerous. Yet. Ino quickly glanced at the collapsed temple wall, and his face changed. Her understanding of the Akatsuki organization was limited to the powerful rebel ninjas. It was hard to understand the horror of the immortal duo just by listening to Asuma's simple description. But the ruins in front of them were real. The unrepaired temple walls looked like a huge wound that had been torn open, and looked very hideous and terrifying. The two lowered their heads and followed the team, and followed the instructions to enter the back hall to have tea. It was called the back hall, but in fact it had been half broken. It was shaky like a dangerous building. Several people had tea and rested in the side hall that was slightly less dangerous, and the curling white smoke revealed Dilu's serious face. They are coming for me. Naruto's mouth twitched, thinking that even a blind man could see this. Master Dlu, there is no need to continue pretending to be a tough guy at this time. Master, you have called for Lao Ma to support you, and you are still pretending. Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino didn't know Dilu's bold personality in private. They all sat upright, as if they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Asuma's face also changed, but it was obvious that his expression was not right, as if he was enduring. He must know the nature of this holy monk who used to be unruly and loved freedom and worked 2 jobs a year. But in front of his disciples, it was not easy for Asuma to ruin his friend's performance. He lit a cigarette with a click and pretended not to hear anything. But I was not there at the time and happened to leave the fire temple. Dlu sighed and said, if I had left a few days later, the fire temple would not have become what it is now. Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. He thought to himself, if you walk slower, it will become 30 million taels of banknotes now. It has been more than 10 days now, and the 2 people from the Akatsuki organization have no intention of returning. Maybe they have given up. Dlu continued. Although the specific purpose of this organization is not clear, I heard that they have accepted many bounty missions, probably to raise money to do something. Ahem. Naruto couldn't hold it anymore and coughed. Realizing that all eyes were focused on him, he quickly dismissed the idea of 600 billion detonating tags in his mind. Well, I'm going to the toilet. With a splash, Naruto finished peeing and was not in a hurry to go back. He could ask Ino directly about what Dailoz said later. He jumped onto the towering stone pillar and used the force to jump onto the crown of an ancient tree that was higher in the temple. Taking advantage of the high ground, he overlooked the terrain around the fire temple. This place is still a little far from Konoha. If this investigation does not find too many clues, he will have to return to Konoha before the mission expires. When he jumped down, he saw Ino walking over from a distance. Naruto walked over and asked with a smile. Why did you come out too? Master Dailoz said that the 2 people from the Akatsuki organization might come back, and it's not safe outside. Ino said with her hands behind her back, Teacher Asuma is smoking inside, I feel a little stuffy, so I came out to get some fresh air. Are you worried about me? Naruto tilted his head. No. Ino retorted. What did it say? Nothing, it's not very clear. Master Dlu was not in the temple at that time. Most of the monks who witnessed it died, and not many survived. She said. All clues are gone. Naruto was stunned. Well, that's about it. Ino replied, looking up at the well-preserved towering tree. What were you looking at just now? The surrounding situation. As a ninja, this is also one of the compulsory courses. No, just take a look. Naruto said, the surroundings are open, and there are not many obstructions. The mission target has already left, and the probability of returning. That kind of thing is not easy to say, so he simply stopped the topic. The atmosphere in the fire temple was depressing, and the sky was getting dark. Asuma took the opportunity to let everyone stay in the fire temple and decided to go out to investigate tomorrow. After several days of investigation, the 10th team found nothing. After many days, it was summer again, and there was a heavy rain a few days ago, so there were not many traces. If the 8th team, which is good at tracking, was used as an auxiliary, it might be much smoother. However, the auxiliary positioning of the 10th team and the 8th team overlaps to a certain extent. Since the mission purpose is just to investigate, it is not a problem to send the 10th team. There was no progress in the mission that day, and Asuma was at a loss, smoking more and more. Dailu, on the other hand, looked calm and confident. High-altitude reconnaissance basically relies on Ino's mind-turning technique to control the flying birds for large-scale searches. But at present, Ino can only control one flying bird, and the flying distance is not too far. At night, after Ino finished washing up, she saw Naruto standing in the corridor staring at a place in a daze. "What are you doing there?" "Nothing." Naruto's eyes were a little evasive, and he looked like he was frightened by something, and his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Ino didn't care about being reserved, and ran over quickly, a little out of breath. "What's wrong with you?" She panted slightly, frowned, and looked a little anxious. She said "what's wrong with you" twice in a row, staring at Naruto closely. Naruto was frightened by her and quickly said it was okay. Where Naruto could see from the corner of his eye, a panel quietly emerged. Option 1, Protect Dailu/Asuma, only one person survives tonight, reward, Wind Style Ninjutsu at full level. Choose one of the two. Option 2, Kill Haiden and Kakuzu tonight. Reward, Hymn to the Evil God, erases all pupil effects once. The panel popped up suddenly a minute ago. He didn't pay attention to anything except the two glaring words tonight. Tonight? Kakuzu and Haiden are coming soon? Naruto looked at Ino in front of him with an unprecedented seriousness. He hasn't thought of a good way to deal with Haiden yet. That evil god's magic is too weird. He can't let him take blood. If he does, it's all over. Curse, death by blood. What a mess of curses, and it comes from some illusory evil god, damn it. What kind of idiotic thing is that? The effect is too amazing, and there is no martial ethics at all. A technique to stab yourself to death and severely injure others. Looking at the rewards in option 2, Naruto was furious, but he could do nothing about it. This broken system has always liked to give out some evil god rewards recently, such as evil god lackeys and evil god blessings. Now it has also created an evil god hymn, which is quite effective, but the problem is how can he kill Kakuzu and Haiden now? The best way is to kill Kakuzu first and control Haiden. He can deal with Kakuzu, as long as he kills him 5 times, but Haiden he really doesn't trust Ino to face Haiden. It's too damn weird, if something happens to Ino, he will really go crazy. A mess of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly regretted not bringing the 9 tails with him. But he couldn't care less at the moment, so he pulled Ino into the temple. "This is not a place to talk, let's go in first," Naruto said. Naruto held her tightly, and Ino couldn't break free. Even though she was confused, she could only let him lead her. His eyes flickered, and he was about to say something when he suddenly felt his heart tighten. For no reason, the ninja's 6th sense gave a warning. "Let's go." Naruto didn't care about that anymore, and pulled Ino to the back hall. With Asuma and Dailu in the back hall, it was basically no problem to hold back Kakuzu and Haiden. As long as Ino was sent to a safe place, he wouldn't be tied up. With a bang, the newly repaired courtyard wall collapsed. "Oh? It's still repaired, you're really not afraid of death?" Haiden's arrogant voice sounded in the night wind. Chapter 225 The fake ninja made 7 seals in 1 second. "Let's go." Naruto lowered his voice, without any pause, and pulled Ino to the back hall. The two successfully crossed the back hall, and the huge noise in the front hall attracted the monks guarding the temple. Dailu and Asuma also rushed over and ran into Naruto and Ino. "What's going on?" Asuma asked. Seeing Lao Ma coming, Naruto calmed down a bit, let go of Ino's hand and pushed her over. "They are coming." "They?" Asuma frowned, obviously he would not ask who they were. After looking for the mission target for several days, who else could it be except the immortal duo? It happened to be at this time, it was already dark, and the battle was not advantageous. He naturally believed in his disciples and was not worried. Dlu dispersed the monks and asked them to hide. The peace of these days was broken in an instant. The surviving monks might still be panicked, and Dlu did not let them muster the courage to face death. "Let's go and see first." Asuma glanced at the 3 disciples behind him. Shikamaru and Koji also rushed out. They always fought in a group, mainly relying on Shikamaru and Ino's interference and control. Koji acted as a meat shield or an attacking role, making up for the shortcomings of the three people's low attack and low defense. Naruto was completely a free man, and he glanced at Ino. Knowing that it is impossible to let him stay out of trouble, but as long as he stands with Shikamaru and Koji, it will be safer. Just when Naruto was struggling with how to remind everyone to be careful of Feijuan's evil methods, footsteps came from behind. Be careful of the sickle of one of them, be careful of being taken blood by the sickle. Dlu rushed up and said in a low voice, the information provided by the surviving monk in the temple, the man licked the blood of another monk and stabbed himself with a knife. The man didn't die, but the monk died. Asuma kept walking, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What is that, a curse? I don't know, I think it's an evil technique. Dlu kicked open the door of the back hall with a foot, his face serious. In short, be careful, let your disciples pay attention. The weak master turned into Fahey and took the lead to walk towards Kakuzu Feijuan. Phaeton was bored he killed a monk, and with a huge bloody sickle on his shoulder, he looked towards the back hall with one hand covering his eyes. A door split open instantly, and Dailu in half-sleeves came out, glaring at Kakuzu and Haiden who had once bloodbathed the fire temple. New and old hatreds, Dailu, who had learned the information, had no intention of despising them. With a bang, the kunao with the detonating tag, with a low hum and miserable sobbing, shot from both sides to Kakuzu and Haiden like lightning. Haiden! Kakuzu said in a muffled voice. The moment Kakuzu called out Haiden's name, Haiden reacted instantly, and the two jumped away tacitly. With a bang, the fire bloomed in the dark night, and the strong explosion ignited a cloud of dust. Asuma jumped high with a chakra knife like a tiger's knuckle in his hand, and slashed at Kakuzu before he landed. Dailu exuded golden light all over his body and rushed directly to Kakuzu. No one said harsh words, and there was no foreplay. The sound of breaking wind and roaring, the battle was about to break out in the dark night. Naruto ran along the arc, throwing two flying thunder god kunao to the left and right. Thump, 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 the kunao thrown by Shikamaru and Ino whizzed and rushed to the landing point of Haiden after he took off. The night wind was suppressed at this moment, but the atmosphere of the battle was particularly terrifying. Kakuzu and Haiden had many ways to save their lives and were not afraid of anything. Kakuzu fought with Asuma with a ding, and the two knives of the tiger finger sword slashed out, and with a bang, a huge air wave was brought up, which directly knocked Kakuzu out. He hit the broken wall of the temple heavily, and the bones of his arm were broken and twisted at a terrifying angle. Haiden was directly knocked back by Dailu's punch, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and he hit a stone pillar at a high speed. Cracks appeared instantly, and the stone pillar collapsed and pressed him down. He finally couldn't hold it anymore, and spit out blood foam with a wow. Naruto was slightly surprised. Asuma and Jalua were obviously not ordinary characters. They both had at least the strength of elite jonin. Not everyone is a genius like Kakashi, but it was about 70% of Kakashi. If Kakashi became a unit of measurement in the ninja world, 99% of people would not be able to make the list. Bang! The flying thunder god kunao arrived behind Haiden and Kakuzu one after another. Naruto's pupils dilated slightly, and he held a raised nan in each hand. The strange red chakra dyed the raised nan red, and the wind and waves rushed to the sky and swooped down. The moves were fierce, and the momentum was unstoppable. He pressed on Kakuzu like a ferocious beast. The chakra inside the raised nan rotated at a high speed like a meat grinder, hitting Kakuzu hard. Kakuzu howled in pain, half of his chest collapsed suddenly, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. A heart shattered instantly, and one of the 5 lives was shattered immediately. Apparently, Kakuzu was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Flying Thunder God. The 2nd and 4th generations of Konoha had been dead for a long time, and Kakuzu did not expect that someone would still use such a forbidden technique. But Kakuzu was a 100-year-old immortal who had lived from the 1st generation to the 5th generation, and soon realized that this was the famous skill of the 4th generation of Konoha, the Yellow Flash, Flying Thunder God and Raise Nan. Time passed slowly, and Naruto's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kakuzu had no time to remind Haiden. On the other side, Haiden had just crawled out from under the stone pillar, and the Flying Thunder God Kunao had arrived. Just now, Dailu punched him and bent his body into a shrimp. He realized how terrifying the power of this bald man worth 30 million was. Although he would not die, it would still hurt. Haiden's face was full of pain, and his anger reached its peak at this moment. His face was slightly pale, and the Akatsuki robe on his chest was also stained black with blood. The punch was a bit powerful, and his stomach was a little nauseous as if it was churning. Just when he was about to show his real ability to kill Dailu, a strong sense of crisis came over him. He subconsciously turned sideways, and the other half of his body was instantly caught in the Ray's Nan. After a bang, Phaeton flew out again, and the bones of his arm rolled out directly. Once again, he was attacked again. The moment he flew backwards, he saw the man's face clearly. Damn it! How could it be a little devil? He couldn't believe it, with horror in his eyes. If he was hit by Dailu's punch, it would be fine. But it was just a teenager who hurt him. Naruto was extremely fast, and the fiery red Ray's Nan smashed a deep pit on the ground with a bang. From the perspective of destructive power alone, the effect was extremely amazing, but it was a pity that Phaeton was lucky enough to dodge it, otherwise Phaeton would have been beheaded now. After Phaeton dodged, he immediately moistened and fled, hiding far away. Kakuzu, save me! He shouted a little jumpy. Kakuzu was not much better. After releasing a dead earthling, he slowly walked out of the smoke, followed by 3 faceless monsters. He ignored Haiden, his green eyes swept over Asuma and fell on the yellow-haired man. Except for being a little younger, almost all the general features matched, and Naruto's image gradually overlapped with a figure in Kakuzu's mind. Yellow flash of Konoha? Who are you? Kakuzu asked, his voice was not calm. No, the yellow flash of Konoha died a long time ago. Asuma clenched his chakra knife. He had just witnessed Naruto's unparalleled explosive power, and suddenly realized how correct the decision of the 5th generation was. The future of the village is indeed in this group of new generation children. Facing the 3 faceless earthlings beside Kakuzu, Asuma did not dare to act rashly for a while. Shikamaru and the other 2 nervously pinched their hand seals, ready to seal at any time. Just now, the combination of Naruto, Asuma, and Earthling opened the situation was smooth, and it seemed that he had firmly gained the upper hand. But the opponent who should have died or been seriously injured was now alive and kicking, and the scene suddenly became a little weird. Naruto's only regret was that he did not knock off Phaeton's head. If his head and body were separated, he would not be able to move. Now that one of Phaeton's arms was broken, it didn't have much impact at all. It has nothing to do with you, old man. Naruto took out a new Flying Thunder God Kunao. The ones he just threw out were all disposable Flying Thunder God Kunao. The only ones that could be reused were the 1 or 2 given by the system. Hearing this, Kakuzu's face instantly became hideous and terrifying. Naruto's words were a bit too sharp, which almost made his 100-year-old Taoism unstable, and he was about to blurt out a curse. Evildoers will be punished by their own evil. The rest of the people present did not know the details of the undead duo, but Naruto knew. Kid, when you beg for mercy later, I hope you can still be stubborn. Phaeton's injured hand was twisted by him, and the bone was stuffed in, and it seemed to be usable again. You are even more useless. Naruto was very frugal with words, and was even unwilling to use more words to evaluate Feijuan, but his peripheral vision was always watching Feijuan. I can't rest easy if I don't kill that guy. You are brave. Feijuan raised his sickle and aimed it at the people of Konoha. Naruto was happy that the other party didn't show their true level. The battle was an intelligence war, and the other was the grasp of timing. Underestimating the opponent will lead to many people capsizing in the gutter. Behind Naruto, a blood-red 9-tailed fox stood up, and its chakra was so condensed that it seemed to be real. The face could not be seen clearly, and the pupils were shining with blood-red light. It was slowly condensing, like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld, exuding a terrifying breath. Dlu made a handprint, and a 1,000-handed Buddha appeared behind him, and the dazzling golden light illuminated a corner of the night. His resolute face revealed the belief of never giving up. The fire temple was the result of his hard work for half his life. The damned abbot traveled around, leaving him alone to manage the temple. After more than 10 years of hard work, he finally became the boss of the fire temple. When he came back from his trip, the fire temple was destroyed, and his handsome monks were almost slaughtered. According to his personality, he would never seek help from Konoha. But he remembered the last time he met Naruto and recalled his advice. Glu wanted to take revenge and wanted to kill those ignorant Akatsuki members, so he gritted his teeth and hired help. Tonight, the enemies were particularly jealous when they met, and he had only one thought in his mind. Amitabha, die for me. When Asuma saw the immortal for the first time, he was not too nervous. He turned his head slightly and looked at Phaeton, silently thinking in his heart, just be careful of this person to draw blood, right? He glanced at GLU and Naruto, and saw that one was red and the other was gold, and he immediately wanted to add some color to his body. But there was no way, so he could only light a cigarette awkwardly. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, support from a distance, don't get close. He said, fearing that his 3 little disciples would be injured by mistake, after all. Tisk. Feijuan said disdainfully, his whole body instantly transformed into a black state of magic. The battle started again. This time, Naruto took the lead, throwing out 7 or 8 flying thunder god kunai. They were inserted in all directions of Feijuan and Kakuzu, surrounding the two of them to the maximum extent. Get out! Don't enter the range of that kid's kunai. Kakuzu commanded Feijuan, I'll deal with that kid, you lead them away. As he said, 2 Earth Resentment Yu attacked Asuma and Earth Riku respectively, and Kakuzu himself rushed towards Naruto with an Earth Resentment Yu. Feijuan's target was only the 3 people in the 10th team, so he smiled grimly. Almost instantly, Feijuan immediately understood Kakuzu's tactics. Encircle Wei to save Zhao, kill those 3 genin brats, and force the other 3 to reveal their flaws. In this way, as long as they succeed, they will have an advantage. Even if they fail, they will not suffer any great loss with their immortal power. That's what I think. Naruto has already rushed out, without time to care about other things. The distance of 100 meters is almost reached in an instant. A ground resentment Yu flew over like a ghost, opened its mouth as if launching a tailed beast ball, and fired a lightning ninjutsu in the face. Even so, Naruto did not retreat. He quickly threw a kunai, tilted his body in the air and quickly formed a seal. Seeing this, Kakuzu's body emitted countless black silk threads and grabbed Naruto. How stupid, forming a seal at this time. Kakuzu sneered, confident of victory. Based on Naruto's fighting style just now, he judged that Naruto wanted to fight head-on. If so, it was exactly what he wanted. If it was a head-on ninjutsu fight, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. However, Naruto randomly made a seal, but nothing happened. What? Kakuzu noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. He saw Naruto's mouth corners raised, revealing a mocking smile. The seal was just a trick. The next moment, Naruto appeared behind a ground resentment beast. With a lava escape, he directly used the 9 tails chakra to penetrate the ground resentment beast. At the same time, Naruto's voice also rang in the night sky. Who would make a seal if they were serious? The fake ninja made 7 seals in 1 second. The real ninja, with a clap of his hands, can make anything he wants, which is very confusing. Go to hell. Old hings. Naruto was very excited when he shouted this sentence. Who would hide their trump cards until the end? A true ninja would definitely kill with 1 strike. With a huge roar, the 9 tails phantom soared into the sky and was ferocious and terrifying. Flying Thunder God quickly changed his position and moved in the moment when the earthly Wrath-Yu raised his head and exhaled. With a bang, the huge rays Nan pierced through the bodies of the 2 earthly Wrath-Yu 1 second apart. Chapter 226 The Land Where Faith Fell. Kakuzu finally experienced firsthand how terrifying the tailed beast chakra was. The blood-red figure pierced through 2 earthly blades 3 times a second, without using a shadow clone. He even had time to appear in front of him and punched him into the ground. DLU found that the earthly blades he was fighting had disappeared, and he did not stay for long, turning around to support Asuma. The ground suddenly broke apart like a spider web, and the ground collapsed in an instant. Kakuzu screamed, and a big hole was pierced through his body by his fist, and the shadow of the 9-tail was reflected in his pupils. 73% of the yin-yang 9-tail's strength is much stronger than the stupid dog fox at home. In the face of absolute power, all defenses are useless. Kakuzu found that all 3 hearts were broken, and hurriedly recalled the earth grudge that was entangled with Asuma. Black silk threads like half of a noodle sprayed out, temporarily forcing Naruto back. Naruto dodged, and a large amount of silk threads emerged from Kakuzu's body, and his mouth, ears and nose were full of terrifying silk threads. Naruto was mentally prepared for this and jumped away without making a sound. He watched Kakuzu's joints expand rapidly, and his body was deformed like a real monster. Kakuzu looked clumsy at this time, but he was very flexible when he rushed over. The ground was scratched by deep marks from the silk threads, which shattered all the obstacles blocking him. Just looking at Kakuzu's appearance was very scary. Naruto directly pulled out the grass the pheasant's sword, the tailed beast chakra covered the sword, waved his hand and went forward fearlessly. Kakuzu was just the first shot to destroy the Akatsuki organization, and he will face many enemies in the future. Uchiha Itaki, Hoshigaki Kisame, all deserved to die. Sooner or later he would rush into the Rain Country and kill them all. Different philosophies, no need to say more, cut the Gordian knot quickly, and there will be no troubles in this world. With a hum, the sword seemed to ring. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he cut off everything from a high position. The Kusanagi sword was incredibly sharp, and in Naruto's hand it was like a sickle in the hands of the god of death. After a few swords cut the silk thread, he was about to stab a sword into Kakuzu's heart, and suddenly heard a cry not far away. "Ino, be careful!" Naruto's blood-curdling face twitched slightly, and he gave up the chance to hunt Kakuzu by using Flying Thunder God's figure to disappear in an instant. The next second, Hiden's sickle chopped on the blade of Kusanaga's sword. Originally, Hiden found a flaw in Koji, who was only gigantic, and was about to be pierced by the sickle. Ino didn't care so much and forcibly performed the heart turn technique. However, the temporary seal only interfered with Hiden for 2 seconds. Koji was taken away by Asuma, and Hiden turned around and attacked Ino. Shikamaru was anxious, but Shadow couldn't keep up with Hiden's speed. Looking at Hiden, who arrived in an instant, the huge sickle kept enlarging in front of her eyes. The feeling of fear instantly swept through Ino's body. She wanted to move, but she couldn't move at all in this very short time. At the critical moment, with a ding, Ino found a figure blocking in front of her. Her heart tightened immediately, and she shouted almost subconsciously. "Naruto, danger!" She took out a kunao and was about to attack. Naruto turned his head slightly and stopped her with his eyes. It was hard to see clearly in the dark, so he just confirmed it with a simple glance. Then he lowered his head and kicked Hiden away, and said, "Go to Koji and the others." The excessive use of the tailed beast chakram made Naruto feel that his body was getting more and more abnormal. A desire for destruction ignited in his heart, but soon he regained his clarity. He didn't believe that there was anything immortal. If he couldn't kill him with one blow, he would beat him into slag. Grind him into powder in the face of absolute power and feed him to pigs with water. Phaeton was still as cowardly as ever. At this moment, Naruto had made up his mind to kill him with a sharp knife. The famous saying of the Holy Ruins Emperor Chu Tian appeared in his mind, "I must kill you." It was dark at night. Naruto flashed, and threw out several more Flying Thunder God shurikens. For this moment today, he prepared a lot of disposable shurikens. Anyway, it was a consumable, and kunao was not too expensive for him. Master Cardo's money had not been spent yet, so he naturally bought as many as he could and engraved it when he had nothing to do. For things like famous skills, it is natural to be prepared for any eventuality, and the more the better. "Leave there!" Kakuzu had taken off his Akatsuki uniform early and shouted to Hiden, "Don't enter the range of that brat's kunao, that's..." Before Kakuzu finished speaking, Naruto had already approached with his sword in his hand. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was used as a knife by him, and the uncomfortable feeling in his heart slowly eased with the battle. It was like a virgin who had finally ushered in the dawn of liberation for many years, and gradually got into the groove. The sword in his hand opened and closed, relying on the perception and speed bonus of the tailed beast coat to attack fiercely. The sword chopped hard on Hiden's sickle, one sword heavier than the other, one sword faster than the other. Naruto did not show any sign of fatigue, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, his movements became faster and faster, and his mind became clearer. The pleasure of fighting without restraints surged throughout his body, and every cell in his body was trembling. Fun! He attacked harder and harder, and completely forgot about Hiden's sickle to take blood, and didn't care about anything. His steps became faster and faster, becoming more and more intense. Finally, Feijuan's sickle was picked up and flew away. The sword in Naruto's hand also disappeared. He punched over, and Feijuan grinned and pulled out the long sword hidden on his side. At the moment when his long sword was about to pierce Naruto's body, Naruto disappeared again. With a bang, Naruto suddenly appeared on Feijuan's side and punched Feijuan in the face. The cheekbones on the face were directly broken, and the whole face was completely distorted. But the next moment, Naruto's body teleported again and punched Feijuan's head again. Every time he changed his position, he would throw two Flying Thunder God's kunao. Feijuan's swollen eyes guessed wrong twice. Naruto would hit his head hard on the other side every time, punch after punch, and the skull of a normal person would be shattered. But Feijuan is still alive with the blessing of the evil god. "I won't die." Feijuan fell to the ground and wanted to move, but found that his body was out of control. Naruto ignored him and continued to punch him with an expressionless face. Under the impact of the fist, Feijuan was covered in blood, but he was still very energetic. What a loss of composure! Looking at Naruto's fist about to hit him, Feijuan knew that he was in trouble this time, and he still laughed arrogantly. You will definitely be punished by the evil god cult. The cultists will definitely kill you all. Hearing this, Naruto's movements suddenly stopped. He stopped his hand and turned his head to look behind him. Koji seemed to be injured, and Ino was trying hard to treat him. What did you just say? He stared at Feijuan expressionlessly. Ha ha ha. Are you scared? The evil god cult will definitely punish you. Kill you all of you. Feijuan laughed arrogantly, his mouth full of blood. I say, you evil god cultists are too weird. Naruto lowered his hand and looked at Asuma and Jilo who were fighting with Kakuzu on the other side. Strange. Feijuan didn't know what the little devil in front of him was up to, but when he thought of his appearance, it didn't matter. He asked with a grim smile, are you scared? What am I afraid of? Naruto whispered, the one who should be afraid is you keep calling me the evil god, but look at you. Your evil god doesn't care about bugs like you at all. You are really embarrassed, Feijuan. Look at yourself, that ridiculous art, ridiculous belief. Kill you. Bastard. If you dare to insult the evil god again, I will kill you no matter what method I use. I feel sorry for you. I have seen fanatics, and they are not like you. Naruto still said to himself, real believers are protected by their faith, not as embarrassed as you are now. Haiden, do you want to give you a mirror to take a good look at yourself? You look like a dog. Where is the evil god you believe in? You let it kill me, even if it touches a finger of mine. Naruto's mouth moved, the evil god raised by a bitch. Haiden was stunned for a moment and let out a sharp scream. I will kill you. Chapter 227 Jiraiya, who has been waiting for a long time, summoned the Miyaboku mountain. Take your evil god to death. Naruto jumped away, and Haiden could not move, and Kakuzu was already at the end of his strength. He felt vaguely that he seemed to be able to use the tailed beast ball now, and wanted to shoot a tailed beast ball to kill Haiden. But looking at the current situation, there was no need to kill a chicken with a butcher knife. The immortal duo is not that strong, just tricky. With a clap of his hands, the ground around Haiden collapsed 1 meter away, and molten magma poured out. Haiden's screams had not yet come out of his throat, and he had been completely dissolved. This horrible scene attracted the attention of Kakuzu, who was entangled by Asuma and Ilu at the moment. Seeing this, he hurriedly started with a large-scale fire escape, and suddenly a large sea of fire with a range of dozens of meters was sprayed out. The remaining giant trees around him turned into ashes in an instant, and the ground was cracked and shrunken. But after doing all this, Kakuzu's condition was already very bad. 4 consecutive earth grudges were shattered, and he only had 1 life left. It was a mistake to use a fire escape that could not burn people with a body that was already at the end of its strength. After Naruto crossed the hurdle in his heart, the battle became more and more fluent. A kunao broke through the wind from a distance, and the bright edge reflected a dazzling light in the sea of fire. Flying Thunder God changed his position and pressed a raise nan on Kakuzu's side. Asuma and Ilu arrived at the same time, and one of them cut off one of his arms. 3 against 1, there was no suspense. Kakuzu's heart was punched through by Dailu, and he died completely. He stepped on Kakuzu's body and looked at his pair of green and bright eyes. He drew his sword expressionlessly and chopped it down heavily. Finishing off a ninja is the most basic quality of a ninja. Kakuzu died, and Dailu looked back at the fire temple and stood there without saying a word. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and there were few monks left. If they wanted to rebuild, they had to seek the help of the Fire Country Daimyo. Ding! The reward for the Hymn of Evil Gods was successfully delegated, erasing all pupil effects once. Naruto walked to Shikamaru's side, Koji leaned against the wall, and Ino had just finished a simple treatment. Are you okay? He walked over and asked Koji. It hurts a little. Koji said with a frown on his fat face. Hearing this, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino all laughed. If he can still say it hurts, then he's probably fine. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade held the mission report and read it over and over for a long time. That's almost it. I'll take the people away. Jiraiya said, standing there. Under the current situation, the counterattack of the Akatsuki organization will come soon, so it's better to prepare early. With a click, Tsunade put down the mission report, leaning back in the chair and looking at Jiraiya and saying 2 words. As soon as possible. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment and asked. What happened? Tsunade was silent for a while, tapping the table unconsciously with her index finger. Nothing happened for the time being. The intelligence of Akatsuki is still unclear, and there is also movement from Orochimaru. The existence of these unknown factors is always a hidden danger, and 2 members of Akatsuki died in Konoha's hands. Orochimaru. Jiraiya realized something and asked, is it that Uchiha Sasuke? Yes. Tsunade nodded. And now, Naruto's strength has grown to a jaw-dropping level without anyone noticing. The village's future actions will probably rely on his strength. Jiraiya frowned slightly, no way to leave. That's not the case. You haven't been in the village for many years, and the top leaders didn't expect you to help. Tsunade said, it's just that Naruto is a high-level person now. If he leaves now. So, everything should be done as soon as possible. It's best to take him away today. Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya, leaving for Myaboku Mountain one day earlier can avoid some accidents. I understand. Jiraiya nodded and smiled, I will take him away today. The door closed, Tsunade stood up, walked to the window, and frowned. Without intelligence, Konoha knew nothing about Akatsuki. Under such circumstances, 2 members of Akatsuki were killed, but Konoha couldn't spare more manpower to investigate. Damn it, if only the route could be disbanded for their own use. She thought so, and then sighed quietly. Letting Naruto and Jiraiya leave at this time is also an extremely risky decision. It was noon, and the sun was high. Naruto sat on a secluded and cold step, squinting at the scorching sun 2 meters away from him. Behind him was a long green steppe, with old trees with roots in disorder. When the wind blew, the crowns of the green trees around the old house shook and rustled. What are you doing hiding here? Ino was wearing hot pants, and her 2 slender white legs stepped lightly on the steps. Jiraiya seems to be looking for you. I don't want to go out at all. Naruto put the soda on the ground with a bang, the lecherous sage wants to take me to a very troublesome place, I don't really want to go. Where? Ino stood beside him with her hands behind her back, and the sunlight passed through the sparse leaves and hit the mossy stone steps in patches. The green shade was thick, and the fragrance of the girl made the air have a hint of sweetness. Anyway, it's a very troublesome place. I heard that you can learn some immortal arts. Naruto looked up at her, it's meaningless if you can't really become an immortal after learning it. Ino held her forehead, there are no immortals in this world, the 6-path sage? Master Jiraiya is very strong. Since he wants to take you there, then go. You can become stronger anyway. Who knows? Naruto said. He and the old toad of Myaboku Mountain are not compatible, and it is not certain whether he can learn immortal arts. To be honest, he believes in the system more than immortal arts. At the moment, he puts his hope on the system, and has an inexplicable rejection of the old toad and the 6-path sage. He roughly knows that there should be no strange marks in his body. The 9 tails was driven out, and the chakram marks of the 6 paths were also eliminated. He is now a complete person, an independent Uzumaki Naruto. Not the 9 tails Jinchuriki, nor the son of prophecy. In his opinion, the 6-path sage is rubbish, and the mysterious Otsutsuki is a more powerful foreigner. Compared with the alien natives, he is not just a god. Hide first, I will think about it. Naruto said, and then asked, the Chunin exam is coming soon, right? Yes. Ino sat down next to him and turned to look at him. Koji and I have applied for the exam, but I heard from my father that this time we will jointly hold the Chunin exam with the Sand Village. Sand Village? Yes, the unrest in the Sand Village has been eliminated. Ino said, this exam is jointly held, the standard is higher, and the gold content of Chunin is also higher. Gold content? Naruto was a little tempted, in fact, he didn't really want to go to Myaboku Mountain. The immortal duo is unexpectedly weak, and now he has another chance to use the evil god's hymn, which can erase the pupil power effect once. Whether it is the Samsara Eye or the Sharingan, it can directly erase its effect once. At least Danzo's Izanagi is no longer a problem in his eyes. Although he has not yet completed the side quest and received the Izanagi rewarded by the system, he can erase Danzo's Izanagi. The effect is probably similar to silence, and the skill is invalid once. In the future, Danzo will be just an old dog, and Naruto will no longer have to be afraid of him. In this way, as long as he does not become Hokage, staying in Konoha is actually not bad. He has gotten rid of the identity of Jinchuriki and served as a high-level official in Konoha. In the future, he will be second to none. Will he be able to do whatever he wants in the future, and no one can control him? This thought flashed by, and then was thrown out by Naruto. If life is really so smooth, then what is the use of a system? But now, there is Akatsuki in front of him. Behind the organization is the Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu saving his mother is not the point. Even if he can step on Obito and punch Uchiha Madara in the future. But what about those inexplicable Otsutsuki? After one wave comes another, it is really troublesome to fight against the Otsutsuki with the power of the Otsutsuki. What makes him curious is that since the so-called evil god cult of Feijuan can give him abilities, and the evil god props given by the system can also suppress the Nine Tails and even erase the pupil power, then forget it, let's go to Myaboka Mountain to have a look. Yeah, you probably don't have time anyway. Ino turned her head and stared at him. I say you can't hide all the time, right? Are you here to persuade me to go out? He asked curiously. Not really. Ino hugged her knees and said, her eyes moved to the ground, I just ran into Master Jiraiya looking for you. I guess you are hiding in a place like this, and you can find it with a little search. I didn't hide on purpose. Naruto muttered, I have to go anyway, I just want to be alone for a while. Don't you want to go? She asked. Not really. Naruto said, becoming stronger is indeed good, but there is more than one way, mainly because I really don't like toads. Ino shrank back and said in a low voice. I heard from Master Jiraiya that your training this time will probably take a long time. If that's the case, I will definitely not be used to it after not seeing you for so long. Hearing this, Naruto was slightly stunned. Jiraiya told Ino everything, but why did his tone sound like he was notifying his family? It shouldn't take too long. He said with a wry smile, I may not be able to learn it, and I might be sent back without learning anything. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the more requirements and restrictions there are. I'm not a genius, you know, and I don't want to be a genius, if it weren't for... I know. Ino interrupted him and said, I know. She lowered her eyes and stared at the light spots on the stone steps, wondering what she was thinking. Then she raised her head and smiled, her eyebrows curved. Anyway, when you come back next time, maybe I'll be a Chunin, and you'll still be a Genin. Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking that Chunin was nothing, he was a high-ranking official in Konoha. As long as the time is right, he can transform himself into a Jonin in Konoha by going through the formalities. Then congratulations in advance. He said with a smile. Ah! Ino met his eyes, her face suddenly flushed for no reason, and she stood up immediately, I remember I have something else to do. Ichiraku ramen shop. Really, you little brat are really worrying. Jiraiya complained while eating noodles. It was you who insisted on saying some inexplicable things to Ino. If you really want to find me, how can you find me? Naruto took a bite of the barbecued pork, and the oil immediately overflowed between his lips and teeth. The thick white soup dripped and rippled, reflecting Naruto's face. You seem to be more anxious than me. He said speechlessly. You are so disrespectful, what are you talking about? Jiraiya said, I know the love between you boys and girls best, how can I not give it a try when there is such a good opportunity? Jiraiya said with a smile, how was it? Did you snuggle in each other's arms and were reluctant to part? No. Naruto rolled his eyes, you wrote all 18 plus, you lecherous immortal. What do you know? Jiraiya pouted and said, that's my most perfect masterpiece, very good, you little brat are really boring, you will understand later. In fact, Naruto wanted to say that he had read it a long time ago, but he was embarrassed to ask for more. Suddenly, he remembered that Sakura Ino had also read Intimate Paradise, and he was even more speechless. After all, the wretched author was right next to him, which made him feel boring. Anyway, that kind of thing can't be rushed. I'm not an adult yet, so there's no point in rushing. Naruto took a sip of soup and said, everyone has their own goals, just take it slow. What the hell? Jiraiya said with a sigh, you're so young, but you think a lot, and you don't have the youthful vigor at all. I want to be energetic, too, lustful sage. Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya, his eyes grey, how can I be energetic? There are so many things going on, you can ask Sasuke to let go of the hatred of exterminating the clan. If he can easily let go of his obsession, I can also be full of vigor. A life that is despised and hated by others is really hell for more than a second. Even if I am not a Jinchuriki now, the top leaders are still discussing strategies and not letting it be publicized. So now I still have to endure the malice of those villagers from time to time, and I have to protect them. How can I cheer up? Without Inokoji and the others, I would have left the village long ago. The last sentence made Jiraiya choke for a moment, and he didn't know what to say for a while. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "After this trip to Myaboka Mountain is over, I will persuade the top leaders to wash away your identity as a Jinchuriki. You are my disciple, not a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Well, let's talk about it when the time comes." Naruto responded. The depressing atmosphere was relieved. Jiraiya smiled, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "The training in Myaboka Mountain is very difficult, and it is not easy to successfully practice fairy arts, Naruto. Although this is Tsunade's order, I still have to respect your opinion. Have you made up your mind?" Naruto's eyes were dead. "Yes. You little brat are so boring." Jiraiya curled his lips and ate the last mouthful of ramen. "If that's the case, then..." He picked up his chopsticks and pointed forward. "Let's go." Naruto looked down at the ramen in his bowl and drank the soup speechlessly. Myaboka Mountain, this day has come. I no longer have the mark of the six-path sage on my body. I wonder if the old toad will say the words of the child of prophecy this time. Anyway, let's go and see. Konoha Forest, River Beach. It was afternoon, the stream was rushing. Jiraiya and Naruto stepped on the soft pebbles, one foot in front of the other. When they arrived at the place, they saw an open and wet river beach. Jiraiya stopped, took out the scroll and said, "Okay, let's sign the spiritual communication agreement." Chapter 228, Gathering of Toads, Huge Soul. Sexy Sage, after this trip to Myaboka Mountain, no matter what the result is. Naruto raised his head and looked at him. "Just start the Rain Country mission, I will go with you. It would be too conspicuous to take a kid like you on that kind of mission." Jiraiya did not agree to it immediately. "We'll see when the time comes. If you can learn the immortal technique, I can consider it." Hearing this, Naruto's heart darkened, thinking that it was hard to say. The immortal technique mastered by the old toad, I don't know how good it can be. The complete form that Jiraiya couldn't master fell on this pirated Naruto. Tisk, I really look forward to the old toad's eyes. Naruto squatted down, quickly wrote his name on the summoning scroll, cut his palm with a kunai, and pressed the blood handprint. Jiraiya was watching under the tree with his hands folded, smiling. "You just inject chakra, draw a blood mark on the palm of your hand and press it on the ground. With your current chakra, you should be able to summon that guy Gamabuntat." Speaking, Jiraiya smiled again, reminding Naruto in advance. "Gamabuntai has a bad temper, be careful and don't get hurt by it. Be a little patient, and you can still get the guy's approval." "Oh." Naruto drew a bloody mark on his palm and slapped it on the ground without hesitation. With a bang, a huge white smoke appeared. Jiraiya stood aside with a smile on his face, looking like he was watching the fun. He knew that Naruto had signed a contract with Tsunade's summoned beast, and ninjas could sign contracts with multiple summoned beasts. If the guy Wenta was summoned, he would probably curse directly according to his bad temper. The white smoke dissipated, revealing the giant toad Wenta's unruly scarred toad face, with a huge pipe in his mouth. A giant white short knife was slung across his waist as thick as a bucket. "Hey, Wenta!" Jiraiya was smiling and greeting, but suddenly choked. He saw something in the white smoke. "Little Jiraiya, long time no see." The green-lipped red-lipped toad power greeted him in a glamorous manner. "Why did you summon us all?" "You? Toad power, who else is there besides you?" Jiraiya was slightly surprised. "How much chakra did Naruto inject?" "Quack!" The two-person tall patterned toad Zhone called out, and then the iron-armed toad wearing iron armor came out of the white smoke, and then a voice sounded. "I am old and useless, I didn't expect to be summoned." The purple toadkin came out with a broken bowl on his back and an iron crutch in his hand. He was ruthless but humble. One of the three young and strong fighting forces in Myaboka Mountain appeared. What happened? The blue toad Guang with two swords on his back lay on the ground. "Buntat? Gama Guang? Gama-ken? Why are you all?" Jiraiya couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at Naruto. How much chakra did this guy use? Only Gamagwang and Gamaken are as famous as Gamabunta in Mayaboku Mountain. Now all 3 toads have been summoned by him. It's really hard to imagine. However, the next second. Oh my, little Jiraiya, what trouble did you encounter? An old voice sounded, like an old woman. The meal at home was just ready, and they all came here before they even had a bite. Another old voice sounded, it was the voice of an old man. The white smoke dissipated, revealing the figures of 2 old toads. However, the 2 toads were not as tall as other giant toads, but were very short, only 2 or 3 times bigger than normal toads, Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku? Shima? Why are you here too? This time, Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped. Even he rarely summoned the 2 great toad sages of Mayaboku Mountain, unless he encountered a powerful enemy that he could not solve, and he himself was in a dead end, he would have to summon the 2 great sages of Mayaboku Mountain. After all, the 2 great sages have a higher status and have the right to refuse Jiraiya's summons. If you summon the 2 great sages on weekdays, you may end up asking for trouble. It is precisely because of this that Jiraiya must maintain a good relationship with the 2 great sages on weekdays. Even though they have been friends for so many years, the minimum respect is needed, so that the 2 great sages will not give you face at a critical moment. How else can it be, I was forced to summon. Fukasaku sage walked slowly towards Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, is there anything important here? No, nothing happened, and I didn't summon you. Jiraiya scratched his head, it's my disciple, maybe it's the first time to summon, don't know the rules. Not you? Little Jiraiya, who else can summon our whole family here? Asked the Mama-san Shima-senin. And where is your disciple from? Over there. Jiraiya pointed in a direction, and the toads turned around and looked over, and Naruto was standing there. Wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt, with a striking blonde hair and a smooth forehead. Because there was no mission, he was used to not wearing a forehead protector. Naruto also looked at them, and their eyes met. Shima-senin pointed at Naruto and shouted in surprise, isn't that Minato? Senran Fukasaku coughed suddenly, stopping his wife from continuing. And Shima-senran, who made a slip of the tongue, also suddenly realized that Jiraiya's disciple, the 4th generation Minato Namikaze, had died long ago. More than a decade passed in the blink of an eye, but it was very short for them, just like a few months had passed. After all, Minato Namikaze was too good, and any great ninja would be eclipsed in front of him. He became famous at a young age and reached the top, which was amazing. Suddenly seeing the golden hair, Shima-senran blurted out subconsciously. Naruto didn't react much either. Minato Namikaze was just the parents of this body to him. Anyway, he had died in battle, so the impact was not great. As for the impure world reincarnation, his impure world reincarnation was much more perfect than Orochimaru's technique, so they just need to come out. It will save a lot of trouble if they find out that they have occupied their son's body. Well, after all, they were sent as soon as they were born, so they probably won't find out. There's no way to find out. Forget it, don't think about such distant things. After coming back to his senses, he looked at this group of bad families in Mayaboku Mountain. These people standing together are almost all villains. Rough appearance, scary weapons. Half of the Yamaguchi Zyu of Mayaboku Mountain have appeared. This is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya stepped forward to smooth things over and said, he has just signed a summoning contract. It's his first summoning. I hope you will forgive me if I offend him. Uzumaki Naruto. Shima asked again, looking at Naruto again as if he was unsure. Uzumaki. Yes. Jiraiya said with a wry smile. He sighed silently in his heart. They were too similar. Naruto had grown up and looked more like Minato. He thought he could only accept one brilliant disciple in his life, but who knew his son was just as good. He even had the potential to surpass Minato. After all, compared to Minato, Naruto was still young, but he had gotten rid of the Nine Tails entanglement and could use the Nine Tails chakra. With the blood of Kushina's Uzumaki clan, Naruto's future growth space is unimaginable. Maybe Naruto can really surpass the 4th generation and become a ninja close to the 1st generation. Hearing this, Fukasaku nodded, glanced at Naruto and said, now that we've met, is there anything else? I want him to go to Mayaboku Mountain and try to see if he has the qualifications to learn fairy arts. Jiraiya said straight to the point. He was not worried that Fukasaku would refuse. Naruto's talent was obvious to all. Even if the first impression was not very good, it didn't matter. After all, even he couldn't summon half of the toads in Miyaboku Mountain at once. Naruto did it. Fukasaku and Shima would not refuse to have another talented contractor in Miyaboku Mountain. Even if they were a little dissatisfied, they would give him face. Okay. Fukasaku nodded and agreed easily. Then he looked at Shima and said, "Old woman, take Naruto to Miyaboku Mountain first. We will be there with little Jiraiya later." Got it. Shima obviously had a good impression of Naruto because of the first impression. She jumped on Naruto's shoulder with a smile, "Little Naruto, right?" "Yes, Grandma Shima." Naruto could feel the kindness of Shima Sage towards his juniors, and answered politely. So polite, worthy of being Shima Sage stopped talking halfway and changed the subject, "Then stand still, I'm going to use the reverse summoning technique to take you to Miyaboku Mountain." "Is it just a matter of standing still?" Naruto asked a little nervously. "Yes, relax, don't resist," Shima Sage said with a smile, "just follow my technique, don't worry." "Okay," he replied. "Let's go." Shima Sage cast a spell, and with a bang, it and Naruto turned into white smoke and disappeared at the same time. At this time, seeing that Naruto had been taken away by the reverse summoning, Fukasaku Sage breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Jiraiya, he was no longer as calm as before. Its face sank. This was one of the few times Jiraiya saw Fukasaku Sage look so serious. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked hurriedly, "Fukasaku Sage, what are you doing?" "I'm fine." Fukasaku Sage jumped onto Gamacho's body and looked at Jiraiya, who was 1.9 meters tall. "It's your new apprentice. What's wrong with Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "It's hard to say." Fukasaku Sage sighed, and instead of answering directly, he asked, "Who is he to Minato Namikaze?" "Son. No wonder they look so alike." Fukasaku Sage murmured, "Jiraiya, do you know what kind of disciple you have accepted?" "What?" Jiraiya was also a little nervous. Hearing this, Fukasaku first stared at Jiraiya for a long time, then remained silent and thought for a while, but finally did not speak directly, but turned to the three hills behind him, Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamaken. "Tell me, what did you see when you were summoned by the spirit?" The scarred toad Bunta, who was pointed at first, seemed a little entangled, and took a puff of cigarette before speaking. "It was not voluntary at all, I was forcibly pulled here, and I couldn't resist." Gamaken also spoke, "I am too clumsy to answer completely. I saw a tall soul, staring at me like a giant, with golden pupils. Gamahiro, I thought it was a strong enemy, a little scary." Chapter 229 The Prophecy of the Toad Sage, The Feast of Bugs, thanks to Jackie for the reward. Jiraiya never thought that a group of toads would say such words. He could understand every word, but when they were put together, it seemed a bit out of place. "You are not joking, are you?" he asked. Sage Fukasaku shook his head, "Little Jiraiya, don't you see it yet? Even you can't summon all of us at once. In addition to wasting a lot of chakra, there is another point. Not everyone in Miyaboku Mountain has time to respond to your summoning. If you don't explain it specifically, everyone can't come at the same time. But this time it's a forced summoning. It's your apprentice who brought us all here. If it weren't for the lack of chakra, I'm afraid the Iwajoko toads would also Iwajoko toad." Jiraiya did not understand, but he was unwilling to think deeply. After all, Naruto was his only apprentice now. He would rather Naruto had mediocre qualifications, even if he was slightly inferior to the fourth generation, as long as he could grow into an outstanding ninja. But the words of Fukasaku Sage completely broke his fantasy. There was indeed a mystery in Naruto. It was not easy to solve the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and now there is such a thing. Naruto Jiraiya looked at Fukasaku Toad and asked. "I don't know. Such a tall soul may only be sensed by the spirit beast. After all, the Toad of Miyaboku Mountain signed a spirit contract with Naruto and can indeed glimpse Naruto's soul." Fukasaku Sage sighed and continued, "Little Jiraiya, don't be anxious. Take him to see the old man first. Maybe the old man knows." "Ah, the old man is from that era after all," Jiraiya could only say, "then you should see the old man first. It shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe I just saw it wrong." Little Jiraiya Fukasaku Sage saw Jiraiya's retreat and said firmly, "I know you have finally accepted a disciple, but... Anyway, I only have this one disciple. Jiraiya glanced at Fukasaku sage deeply. I can't start my failed life again. There was silence at the scene. Several big toads didn't dare to speak, staring at Fukasaku sage. Alas! Fukasaku sage sighed. It didn't even realize that it had said twice that it was looking for the old man. Jiraiya's obsession was too deep, and Fukasaku toad didn't know what to say. It was hard to say. But there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. How could there be such a tall soul for no reason, and it didn't even look like a human? With a bang, Jiraiya and the toads present all turned into white smoke and disappeared. Myaboku Mountain. Naruto looked up at the tall vegetation around him, and in the distance there was a deafening waterfall rumbling. He suddenly felt that he had stepped into a toad kingdom. He turned around and saw several small toads lying leisurely on the huge leaves, with huge stems and leaves standing tall, and knee-high round mushrooms under their feet. A long distance ahead was the solemn stone palace. Shima Sage stood by and waited. Soon, Sage Fukasaku brought Jiraiya to Myaboku Mountain with a bang. Fukasaku first glanced at Naruto and said calmly. Let's go, see the old man before practicing. Dad, it's noon and you haven't eaten yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Shima said with some dissatisfaction. Little Jiraiya hasn't been here for a long time. I'm preparing to cook and treat them well. Mom, stop talking. Fukasaku interrupted forcefully, it's not time for dinner yet. Little Jiraiya hasn't seen the old man for a long time. He has to go see him. Shima was about to say something but stopped, nodded, and said. I know, wait for you to come back and eat. When it's almost ready, remember to let Gameiji come back and notify me. Ah. The young Gameiji poked his head out from a lotus leaf, do I have to go too? Naruto took everything in and didn't notice anything wrong. He looked at Jiraiya, who had a serious face and nodded at him gently. After Shima Sage left, Fukasaku Sage turned around and looked at Jiraiya and Naruto. Come with me. The two of them took a step and followed slowly. Naruto had grown a lot taller in a year, and was about 1.7 meters tall, still a head shorter than Jiraiya. Hey, lecherous sage! Naruto lowered his voice, where does that old man live? He knew that there was an old sage in Myaboku Mountain, but he only knew that the old toad was huge, full of 17 meters high. Considering that it was still a small toad when it met the six-path sage, it grew up later. It is probably the same as the three big toads in Myaboku Mountain, belonging to the giant toad species. Such a huge body, lying on a stone chair, living in a huge stone palace. In addition to the characteristics of toads that like shade and fear heat, it should be an underground palace. Follow us and we will know, it's just in front. Jiraiya was obviously familiar with the terrain, whispered, and then glanced at Naruto worriedly and warned him. You, be polite when you see the old man, don't speak rudely all the time. Got it, am I the kind of impolite person? Naruto said unhappily, to be honest, lecherous immortal, I don't think I'm suitable for learning immortal arts. Okay, we'll know if it's suitable after we try. Jiraiya turned his head and glanced at Naruto who was backing down. The practice of immortal arts is extremely difficult. There have been countless failures in the past 1,000 years, but only a few successes. It's not certain whether you can master it. It's better to give up until after you fail. I just said that I'm not suitable for learning immortal arts, which doesn't mean I will fail in a while. Naruto muttered, it's just immortal arts, I just told you not to have too high expectations. Although I'm a genius, I'm not necessarily good at immortal arts. He tactfully gave Jiraiya a shot of prevention in advance. After all, Naruto himself was a little nervous. The so-called son of prophecy by the old toad should refer to Ashura's chakra, but at this moment there is no trace of Ashura's chakra in Naruto's body, only one system. Stop talking about useless things. Jiraiya took 2 steps forward and urged sideways, come on. Got it. Naruto frowned slightly. Jiraiya seemed to be more nervous than him. Did he really care too much about the result? The group walked past the toad oil waterfall, bypassed the huge stone frog, and finally stopped in front of an ordinary stone house. The huge toad G automatically lay outside, and Fukasaku Senin turned around and waited. It's here. It said, follow me. Naruto looked up at this inconspicuous stone house and thought that this place should be just an entrance. Sure enough, as he and Jiraiya followed behind, they smelled a strong smell of incense ash as soon as they entered the door. The structure inside is similar to the inside of a high tower. It looks like a 7-story building. The light is dim, and the stone statues of the ancestors of the toads of all generations are placed on the surrounding walls. Fukasaku Sennin was still walking forward, and Jiraiya looked like he was familiar with the road. Naruto had a lot of questions in his mind, but he couldn't say them out loud, so he could only follow him. Passing through a stone door, he entered a larger tunnel. Under his feet was a huge piece of blue stone, the surface was as smooth as a knife, and he felt cold as soon as he stepped into it. The footsteps of two people and a toad echoed throughout the tunnel, and Naruto couldn't help but shudder. Lecherous Sennin, how far is it? Not far, just ahead. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's appearance, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Naruto, do you know where the floor tiles under your feet are from? He wanted to say that he didn't care. However, Jiraiya said mysteriously, this is all built with fairy arts. The whole huge blue stone can be broken by hand, and it is as neat as a knife cut. Is it so weird? Naruto asked suspiciously, you want to trick me into learning fairy arts? Hehe, that Jiraiya saw that his intention was exposed, his old face turned red, scratched his head and said, how can ninja things be called cheating? Little Jiraiya is right, learning fairy arts will also be good for you. The fairy Fukasaku, who was walking in front, said without looking back, fairy arts are powers beyond ordinary ninjas, but there are risks with them. It stopped and easily pushed open a stone door hundreds of times larger than its body with its bare hands, and a faint light came out. Looking inside is a huge underground stone palace, at the end of which a huge old toad is sleeping. We're here, let's meet the old man. It said sideways, then walked in by itself, jumped onto the stone platform and stood. Don't be nervous, the old man is easy to talk to. Jiraiya stood outside the stone gate and patted Naruto's shoulder gently, follow me. Okay. Naruto didn't feel much, and looked up at the underground palace again. This place is different from the underground palace seen on the island of Whirlpool Country. The underground palace of Myaboku Mountain gives people a sense of simplicity and grandeur. The light inside the underground palace is dim, and it is illuminated by 4 huge toad oil lamps on the wall. At the end of the hall is a stone step, and above it is a huge stone chair. The old toad didn't open his eyes, and his huge wrinkled body slumped on the chair. He looked peaceful and solemn. The top is a huge stone pillar cut by a knife and an axe. If you say that it was rubbed out by hand with fairy arts, it's a bit too arrogant. With the temper of the toads in Myaboku Mountain, it might really be made like this. When Jiraiya and Naruto walked to the steps, they stood and waited for the salute. Old Master. Fukasaku Sennin stood on a small stone platform at the bottom of the stairs and woke up the sleeping old toad. Little Jiraiya is here with his disciples. Oh? Here they come, who is that? The old toad opened his eyes. Old Master, that's Jiraiya and his disciples. Fukasaku Sennin repeated helplessly, Old Master, you've seen little Jiraiya. Oh. I remember. Great, little Jiraiya doesn't look changed, haven't you grown taller in all these years? The old toad was a little confused. How did you turn your hair yellow? I remember it was white. Old man, I'm Jiraiya. Long time no see. Jiraiya smiled heartily and patted Naruto's shoulder beside him, this is my disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Little Jiraiya, oh, how come you're old too? The old toad didn't have the airs of an elder. It was old and could only barely squint its eyes. People get old very easily. It's been decades. Jiraiya's tone was a little sad. In a blink of an eye, the first half of his life had passed. Oh, is that your disciple? The old toad asked. Hearing that he was mentioned, Naruto couldn't help but get nervous. Would the old toad say anything about the son of prophecy? Yes, old man, little Jiraiya brought him here to learn fairy arts. Shenron Fukasaku said. Oh, learning immortal arts, then go quickly. The old toad looked at Naruto through the slit of his pupils, and suddenly stopped talking, as if he had Alzheimer's disease. Didn't you say last time that there was a prophecy about little Jiraiya? Shenron Fukasaku asked, Old man, do you still remember it? I remember, but the future of little Jiraiya has changed. In the future, he will continue to travel and settle down in one place. The old toad said with squinted eyes. It's very lively there, and there are many people. Settle down. Jiraiya looked a little strange, old man, that place won't be Konoha, right? He was used to freedom all his life and was not used to staying in one place. He himself thought that the possibility of settling down was very small, even if that place was Konoha. No. The old toad said, without moving his body. His eyes moved to Naruto beside him. Your fate changed because of your disciple, little Jiraiya. You accepted a good disciple. Don't resist the arrangement of fate, the ninja world will eventually change. Is he the son of prophecy? Asked the immortal Fukasaku. No. The old toad denied, he is not the son of prophecy, but he dreamed of the future of the ninja world. Then what is he? The immortal Fukasaku was a little unbelievable. If Naruto was not the son of prophecy, then what was the strange thing he saw? The old toad's voice was old, the night was torn open, and the yellow spring water flowed backwards. The dead crawled out from the ground, and there were blood and bones everywhere. Hearing this, even Jiraiya and Naruto were stunned. Naruto's pupils dilated slightly. He wouldn't be talking about the dream-making master Kabuto, right? The blood sea and dried bones are easy to understand, the Fourth Ninja World War. It's outrageous that the night was torn open, that thing can only be done by the Otsutsuki clan, and what kind of treasure is the reverse flow of the yellow spring? Is it the end of the world? Asked the immortal Fukasaku. I don't know. The old toad said casually and didn't answer again. The immortal Fukasaku was also shocked, but the old man nodded, and he didn't doubt Naruto anymore. Although the Soul Colossus still couldn't be explained, it was enough to know that Jiraiya's new disciple was not a strange thing. Although Myaboku Mountain is powerful, it is still not enough in front of some strange powers. Fukasaku Toad is careful, also for the sake of Myaboku Mountain and Jiraiya. Several people left the stone palace, and Fukasaku Toad looked at Jiraiya. It's time for dinner, let's eat first. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned pale and he felt a little sour. Naruto's face was also not good. Damn it, I forgot about this, a feast for insects. Konoha. Hinata sank into the bathtub and slowly floated up again, her face suddenly looked a little depressed. The surface of the floating skin was as white as jade, and it was scalded red by the hot water. Half of her long hair was wet and hung in the bathtub. She looked up at the ceiling light in the bathroom, and the water in the bathtub under her was clear. Time was really hard to bear. Hinata wanted to grow up quickly, but the result was that her figure was growing beyond her peers, but her strength was improving very slowly. She tried to change a direction and concentrate on practicing the white eyes that made her extremely inferior. Fortunately, it finally worked recently. She wanted to tell Naruto the news, but found that she had no courage. Chapter 230 You Can't Spoil Them. 4 Symbol Seal. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and the voice of Hanabi came. Sister, are you in there? Ah? Hinata's heart skipped a beat, thinking silently, as if someone had suddenly seen through her thoughts. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, are you going on a mission tomorrow? I want to go shopping with you, sister. No, I'll be there soon. Hinata propped herself up and fell into the water again. Hanabi, you should wait for me. What's wrong? It takes a while to take a shower. Hanabi outside the bathroom was puzzled, but she didn't say anything. She looked down at the upper of her shoes and hummed. Hinata blushed, sighed softly, and silently sank into the water, gurgling and bubbling. Ah! Comfortable. Naruto surfaced, spit out a mouthful of water, surrounded by turbulent water. Sexy immortal, it won't be dangerous to take a bath in the river? Myaboku Mountain, the stars hang low over the vast plain. Jiraiya curled his lips in the water. You are asking for too much. There are no women here, so why take a bath? Why bother with the externals? Image. It would be great if you could squeeze out this little time to practice. Didn't you practice during the day? Naruto swam to the shore wetly, hanging on the pendulum to that station, tilting his head and jumping to shake the water out of his ears. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Didn't you eat during the day? Aren't you hungry at night too? Don't mention lunch, I feel sick. Naruto said while putting on his clothes. It's all bugs. I swallowed it hard. You still have to eat it. Jiraiya went ashore, put on his clothes and said seriously, who asked you to practice fairy arts? The night sky was dotted with stars. Naruto lay down on the grass on the river bank, looking at the starry sky and complaining. You can't eat bugs, either. Besides, didn't you fail in the daytime practice? All the natural energy absorbed into the body was discharged, there is no way. What nonsense. Jiraiya sat beside him and said, try again tomorrow to see if you can find the problem. Naruto turned his eyes slightly and glanced at Jiraiya. Whatever you want. Really, you kid, at least show some enthusiasm. Damn it. Jiraiya was angry, is it me who is learning fairy arts, or you? There is no way. Naruto explained lazily, I have said that I am incompatible with natural energy. Do you believe it now? What a mess. Jiraiya sat up, took out the notebook he carried with him and began to conceive a novel. Naruto glanced at him calmly again and asked, pretending to be indifferent. Hey, lecherous fairy, I see your manuscript is quite thick, are you almost finished? What? Are you interested too? Jiraiya paused and turned to ask, don't you always say that what I write is boring? It's Kakashi-sensei, he likes your book very much. He helped a lot. If you finish it, I'm thinking about giving him 2 unpublished copies of Intimate Paradise. Oh, it's Kakashi, it's okay. Jiraiya said casually, it's about the same, maybe it will take some time, 2 copies are still not asked. Why 2 copies? The next day, Senjin Fukasaku stood in front of the toad oil waterfall holding an iron rod, the waterfall kept gurgling, the sound was like thunder. Jiraiya stood aside with a serious expression and watched. That's toad oil, applying it on the body can attract natural energy to penetrate into the body. Senjin Fukasaku dipped a finger of toad oil on his finger, and applied it on the back of Naruto's hand in circles. Didn't I try it yesterday? Naruto was a little helpless, feeling the natural energy entering the back of his hand, and then it was bounced out with a light bang. What's going on? Jiraiya walked forward, holding the back of Naruto's hand and turning it over and over, it's strange. Logically, it should have turned into a frog hand after absorbing natural energy. How could it bounce out? I've never seen this happen before. Try it again. Fukasaku said, maybe it was just an accident. Try applying it somewhere else. Hearing this, Naruto rolled his eyes. At the same time, he secretly thought that this might be related to the erasure of Ashura's chakra. After all, there was no influence of Ashura in his body, and the corresponding compatibility with natural energy was basically zero. Failure is not difficult to understand, as for the rebound he himself is not clear, and he is too lazy to think about it. Without the influence of Ashura's chakra, he feels at ease. No matter how much the Six-Path Sage fools him, he is still an Otsutsuki, a stranger like him. The biggest difference may be that Naruto comes from a higher dimensional world. Senjutsu is precious, but there is no way to practice it. This is the price. As the price of soul penetration, everything he has now is basically given by the system. Failed. Fukasaku shook his head and looked at Jiraiya, little Jiraiya, do you see any problems? No. Jiraiya also had a frustrated look on his face. On the contrary, Naruto, the person involved, was more optimistic and comforted Fukasaku and Jiraiya. It doesn't matter, maybe it's because I don't have the qualifications. He had already prepared himself mentally, and felt relieved when he knew the result. Putting aside the system, he was just an ordinary ninja, which was good enough. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and was speechless, without fairy arts, how can you face the Akatsuki organization? Just one Uchiha Atake is enough for you. Hearing this, Naruto thought carefully and said, I know sealing techniques. When did you learn sealing techniques? Jiraiya was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked at Naruto, are you talking about sealing techniques? Yet. Naruto nodded. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the existing sealing techniques are already very rare. Fukasaku said with emotion, if it is an ordinary sealing technique, it is better to learn fairy techniques well. Even if we can't find the problem now, there's no need to worry too much. It said with its hands behind its back, little Jiraiya, you too can stay in Myaboku Mountain without worry, and you can practice as long as you want. Enough food. What? Naruto took a breath and immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by the insect feast. Those white and fat insects and green juices made his stomach churn. No. If he lives like this, he will be completely ruined. Thank you, Master Fukasaku. Jiraiya said with a bitter face. Although he didn't want to eat insects every meal, he didn't want to give up so easily. He returned to Konoha just to bring Naruto went to Myaboku Mountain to learn fairy arts. Jiraiya didn't care about any prophecy. Even if his fate changed or was destined to be a tragedy. After half a life of wandering, it was not bad to have a settled ending. Almost no one of the important people, whether disciples or masters, was kept. He trusted the prophecy of the Toad Sage 100%, but he was unwilling to accept this fate. Besides, he would start the investigation mission of the Rain Country when he returned to Konoha. If Naruto didn't have fairy arts, he really didn't feel at ease to take him there. Let's stop here today. Jiraiya said, covering the sun with his hand. Naruto, take a rest, and continue to practice when you are in a better state tomorrow. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't sit still. If he really continued to waste time here, his taste would definitely be ruined. Wait, I think we can save him again. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto, his face full of doubt. How to save him? Do you want to try again? Asked the sage Fukasaku, with a smile on his face, thinking that he was indeed Jiraiya's disciple, with a tough character. Yes. Naruto took off his clothes until he was left with only his underwear, turned his head and jumped into the toad oil waterfall with a splash. You are crazy. Jiraiya's pupils dilated sharply, and he rushed over quickly. Hurry up and pick him up. Little Jiraiya. The sage Fukasaku also reacted quickly, and hurriedly picked up the iron rod that could dispel natural energy. If you cover your whole body with toad oil, you will be blown up by the huge natural energy. Although it is known that Naruto's body repels natural energy, it is only a small amount after all. Large quantities cause qualitative changes, and the huge natural energy entering the body is no joke. Naruto was finally picked up by Jiraiya, his whole body was covered with toad oil, and his spirit was still vigorous. I can't absorb it. He said dejectedly, wiped the toad oil on his body and said, is this thing really useful? You little brat want to scare me to death. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, of course it is useful. I also relied on these toad oils to guide the absorption of natural energy. Everyone's situation is different, it can't be said in general. Naruto stood up, his face flushed, he could roughly sense the existence of natural energy, but he couldn't introduce it into his body. Jiraiya sighed, come back tomorrow. Senran Fukasaku was also scared, looking at Jiraiya with complicated eyes and said, little Jiraiya, your disciple's situation is also rare, it seems to be completely isolated from natural energy. Isolated, so what? Naruto wiped his face dry, gritted his teeth and said, I have clearly sensed the natural energy, but they are just on the surface and refuse to come in. Even if they come in, they will be bounced out. Hearing this, Senran Fukasaku seemed to be thinking about something, and immediately recalled the tall soul in Naruto's body. He looked at Naruto seriously, not knowing what to say. Little Jiraiya had already said that he was his only disciple, so he couldn't just ignore him. The old man nodded, and there was also the relationship with Minato. Just when Fukasaku was thinking about other solutions, he heard Naruto yelling over there, and he seemed extremely angry. Did he lose his mind? Fukasaku didn't care too much, which was normal for a beginner. However, the next second, Naruto's angry voice came through clearly. Don't come in all the time. Just keep teasing me, you can't keep spoiling these things. Damn it. If they don't come in, I'll seal them in. 4-symbol seal. Chapter 231 Poor little Ino was played around by Black Sakura, additional credit to the leader Jackie. The space wrinkled slightly, and the natural energy within a few meters was forcibly sucked into the seal. Senran Fukasaku watched the few strands of energy being sucked into the 4-symbol seal, shocking his entire frog life. Absorbed into the body, it's not a seal, damn it. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows slightly, 4-symbol seal? Where did this guy learn this from? This 4-symbol seal is not a simple outer 4-symbol seal. But I have never heard of any 4-symbol seal that can absorb natural energy, but this is a new idea. Naruto finally felt relieved. Since the system's 4-symbol seal can suppress the 9 tails, which is a chakra energy body, there is no reason why it can't seal natural energy. He turned and looked at Jiraiya, sexy sage, I have absorbed the natural energy into my body now. Jiraiya, Naruto even snapped his fingers, and asked casually with a click. Do you want to release it now? Shut up. Jiraiya turned and walked away, but a smile appeared on his face. If the natural energy cannot enter the body, it is also good to use the 4-symbol seal, although it feels strange. Ask carefully tomorrow, maybe it will be a new way. Suddenly. Boom. He just turned around and walked a few steps, and there was a huge explosion behind him. He turned around and saw Naruto with a confused face, and the boulder that was blown into powder. Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Naruto, hey. I really just released it casually, and it exploded directly. Naruto explained, I didn't do anything. Okay, I know. Jiraiya said helplessly. After countless failures, Jiraiya finally accepted his fate. This month's feast of fat worms also made his appetite a bit bad, but it happened that Shima Sage cooked with enthusiasm. Even if the two of them really lost their appetite, they had to eat. Bear Grylls said it well, worms look disgusting, but in fact, they are just protein after cutting off the head and tail. Anyway, the rich people in Konoha also like to eat fresh sashimi, such as live fish sashimi and snow beef sashimi. Although it seems too boring to Naruto, it is better to just eat it raw, but this is the flavor. Fortunately, there is a dish of worms that are fried, and they taste the same as ordinary meat. I won't eat worms anymore, let's go back first. Jiraiya sighed and said, your situation is indeed a bit abnormal, come back later. Okay, I mean it's a pity. Naruto covered up. Half a day later, Jiraiya took Naruto to say goodbye to the two sages, and lifted the reverse summoning technique with a bang. The moment he stepped on the land of Konoha, Naruto was more excited than ever. The moment he failed to practice fairy arts in Myaboku Mountain, he wanted to come back. But Jiraiya didn't believe in evil and had to try again and again. Naruto was also soft-hearted. Seeing that Jiraiya was running around for him, he gritted his teeth and endured it for the first time. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he opened the four-symbol seal. Perhaps it was because of the four-symbol seal that Jiraiya gave up the fairy arts. But Naruto wouldn't really ask Jiraiya what he thought, anyway it's good to come back. Standing in front of the gate of Konoha, Naruto jumped up and patted Jiraiya's shoulder in the opposite direction, smiling and comforting. Sexy immortal, the immortal Fukasaku has said that I have no chance to practice magic. You little brat. Jiraiya was a little confused, you are so happy after a wasted trip, I really don't know what you are thinking. It's not a wasted trip. Naruto pressed his fingers and counted, didn't you eat insects? I probably won't eat them again in this life. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face twitched and he said. Even though I have eaten it so many times, the taste is still hard to describe every time I think of it. Besides, aren't you talking about the prophecy of the Toad Immortal? Naruto walked side by side with Jiraiya, and turned around and said, then what it predicted will become a reality. So what? Jiraiya walked to the entrance of the village and saw the two Konoha gate gods sitting there spinning pens. He nodded as a greeting. Will the sexy immortal in the prophecy find a lively place to settle the matter? Naruto asked. Maybe, the old man's predictions never go wrong. He said, then stroked his unshaven chin and said, it's hard to imagine that my hero Jiraiya will stop one day. In my expectation, I should die on the journey around the world. That's what I said, but it's not bad to have a place to stay. Naruto chatted with him casually, dying on the road always feels too tragic. Dying old in a house doesn't seem to be a good ending. Jiraiya walked on the main street of Konoha, and the two were heading towards the Hokage building. Hearing this, Naruto didn't say anything, but rolled his eyes. I thought to myself, of course you are free and easy, who can compare to you? You are the hero of Myaboku Mountain. If the rain gets a little heavier, you have to stay in the land of rain. Hokage building. Naruto and Tsunade hurriedly met and left, and Jiraiya stayed for a while. Not going well? Tsunade asked, leaning back in a chair. Yet. Jiraiya nodded, Naruto can't merge with natural energy. He has tried many times but failed. He can only come back first. Failure is failure. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly laughed, Jiraiya, it's strange that I don't feel sorry when I heard this news, and I'm even a little happy. Why? He is finally not good at everything, and there are also things he is not good at. Tsunade said, people who are perfect in all aspects, the stronger the power in their hands, the easier it is to go to extremes. Are you talking about Uchiha Itachi? Jiraiya asked. Yes. Tsunade admitted, he is inherently negative, and he is a person who accumulates negative pressure to the point of exploding. I am worried that he will lose himself with stronger power. You are right. Jiraiya smiled, so, I have one more thing to say. What is it? She asked. Hearing this, Jiraiya paused and looked up. Publicly announced that Naruto is not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and that the Nine-Tails has escaped from Konoha. This will cause unrest in Konoha, and other villages, especially the Hidden Cloud village, will take action. Tsunade said, Konoha has just established an alliance with the Hidden Cloud village. If they hear the news. I know. Jiraiya's face struggled. But I accept it. Tsunade stood up. I have had this idea for a long time. Konoha's loss of the Nine Tails is indeed a loss. But keeping the Nine Tails is also a hidden danger, which will explode sooner or later. The future of Konoha lies in their new generation. We should trust the power of the younger generation. Naruto returned home, yawned, washed up, and fell asleep directly on the bed. He didn't know that Tsunade was going to announce the news of the Nine Tails' escape. When he woke up, it was already night. I was a little hungry, so I just went out. In the midsummer at the end of July, insects chirped on the streets of Konoha. I saw a few familiar figures in the distance. In the bustling place, one pointed at Naruto, and everyone turned around and looked over. When did you come back? Shikamaru patted his arm. I haven't seen you for more than a month. I ran into you when I went out for a walk. I came back today. Naruto wore a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and as usual, he went out without a forehead protector. He looked behind Shikamaru. You brought a lot of people with you. Where are you going? Dinner party. Shikamaru said, what else can we do? Except for Shino who went on a mission, the rest of the people are here. If you have nothing to do, come along. Come along, it's more lively with more people. Koji hurriedly advised. He glanced at Ino and Sakura beside her, his eyes slowly turned to one side, and he spoke. Okay. How did you suddenly grow so fast? Shikamaru asked with some envy, almost 1.8 meters tall, right? No, about 1.7 meters. When Naruto spoke, his eyes swept over Ino and Sakura, and he always felt that there was a strange atmosphere somewhere. Why don't you two talk? He asked directly. No, I don't know what to say. Ino was a little flustered and turned her head away. Hinata will also come to the dinner this time. Ah. Naruto's face was full of question marks. No, nothing. Ino blushed even more, regretting in her heart. Why did she have to mention that? Naruto was a little confused. Why did she emphasize Hinata? Hinata would go and then what? He glanced at Sakura, who gave him a sweet smile in return, which made his back cold. He suddenly regretted it. Black Sakura exploded. Damn it! Naruto, who vaguely sensed something was wrong, talked to Shikamaru and Koji in a casual manner, but occasionally looked at Ino and Sakura with his peripheral vision, and found that the two seemed to have a good relationship. Strange thing. After thinking for a while, Naruto was too lazy to think about that matter, and walked in front with his long legs. The palms with distinct joints hung on the edge of the trouser seam, shaking. Ino turned her head with a red face, and Sakura leaned against her and whispered. Don't you like him? No. Ino retorted subconsciously, and then her mood became depressed. Hinata likes him, she told me in person. When? Sakura asked. Last year. She said. The two women walked slowly pulling away from Shikamaru, Naruto, and the other three, and no longer had to speak in a low voice. It happened so long ago, maybe I have forgotten it long ago. Sakura said, I liked him last year, but I may not like him this year. No. Ino shook her head. How do you know? Sakura glanced at her with a sense of déjà vu of a black-bellied bestie, and continued to bewitch, what if? There will be no if. Ino said, Hinata has liked him for a long time, longer than I have known him. And I don't like him, I don't like anyone. She added. Really, then do you want to watch him and Hinata hug each other, and then roll around in the same quilt? Sakura asked casually. No, I don't want to. Ino didn't know where to put her hands. I mean, it shouldn't be like that. After all, you're still young. Sakura curled her lips slightly. Oh. Chapter 232 Uzumaki Naruto who is familiar with everyone. She glanced at Ino, if you are with someone you like, no matter what you do, you will be addicted to it. After a long time, the relationship will be so strong that you can't separate. Hearing this, Ino's cheeks suddenly became hot and she whispered. Sakura, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Hinata. She said. Ah. Ino's expression was visibly depressed. The jealous emotion was too easy to show. Seeing this, Sakura flashed a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. As long as Naruto was mentioned, Ino's reaction was very big, no matter how much she argued, it was useless. It's just my guess, don't take it to heart. Sakura said casually, as if she didn't mean it, Ino. What? Nothing, I almost lost him. Sakura pointed to the figure that was about to disappear in front of her. The brightly lit streets of Konoha. I have to do another mission in a few days. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and said lazily, I also want to participate in the Chunin exam, I don't know if I can catch up. Shikamaru rolled his dead fish eyes, who is your opponent? Obviously the mission is more important, right? The reward for the genin to do the mission is low, isn't this working for nothing? Naruto said soberly, it's a loss to think about it, how can this ninja continue to work? Are you short of money? I'll give you some. Koji said. Damn. You guys are rich dogs. Naruto was hit. Shikamaru and Koji had endless money, and he could only rely humbly on the inheritance of Master Kado. Master Kado is such a kind man. I cried so hard, I don't know if flowers are blooming in front of Master Kado's grave now. The three of them walked into a yakitori house with their arms around each other. They smelled the aroma of barbecue before they even entered the door. The night wind in summer was also hot. The boys laughed, and surrounded the cold-faced Niji and walked in. Tenten walked with Hinata, spread her hands and showed a helpless expression. Those boys are really energetic. Hinata smiled, and when Sakura and Ino came from a distance, they greeted each other, and the four girls went in together. The sorrow of youth comes and goes quickly, and when they get together, they are harmonious again. The long table was filled with laughter. At some point, Kurane Yui came over, followed by Anko. What a lively scene! Anko stood at the edge of the long table, and her eyes met Naruto's. Her brows knitted tightly. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's reaction was more direct. He spit at the trash can. Damn it! You little brat! You old woman! Naruto counterattacked. You deserve to die. Naruto Uzumaki. Anko crossed two seats and rushed over, holding Naruto down. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Ino turned her head and looked over there. Hinata uttered a soft ah. Sakura looked back and forth between Ino and Hinata's faces. When she lowered her head, she smiled calmly. Anko simply sat down next to Naruto, and they occupied half of Naruto and Shikamaru's seats. Teacher Kurane, sit here. Hinata stood up and made way for a seat. Why didn't Asuma come? Shikamaru suddenly turned around and asked. This Yui Kurane was immediately embarrassed, but fortunately Ino spoke up to help her out. Really, Shikamaru, Asuma teacher must have something to deal with. She said, paused, and added, otherwise, if teacher Kurane comes, Asuma teacher will definitely come. Hey, you guys in the 10th team should not bully teacher Kurane. Inyazuka Kaiba said, after all, Yui Kurane is the class leader of the 8th team. Yui Kurane's face was slightly red, and she could not stand the teasing of several people. Hongdu even raised her head, uttered a sound, and asked after realizing it, what's wrong with Asuma? With a clatter, the door of the box was opened, and Asuma appeared with a smile. Something happened just now, so I came late. Everyone was quiet for a moment, and then they shouted excitedly. Shikamaru and Koji and other animals looked like they were watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble, clapping and shouting. Not too late. There's a seat next to Teacher Hong. Shikamaru was the most excited. He said on the road that he was not interested in women, but he was interested in Asuma's dog food. Asuma was not shy and sat down next to Kurane. Shikamaru stood up and asked someone to bring in drinks. Asuma, Kurane, and Anko couldn't drink juice like them. Hinata, Kurane, and the others are so beautiful. Tian said with her elbows on the table and her face in her hands. Ah, I think so. Actually, I don't understand those things either. She whispered. Hey? Isn't that simple? Love, who would have thought that Kurane is so beautiful and likes Asuma? Tian muttered like an uncle. But it's really hard to understand. Love makes people blind. Anyway, I don't like the type of Asuma-sensei, although it doesn't say that you must like a certain type of man. Hello? Hinata, are you listening? Oh, yes. She replied suddenly, Tian, keep talking. Ah. I'm still so envious. Tian held the juice and lemon and cried. Hinata was a little absent-minded, and her eyes glanced at the corner. Naruto sat farther away. Shikamaru and Red Bean ran out from their seats to make a fuss, and surrounded Asuma and Red and laughed. The table was lively, and Naruto was holding a juice to watch the show. There was a smile on his face, but he didn't come over to play. Hinata was not used to the lively atmosphere, but sitting in the position of public opinion, it was inevitable that she would be affected. Those two are a good match, why didn't I notice it before? After making a fuss for a while, Red Bean shook her head and sat back in her original position, talking to herself, and after eating a bunch of meatballs, she turned her head to look at Naruto and asked. Why don't you go up and say something? What? Naruto narrowed his eyes and huddled his arms and legs together. He always felt that it was very uncomfortable to sit cross-legged like everyone else. I don't like to join in the fun, unlike you, a fake jonin. You are really weird. Everyone is lively and bustling, but you are here talking to me. Hongdu said, are you like this on weekdays? Almost, I stay at home and sleep. Don't you practice? Hongdu asked in surprise, as if she heard a senior say that I usually sleep in class and play games when I get home. What is practice? Naruto smiled and returned to his appearance that deserved a beating. No one would practice, hard practice and still be a useless jonin. Don't laugh at my efforts. Damn it. Hongdu pinched him, then burped again, muttering, ordinary people like us are too hard, geniuses are all exploding. Indeed. He nodded. You are not qualified to say such things. Hongdu was a little drunk and gently pushed Naruto. By the way, do you have any clues about the thing you saw in the Whirlpool country last time? Hongdu was asking about the underground palace of the Whirlpool country. There were probably more strange secrets hidden in the crack behind the underground palace. But at that time, for the sake of safety, the two did not choose to continue the adventure. Naruto took a sip of the red juice and said, no. That's a pity, it's hard to go back. Hongdu said, with a faint smell of alcohol lingering around, one hand climbed on Naruto's shoulder, leaned in and whispered. I said, I know you will go back sooner or later, and I will keep it a secret for you. But as your former class leader, I still have to remind you that you should not take risks easily if you are not sure. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Hongdu to say that. Okay, I know. That's good. Hongdu patted Naruto's shoulder, took a sip of wine and said, how was it? Did I look like a jonin just now? Naruto's mouth twitched. This old woman. Sorry, not at all. I'm still a useless jonin. He picked up a piece of barbecue and said, his eyes casually moving to the center of the crowd. Asuma and Yui Kurane sat together. Shikamaru and the other three from Team 10 were making trouble. Inyazuka Kaiba and the gang were fighting each other. Tenten was trying to stop the fight. Niji was sitting aside and watching calmly. Xiao Li had an expression that was incomprehensible but very powerful. After another half an hour, Asuma and Kurane were coaxed to drink a cup of wine together. The two seemed a little embarrassed. Asuma blushed, but he was also happy. After all, the disciples from both sides gathered together, which was considered to be a matchmaking. It's just a pity that Kakashi is not there, and Might Guy also has a mission. These two friends always appear in pairs. How is it? Very interesting, isn't it? Hongdu gently bumped Naruto. What? Love, I didn't realize that Asuma and Hong are so close. Hongdu said drunkenly, with 7 or 8 empty bottles on the table. All eyes in the private room were focused on Asuma and Hong, and no one looked at the former partners who loved and hated each other in the corner. One was a drunkard and the other was a poisonous tongue monster. What do you know about love? Naruto said mercilessly. Hongdu was stunned, her face turned red and white, like Kong Yuji, she couldn't speak for a long time. She opened her mouth wide, and pointed a trembling finger at Naruto. How can you say such vicious words? Isn't it the truth? Naruto glanced at her. That being said, it's too hurtful to say it directly. Red Bean complained childishly when she was drunk, how rude. Konoha pays attention to the relationship between seniors and juniors, but geniuses are an exception. Niji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke all called the class leader by his name during their rebellious period. You drink all day long except for balls. How can anyone like an old woman like you? Naruto added calmly, and your reaction is too slow. Why is it slow? Red Bean automatically ignored Naruto's previous words. The relationship between Asuma and Hong. Naruto lowered his voice and said, they are probably now, and they may have to rest after a while. Hey! Red Bean was dumbfounded. After receiving strange knowledge, she immediately became beady-eyed. You just said? What does that mean? Red Bean asked. Naruto spoke obscurely and did not use vulgar words to say the unspeakable things. So much so that Hongdu received the shocking words, but her mind did not turn around for a while. He glanced at the box to make sure no one was looking here. Thinking that he was free, the old driver's evil spirit suddenly rose, thinking of teasing Hongdu. That means he covered his ears and explained carefully word by word. Hongdu's drunken eyes opened a little bit, slowly widened, and took a breath of cold air. The whole person sobered up instantly, and his mouth opened and opened again. Looked at Naruto, and then glanced at Asuma and Hong, with a stupid look, unable to say a word. "Damn, you guy, how do you know so much?" she asked in a low voice, her face flushed, and it was hard to tell whether she was drunk or shy. "I read it in a book." Naruto directly pushed the blame to Jiraiya, and said with a smile, "I read the work of a certain unscrupulous writer, and I learned it by myself." He glanced at Hongdu, and suddenly remembered that some of Hongdu's memories seemed to have been erased by Orochimaru with a forbidden technique. He didn't know if she remembered it now. "Your teacher is Orochimaru, right?" he asked suddenly, without any scruples. Hongdu knew his secret about the land of whirlpools. Sakura would keep it secret for him, but Naruto was not sure how much Hongdu could keep secret. Faced with such a situation, he was more inclined to mutual benefit with Hongdu. Even though Hongdu was simple and second year all her life, she also had an unknown past. Although the snake-skinned monster Orochimaru had died, he left behind the seed of Hongdu. In his early years, Orochimaru was relatively gentle to others, except for his lack of emotion. Leading the female disciple Hongdu was more like leading a baby, taking Hongdu with him on missions everywhere. Not only did he not blame her when she made mistakes, but he also praised her generously when she made progress. The unique personality charm has been revealed since then. If Orochimaru's scientific research experiment had not been exposed later, Hongdu would still admire the snake-skinned monster from the bottom of her heart. So much so that now, Orochimaru has become a slide that Hongdu cannot touch at all in his heart. "What do you want to say?" Hongdu regained her composure, as if she had sobered up. "I learned some things about you from other places, including the part of the sealed memory." Naruto said, "I can help you." "Help me? How to help me? Don't be ridiculous." Hongdu said, "Even the torture class can't help, how can you help me?" "Of course I have a way, don't forget that my teacher is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas." Naruto threw out enough weight. But why do you want to help me?" "As a thank you for keeping the secret for me, I will help you get that memory back." He said, "Maybe I don't have time recently, I will contact you when it's appropriate." Hongdu narrowed her eyes, "Although I don't know why you do this, it's okay, I'll wait for you." The two whispered for a long time, not realizing that 2 or 3 eyes silently glanced at Naruto and Hongdu many times. Ino retracted her gaze, glanced at Hinata again, frowned, and muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. "That guy, why is he familiar with everyone?" Chapter 233 You don't even want to call me Teacher Hong, it wasn't like that before. She didn't like too lively occasions before, and generally wouldn't eat with so many of us. Ino explained. Later, she got close to teacher Asuma, and the whole person changed a lot. Sakura nodded, didn't say anything, and glanced quickly to another place. While her eyes swept across, she didn't stop, and her movements were skillful and flawless. The party was over, Hongdu left early, and Asuma left with Yui Hong. "We're going back too." Shikamaru and Koji turned around and waved to everyone, then walked in another direction. The midsummer night breeze was cold, Xiao Li went to practice, Xiao Sakura and Tian Tian left together. Hinata and Niji happened to return to the Hyuga base together, so they saluted to the few people, "Thank you for the hospitality, sorry." Watching the two leave, only Naruto and Ino were left at the scene. "Let's go, I'll take you back," he said. "I can go back by myself," Ino said without looking at him, struggling for a while. "Okay, you can stay at my place," Naruto said to himself as if he didn't hear it at all. "Ah." Ino looked resistant, "No, it's so late." As soon as she said it, she suddenly remembered what Xiao Sakura said. It seemed that she had slept in the same bed with Naruto. Although nothing happened, but... As soon as this thought came up, Ino was shocked. Why did she have such wild thoughts? "I have been getting slower and slower lately, even though I can figure out something very simple. How could I compare Hinata with that kind of thing? It's too much." Mission. Mission. There is another mission tomorrow. If I keep stopping because of my emotions, I will be left behind. Hinata must have thought the same, so she suppressed her emotions and didn't talk to that guy. She patted her cheek and silently said to herself, "Wake up quickly. What's wrong with you?" he asked with some confusion. "Oh, nothing." Ino stammered, "Hey? Let's go, it's already late." "Going to my house?" "No. Lu. You idiot." Ino refused with a snort, "I'm very good, and I will grow into an excellent ninja like Tsunade-sama in the future." Yes, very good," Naruto said like coaxing a child. Although Ino said it was late, she still dawdled with Naruto on the road and wasted a lot of time. She seemed to have dressed up carefully for this party. She wore a snow-white short-sleeved top, with long blonde hair pinned behind her head. When she spoke, her hands behind her back swayed, and her eyes narrowed slightly, like the summer cicadas chirping in the leaves above her head. Every time she spoke, Ino would look at Naruto. She would continue if she didn't see an expression of boredom on his face. Yesterday, an elderly customer came to the store. He said his wife asked him to buy flowers, but he forgot what flowers. Ino said naggingly. Then what? He walked forward and asked at the right time. What Ino talked about most was the things in the Yamanaka flower shop. She spent almost her childhood in the shop, and almost every day she stayed in the shop to watch the sunset. Later, of course, I accompanied the customer to pick many varieties of flowers. I looked at all the expensive and cheap ones and said they were not the right ones. In the end, he chose a very ordinary pot of yellow flowers. Ino turned her head and said while looking at Naruto's profile. You know? The customer's wife was a regular customer of our store. She passed away 2 years ago. Her favorite flower was yellow flowers. Why not just give him the right flowers? Naruto tilted his head, his shoulders were broad, and the outline of his shoulder blades was outlined under his neck. That would be cruel, wouldn't it? If he had forgotten that his wife had passed away. If he had just taken out that pot of yellow flowers, he would probably remember it soon. Ino took small steps forward and said seriously. Everyone will die, but if someone still remembers it, it is not completely gone. Although the old woman has passed away, life has light, which was extinguished once when she died. But when the old man came to buy flowers, his memory was already very poor. I can see that he was trying hard to recall, probably not only the flowers that the old woman liked, but also the time they lived together. So Ino frowned, as if he didn't know what to say. Hearing this, Naruto spoke. So if you tell the old man the answer, he will stop missing you. The answer itself is pale and can't give people more comfort. Well. Ino's brows relaxed, and she smiled and said, that's it. He remembered it little by little, and his face became more and more rosy. When he finally found the pot of yellow flowers, he almost jumped up with excitement. He completely remembered his wife, and the light of his wife's life was rekindled. Ino paused again, and gestured with 10 white fingers in front of her chest, frowning and saying. I don't know how to describe it, do you understand? It's just very shocking, and I feel that life is really fragile. Everyone wants to live well, but... Naruto turned his head and glanced at Ino, acting as her mouth. All sadness and separation are a narrow light that shines on someone at a specific time. As long as someone still remembers it, it is not really gone. As long as the yellow flowers are still blooming, someone will love you. Is that so? Ino stopped talking, glanced at him, and turned away in panic. Her face was red, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Even though Naruto was still a young man when he died suddenly in his previous life, he had experienced a lot of things. He understood some things a little, but not very well. Looking at Ino's happy look, he felt unexpectedly happy. Maybe this is love. We're here. He stopped and said. Then I'll go back first. Ino's face was still red, and she ran into the store like she was escaping. Naruto stood there and watched for a while. When sending a girl away, don't leave so quickly, stand for a while. If you don't look back, it's not a loss. Looking back, you can look at each other, and you can make a lot of money. The moment the door of the store was opened, Ino quickly looked back and saw Naruto still standing at the other end of the road. Under the dim street lights, the shadow of the boy stretched infinitely long. With a bang, Ino knocked on the door without paying attention. Ouch! She cried out while holding her head, and wanted to look again, but was stopped by her mother in the store. Ino, come and help your mother, okay? Okay. Ino turned around again, and there was no one under the street light. She couldn't help but sigh, changed her shoes and walked over slowly. Why are there so many white chrysanthemums? Mr. Noda passed away yesterday, and his family asked us to prepare some flowers. Yamanaka Rino said, her hands moving non-stop. What's wrong with you? Yamanaka Rino turned to look at her daughter, are you feeling unwell? It's okay. Naruto walked home along the main street of Konoha. On the way, he bought a popsicle and licked it slowly. He suddenly felt a little lucky. Although he lived a second life, he was not an immortal monster. If he was with them, it would be okay to grow old and die in this world. He took a bite of the popsicle and thought about how to carry out the mission in the rain country. He now had a lot of information about pain in his mind. He just killed the thief and cut off the snake's head. What Akatsuki organization, just kill that little Karami of Nagato. He thought so, but looked up and saw a familiar figure leaning against the wall on the road. Sakura? Why are you here? This place is on the edge of Konoha Street. Sakura's home is not here. It is impossible for her to wait for him here on the way. She can only wait here on purpose. I have something to find you. Sakura suddenly laughed, speaking of which, you should think about how to thank me first. I have helped you a lot now. What? Naruto walked up and stared at her for a long time, what help? Sakura didn't say anything, turned her head and looked in the direction of the street corner, clapped her hands and said. Come out. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes swept to the street corner, and a figure appeared behind the wall. It was a beautiful woman, whose haggard face could not hide her mature beauty. She had thick black hair, dressed maturely, but had a look of world weariness. It was the long-missing Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Princess Fenjiun. Naruto claimed to be as calm as an old dog, but he couldn't hold it anymore at this moment. Why are you back? Full-level Flying Thunder God, I missed you so much. That Fenghua Xiaoxiu had a smirk on her face. Princess Fenjiun came back to restart the Snow Country mission, but Konoha refused her. Sakura said, she was drinking alone in the tavern, and I happened to meet her when she went out. Naruto moved closer and smelled the alcohol on her body. But it didn't matter. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's intention to restart the mission meant that she had a chance to reach the maximum level of Flying Thunder God. In his eyes at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's whole body was emitting the golden light of a female bodhisattva. That's right. Fenghua Xiaoxiu lowered her head and said a little decadently, she is right, Konoha does not accept my request. Naruto glanced at the sky, suppressed his excitement, and said calmly. This is not the place to talk, let's talk somewhere else. Barbecue restaurant. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was dressed fashionably, attracting many people's attention from afar. When she saw Sakura's ninja forehead protector, she immediately retracted her gaze. Ninja matters, can't afford to offend. Naruto seemed very relaxed. There were few people in the store, and no one recognized Fenghua Xiaoxiu's true identity. Under the chandelier, he sat on the other side of the table and Sakura and Fenghua Xiaoxiu sat opposite. Fenghua Xiaoxiu put her hands on the table, looking a little nervous, and you could see the blue veins on the back of her hands that were not obvious. Fuji Fuxui is a stage name, as you know, you can call me Fenghua Xiaoxiu or Princess Fenjiun. She said nervously, I am the princess of the Snow Country, my ex. Don't be so nervous, we will help you. Sakura saw that she was afraid of being rejected, and glanced at Naruto again, and said comfortingly. We are friends who have been through life and death, right? Don't be afraid, just tell us if you have any difficulties. Thank you. She said, I really have no choice. My father is the king of the Snow Country, but my uncle killed my father and seized the throne. I have been fleeing for many years. I don't have the courage to face my father's death, nor do I have the courage to fight my uncle. So I became an actor and played the brave and fearless Princess Fenjiun on the screen, but that's not me. She said painfully, my acting is very good, everyone is praising me, but the more so, the more uncomfortable I am. I am not Princess Fenjiun, I am a coward. I don't deserve to play such a perfect role, I am a rotten person in private. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's emotions gradually became agitated, and tears welled up in her eyes. No matter how I hide. Hide again. But in the end, I will think of my father's face. I don't have the courage to avenge him, nor do I have the courage to return to my hometown. Konoha rejected my request because I left without saying goodbye last time, and all the people on the ship died because of that mission. They need to investigate, and they will not accept my mission before the results of the investigation come out. I know that's just an excuse. Konoha thinks I'm a troublesome client. Even if I can afford the commission. Then why did you run away? Naruto stared into her eyes and asked, I asked you to wait at the beginning, but you still ran away, and there has been no news for so long. It is understandable that Konoha rejected Fenghua Xiaoxiu. It doesn't matter if the mission is more difficult. But Fenghua Xiaoxiu's agent, who was the client of the last Snow Country mission, concealed the intelligence, and even Fenghua Xiaoxiu herself ran away later. Konoha naturally has to consider the mission applied for by such an unstable client. I'm sorry. Fenghua Xiaoxiu lowered her head and said, I can't face those things myself, and I don't want to implicate you. So you still don't consider us as friends? Naruto knocked on the table and said, this is a habit he learned from Tsunade, very good and pretentious, now it's his. I didn't, Fenghua Xiaoxiu subconsciously retorted. Princess Fenjiun, why didn't you tell us before you returned to Konoha? Naruto frowned and asked again, Sakura and I both consider you as a friend, I thought we were already friends. You saw it just now, I'm very happy to see you back. But you would rather be desperate than come to us. If Sakura hadn't happened to meet you, maybe you would leave Konoha again now. I'm sorry. Fenghua Xiaoxiu lowered her head and said, I was wrong, please help me, I can give you anything you want. Obviously Fenghua Xiaoxiu regarded Naruto as the last straw, but she didn't realize that this was not a straw, but a thick tree. I'm not short of money, you don't even want to call me cough cough. Naruto coughed and almost jumped out of the room, you don't even want to acknowledge me as your friend. I do. Fenjiun Xiaoxiu said first. Very good. Naruto stood up and smiled, you asked me to accept it, and I will give you justice. Chapter 234 Public Information, Reactions from All Parties. It was late at night. Naruto lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He took out the necklace from the sealed space and looked at it for a long time. It was the key to the geothermal generator of the Snow Country. With it, the Snow Country can be like spring all year round. In other words, this is a small country's endless wealth. He called up the task panel, slid up and down a few times, and found the unfinished Snow Country permanent task option. Probably because of the long journey, there is no task time limit. Option 1, Protect Fenghua Xiaoxiu to Snow Country overthrows the Snow Country tyranny. Reward, Wind Style Rasen Shuriken. Option 2, Threaten Fenghua Xiaoxiu to hand over the geothermal generator and force the people of Snow Country to pay taxes. Reward, Full Level Flying Thunder God. Gift, Flying Thunder God Kunao X6 that only the host can see. These two options are special, and there is no conflict between the options, which means that they can be completed at the same time. If there hadn't been an accident in that mission, probably both rewards would have been obtained. Besides, this is a different time, and he is no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In this Konoha, he also has a place, a legitimate prince of Konoha. After thinking for a moment, he called up the system rewards. After staring at the effect of the evil god's hymn for a long time, he relaxed his frown. The evil god's hymn can erase all the effects of the pupil technique once, even Izanaga can't escape. There is no need to be afraid of Danzo, the old pervert. Naruto is actually looking forward to him jumping up and down, so that he can suppress him legitimately and even completely destroy the root organization. The Snow Country mission has been shelved for too long, which is also related to the disappearance of Fenghua Xiaoxiu. The world's power is supreme, but legitimacy is not secondary. The uncle of Fenghua Xiaoxiu seized the throne illegitimately, so it is neither legitimate nor justifiable. Fenghua Xiaoxiu is the legitimate princess, and it is legitimate for Naruto to help her regain control of the Snow Kingdom. The throne is legitimate, Fenghua Xiaoxiu controls the Snow Kingdom, and it is reasonable for him to have a share. After making up his mind, Naruto squeezed the necklace and threw it back into the sealed space. He got up slowly, put on his slippers, opened the door, and went to the kitchen to drink water. The lights were on in the living room, and the Nine-Tails did not sleep for the first time. He sat on the sofa with I don't know what I'm doing with a bottle of wine. What are you doing? Naruto took a glass of water, holding the long cylindrical glass steadily in his hand, and leaned against the kitchen door and asked. I'm studying how to make wine. Joey replied. Why are you studying that thing? Naruto took a sip of water. Isn't the wine at home enough for you to drink? I don't like those wines anymore. Joey looked like a scumbag dog, and it was true that the owner raised the same dog. There are better wines outside. Outside? Naruto frowned. Who gave you the wine? Joey didn't intend to hide it, showing a witty expression and grinning. Your other owner. Another? Hinata. Naruto was stunned for a moment. You went to the Hyuga base? She fed you wine? You deserve to die, Kurama. Hehe, what's wrong? I've been sealed for so long, can't I enjoy myself? Kyuubi said without any hesitation, I've been drinking those low-quality fake wines you bought all day, and my head is about to split. Where do you get so many opinions? Go drink gutter water next time. Naruto said unhappily, you can drink wherever you want, just don't embarrass me. As he said, Naruto put down the water cup and was about to go back to his room to sleep. Kyuubi suddenly stood up from the sofa and said to him. Why don't you stay with that owner? Don't you humans have a word? Marry into the wife's family. Get lost. Naruto raised a middle finger before closing the door. What a scumbag fox. The next day, Naruto stepped into the Hokage building and pushed open the door of the Hokage's office on the top floor. He never knocked on Tsunade's door, so he just pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? Tsunade supported her elbows and looked at him boredly. Before he could speak, Tsunade on the opposite side suddenly waved her hand and said, let's talk about your work later. Now I'm officially notifying you of something. What's the matter? Naruto was a little surprised. It was the first time that Tsunade spoke in such a formal tone. Regarding your identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she said as she stood up. Since the Nine-Tails is no longer in your body, it means that you are no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Konoha no longer has the tailed beast. This news has been spread, and all parties will react soon. Announced to the public. Naruto asked, when was it announced? Yes, an hour ago. Tsunade said calmly, this was Jiraiya's request. The top management didn't agree, but I agreed. The truth cannot be hidden. The pattern of the ninja world has changed. Konoha has been losing and has never realized where the problem lies. Konoha should trust and rely on the power of the younger generation, rather than suppress it. Tsunade-sama is really courageous. Naruto said with a smile. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, sat back down, and sighed. Let's not talk about this. What do you want? So, Naruto repeated the mission of the Snow Country again. When he mentioned Fenghua Xiaoxiu, he omitted some unnecessary information as much as possible. But you still want to go to the Land of Rain with Jiraiya to carry out the investigation mission. The Land of Snow is too far from Konoha, and you plan to go out to sea by boat. Of course not. Naruto shook his head. I hope to borrow the Space Ninja tool of the village, so that the mission time can be greatly shortened. Space Ninja tool. Tsunade frowned subconsciously, the Space Ninja tool has not been used for a long time. The semi-finished product made by the second generation is probably invalid now. I can fix it. Naruto said. What? Tsunade looked at Naruto twice, are you kidding? What you said is not true. It's true. He nodded, I can fix it. The so-called repair is the engraving. He also made the engraving of Flying Thunder God. In principle, they are similar, and he is not completely sure, but now he can only know after seeing it first. As for what Space Ninja tool is, it is pure blind guessing. Naruto just felt that with the character of the second generation who was developing the technique of impure world reincarnation, it was unreasonable for him to lose interest in space ninjutsu after developing half of the Flying Thunder God. After all, the second generation was a well-known sixth-rate person. He combined impure world reincarnation with multiple detonating tags to make ancestor bombs. He was a real ruthless person in the ninja world. The first generation Senju Hashirama, for the peace of the ninja world, I will kowtow to everyone. The second generation Senju Tobirama, for the peace of the ninja world, everyone kowtow to me. But now if that kind of ninja tool really exists, we can try to see if it can be used after it is repaired. The Snow Country is indeed a long way away, and the investigation mission of the Rain Country is about to begin. If it were not for adding an extra layer of protection to the Rain Country mission, he would choose to postpone the Snow Country mission. Tsunade thought about it and nodded. Okay. After getting Tsunade's approval, Naruto was taken into the secret room by Shizune and saw the huge space-jumping ninja tool. It was old and could probably only carry 1 or 2 people. He looked carefully and found that it was indeed activated by the seal and chakra. Even after repairing it, the maximum range it could transmit was still a long distance away from the snow country. After that, he got the secret key from Shizun and exited the secret room first. On the roof opposite the hot spring. You said you were going to carry out a mission first. Jiraiya turned around and asked, how long? It won't take long, about 10 days. He said, I also have to prepare some things, so I came here to inform you, the lecherous sage. Are you notifying me? Jiraiya felt a little funny. Are you warning me? Are you afraid that I will sneak into the rain country to investigate in advance? If you insist on going, I can't stop you. Naruto didn't deny it. Anyway, I will go alone, and I have no objection if you insist on going first. Jiraiya had nothing to say, thinking how this kid's personality was worse than Tsunade's. Naruto returned to the secret room and spent 2 days repairing the ninja tools and started the first experiment. He wanted to see what was on the other side of the mark, probably at the border of the Thunder Country. At the same time, the news that Konoha had lost the 9 tails had been sent out for 2 days. The news came too suddenly, and there was an uproar in the village, but it soon fell silent. The news released by the Hokage building was that Naruto had never been the 9 tails Jinchuriki. It turns out that we have always wronged him, but after all, it has been such a long time. It's all the fault of the people in the Hokage building for clarifying it now. If you know the truth, why didn't you say it earlier? Some people feel guilty, but they are not willing to admit that they did something wrong. That's right, maybe the 9 tails is no longer in Konoha. For the benefit of the village, a child was sacrificed. It's terrible. Someone raised such a voice. The contradiction immediately shifted to the top leaders, and the pressure inside the Hokage building soared. A small number of people in the village expressed their dissatisfaction. But some people didn't care. That kind of thing is not a big deal, no one bullied him. When I was a child isn't the most important thing now that the village lost the 9 tails. How should we compete with the other 4 major countries? The point is that the village lost the 9 tails. Will there be another war? Konoha has no memory, and no one cares about things that are irrelevant to them. In this regard, the top leaders were also worried and kept an eye on the reactions of the 4 major countries and other small countries around them. And the one that was most affected was probably the Sand Village, which had just signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. It's just nonsense, said consultant Mito Kato-en. How can the news be spread at this time? The village is not ready to deal with it. The Sand Village has sent people to negotiate, so let's think about how to deal with it. Danzo sat in a high position and said indifferently, allies may also become enemies who stab you in the back. Konoha has seen a lot of such things. Go Dame, how do you explain it? Yudin Koharu looked at Tsunade unhappily. The Anbu in the Cloud Village has received news that Reikage AI and a group of top leaders are already discussing taking measures against Konoha. Tsunade sat in the first seat with a frown. Chapter 235. Do we still have to waste time here? The people from Sand Village are here. How do we explain to them? Danzo asked with a gloomy face. Does it mean that Konoha no longer has the qualifications to form an alliance? Konoha's status and value do not depend on the 9 tails. Tsunade knocked her forehead and rapped the table to emphasize, when did the 9 tails become Konoha's strategic weapon? My opinion has never changed, whether before or now. Her words were loud and clear, and her beautiful eyes swept around the 4 seats. The 9 tails is always just a sealed-tailed beast. Under Tsunade's pressure, the 2 consultants and Danzo also fell silent. The granddaughter of the first generation, she was tough when she spoke, because her grandfather distributed the tailed beasts one by one. I couldn't afford to argue, so I just changed the topic. What should we do about Sand Village? What should we do? Tsunade stood up impatiently, leaving everyone with a back view. What should we do? If the alliance is terminated because of a mere tailed beast, Konoha will have no hope. With that, Tsunade left in high heels. This mark is a little special. Naruto was in the secret room repairing the space ninja tool of the 2nd generation, thinking for a long time, will it not be random teleportation? Damn, if it is random teleportation, then wouldn't it be necessary to test it over and over again? The problem is that it can't come back after it is teleported. He scratched his head, feeling depressed. He hardly went out these 2 days, and stayed in this secret room. He and Jiraiya agreed to a time of about 10 days, and now 2 days have passed and they are still leaving. If it drags on, the only way to go to the snow country is to go to the sea. What kind of rubbish is the second generation tinkering with? It's better to make it better. He complained and kicked the ninja tool, but the ninja tool clanged and clanged like a tractor. No way. Naruto's pupils dilated slightly, and he took 2 steps back. In the secret room, the clanging sound continued for a while, and finally stopped. The broken copper and iron turned for a while, leaving the repaired flying thunder god mark glowing there. With a clatter, the door was opened, and the black silk secretary Shizun walked in and asked. How is it? Is it repaired? No. Naruto sighed and whispered, it will take some time, maybe another day or 2. Then continue to repair it. I will come every day. If you need anything, you can tell me. Shizun smiled, don't be too anxious, it's okay to spend more time repairing it. The mission in the rain country can be postponed. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunamaster Taku will help you speak up. Naruto noticed something was wrong and asked with a frown, why did you suddenly let go? Did something happen? Nothing. Shizun said, Tsunade-sama announced that Konoha no longer has the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and there has been a lot of noise from all sides. Tsunade-sama means that this is due to poor internal management of Konoha, and it has nothing to do with you. If the ninja tool is successfully repaired, you can go to the snow country to perform the mission first. This means that he should stay out of the limelight, which is a clear indication. Naruto thought for a while, although he wanted to do something for Tsunade. But when he thought of the snow country mission and the more important rain country mission, he decided to finish it first, so he nodded and said. Okay, I know. Well, I'll go first. Shizun waved her hand. The public opinion outside and the pressure faced by Konoha have nothing to do with him for the time being. He knows very well that Tsunade and Jiraiya are more capable than him. As long as the two are still in Konoha, Konoha will not be able to turn the tide. Another day passed, and the repair process still made no progress. On the 4th day, Naruto corrected the coordinates and finally sent a ball of paper over. The approximate location was locked in the land of rain, or possibly the land of grass. At the same time, a ball of paper fell lightly from the tower where Pain was, and was soon wetted by the rain. Pain Tiandeo raised his head, flew into the rain curtain, and took the ball of paper. He unfolded it in his hand and wrote a few simple notes. I am Danzo, I will go to your house tonight. With a snap, the wet paper ball was thrown out. It flew into the rain, fell from the tower, and soon fell to the ground and disappeared and dissolved. Day 5. A rabbit fell from the sky over the land of grass, a live fish fell from the sky over the land of soup, and a chicken fell from the sky over the hidden cloud village. The scene of animals falling from the sky was repeated in various places, but it did not attract much attention. The hidden cloud village. The 4th Reikage AI sat in the Reikage's office, listening to Darui telling a story about a chicken, and suddenly became angry. With a bang, AI could no longer bear it and slammed the desk. I'm asking about the news of Konoha's 9 tails, and you're telling me a story about a chicken? The world is so big, what's wrong with a chicken falling from the sky? Make a fuss. Sorry, there is no more news for the time being. Darui said nervously, our people have been sent to the border of Konoha to investigate the truth, and we will report it after we have the results. With a snap, the 4th Reikage AI slapped his forehead, his expression extremely painful. Okay, talk less nonsense in the future. What about Samui and the others? You should also go to the border to add some pressure to Konoha. Yes. Darui walked out of the office. The Reikage AI sat back in the office chair with a burly figure, rubbing his temple painfully. Since the death of the 4th generation of Konoha, he has become the fastest man in the ninja world. The land of lightning is located overseas, and the hidden cloud village is even more isolated from the world. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, the hidden cloud village is actually quite powerful, only slightly weaker than Konoha. It has 2-tailed beasts, and the 2 tails and the 8 tails can all be tailed beasts. This means that it has 2 mobile-tailed beast jade cannons, which have a certain deterrent power for major countries. But compared to Konoha's 9 tails, it is still inferior. Now that the 9 tails has disappeared, it is a blow to Konoha. But it is an opportunity for the hidden cloud village, an opportunity to grow bigger and stronger. As the cage of the 5 major ninja villages, Reikage AI is an ambitious man. As time goes by, Konoha gradually declines, and those ninjas who dominate the ninja world disappear one by one. On the other hand, under his leadership, the Hidden Cloud Village has walked out of the dilemma of self-righteousness and nepotism during the period of the third-generation Reikage AI. Konoha is going downhill, and the Hidden Cloud Village is slowly rising. He believes that the ninja world needs a stronger voice, and that voice is destined to come from the Hidden Cloud Village. Reikage AI stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the top of the sea of clouds outside the window. After finding out the truth, put some pressure on Konoha. Even the legendary 3 ninjas are outdated. The tailed beast Jinchuriki doesn't know how to develop, which is really a waste of resources. Day 6. You don't want a live chicken again, do you? Shizun wanted to cry but had no tears. She grabbed his shoulders and collapsed. Do you know how many live chickens I caught for you these 2 days? 35. 35 in total. And there are more than 40 live fish, so slippery that I feel sick when I see fish now. Naruto could only scratch his head and smile. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to let the beautiful medical director catch chickens for him personally, but... Sister Shizun, didn't you say you would find you if you needed anything? Naruto said, besides, I have a small favor to ask Sister Shizun for help now. Although that's what you said, I don't want to catch chickens or fish anymore. Shizun's face turned pale. I've fixed it. I don't need to catch fish anymore. He lowered his head a little embarrassedly. What is that? Shizun was stunned for a moment and asked. Sister Shizun, can you bring the task client Fuji Fuyuki Hue here? I'm ready to start the task. Naruto stroked his chin and said, it would be best if you could bring my foxhound here. Fenghua Xiaoxiu has been hiding in a busy tavern to get drunk these days. Listening to the rumors around, she felt more and more annoyed. She didn't doubt Naruto's strength, but was just worried out of instinct. What's the matter with that little fox demon? He brought bad luck to the village, and now he says he's not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A group of people in the tavern boasted with alcohol. What else could it be? It must be another smokescreen from the Hokage building gang. If you say that the little demon is innocent, I won't believe it even if I kill myself. One person said with a big tongue, what's the point of living with such a terrifying thing in the body? You. Don't go too far. Fenghua Xiaoxiu couldn't listen anymore, and smashed a cup with a bang. As an actor, she knows better than anyone how much damage rumors can do to a person. No matter how powerful a person is, he will be hurt to the point of being completely destroyed by rumors. She has seen too many such situations. It is precisely because of this that she feels annoyed. No matter how powerful Naruto is, he is essentially just a teenager, and his status does not seem to be very high. Too much? What's too much? A drunk man pulled out a chair and walked towards Fenghua Xiaoxiu crookedly. Why do you look so familiar to me? You look like you are not from this village, right? Why do people from other villages care about other people's business? She looks like that celebrity. What? Are you drunk? Your brain is broken. What celebrity? She is obviously a crazy woman. What does she have to do with what we say? Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at the approaching people and sobered up immediately. She touched the self-defense bracelet spray and swallowed nervously while backing away. With a rustle, the warm curtain of the tavern behind her was pulled open. A slender figure walked in, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes blurred. It took a while for her eyes to adapt to the passing light. Turning her head and looking carefully, she was a little stunned. It was a female ninja, wearing an animal mask, purple hair, and a short knife behind her. The first glance when she came in swept around the crowd. The uniform of the Anbu ninja was very oppressive. The drunkards in the crowd immediately shut up, the crazy people in the Anbu. Princess Fenjiun. The other party called out her character's name, and he was also a person who had seen the movie, but it was reasonable. Princess Fenjiun's movie was still very popular in the Land of Fire. Yet, Fenghua Xiaoxiu forced herself to stand up, and the hangover made her a little unstable. Uzuki Yujao breathed a sigh of relief, and took out a piece of paper with a swish, and said seriously. This is your mission commission. Konoha's high-level Uzumaki Naruto officially accepted your commission and notified you to follow me to the Hokage building as soon as possible to start the mission. Konoha's high-level? What? Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned, stood there for a long time, and asked again with some uncertainty, you said Konoha's high-level? Yes. Uzuki Yujao said, and glanced at the circle of drunkards. Internal information has been made public at 8 o'clock this morning. Do you still want to waste time here, Princess Fenjiun? The mission is about to begin. Chapter 236 Jump. Above Kumagakure. How could it be the village's high-ranking officials? The group of people in the Hokage building. The drunk opened his eyes wide, and suddenly stopped talking halfway, with cold sweat on his back. He saw the knife behind Uzuki Yujao, and he sobered up immediately. For ordinary people, the authority of Konoha's high-ranking officials cannot be challenged, and they are an existence that they cannot touch. Even if they live in the same village, this is a ninja village. The high-ranking officials are all powerful people, or people who have made great contributions to the development of Konoha. It would be unpleasant for Chun-Chun to scold the high-ranking officials in front of the Anbu ninja. Fenghua Xiaoxiu stood there, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything at all. What she thought and the real situation she knew now were completely separated. Even if Fenghua Xiaoxiu was just an outsider, she knew what it meant to be a Konoha high-ranking official who was the leader of the 5 ninja villages with the highest military power in the ninja world. Good guy, inside information, so she worried for nothing. She glanced at the drunks standing there, suddenly smiled, and pointed at a group of people and said, "They won't let me go." Uzuki Yujao turned around and cast his eyes on the drunkards. "I'm drunk." The leader turned around immediately and left with weak steps. "I remembered that I have something to do." "I also." The group dispersed, and Uzuki Yujao said lightly, "Let's go, we still have to find another dog." "A dog?" Fenghua Xiaoxiu chased after him. "What dog?" Walking on the street, Fenghua Xiaoxiu clearly felt the atmosphere was different. Yesterday, I could occasionally hear some unfavorable remarks about Naruto, but today I couldn't hear them at all. If the news that Konoha no longer has the tailed beast Jinchuriki released a few days ago is still controversial, the attitude of ordinary people is also polarized. The news announced today is undoubtedly to completely shut everyone up. Naruto is now one of the senior executives, and maybe the youngest senior executive in the history of Konoha. All the rumors and slanders are like chickens and pottery dogs in front of this official news, and they are defeated in less than half an hour. Silence is the best attitude. This thing is a bit strange. Naruto looked at the space ninja tool of the 2nd generation, touched his chin and muttered to himself, "Why are the locations set in places like the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rain Village? It looks like it's used for airdrop bombs." After thinking for a few seconds, Naruto came to a conclusion. Naruto is indeed a top-notch guy. He must be thinking about blowing up the Hidden Cloud Village every day. Although he doesn't know why the space ninja tool was abandoned, he can still use it after repairing it. After staying in the secret room for a while, Fenghua Xiaoxiu didn't arrive so soon, so Naruto turned around and went out to find Tsunade. He ran to the door of the office on the 5th floor and stretched his neck to look inside, but he didn't see a single figure, which made him very disappointed. He also wanted to ask about the 2nd generation, but Tsunade was not there. "Naruto-kun." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing the voice, he turned his head suddenly and saw Hinata standing there, looking at him a little restrained. "Why are you here?" he asked with some surprise. "I Lady Tsunade." She lowered her head and whispered, "Shino has something to do, so it's my turn to hand in hand in the mission report." He moved his eyes down and caught a glimpse of the mission report held in Hinata's hand. Oh. He moved aside, making way and said, "Just put it inside. Lady Tsunade will see it when she comes back." "Okay." Hinata blushed and trotted to put the mission report over. Naruto just wanted to ask about the 9 tails going to the Hyuga clan to drink. When Hinata turned around, she thought Naruto had left. Who knew he was still standing at the door, and her face became even redder. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" she asked nervously. "Nothing, long time no see, Hinata, you seem to have grown a lot taller." Naruto stretched his head out and gestured on top of her head, "About to my eyebrows." "Naruto-kun has grown taller too." Hinata mustered up the courage to raise her head, just met Naruto's eyes, and left immediately. The windows in the corridor were wide open, and the shade of the trees could not block the scorching sun. The dried leaves exuded a grassy smell, which was not strong and blew in with the summer breeze. The girl was wearing long clothes and long pants, and was a little shorter than him. Hinata watched her shadow and Naruto's shadow get close to each other, almost overlapping, and it looked like they were kissing. The cicada on the tree outside the window suddenly cried loudly, and her heart suddenly jumped. Hinata suddenly felt guilty, as if she had secretly possessed something. "Besides, Hinata, you have become much more beautiful." "Is there such a thing?" Hinata said with a stammer, her face redder, I actually haven't changed much. Naruto didn't feel embarrassed, he praised her when he should, and it was a good deal. Really, Hinata is amazing. He asked, how is the training? It seems that we haven't done many missions together since we separated last time. Is Hinata ready for the Chunin exam recently? Hinata blinked quickly, her cheeks flushed, and the double questioning made her a little difficult to resist. Even though she was embarrassed, she was still happy in her heart. I'm ready, I. Just as she was stuttering, footsteps suddenly came from the other end of the corridor. 3 seconds later, Shizune appeared at the other end and waved. Naruto, the client is here, but the dog you raised is not found. Ah! Hinata was interrupted and seemed a little at a loss. She quickly reacted, Naruto, you go and do your work first. The fox dog should be with me. She closed her eyes slightly, bowed her head, and turned around to leave. It's okay. Naruto grabbed her. Shizune couldn't see his movements at all from that angle. I know, Sister Shizune, I'll be there in a while. Okay. Shizune turned around and left. Naruto and Hinata were left in the corridor again. He could clearly feel Hinata's hands shaking. He looked at her with some surprise. Hinata buried her head deeply. He used some strength, squeezed Hinata's wrist and said. It's okay, keep talking. Naruto-kun, don't you have something else to do? Hinata asked in a low voice, not daring to look up. She tried to struggle but failed. I do have something to do. I have an important mission. He looked serious because he had no expression on his face. But I want to hear you finish before I go. Hinata's body trembled, and the muscles in her hands stiffened for a moment. Her expression was a little strange, but it didn't seem like embarrassment, but more like shyness. I prepared, and also I practiced for a long time. She said seriously, and tried twice before she stopped stuttering, because Naruto-kun said last time that you don't have to follow other people's paths, so I tried to practice the Byakugan. It was difficult at first, but I wanted to catch up with Naruto-kun, and later I had some results. I met that fox dog by chance, and it wanted to drink, so I fed it some. The Hokage building suddenly released such news a few days ago, and I was a little worried about Naruto-kun. Fortunately, today the news said that Naruto-kun became a senior executive, so I wanted to say congratulations to you, but I was embarrassed to say it. Hinata lowered her head as if she had given it all, blushing and saying a lot of things in a fragmented manner. Naruto grabbed her wrist and listened to everything peacefully. He didn't interrupt her, just listened quietly. The girl's detailed thoughts were all written on her face, without reservation. I'm done. Hinata said in a low voice. Well, I'm fine. Naruto smiled and said, in fact, the top management is just a figurehead, but it can be used to scare others. He let go of Hinata's hand, anyway, thank you, Hinata. Secret room. Are you okay? Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked. What can happen to me? I've been here repairing the machine these days. Naruto kicked the space ninja tool and turned to look at Fenghua Xiaoxiu. This thing is a space ninja tool. What? Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. In simple terms, it is a ninja tool that can teleport people from one place to another. Naruto explained. So powerful. Fenghua Xiaoxiu exclaimed. Well, now there is good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? He walked towards the space ninja tool and asked while debugging. This good news. The good news is. He paused, bent down and put his head into the ninja tool and turned on the switch, and a muffled voice came out, this thing can just accommodate 2 people, you and me. What about the bad news? Fenghua Xiaoxiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So Naruto pulled his body out of the machine. The bad news is that this thing is too old, even if I repair it for a longer time, I can't completely repair it. If there is a jump, the location is random. Random. Fenghua Xiaoxiu almost spit out a mouthful of blood, doesn't that mean you don't know where you will be teleported to? It's a complete gamble, right? Not really. Naruto frowned, I have good skills, and this thing is durable after repair. Just try it a few more times. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's face turned pale, but seeing Naruto's confident look, she was speechless. Forget it, since you have confidence, then I will believe you. It's right to believe me. Naruto got in first and invited Fenghua Xiaoxiu outside, why are you still standing there, come in. Got it. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was speechless, but still got in obediently. The second generation Space Ninja tool is a platform activated by chakra. Although it has been tested many times with live chickens and live fish, Naruto still made a protective shell for safety. This is something similar to a spherical space capsule, which can accommodate 2 people if squeezed. Naruto engraved a mark on the surface of the ninja tool. If he jumped wrong, he could directly teleport the platform over and then make another space jump. Why are you holding me? Afraid of death? Feng Guozioxu said. Okay. He was a little helpless and activated the space ninja tool. The next moment, an iron shell suddenly appeared in the sky above Kumagakure. Chapter 237 I'm just a passing Uchiha Sasuke. The iron ball stayed in the sky above Kumagakure and stopped moving. Inside, Feng Guozioxu hugged Naruto's neck tightly, and her legs clamped his legs like scissors. She was extremely depressed and even wanted to die. Naruto pulled her into the space-jumping ninja tool without any explanation, and she almost lost control of her bladder due to the strong pressure of the atmosphere. Her whole body felt like she was beaten, and her joints were aching. What was even more terrifying was that she had clamped her legs in time, otherwise she would have had to give her first experience to the damn atmosphere. Is this what you call safe? She was going crazy. Feng Guozioxu was born with a high-level world-weary face, and she looked good when she was angry. It was the kind of face that looked ordinary at first glance, but became more and more elegant the more you looked at it. Her father, the king, died before he could finish his career. As a fugitive princess of the snow country, she naturally hated fate and the world. But fate is often ridiculous, and it gave her a window of fantasy, to be an actor. Safe? I didn't say safe. Naruto struggled to pry her hands apart. Wait a minute, wait until I stick my head out to see where the outside is. As he said that, Naruto was about to get up. The iron ball has been hovering over Kumagakure. He planned to check it out. If it wasn't the snow country, he would send the space ninja tool over and then continue to jump. Wait. She realized something and grabbed Naruto's hand to stop him from getting up in this small space. What? Naruto looked at her in confusion. You didn't say that the jump would stimulate the bladder. Feng Guozioxu said awkwardly, coughing to maintain her dignity, I want to ask if I can find a place to relieve myself. She was embarrassed to death, shy and didn't want to lose face in front of a boy younger than her. But the problem was that if she jumped again, she would not be able to hold it back. Even so, she still didn't say this. After all, it's normal for adults to have some face. But she was also a little nervous. After all, this was during the mission. If it involved danger, she still had to cooperate with the ninja to make a decision. Wait until I see where we are. Naruto was happy and said indifferently, then held her down and slowly got up from the small sphere. She sighed and asked Naruto, who had half of his body leaning out. Where? One good news and one bad news. Naruto's somewhat annoying voice came faintly. Good news. Feng Guozioxu gritted her teeth and said. The good news is that you can go down to relieve yourself. Naruto said, by the way, I'll tell you the bad news. This is above the hidden cloud village. It seems that we have been discovered. Discovered? Feng Guozioxu took a breath of cold air, and the what a bad luck stuck in her throat and couldn't be said. It seemed that Naruto didn't care about being discovered. Exhaling a breath, she said nervously. That's not convenient, run away. After a while, she didn't hear Naruto's reply, nor did she see him retract his body, and she was immediately shocked. A bad premonition came to her mind, and she thought to herself that she wouldn't be so unlucky. I can't leave, he said after a moment of silence. The iron ball was instantly put into the sealed space by Naruto, and he grabbed Kazama Koyuki at the moment of falling. The height of the two was almost the same, and he directly pulled Kazama Koyuki over and hugged them tightly. From the perspective of the Kumagakure Chunin team chasing from a distance, a huge black spot in the air in the distance was falling rapidly. What is that? Kumagakure Chunin asked. I don't know, go over and take a look first. A voice answered, and then passed by his side. Lord Darui. The Chunin was startled when he saw the figure that passed him, and was about to say something, but suddenly saw 3 figures passing him. It was the Samui team. The blonde iceberg giant female Jonin from the hidden cloud village led the Chunin team. Passing them, he followed closely behind the elite Jonin Darui, the right and left hand of the Reikage. Didn't Master Samui be sent to the front? The Chunin muttered, why is he here? Stop talking, hurry up and catch up. The companions in the Chunin team passed him and turned back to urge ahead. The Hidden Cloud Village has a tradition that the guards of the previous Raikage are basically the designated candidates for the next generation of Raikage. Just like the big boss and the second boss of the mountain bandits, they are definitely the black hands of the ninja world. Darui is the second boss of the Hidden Cloud Village. His strength and status are comparable to Konoha Kakashi. If you really compare them, they are about equal to 0.86 Kazi. He has a head of fading silver hair, dark skin, and small eyes, a strong body, a lazy personality and a casual conversation. He is good at lightning escape and fighting with wisdom. Naruto felt a strong gaze staring at him from a few kilometers away, so he decisively released the iron ball and chose to freely fall with Fengji on Zyuxu without hesitation. In the middle of the fall. Ah! Fengji on Zyuxu subconsciously shouted, but Naruto covered her mouth. Damn it, don't shout! He threw a flying thunder god heavily towards the distant woods, and then instantly marked Fengji on Zyuxu's body. Before landing, the two disappeared instantly with a bang. Near the landing, Darui stopped and observed carefully for a while, frowning. Half a minute later, Samui's team fell behind him. What's wrong? Samui asked with an icy face, and his figure that looked down on the ninja world was dazzlingly white. The target of the invasion has disappeared. Darui replied, and then added after a pause, the enemy may be nearby. Search the surroundings and be careful. Got it. Samui nodded expressionlessly. Darui had already stepped forward and started searching alone. Samui turned around and said to the two Chunin subordinates behind him, the enemy is nearby. Search carefully. It's too dangerous. We will be killed if we are not careful. Amwa said with a pessimistic face and a lollipop in his mouth, Samui, you asked us to be careful because only Karui and I are Chunin. The iceberg female boss Samui looked at the two unpromising juniors with a blank expression and said, that's right. The black-skinned and red-haired girl Karui suddenly lost her composure and punched Amwa. Go to hell, you pessimistic freak. We haven't even determined what the enemy is, don't say such depressing words. Damn it. Even so, Senior Samui's words are still too hurtful. The three people who were lagging behind were still nagging at the spot, while the lone hero Darui had already gone deep into the woods alone, slowly searching for the invaders. A forest somewhere in the Hidden Cloud Village. It had just rained, and the path in the forest was muddy. Every step would trample the grass and trees into it. The leaves were wet with fresh rainwater. The clothes of the two people were wet by the rainwater from the branches and leaves of the tall vegetation around them, and they were walking deeper into the forest with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Kazama Zyuxu shuddered, hugged her arms and shivered. Are we running for our lives? I guess so. Naruto snapped a wet green branch in front of him, revealing lotus-white fibers at the break, drooping down. So it's the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village who are chasing us as invaders. Fengji on Zyuxu followed with great effort, panting and asked, can't the misunderstanding be resolved? My dear princess, we are invaders, there is a hammer misunderstanding. I'm not a princess. Fengji on Zyuxu said solemnly, breathing a little hurriedly in the hurry, look at me now, where on my body do I look like a princess? You have a good attitude. I hope you can still be stubborn when you are imprisoned in the dungeon of the Hidden Cloud Village with me. Naruto chopped off the small tree in front of him with a knife, and said without looking back. Shouldn't you protect me? Fenghua Zyuxu was a little out of breath and said in surprise, I paid a reward. Hearing this, Naruto stopped, and the warm sunlight after the rain pierced the rain clouds and illuminated the forest. The light reflected by the dew was a little dazzling. She saw Naruto suddenly turn his head in the halo and smiled at her. Before going on a mission, you should inquire about the character of the ninja who accepts the mission. Fenghua Zyuxu's heart suddenly sank. What do you mean I will give you justice? It's all lies. Although Naruto's attitude is very unfriendly, she also knows that she has no other way out. Only a madman would accompany her to overthrow the throne of a small country. The 5 major ninja villages naturally have to consider the impact and consequences of doing so. The other small ninja villages do not have this ability. At present, Naruto is the only life-saving straw she can grasp. Including the initiation of this mission, it was also handled by Naruto. I don't know what reason he used. Anyway, the mission was passed. She just paid the money. No matter what the content of the task he filled in, it is impossible to openly fill in the preparation to overthrow the throne of the Snow Country. Whatever you want, my life is like this anyway. Fenghua Xiaoxiu gave up. If you die, then die. If you run away, remember to bring people back to retrieve my body. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Naruto continued to walk forward. I still have a moral bottom line. Can I kiss you a few more times before I die? I haven't. Fenghua Xiaoxiu followed with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and I have a problem now. What's the problem? I want to let you go. Naruto. The sunlight fell from the lush forest, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu squatted in front of him, looking up at Naruto without any psychological burden. I almost forgot about those things at sea. I finally deceived myself to pick up the shame, and now I throw it in front of you lightly. For no reason, Sakura's words flashed through Naruto's mind. Will you feel a little excited about this? Damn, who would be emotionally unstable because of such a boring little thing? Naruto stood aside calmly and waited until Fenghua Xiaoxiu stood up and told him to go. Then he spoke. I have never looked down on you. And we are not just an employment relationship, but also friends. Fenghua Xiaoxiu interrupted. I know, so I am willing to believe you. Even if you abandon me, I will not blame you. I will wait for you to save me, or bring back my body. That's good to know. Naruto nodded and said, let's go, find a safe place for you to stay, and then jump again when it's safe. As he said, he turned and walked deeper into the forest. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, then chased after him, and almost slipped and fell because he was too strong. What about you? Me? Naruto glanced back at her. I've received the money, so of course I have to protect the client. What else can I do? We were supposed to go to the front line, but were suddenly called back. Red-haired girl Karui asked as she searched forward. Senior Samui, do you know the reason? This is what Lord Raikage meant. Maybe he's afraid that we'll die on the front line, so pessimistic Amwa said. If that's the case, even this mission is not certain to be completely spared. You bastard! Stop saying those depressing words. Red-haired Karui was furious, and punched Amwa hard before stopping. Big Sister Samui looked at the two funny subordinates and rubbed her shoulders expressionlessly. It's so tiring to carry out missions with you little brats. My shoulder is sore because of you. Stop talking nonsense. The red-haired girl Karui took Amwa away. Don't express your opinions anymore, find the enemy quickly and go back early. Don't worry, Darui is very strong. Samui still had an icy poker face, tilted her head slightly, and the mountain wind after the rain blew her golden shoulder-length hair into an arc. He will definitely find the enemy before us. What we have to do is to prevent the enemy from escaping. Deep in the forest. Naruto stopped, looked back, and said. Okay, that's it. He pointed to the mountain in front and said patiently, you hide there, okay? Don't make any noise, and don't get too close to the mountain, it might be dangerous. Yes, that's the location, a little open. You hide in the middle, there are bushes blocking you. Then I'll go over first. Fenghua Xiaoxiu knew that she had to listen to him now, ran a few steps in that direction and looked back at him. What are you going to do? Naruto smiled. I'll hide in a safer place. Fenghua Xiaoxiu obviously didn't believe it, and turned her head and ran towards that end with trepidation. When she hid in the bushes and looked back, she saw a strange figure standing where Naruto was. After a moment of stunned silence, she realized that the man should still be Naruto, but she didn't know what method he used to change into another appearance. Why don't you hide? She said anxiously in her heart, but she remembered not to make any noise. Soon she knew why Naruto didn't hide. A silver-haired brown-skinned ninja walked out of the muddy path in the woods with amazing momentum. Who are you? Why did you break into the hidden cloud village without permission? Darui stared at the person in front of him with one of his exposed small eyes, frowning. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed wildly after using the transformation technique. Remember, I'm just a passing Uchiha Sasuke. Becoming Uchiha Uzumaki Naruto, who looked like Sasuke, said so, with the signature laugh of the Uchiha clan on his face, pointing at the surprised Darui behind him. You all come together. Chapter 238 Killer Bee, two wooden men, and tailed beasts appear. Uchiha clan? What are the ninjas of Konoha doing in our cloud village? Darui asked, his muscles tensed. At this moment, Naruto, who had become Sasuke, was wearing clothes with an open chest, with a disdainful smile on his face, and he played the pride of Uchiha to the core. What is an Uchiha hero? At this moment, he cherished the glory of the Uchiha clan more than Sasuke. I told you that I was just passing by, can't you just pretend that you didn't see it? Naruto said, besides, there is no place in this ninja world that I, Uchiha Sasuke, can't go. He really dared to absorb hatred for Sasuke. As the saying goes, if you are in the world, you will be stabbed. Sasuke has already defected from Konoha, so it shouldn't hurt him to have more sins. But for Naruto Uzumaki, a high-ranking figure in Konoha, it was a smear. He left in a hurry when he came, and he was not sure whether the hidden cloud village had used the disappearance of the Nine Tails to put pressure on Konoha. What if he hit the wrong person? It would be so embarrassing, so it would be better to let Sasuke take the blame first. Uchiha Sasuke. Chakra surged around Darui, and thick black lightning coiled around his body like a black panther, with a terrifying momentum. This was the lightning escape ninjutsu developed by the third-generation Raikage, which released lightning like a black panther from his body. If it hits the enemy, it will make the enemy unable to move instantly, and the enemy's muscles will shrink rapidly, creating unbearable and huge pain. Naruto's eyes moved to the Samui team behind Darui. He glanced at Samui, who was dressed in pure white, and then looked at the two Chunins beside her. I think it's better for you to go together. Darui was unmoved, and said with his eyelids drooping, Samui, I'll drag him out, you search around, he should have accomplices nearby. Okay. Samui responded lightly. But soon, with a rustle, a kunai tied with a detonating tag shot over at high speed. With a bang, Samui was forced back, under the cover of black smoke. Naruto changed his position with the Thunder God, and with a lightning strike, he repelled the pessimistic Chunin who was dragging his feet. He turned over and drew his sword and slashed directly at another Chunin red-haired girl Karui. It was still the same way of fighting, killing the weak first with thunder. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and the fighting depended on blood and courage. Kumagakure was also a ninja village that valued companions, attacking the weak first and restraining the strong. If they succeeded in one fell swoop, they would sacrifice their blood to the flag and boost morale in one go. In layman's terms, it is to stimulate the brain with the enemy's blood and forcibly increase the second degree of rampage. Naruto relies on this trick to eat all the delicacies in the world. Although it is old, it has been tried and tested. Ding! The estimated result was deviated. Naruto's sword was almost about to cut the red-haired girl Karui. At the critical moment, Kumagakure Keikago Darui pulled back. Relying on the sixth sense of battle, he guessed Naruto's purpose and saved the red-haired girl in time. With the sound of chime, the blades met and a heavy spark burst out. In an instant, Karui was shaken out by the aroused sword wind, and the whole person fell to the ground. The strong murderous aura that came to her face almost made her dumbfounded for a moment. Even though she survived the disaster, her neck was still cold. There was a circle of blood on her neck, and she almost lost her head. Bang! Naruto threw the knife decisively, his whole body burning with blood-red chakra, turned over and punched directly at Darui's face. The speed was so fast that Darui even paused for a moment. With a bang, Darui flew backwards, and a cluster of white smoke exploded. Thunder clone! Naruto frowned, thinking secretly in his heart, is it ready for the thunder clone from the moment I was entangled in black thunder? Sure enough, there is an existence in Kumagakure that can be compared with Kakashi, the old king. At the moment when the thunder clone was shattered by Naruto's punch, Samui stabbed from below with a short knife and an expressionless face. Darui released the thunder escape on the right, and the thunder and lightning in the shape of a black panther rushed over. Naruto did not dodge, he had to seriously injure one person, otherwise Fenghua Xiaoxu's position would be unsafe. Concentrating his mind, the red-tailed beast chakra burst again. He raised his hand and took out the Kusanagi sword from the sealed space in seconds, and the sword melted and covered the thunder escape black panther. With a sizzle, Naruto was instantly paralyzed by the lightning release ninjutsu. Seeing the opportunity coming, Samui immediately changed from holding the knife with one hand to holding it with two hands, and turned over smoothly like a swallow, stabbing Naruto heavily from behind. Darui frowned and realized that something was wrong. This man was quite powerful, why did he run into the lightning release without dodging? Samui! He rushed out immediately, but it was too late. Naruto, who was obviously struck by lightning, turned over and punched him, and the blood-red chakra brought out a surging fist wind. Samui even heard the roar of the beast, running straight towards her face. Fortunately, with Darui's reminder, Samui stopped the action and raised the knife to block. With a bang, her short knife broke into pieces, which immediately made her breathing heavier. That was a chakra short sword made with a lot of money, it could cut through iron like mud, but now... Boom, Samui was thrown out, his shoulder blade twisted. He fell heavily to the ground, causing a crack and collapse in the ground. Senior Samui. The red-haired girl Karui rushed over, and another Chuninamwa drew his sword and cautiously blocked Naruto in front of him, preventing him from getting closer to the unconscious Samui. Mui. Watching Samui fall into coma, Naruto's brows relaxed a little, and he finally solved one. The other two Chunin would probably be restrained and could not cause trouble for him for the time being. Assuming that Samui had the strength of a Jonin, the only remaining troublesome one was Darui. Storm Shield. Multiple blue lasers made of a mixture of water and lightning flew past his ears, and a few strands of blood-red chakra were shattered and condensed again in an instant. It's really a chakra armor. Darui landed in front of Naruto and said in a deep voice, no wonder it can resist lightning ninjutsu and pretend to be a middle ninjutsu to deceive the opponent. You are very cunning. He said so. Hey Tui. Naruto didn't say anything, and spit on the ground next to him, showing his disdainful attitude towards the laughing Uchiha. However, Darui didn't completely guess it right. It was indeed an armor made of chakra. But Naruto's outfit was obviously more advanced. This was a serious nine-tails coat. It was with such confidence that he dared to take on Darui's lightning release ninjutsu. Fake Uchiha, fire release plus Sharingan. Real Uchiha, Kaibihutsu. But after saying that, Darui felt that something was wrong. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke with blood-red chakra in front of him, Darui frowned even more. Uchiha, is that so? It's all because the Konoha sword is too fast. When he just came into contact with the reputation of Uchiha, he was surprised to find that the other party had been exterminated by his own people. Even if there is a trick, only the knowledgeable Samui knows it. It's a pity that Samui fainted and couldn't wake up for a while. The situation suddenly became deadlocked. Darui pulled out the knife behind him, and the forest suddenly became quiet. The sun was setting, and the next moment both of them moved. In the distance, Fenghua Xiaoxia watched Naruto's dangerous battle with the ninjas of Kumagakure, and she couldn't help but sweat for Naruto. She wanted to close her eyes, but was worried that Naruto would be attacked. Many against one, how shameless. She clenched her fists and angrily thought in her heart, forgetting that they were the invaders. In the field, Naruto quickly jumped away and avoided Darui's fierce storm escape. 7 or 8 giant trees in the woods behind were shot with countless small holes, and they collapsed with a scream. The ground shook, and smoke and dust rolled. The next moment, Darui flashed to Naruto's side with a knife and chopped with a knife. The other hand suddenly rose up with a fierce thunder escape. As expected of the quasi-5th generation Raikage, his strength is indeed strong. Naruto reacted quickly, and his speed reached the maximum under the blessing of the Nine-Tails Chakra, and he dodged a knife sideways. He punched a molten escape and covered the surface with a layer of blood-red-tailed beast coat. In an instant, Naruto punched a molten escape on the Black Thunder escape. Darui's lightning release inherited from the third Raikage was extremely powerful, but it was not strong enough against the tailed beast coat. He got stuck after only breaking through one layer of the tailed beast coat. With a muffled sound, Darui was instantly punched out by Naruto. The lightning release was off-center, and a huge deep pit was smashed on the ground with a bang. The molten release was off-center, and the branches of dozens of giant trees were instantly dissolved. The terrifying force and sound waves generated by the collision almost shook half of the hidden cloud village. In the smoke and dust, Naruto spitted and walked out of the ruins, without any injuries on his body. On the other hand, Darui was now a little embarrassed, with his arms twisted and seriously injured. "You, what is your real purpose?" Uchiha Sasuke. Darui struggled to stand up. "I said, I was just passing by." Naruto said with Sasuke's appearance, "You are the ones who insisted on chasing me. It would be better if we were to live in peace." Naruto knew very well that if he ran away now, probably no one could stop him. But if he brought a Fenghua Xiaoxia with him, he might not be able to run far. Kumagakure and Konoha have always been at odds with each other, and there is no need for a reason to fight. He had already prepared himself mentally before the space jump, and at most he would fight. It was just right to reduce the fierceness of Kumagakure, so as to avoid another trip when a conflict broke out in the future. And Kumagakure happened to think so. From the moment he learned that the Nine Tails in Konoha had disappeared, the 4th Raikage AI immediately sent people to Konoha to spy on the truth. Konoha was weak, and conflict was inevitable. Passing by. Darui frowned, obviously unable to believe Naruto's words. But his arm was already injured, and there was no benefit in continuing to fight. Darui could clearly feel that the other party seemed to be able to predict his moves, and his heart tightened immediately. Is it really the ability of Uchiha's Sharingan? Pre-perception and prediction. Suddenly, a thunder came from the direction of Yunli Gorge. Two figures descended on the battlefield at the same time. With a bang, Killer Bee, who was wearing sunglasses, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki who survived thanks to the early death of Kakuzu Haiden, walked out of the smoke and dust with wooden figures. The two-tailed beast Jinchuriki of Kumigakure village have gathered. Chapter 239 Sealing Technique, extremely domineering, the fourth-generation AI was forced to save the scene. Kiribi is tall and dark-skinned, wearing small black sunglasses on his face, a white headscarf on his head, a long white scarf around his neck, and 6 long swords on his back. He wanted to sing and dance a few raps, but he recognized the tailed beast chakra code hovering beside Naruto at a glance, and his expression suddenly became serious. Where did the tailed beast Jinchuriki come from? He ran to Kumigakure. Tailed beast Jinchuriki. The injured Darui was stunned when he heard the words, and then suddenly reacted. He was deceived. Because of the preconceived idea, he was always on guard against Naruto was deceived by this old man. Even though he was exposed, Naruto was indifferent. He had to use the tailed beast chakra anyway, and it would be exposed once they fought, and he couldn't hide it. But it didn't matter, so what if he guessed it afterwards? As long as he won this battle, even if it was said that it was Uchiha Sasuke who broke into the hidden cloud village, and it had nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto. The two Yukatos were tall and had a queen-like face. They stared at Naruto for a long time but couldn't figure out what was going on. I'm not a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Naruto said with a smile, I just happened to pass by. I was going to leave, but you insisted on pestering me. You entered the Kumigakure area without permission. I advise you to surrender. The two Yukato said with a stern face, stop being beaten. Yo. That's right. Said Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, surrender, along with your companions. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. I'm just passing by. Naruto drew out the Kusanagi sword and pointed it at Killer Bee and the two Yukato. Stop talking nonsense. How many people are there? Come on together. It might be troublesome to face other elite Jonin, but he would not be so worried when facing the stronger tailed beast Jinchuriki. The tailed beast Jinchuriki has thick skin and flesh, and the wounds in battle will heal quickly. He will have no scruples against these two, and more importantly, sealing techniques are everywhere in the 5 major countries, and each ninja village has its own means of sealing the tailed beasts. But the most authentic sealing technique is still the Uzumaki clan, which is strong and varied. In the back, Darui's arm was injured, and he stood up slowly with gritted teeth. Samui had been escorted out of the battlefield by the red-haired girl Karui and the pessimistic Amwa. Just one move was enough to make them understand the difference in strength between each other. Even Darui, the right and left hand of the 4th Raikage, was injured, and the two of them were even less capable. So, when the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 2 tails Jinchuriki came together, the two of them took the unconscious female boss Samui and retreated decisively. Darui was afraid of any more accidents, so he still stood on the edge of the battlefield. At the same time, his eyes were searching, trying to find out where Naruto's companions were. The battle between ninjas is a life and death struggle, there is no such thing as noble or despicable. Naruto did not hold back, but he did not drag the Kumigakure ninja into a life and death battle because he thought that it would be much easier to seriously injure them than to kill them one by one. The other side was the fighting force of a village, and the 4th generation of Lei and another elite Jonin had not yet appeared. It would be unwise for Naruto to hastily use up all his strength and reveal all his cards. He did not come to attack the Kumigakure alone, but just to leave. He just had to shock them before leaving to avoid being trapped in a tiring chase. Then there is nothing to say. The two Yamujin drew their swords. No matter who you are, since you broken and injured the people outside, don't think about leaving so easily. That's right. Kiribi nodded and repeated. After speaking, Yamujin's aura completely changed, his eyes burst into white light, and the blue-black cat demon chakra pattern instantly covered half of his body, and the frantic airflow gushed out, looking hideous and terrifying. Killer Bee did not transform into a tailed beast, but just unfolded the tailed beast coat of the 8 tail, with 8 blood-red chakra arms waving behind him, staring at Naruto seriously. Naruto frowned and said, "Are you underestimated? He could not transform into a tailed beast, nor did he need to transform into a tailed beast, and directly used the 9-tail chakra to wrap his whole body. The Kusanagi sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pile of flying thunder god Kunao. Swish! 20 or so flying thunder gods flew out from all directions, nailing to different grounds, as if they had set up a large formation, surrounding the 3 people. The flying thunder god Kunao formation also cut off Darui's way. If he wanted to go to the direction where Fenghua Xiaoxia was hiding, he would be stopped by Naruto in an instant. That is, Killer Bee's pupils dilated slightly, and the memories dominated by the yellow flash of Konoha's 4th generation came to his mind again. No way! He was shocked and swallowed his saliva secretly. The yellow flash of Konoha had obviously died in the battle. But this same fighting style, the operation of throwing Kunao before fighting, all deeply shocked Killer Bee. No matter what, he could not underestimate the young man in front of him. Be careful, Yukato, that Kunao is weird. Killer Bee warned. Roar! The 2 Yukato roared, moved quickly, and pounced on Naruto fiercely. The Yukato in the half-tailed beast state was extremely fast and agile like a real cat demon. Naruto stood in place, not moving at all, and watched the Yukato's sharp claws pierce him. At the moment when she was about to succeed, Naruto disappeared. With a bang, Naruto appeared on the left side of Yukato and punched her head. With a bang, blood splashed, and Yukato flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The moment Naruto's fist touched the Yukato, he realized that the 2 Yukatos had activated their complete tailed beast transformation and took the punch. The 2-tail was unexpectedly weak, even weaker than the 1-tail, this was his true feeling. Seeing this, Killer Bee didn't waste any words and directly turned into a half-tailed beast. Although he maintained his human form, he no longer had many human features, with 8 tails behind him. He was wrapped in dark red chakra, and he was on all fours, like a monster. And the 2 wooden men who were knocked away had completely turned into tailed beasts, and a huge cat demon appeared in front of him. 2 monsters, one red and one blue, roared at Naruto. With a bang, a huge deep pit appeared where Naruto was. The 8-tailed Killer Bee teleported in front of Naruto and punched him hard. The speed was too fast, and there was no sign at all. But no matter how fast it was not faster than Flying Thunder God. The speed of space ninjutsu completely surpassed the physical body and was infinitely close to the reaction time of an instant. Naruto's figure disappeared again, and he kicked the dark red Killer Bee, who could not see the human form, with a melting kick, causing his body to collapse heavily, with extremely terrifying force. Even though Naruto only has 73% of the 9 tails power now, 73% at its peak is powerful enough. If he uses all his strength, even the 8 tails cannot resist it. The main reason is that Killer Bee and Yukato didn't know where Naruto came from at the beginning. Seeing him staring at a face that looked like Uchiha Sasuke, they subconsciously didn't fight with all their strength. In addition to obtaining intelligence, fighting between ninjas also requires seizing opportunities. The 2 didn't use their full strength, which gave Naruto an opportunity. He just seized that opportunity and hit Killer Bee with a bang. Right now, Yukato and Killer Bee have different degrees of injuries after just fighting. But the wounds are also healing rapidly, and they will be back to normal in a moment. It is indeed the trick of Yellow Flash. Killer Bee is rarely serious. The last time he saw the Yellow Flash, he almost got hurt together with the 4th generation of Lei. Yellow Flash died a long time ago, what's going on? The completely transformed Yukato retreated, staring at Naruto cautiously, and glanced at Killer Bee. I don't know. Killer Bee was very honest, roaring and transforming into a tailed beast without any warning. A huge bull octopus appeared out of thin air, and said excitedly. Anyway, start first and knock him down first, yo-yo. I haven't met a decent opponent for a long time. Bye. The 2 Yukato were speechless, but she also knew that the brother of the Raikage had lived alone in Yunli Gorge for a long time, and he was probably bored. Don't expand the battlefield and avoid destroying the village. She reminded him. I know. Since it can't be avoided, let's fight, she thought. Show your complete form quickly, let me see what you are. Killer Bee roared excitedly, looking excited. The huge body of the 8 tails can obviously ignore the Flying Thunder God Kunao. According to Killer Bee's idea, under the threat of the 2-tailed beasts on his side, the opponent will at least completely transform into a tailed beast to fight. However, the next moment, Naruto clapped his hands and shouted. Seal! Diamond Seal! The perfect version of the diamond seal released by the system was activated instantly, and dozens of golden chains gushed out from the ground like vines, instantly binding the two complete-tailed beasts. What is that? Damn! It's a sealing technique. Yamoren wanted to escape, but was tied up by the golden chains and pulled down with a bang. The eight tails was huge, and with just a turn, the golden chains covered its entire body. Killer Bee was both terrified and curious, and roared, but he failed to break free with all his strength. Damn it! Killer Bee controlled the eight tails to look up, and a huge-tailed beast jade slowly took shape. Naruto, who was not far away, looked at the huge-tailed beast ball, and the feeling of annoyance surged again, and he could not suppress his irritability. He took a deep breath and stared at the eight tails with cold eyes. He stretched out his hand and said to the eight tails transformed by Killer Bee, "Bin it." The diamond seal seemed to have life, and it suddenly shrank at the moment Naruto gave the order. The golden chain directly locked the black-tailed beast ball together, and with a bang, the tailed beast ball that was not fully formed was strangled. Even though the tailed beast ball was not fully formed, it was instantly split into two and swayed in the air for a moment after being strangled by the golden chain. After a pause, it actually went straight to the village in two directions. Oh no! The two Yukatos didn't care about the blocked Killer Bee, and spit out a fire rat ball from their mouths to track half of the black-tailed beast ball. The next second, she was also shamefully tied up by the big chain, and her throat that spit out the fire rat ball was directly silenced. Bye! A powerful voice came from a distance. The fourth Raikage in a white robe was covered with blue lightning. He fell from the sky and punched the unformed tailed beast ball that was about to explode out of control. Chapter 240 True Impure World Reincarnation, Defeating Magic with Magic. The other half of the unformed tailed beast ball was shattered by the fourth Raikage AI and exploded with a bang. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was hiding in the bushes, was completely stunned. She couldn't see clearly from a distance. She didn't know when the style of the battle changed. What kind of monster is that buffalo-octopus combination? Ah, and that huge blue flame cat. Just when she was wondering if Naruto would also become a giant creature, a large group of dense golden chains tied up the two monsters. It's just that the way of tying looked weird, some kind of tortoise-shell rope binding technique. Damn it! At the same time, Muyat. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat on a chair thinking about something. Her face looked gloomy. There was a knock on the door, and Shizune walked in with several documents. Seeing that Tsunade was in a bad mood, she was stunned for a moment, then put the documents on the table and said, "Tsunade-sama, the delegation from Sand Village has arrived. In addition, the Bird Country has also sent envoys, and they are waiting for you in the Hokage building." Bird Country? What are they doing here? Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows, a trace of irritability flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed the water cup on the table and took a sip. She could understand that Sand Village sent people to understand the disappearance of the Nine Tails, and even if it changed the alliance treaty or even the alliance relationship, Tsunade could accept it. However, what kind of small country is the Bird Country? Why is it joining in the fun at this time? Tsunade-sama, have you forgotten? Shizune smiled awkwardly. The Bird Country and Konoha signed a friendly treaty, and the level is below the alliance. When? Tsunade was stunned for a moment. She really forgot. After the third team and Naruto completed the mission in the Kingdom of Birds, the new king of the Kingdom of Birds, Toki, sent envoys to Konoha to sign a friendly treaty based on commercial mutual benefit. Shizune explained. So far, the relationship between the two sides is still good. What are they doing at this time? Tsunade asked, with a sullen look in her heart. Danzo was taking advantage of the situation again, and the two old advisors were still stubborn. The Nine Tails problem was not effectively solved during the Sandome period. The Sandome was restrained by his old acquaintances and high-level officials, and dragged his feet to turn the Nine Tails Jinchuriki into a time bomb. They should really let their damn high-level officials see how far the tailed beast Jinchuriki they are talking about has grown. Still trying to greedily control the Nine Tails. How stupid, they still don't understand that the complete disappearance of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is a real good thing for Konoha. Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows and realized one thing. As long as Danzo did not step down, Konoha would have no future. Shizune said after a moment of hesitation. The other party wants to deepen the alliance with Konoha. The Kingdom of Birds seems to want to cooperate more with Konoha, not to terminate the cooperation. Deepen the alliance. Tsunade was a little surprised. Why? As far as I know, the Kingdom of Birds never seemed to express the intention of contacting Konoha before, right? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune said very diligently, they started to contact us after the third team and Naruto assisted the Kingdom of Birds Ghost Warrior mission. Tsunade pondered for a moment, frowned, and asked. Shizune, do you still have the third team's Kingdom of Birds mission report? By the way, let me see the signed mutual benefit treaty. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll look for it. Shizune nodded and turned to the file cabinet beside her, which stored the mission reports of the past 3 years. Shizune's fingers fiddled with the many documents arranged in the glass filing cabinet for a while, and found the third team of the Kingdom of Birds mission report. Tsunade took it, leaned lazily on the chair, and read it carefully. Shizune stood obediently on one side, watching Tsunade's expression change from the corner of her eyes. With a bang, Tsunade slammed the table fiercely, gritting her teeth and said angrily. What in-depth cooperation? Princess Toki? Damn woman, with ulterior motives, just want to kidnap Naruto. Shizune was startled, her heart almost jumped out, looking at Tsunade and asked weakly. Do you want to refuse? Are you crazy? Of course I have to accept. Tsunade took a deep breath, this is good for Konoha, why refuse it? Yes. Shizune smiled, but, Tsunade-sama, the Sand Village delegation has arrived, and you are almost there. Tsunade curled her lips, disapproving, and said oh and didn't move again. Shizune looked at Tsunade's angry behavior with some helplessness, and could only smile. She also knew that most of the Sand Village came with bad intentions. They said they were allies, but in fact they were compromising for the sake of interests. They were the kind that could still quarrel in private. Tsunade didn't want to go, simply because she didn't want to see the righteous faces of Denzo and the 2 advisors. If the Sand Village puts pressure on Konoha for not having tailed beasts, the situation will be very unfavorable to Tsunade. The summer breeze was chilly, and the pages of the paper turned with a rustling sound. Tsunade raised her hand and pointed to the door and said. Those old bastards deserve to die. Naruto's molten stream of fire fell heavily with a knife, and it hit the 4th raikage with a bang. The ground that couldn't bear it cracked with a crackling sound, and the deafening sound stirred up smoke and dust. When he met the 4th raikage, he came up without saying a word, and directly drew out the Kusanagi sword as a knife and slashed at the 4th raikage AI. The 4th raikage AI's lightning armor could not conduct lightning chakra through the sacred Kusanagi sword. If you want to say who has more good things, it's still my Uncle Snake. The lightning wrapped around the 4th raikage can increase the speed of the raikage and activate the body. The combat skills and style of raikage AI are basically based on this and combined with physical skills. The key is 2 words. Fast. Fierce. Who are you? The 4th raikage AI roared with full energy, and the lightning chakra instantly gathered at his right elbow, heavy flow. Naruto disappeared directly, and a huge deep pit had been smashed where he was standing. At this moment, the open battlefield was full of huge pits. The 4th raikage AI was full of masculine muscles, and his huge back was as wide as strong wings. He missed the attack and jumped out of the deep pit. The whole body was emitting blue lightning, and the sound of thunder resonated from the fist as big as a sandbag. With a solemn face, he walked towards Naruto. Instant body technique. He spoke in a deep voice, like thunder, which made Naruto's ears buzz. Brother! It's Konoha's yellow flash. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, who was trapped by the diamond blockade, shouted from a distance, be careful of his kunao. You talk too much nonsense. Naruto said with some dissatisfaction, and clenched his palm, and the golden chain directly sank into the flesh of the 8 Tails. Suddenly, the 8 Tails body bloomed everywhere, and it screamed. The 2 Yukatos also wanted to speak, but the lines were said by Kirabi first. So they closed their mouths silently and pretended to be invisible. Her body was locked tightly by the diamond chain, which could be called a rope art. Moreover, she could clearly feel a chain imprinted on a special part. Although the tailed beast is essentially a ball of chakra, even if the injured Jinchuriki's body will not be damaged, the feeling of pain is still the same. If it is tightened directly, it will feel too annoying. Compete? The 4th generation raikage AI was anxious. His brother was still in the hands of others. He stared at Naruto angrily, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Who are you? I'm just a passing Uchiha. Naruto pretended to be cool slowly, his eyes staring at the surroundings. Feng Huaxiaoxia was still hiding there. It would not do him any good to delay any longer. It was time to fight and moisten it quickly. Swish, swish, 3 figures fell on the side of the 4th generation Raikage AI. They were the cloud-hidden ninjas who came to support. Judging from the level of one of them, he was an elite jonin, and the other 2 were hard to say. Darui, whose arm was injured, was still watching the battle on the edge, and was reluctant to leave. Including the 4th Raikage AI, the active fighting force of Kumagakure is about 4 jonin and 1 cage level strongman. On the other hand, Naruto's biggest advantage is that he holds 2 hostages. Even if the tailed beast Jinchuriki is strong, there is always one thing to defeat another. At this moment, in his hands, the fierce-tailed beast has become a kitten. No matter who you are. Do you want to fight against our entire Kumagakure alone? The 4th Raikage AI asked loudly, with a hint of anger in his voice. He has never suffered so much in one day. First, the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki were controlled, and then he was stabbed without saying a word. But the opponent seemed to be good at speed, and he was directly beaten to lose his temper. If you have the guts, do it, and see how long the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki can hold on. Naruto shouted, glanced at Killer Bee, and instantly moved in front of the 2-tailed beast with the help of Flying Thunder God. He stretched out his hand, and the surrounding space collapsed instantly. Full level 4 symbol seal. He had never used the 4 symbol seal on a living person. After all, the tailed beasts were essentially a ball of chakra, so it didn't matter. But it was hard to say for other living things, because there was no air inside. After the 9 tails was extracted, he used it as a storage space. Since there was money in it, he had deliberately avoided using the 4 symbol seal. Now, he couldn't care less. What did you do? The 4th Raikage was extremely irritable, and he wanted to teleport over and tear him apart immediately, but when he saw him glance at Killer Bee, he could only suppress his anger. What do you want? Raikage AI asked. I'm leaving here now, and no one is allowed to follow me. I've taken the 2 tails away, and I'll naturally let her go when we get to a safe place. Naruto said in a tough tone. Why should I believe you? Darui landed beside the 4th Raikage with a rustling sound, staring at Naruto coldly. You are so ruthless, it's hard for people to believe what you say. Thank you for your compliment. If I'm not ruthless, I can't play house with you. Naruto's mouth twitched, frowned, and said, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. As he said, he had secretly turned the chakra in his body, and the dark red-tailed beast coat was reinfused on his body. Naruto is not so naive, and does not think that the always strong 4th Raikage AI will let him threaten him so easily. No matter what the conditions are, Raikage AI will personally lead people to hunt him down. Instead of taking his brother Killer Bee as a hostage, it is better to take a less important 2-tailed Jinchuriki as a hostage. First, because the Raikage is very concerned about this little brother, and second, Killer Bee is powerful, Naruto is afraid that something will happen halfway. If you want to leave, you still have to find a way to drag out the 4th Raikage and his people. 3. 2. Naruto noticed that the Raikage's shoulder was shaking slightly, which was a sign of action, so he didn't even shout one, and directly changed his position with the Thunder God. Boom! The position where Naruto was standing just now was smashed to pieces by the Thunder God who suddenly appeared. Catch him! The 4th generation Raikage shouted. He accelerated again, leaving a blue lightning afterimage on the spot. When he stretched out his hand, there was a piece of lightning, as if lightning was raging, exploding like a silver snake, instantly submerging a large area of the battlefield. This is a large-scale attack. In order to prevent Naruto from changing his position with the Thunder God, it directly covers half of the field. As expected of the 4th generation Raikage, who is famous in the ninja world for his absolute speed and absolute defense, he is really extraordinary. Naruto's body flashed, and he changed to a safe position with the Thunder God again, and his mouth was not idle. Hat! You still have time to talk nonsense. The 4th generation Raikage chased after him without any pause, and slapped Naruto with a palm, with the sound of rumbling wind and thunder. Darui dodged to another corner, with one arm wrapped in black lightning. Lightning, ready to wait for Naruto's next move of Flying Thunder God. Over there! Elite Jonin Nozomi, who is also one of the right-hand men of Raikage, shouted, and flew to another direction. Lord Raikage. 5 people fought with Naruto, and countless thunder and lightning appeared in the field, as if Thunder God descended on the battlefield. Large patches of thunder and lightning roared, and countless flying sand and gravel were blown up. But even so, Naruto could always rely on the flying thunder god Kunao on the ground to change positions and narrowly avoid everyone's attack. What's more annoying is that his speed is always faster than the fourth Raikage. The more this happened, the more frightened everyone, including the fourth Raikage. A group of Jonin plus cage level strong men were fooled by others in terms of speed. Although it is obvious that the opponent's strength is not strong enough to crush the opponent, this slippery feeling of only a little faster is even more infuriating and helpless. Destroy his Kunao! Darui shouted, and took the lead in breaking several Kunao with black lightning. Naruto looked indifferent. Originally, the pile of Kunao were disposable. After dodging so many times, the remaining Kunao on the ground were almost useless. During the battle, he took a trick and relied on sticking to the fourth generation Raikage to change positions, making it difficult for the other four to use their tricks. But now that the tricks have been used up, it's time to get down to business. He threw out a permanent version of the Flying Thunder God Kunao given by the system, pulled himself away and changed positions, instantly distanced himself from the people of Kumagakure. He stood still with a bang, and then clasped his hands together with a snap. What is he going to do? Raikage had a bad premonition, and his pupils dilated slightly. That action, doesn't it require a seal? Damn, why are there so many perverts in Konoha? He gritted his teeth, stared at Naruto intently, and exerted a little force with his palms. No. Stop him. Don't let him perform the ninjutsu. Darui shouted with alarm bells ringing in his heart. But it was too late. Naruto's eyes were like torches, and he clapped his hands and shouted. Wake up! Ding! Confirmed to activate, Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 241, The Attitude of Sand Village, the Heart Knot of the Fourth Raikage. The ground cracked, and the people of Kumagakure were directly bounced away with a bang, and 6 coffins rose from the ground. What is that? Coffin. No. It's that despicable technique. Damn it. It's Impure World Reincarnation. Quick. Stop the person in the coffin from coming out. The fourth Raikage Scarred Xi shouted loudly, if that thing comes out, it will be troublesome. All the ninjas present in Kumagakure were above the level of Jonin, and they had heard of the Impure World Reincarnation of Konoha. Even if they hadn't seen it, they must have heard of it. As they knew about Konoha, above the white fangs and yellow flashes of Konoha, there was an insurmountable war maniac, the second-generation Senju Tobirama. Compared to the kind first-generation Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama was unexpectedly strong, and he attacked the hidden cloud village with all his might. For this reason, the mutual detonating tags, combined with the Impure World Reincarnation, were simply a battlefield nightmare. Just imagine your ancestors crawling out of the ground, stumbling towards you with high explosive detonating tags. The picture was extremely sparse. The fourth generation Raikage AI took the lead and rushed up in an instant. With a strong body and extreme speed, the whole person was like an indestructible sharp knife. The fourth generation Raikage concentrated his chakra on his left foot, and fell heavily on the 6 coffins with the momentum of a giant battle axe, using the thunder axe of righteous thunder. But it was too late, the coffins were not sliding, but exploded. With a bang, black lightning suddenly appeared and blasted the fourth Raikage back directly. Seeing this, Darui shuddered. What a weird thing. Black lightning. There is no mistake, it is no one else except that adult. 6 coffins exploded together, and a sturdy middle-aged man walked out of the smoke and dust. There was a hideous scar on his chest, a black headscarf on his head, a serious expression and sharp eyes. Behind his head was a mess of silver-white fluffy hair, like a white-haired lion king who was choosing people to eat. Third generation Raikage. Darui took a breath of cold air. Father. The fourth Raikage took a step back. His father's death had a great impact on him. He didn't want to lose his relatives and even restricted Kirabi's freedom. Immortality of Senju Tobirama. Another voice came, and a tall, thin, dark man came out. That guy's technique is still as unstoppable as ever. Second generation Raikage Sama. Xi suffocated instantly and couldn't speak for a while, the other ones. First generation Raikage Sama also. What is that? Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Why are they even? No way. That's the B of the previous generation. Boo-bye. The 5 coffins were all opened, and the first, second, and third generation Raikage came out. The arrogant voices of Kinkaku and Ginkaku also came out, which was frightening, but Boo-bye was somewhat silent. Damn it, it's all that evil Uchiha's fault. The fourth generation Raikage AI roared, jumped more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, and bombarded his old father. The diamond seal took effect again, and the painful howl of the eight tails sounded again. The situation immediately reversed, and the Kumagakuer, which had the advantage in numbers, was immediately suppressed. This is a legitimate ninjutsu, there is no such thing as evil or not evil, be careful when you speak. Naruto raised the tip of his sword and said contemptuously, now it can barely be considered a one-on-one, it's fair. He slapped his palm fiercely, and with a snap, the 6 corpses of the impure world reincarnation suddenly turned into like a puppet, he froze. Come, say hello to your ancestors. Hearing this, the senior ninjas of Kumagakuer were so angry that their teeth itched. The fourth Raikage was even more furious, shouting that he wanted to kill him. But Naruto looked indifferent. This ninjutsu was given by the system. No sacrifices needed. The corpses of strong people within a certain range can be raised for you. Compared to Uncle Nine, Naruto is quite professional. With a clap of his hands, the ancestors really woke up. Xi's face was pale. There were 6 corpses and 1 person on the other side, and there were only 5 people on his side. What kind of one-on-one is this? It's really shameless. What's worse is that the death of the third Raikage has always been the fourth Raikage's hard knot, and he has not been able to let it go for many years. Now that guy has resurrected the third Raikage, I'm afraid. Despicable. Xi said. Isn't it despicable for 5 of you to fight one? Naruto curled his lips. He was now in Sasuke's appearance and could speak casually. Anyway, it was Sasuke's merits that were deducted. I've said that I was just passing by. My request is not excessive. Just leave safely. But you refused. Even rabbits will bite when they are angry. Now it's fine. There's no room for negotiation. Naruto sneered, why? Now that you can't accept the impure world reincarnation, what are you doing? The fourth Raikage didn't listen to Naruto at all. He stared at the third Raikage who was like a puppet after the impure world reincarnation, as if he was possessed by a demon. Seeing this, Xi and the injured Darui looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Why don't we stop? Xi walked forward slowly and said, the support from the village will arrive soon, you can't win. Take back this forbidden technique, the hidden cloud village will let you leave. It's too late to say it now, don't think I don't know what you are planning. Naruto said, you guys are well equipped, and you guessed that there are companions near me, and I can't go far. What do you mean by stop? He sneered, you hidden cloud village has always been domineering. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't make any sense to say who is right or wrong. From the beginning, I didn't expect you to agree, and it turned out to be true. Indeed, I have a companion hiding nearby, and it is difficult to get out of here unscathed. Naruto was immediately murderous. In that case, there is nothing to say. Today, I will kill all the Jonin in your hidden cloud village. With a bang, half of the cloud platform collapsed. In Konoha, Tsunade sat at a long conference table, and several main high-level officials of Konoha lined up and sat down in turn. On the other side, Temari and the high-level officials of Tsunagakuer sat on chairs without speaking. The meeting was long, and Tsunade was a little absent-minded. She didn't want to attend this meeting. She hated meaningless meetings the most. Even if the specifications were raised, it would be meaningless if the content of the meeting was irrelevant or the overall situation was already decided. Just like this meeting, Tsunagakuer is indeed an ally of Konoha, but it is not an absolute iron plate. Now that the Nine Tails has disappeared, Konoha has no tailed beasts and its strength is empty. This situation is like the ally actually has no deterrent weapons, but the covenant was signed under the assumption that both parties have them. Now that the matter has been exposed, it is normal for the other party to send an envoy. With such a big thing, even if Tsunagakuer proposes to modify the contract, it is nothing, and it is not impossible to cancel the covenant. But given the current situation of Konoha and Tsunagakuer being brothers in distress, it is highly likely that the alliance status will not be directly terminated. In this case, Tsunade has no interest in attending such a meeting. It's nothing more than the Sand Village side using the Nine Tails as an excuse to propose harsh treaty amendments. Konoha rejects them, and finally the two sides reach a consensus. It's really boring. There are professionals who can do this. There is no point for her to sit here except to be laughed at by Danzo. The meeting was still in a mess, and the voice of Narashikaku, the dog-headed military advisor of Konoha, made her drowsy. Suddenly, she heard a silence from the Sand Village side for a while, and then mentioned the disappearance of the 9 tails. Is the news true? Asked a relevant person from the Sand Village. For now, Shikaku coughed. There is no definite evidence for the time being. It can only be said that there is no way to directly prove that the 9 tails is still sealed in the body of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Konoha is committed to peace in the ninja world and has been working towards the direction of cancelling the 9 tails Jinchuriki and building an image of a peace-loving ninja village. Looking at Shikaku practicing Tai Chi without changing his expression, the diplomats from the Sand Village side were also stunned for a long time. So the result is, Konoha does not deny that the news is true, but there is no evidence that Konoha does not have a tailed beast, and we cannot do anything inappropriate like self-confirmation. Shikaku paused while drinking water tactically and said, for that kind of thing, if you believe it, it exists, and if you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Tsunade supported her head with her hands, yawned quietly, and looked tired. She thought how long this would take, and the diplomats of Sand Village were no good, they kept digging into a dead end. Hurry up and put out the new treaty, discuss it if necessary, and refuse it if necessary. But this is Shikaku's response, and Tsunade can't undermine it. After talking for a while, Shikaku still kept repeating the same old words. Not saying that the news is false, nor saying that the news is true, anyway guess. If it is, it is, and if it is not, it is not. Anyway, this is the situation at the moment. The situation is that Konoha is not in good condition, and Sand Village is not much better. You can make your own decision by estimating the consequences. The Sand Village staff were completely dumbfounded. What kind of people are these people from Konoha? After thinking again and again, the people from Sand Village spoke. In that case, there is no need to discuss this issue any further. Danzo opened his eyes, glanced at the other party, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade curled her lips, still looking listless. The result has long been doomed. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will start to propose to revise the details of the alliance treaty. Shikaku also sighed slightly in his heart. There is no way out at this point. It is the best solution to be able to argue to this extent. Although the truth will come out sooner or later, the current dilemma must be solved first. He agrees with Tsunade's strategy. The legacy of the 9 tails Jinchuriki has always been a time bomb. Naruto cannot be treated as a child just because he is not yet an adult. In the early years, the third Hokage had been influenced by his old classmates Danzo, Koharu Udaten, and Enmito Kato. In the process of guiding Naruto's growth, he chose a not-so-correct way, which also buried hidden dangers for Konoha. Shikaku saw Danzo's stubbornness and the two advisors' distrust of Naruto. This is a different time, and the times are different. If this continues, there will be big problems. Shikaku's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he came back to his senses. We decided to further strengthen cooperation with Konoha and reach a consensus to deepen the relationship between the two villages. The man from Tsunagakure said, I wonder what your opinion is. Shikaku was stunned for a moment. What? So, the Tsunagakure diplomat repeated what he had just said with a complicated look. This time it was Danzo's turn to be confused, and even Tsunade, who found the meeting extremely boring, was confused, and her eyes swept back and forth among the people in Tsunagakure. This situation is not right. Shouldn't they threaten Konoha with the fact that there are no tailed beasts, and then propose changes in the distribution of benefits and amendments to the alliance treaty? When did the Sand Village become so righteous? Something is not right. Tsunade frowned subconsciously and looked over there again and again, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Danzo's eyes changed instantly, and the original idea in his heart fell through. He was happy to see the Sand Village put pressure on Konoha, so Tsunade must bear all the pressure. After all, it was she who insisted and sent people to announce the news that Konoha would no longer have a 9 tails Jinchuriki. Naturally, she must bear all the consequences of this move. These faults and dissatisfactions, even if they can't make Tsunade step down directly like the third generation did, are enough for her to toss. Danzo wants her to collapse little by little, and hand over the position to him at the right time in the future. He could not tolerate Tsunade helping Naruto step by step to that position. Kakashi was enough to give him a headache, and now there was another Naruto. When would it be his turn to be the Hokage? But now, Sand Village didn't take this opportunity to modify the treaty that was more favorable to them, and even wanted to strengthen the alliance and cooperation? Is it crazy? He thought so in his heart, and so did the two consultants. Yuditen Koharu and Mitaman looked at each other with unusually serious expressions. Why? Why did Sand Village suddenly propose to strengthen cooperation at this time? Danzo couldn't help but ask out loud. He didn't want to speak. But based on his understanding of Shikaku, Shikaku would not ask directly, but would only find an excuse to rest temporarily and then send someone to ask behind his back. If he didn't ask now, it would be uneconomical to go around and ask Shikaku later. Because the Sand Village diplomat was about to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by another clear voice. Because our Sand Village is optimistic about the future development of our ally, Konoha. To be precise, we did come here for that news. Temari said. But whether the news is true or false, we are always optimistic about the future of Konoha, and we are also very optimistic about your genin Uzumaki Naruto. I think I should have made it clear now. Temari smiled and asked politely. Ahem, yes. Nara Shikaku nodded, and then added, it's getting late, let's have a meal and rest first, and discuss it in the afternoon. The meeting was suspended, and Tsunade glanced back at Temari before leaving, muttering. Another princess, Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth did you do? Outskirts of the hidden cloud village. Naruto changed his position with the flying thunder god, and a huge red phantom formed on his body. The specific appearance of the phantom could not be seen. He punched a weaker hidden cloud village jonin through the chest alive. Although the Kumigakure jonin was not very strong, he was still a jonin after all. He was slashed by Naruto's elusive speed in just a few moves, and his body was injured. With a flick of his head, a molten punch pierced his chest, killing him on the spot. Darui couldn't bear it. If he continued to fight like this, the Kumigakure's manpower would be severely damaged. He waved black lightning with one hand and directly bombarded the reincarnated Bubai, breaking his arm. Bubai was the former Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and died because the Eight Tails in his body went out of control. At this moment, his movements were not slow, but they were far worse than when he was alive. The 6 reincarnated people were also like this. At this point, the strength is less than 1/10 of the peak period. But the disgusting thing is that this group of people is extremely difficult to deal with, and there is no way to defeat them in a short time. And Naruto is a top-level old 6, always using Flying Thunder God to constantly sneak attack the 5 people of Kumigakure. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and a Kumigakure jonin was not paying attention and his life was lost in Naruto's hands. This scene made Darui and Xi feel a strong sense of crisis. It would be disadvantageous for them to continue to entangle. The 4th generation Raikage AI fought with his father, the 3rd generation Raikage, but he seemed to be restrained. Chapter 242 What is the gold content of the hand-rubbed-tailed beast jade? Xi, find another person. Darui shouted. Darui and Xi are both the right and left hands of the Raikage, and they have a tacit understanding. Darui shouted, and Xi immediately moved. His intention was also very direct, forcing Naruto to return to defense. Sure enough, Naruto decisively gave up fighting and went back to defense directly. As he retreated, the leading support team of the Hidden Cloud Ninja also rushed over in a mighty force. Seeing that it was not a temporary solution to drag it on, Naruto thought about it and directly tried his best to shrink the diamond seal of the 8 tails. Ah! Killer Bee's scream was deafening. For the time being, he couldn't kill that group of people. It was not worthwhile to continue to entangle. These corpses of the impure world reincarnation would only be majestic for a few minutes. Thinking that there was still a mission to be done, Naruto sighed, but was a little unwilling. In this battle, in addition to the iconic Raise Nan, he almost took out his underwear. Just run away like this? That's too cowardly. Besides, he, Uzumaki Naruto, is just a small character, and it doesn't matter if he loses some face. But he is now wearing Sasuke's appearance, and the glory of Uchiha must not be stained by dust. At this moment, Naruto finally found a sense of saintliness. Crying to death, the 2nd pillar has become a traitor, and only I, an old classmate, will remember to add bricks and tiles to his reputation. He thought that it didn't matter how he let himself go, anyway, the merits were deducted from Sasuke, what did he have to do with Uzumaki Naruto? So he stopped his escape, turned around and stomped his foot hard in the air and jumped high. In the distance, Fenghua Xiaoxiu saw Naruto running towards her with his hands and feet intact, and she was immediately happy, but when she saw him jump high in the air again, she was stunned again. What are you doing? In the distance, on the Yuntai battlefield, the Kumigakure support troops also arrived, and the sealing team kept an eye on the battlefield. The fourth generation Raikage and his old father punched each other, making a terrifying explosion sound and afterimage. 1/10 of the strength of the third generation Raikage is also very terrifying. The fourth generation Raikage naturally has the strength to fight, and can even send his old father away on the spot, but for some reason he has not done so yet. Darui and Xi cooperated well and had sealed the first and second Raikages. When he turned around to face the brothers Jin and Jiao, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. The sixth sense was intensively alarming, and he was about to dance in his mind. Not good. There is danger. Darui shouted. Everyone! Retreat! Xi also shouted, quickly leave this area. Quick! In an instant, Xi clearly sensed the direction of the murderous intent, turned his head and looked, and his breathing became rapid. In the air in the distance, a not-so-big-tailed beast ball was slowly condensing. And the person who condensed it was Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, with a cold face. Feeling the huge pressure and the sharp murderous aura, Xi and Darui panicked for the first time. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of tailed beast ball gives people such a strong sense of oppression? They have seen the tailed beast ball of the eight-tailed beast, both big and small, but they have never felt such a tailed beast ball with such murderous intent. Under the sunlight, Naruto relied on the tailed beast chakra to hang in the air, letting the manic power in his body surge, and no longer suppress the murderous aura that was almost boiling in his body. The pure black-tailed beast jade slowly took shape in front of his palm, and all the free and violent emotions all flowed towards the direction of his palm along with his limbs. He looked at the cloud platform in the distance, staring at the direction of the fourth generation of Raikage. The dazzling blue lightning chakra can still be seen clearly even if it is several kilometers away. Naruto's face was expressionless, and his emotions were as calm as water. There was no need to aim at all. The chakras of the third and fourth generations of Raikage were too dazzling, one black and one blue, constantly colliding with each other. The palm adjusted slightly, just casually pointed in the direction of the fourth generation of Raikage, and then a simple thought moved. It was like an ordinary thought, like throwing garbage. The tailed beast jade moved. It pierced the air at a very fast speed, with a burst of sound, and disappeared directly into the sunlight. Lord Raikage! Xi wanted to sense the tailed beast ball, but the speed was too fast to sense it at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the Yuntai battlefield. This tailed beast ball had nothing to do with grudges, nor any special reason, but was just a pure fight to vent. Just like what the Raikage did just now, fighting with all his strength. The road along the way collapsed after a while, as if the earth was arched, and countless flying sand and rocks were crushed by the strong wind. A tailed beast ball, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. With a bang, the fourth generation of Lei suddenly accelerated, gave up the entanglement with his father who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, and rushed towards the tailed beast ball. In a burst of white light, Naruto shamelessly took Fenghua Xiaoxiu away. On the other side, in order to speed up the escape from the hidden cloud village, Fenghua Xiaoxiu was held in Naruto's arms, and the surrounding scenery quickly receded. What did you do just now? She looked up and asked. Don't ask too much about adults' affairs. Naruto said without thinking, very experienced, no, it's not good for you to talk too much. His whole past and present lives combined are indeed a little older than Fenghua Xiaoxiu, but he accidentally mailed it when he finally found a job and was about to be converted to a regular employee again. He just died, but his job should not be lost. This is what he thought the first moment he opened his eyes after traveling through time. People are like this, they make up for what they lack. Originally he was lying down well, but he didn't know when he had to start making arrangements in advance. According to his idea, as long as he killed Pain and Obito, he could live a peaceful life for at least a dozen years. Naruto's personality is like this. When faced with too complicated and troublesome problems, he prefers to use a quick and decisive method to treat the headache and the foot pain. Life is short. After Pain, there is Obito, and after Obito, there is Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki, endless enemies. Who wants to save the world all day long? He is not the savior. When the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up. Now, what he needs to do is to find a way to kill Pain and Obito, the two unfilial descendants, and Black Zetsu will not be able to make waves. Kill him, go home and continue to lie down leisurely. As for what will happen next, we will talk about it after we become adults. Clear short-term goals will make life happier, but clear long-term goals will make life a mess. Who is the child, you are. Fenghua Xiaoxiu suddenly realized that she seemed to be still in Naruto's arms, and immediately muttered that ninjas grow up too fast. Let's find a safe place, let's try again. Naruto panted and said, space jump. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was speechless. Am I serious? No, I was a little injured. Naruto explained, the wound on my abdomen just now accidentally opened. Are all of you ninjas so hard? She thought of Naruto's age and asked with some reluctance, does it hurt? It's just a job, I get paid. Naruto held her and hurried on his way, don't ask me if it hurts, and I won't ask you if you're afraid of going home soon. You said that, I'm really getting nervous. Fenghua Xiaoxiu laughed dryly, but it was okay to be nervous, and glanced at Naruto. Are you really just a child? Not young anymore, you'll be an adult in a few years. Naruto said, ninjas are different from ordinary people. Graduating at the age of 12 is about the same as adulthood. He paused and continued. As far as killing enemies with blood is concerned, you're an adult. Chapter 243. Can it be a few years later? When the two stopped again, they had no idea where they had run to in the wild forest. In the white fog, a sound of oo-at came. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was startled, and just as her long legs stepped on the ground, she jumped back on Naruto. The filter of a lazy and world-weary beauty's face was instantly broken. To be frank, looking at this deep mountain forest, he himself was a little scared. Just when he was about to wake up all the corpses nearby, the fog suddenly dissipated. Where is this? You ask me, how do I know? Naruto muttered and took down Fenghua Xiaoxiu's hand around his neck, and said mercilessly. Get ready, start here. What to prepare? She looked at Naruto nervously, is there anything else going on? Naruto looked at her strangely, hesitated for a second and said. It's a narrow space inside, don't pee on me. Fenghua Xiaoxiu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to refute a few words, but found that she was indeed wrong. So she said coldly, no. Oh. Naruto responded lightly, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu was so angry that her teeth itched, and her lazy expression was almost unable to hold back. She turned her head expressionlessly, and her ice blue eyes looked at another part of the forest. She still looked like a goddess on the surface, but she kept a small notebook in her heart to remember the grudge. With a bang, Naruto summoned the space jump ninja tool. Without saying anything, he directly let Fenghua Xiaoxiu carry him into the iron ball. Then, he climbed in again with difficulty. The space ninja tool was engraved with a mark, and it could be summoned again after a while after the space jump. Inside the iron ball, the two huddled together. The space jump was accompanied by violent shaking, and it was no longer a question of whether to be dizzy or not. When it stopped again, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were almost unable to open. Naruto was also in a bad situation. He barely climbed out to take a look, and he was wrong again, the land of grass. Wrong, continue. Fenghua Xiaoxiu no longer had the strength to speak. The load that space jumping brought to the body was enormous. Only ninjas like Naruto could bear it. Ordinary people could only do it twice. Take a break. I'm dying. She said. Okay. Naruto agreed very straightforwardly. This time the location is remote. You didn't jump over the head of other ninja villages. No one will disturb you. If you want, you can even take a nap before leaving. Who would sleep in a place like this? Fenghua Xiaoxiu struggled to climb out of the iron ball, turned around and looked around. It looks very desolate here. This is. She turned around and wanted to ask Naruto, but saw Naruto calmly pulled out a bed and a gauze curtain, and threw them on the ground. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned for a few seconds, pupils trembled. This wild and withered forest is very incompatible with this expensive bed, which can be said to be very eye-catching. You. She took a few steps back. Naruto stared at her, threw a word of rest, and then ran to the space ninja tool to add a mark. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was shocked. What she said about resting was just to find a place to sit. A more luxurious way is to lean against a big tree and take a short nap. After all, she also saw the current situation. A broken space jump machine is not a mature technology. She can accept the risk. In order to reduce the weight, she has to squeeze into a small iron ball with a tall and strong young man. If they squeeze a little more, they can get pregnant, and she can also express understanding. But this person took out an exquisite luxury bed from nowhere. Isn't it too outrageous? This is like wearing an Armani suit and eating steak, driving a modified tractor at 120 miles per hour on the highway. It was totally incomprehensible. This bed completely broke her perception of a difficult journey. Good guy, only the means of transportation are simple and have certain risks, right? As the sunset was about to turn yellow, Fenghua Xiaoxiu poked her head out from the quilt wrapped around her head. In the dim orange light, Naruto sat not far away to treat his wounds. Have you rested well? He tore the bandage, applied medicine, and tied it up neatly. With the 9 tails knot in his body, the big wound healed slowly. It took half a day to barely heal the wound, but it would take another day or 2 to heal completely. Chakra can stimulate cells in the body, promote cell division, and help heal wounds. But in the past, the 9 tails chakra automatically healed the wound, and now he is not very skilled at it. Is the injury serious? She walked in front of him and asked. Okay, I don't want to leave a scar. Naruto said casually, I've rested well, so let's continue. The bloody sunset in the wild fell lightly, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu squinted her eyes flashing yellow light. She wanted to say she didn't believe it, unless she opened it and let me see it. But she felt that such words were too ambiguous, so she opened her mouth and said for a long time, but then swallowed it back. She hummed and complained in her heart, why would a grown man be afraid of leaving scars, and he didn't show it to me. Another space jump, this time before the lid of the iron ball was opened, the temperature dropped sharply. Naruto felt a chill in his heart, and arrived. It's so cold. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was wearing a thin windbreaker, standing in the snow with her arms hugged and shivering. Don't shiver. Naruto jumped out of the iron ball and threw her a warm coat and a white cloak. It's my fault. I didn't remind you to bring clothes when I came. Maybe it doesn't fit well, you can make do with it. Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt a little warm in her heart, thinking that there are still many good points in this man, and was about to thank him with a smile. Suddenly, she heard Naruto say again. We're already here, you won't run away, will you? Her smile froze on her face. Okay, Fenghua Xiaoxiu silently took back that sentence. This man was just thinking about his mission all the time, not caring about her at all. No. She gritted her teeth and said. But after a while, she lowered her head again. She felt that it was boring to get angry with a child, which made her look like a child. Although the two stood together, they were indeed the same in height. That's good, this is the snow country. Naruto walked in front and said, let's go, you follow me closely, it's convenient to protect you if there is danger. Oh. Fenghua Xiaoxiu realized that she really returned to the snow country, and her mood immediately became depressed. But at the moment, she could only follow Naruto obediently. This icy and snowy place is indeed dangerous, and her uncle Fenghua Nudao has never given up on catching her all these years. Don't think about running away, I remember your smell, you can't run away. He added without looking back. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was slightly surprised and looked at Naruto, what? This sentence was a bit too ambiguous, but that guy actually knew a lot, and she really couldn't treat Naruto as a child. Naruto didn't turn around completely, but turned sideways and glanced at her with his narrow eyes. With a bit of seriousness, he stretched out his hand from his other pocket and pointed at her. It's better not to play tricks. I know. Fenghua Xiaoxiu smiled guiltily. She did have some hesitation in her heart before, and she didn't have the courage to face the past. But seeing how he worked hard for the mission, she couldn't bear it. If she just left like this, if she caused him to fail the mission, she would probably really feel guilty for a long time. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and walked a few steps quickly to catch up. She wanted to say a few words to show her determination not to run, but before she could open her mouth, she was unstable and her body instantly lost balance. Ah! In order to maintain her balance, Fenghua Xiaoxiu stepped heavily on empty space, and the snow surface collapsed immediately. 2 seconds after she screamed, she felt her wrist being pulled with a snap. Looking at Naruto's slightly helpless eyes, Fenghua Xiaoxiu wanted to explain. But when the words came to her lips, no matter how she said it, it was wrong, so she simply lowered her head and didn't say anything. I accidentally stepped on empty space. She said. Okay. Naruto didn't say anything and pulled her up. Do you think I'm particularly troublesome? Not bad. He now took a few steps to look back, in case Fenghua Xiaoxiu had any accidents. What does not bad mean? She muttered in her heart. Mixed with snow the wind whistled past, and the ice chips almost hit her face. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked a few steps closer. Let's find a place to hide. Okay. Naruto agreed very readily and quickly found a temporary cave to hide in. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier, and it was already night. I can't leave today, take a rest. Naruto retracted his head and sealed the cave entrance with snow, leaving a vent. Fenghua Xiaoxia watched Naruto take out a pile of firewood from nowhere, and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Ninjas, are they all like this? With a whoosh, the fire lit up and dispelled the cold air around. Naruto didn't look at her, he wrapped his clothes tightly, and just lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. She stared at Naruto beside the fire, always feeling that she had to say something at this time. But for a while, she couldn't find any topic, and the other party seemed to know more than her. Are you cold? Beside the fire, she regretted the moment she said it. Isn't this showing off your IQ? How could it be cold next to the fire? The other party is a ninja. What's the point of asking such a question? Damn, why is my brain so confused at this time? Hearing this, Naruto opened his eyes and looked up at her. His slightly scattered eyes gathered for a while and asked. What do you want to ask? No, what are you going to do? She shrank her body and touched the fire. I'm talking about the mission, what are you going to do? My uncle Fenghua Nudao is the new king of the snow country, and he has many ninjas under his command. They are powerful and have a lot of advanced weapons. It's okay. He rubbed his eyebrows. But you are alone, and you are injured. Fenghua Xiaoxia said. It's healed. I don't believe it unless I show it to you. Fenghua Xiaoxia continued. Naruto stared at her with a puzzled look. Why are you looking at your wound? I'm just concerned about whether you can complete the mission. Fenghua Xiaoxia said, how can you deal with so many ninjas in the snow country by yourself? You don't have to worry about this. Naruto said, in fact, the solution to this problem is also very simple. What is it? Kill the old king and establish a new king. It's impossible. He has ruled this country for too long. Fenghua Xiaoxia said depressedly, there are ninjas inside and outside, how is it possible? Even if it succeeds, I can only act afterwards. Let alone governing the country, I don't even have the courage to resist fate. The king supported by the people is a brave and fearless woman like Princess Fenjiun who never gives up. She hugged her knees, people like me are not worthy of being a king. Although Fenghua Xiaoxia returned to Konoha and took the initiative to ask to restart the mission, it did not mean that she was mentally prepared. She is still an actor, not a princess of an old king. Naruto glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxia beside the fire, watching the firelight flickering on her face and the unsteady luster in her eyes. He frowned and said, it's not whether you are worthy of being the new king, but you have to be the new king. After a pause, he spoke again. You have to figure out one thing. No one asked for your opinion. Things have developed to this point. You have no way out, and neither do I. For you, this is just a task. She couldn't help but retort. This is more than a task. He stood up and walked in front of Fenghua Xiaoxia, staring at her condescendingly, and she was a little panicked. What's wrong with you? Fenghua Xiaoxia looked at the tall Naruto, and her heart suddenly beat. I have an immature idea. He said. I forgot to tell you that the snow country is frozen all year round, but there should be geothermal underneath. Naruto took out a necklace from his arms and put it in front of her like a pocket watch. Do you still remember this? He asked. Well, I gave it to you when we were at sea. Fenghua Xiaoxia said sullenly, as if she remembered those days, it's just a useless necklace. We'll know whether it's useful or not later. He smiled, put the necklace away and said, I checked it out. This is a key. I guess there should be some kind of geothermal device in the snow country. So. Fenghua Xiaoxia was a little confused by him. In fact, Naruto's words had many loopholes, but at this moment Fenghua Xiaoxia had been numbed by his various unreasonable operations. The brain completely gave up thinking, and everything unreasonable became reasonable in him. I will help you sit on the throne and help you change the current situation of the snow country. Naruto said, correspondingly, you have to pay some price. What price? I want you. Naruto didn't pause when he spoke, but the first phrase made Fenghua Xiaoxia's brain blank, and the following words were directly inaudible. I want you to collect geothermal tax from residents of snow country. The tax rate won't be too high and can be negotiated later. He said, how about it? Do you agree? Naruto looked at her, why are you daydreaming? Ah. Fenghua Xiaoxiu blinked, I'm fine, what did you just say? I asked if you agree. Ah, okay. She nodded, but can we start a few years later? A few years later? Naruto frowned. Damn, the system option says that residents of the snow country will pay taxes for geothermal heat, but it doesn't say when to start paying taxes. If it's a few years later, it should also meet the option conditions. On the other hand, if the snow melts, it will take a few years to transform the snow country, and it can't afford too much tax. No, it can start immediately. But setting a low tax rate, or even a zero tax rate, is it a few years later? He thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's beautiful world-weary face instantly turned red for a few seconds under the cover of the firelight. Chapter 244 Snow Country, Judgment. Naruto felt something was wrong, but seeing that Fenghua Xiaoxiu had bowed her head and stopped talking, he simply stopped asking. After dawn, everything will change in the snow country. The fugitive princess has grown up and returned to her hometown, bringing with her a sword-wielding ghost. Although Naruto is just an outsider, this matter is also a trivial matter for him. But who made the new king come to power illegally, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu is still alive? Moreover, Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked for his help. In this way, it is legitimate, justified, and procedurally just. Just as Fenghua Nudao led people to rebel and killed the old king Fenghua Xiaoxiu 20 years ago. Now, fate has turned, and it is time to exchange blood for blood and tooth for tooth. It was late at night. The two of them fell asleep hastily with their own thoughts, and Naruto closed his eyes and did not move. On the contrary, Fenghua Xiaoxiu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and she was lying on the fire. She walked back and forth several times. She didn't know what she was doing, and even squatted in front of Naruto, as if she was looking at him carefully. Fortunately, she had to work tomorrow, so Naruto didn't want to pay attention to her, otherwise he would have pushed her to the ground. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at Naruto carefully in the dim firelight. He was wearing a regular ninja combat uniform, a slim jacket, with a straight and neat posture and smooth facial lines. She felt a little tangled in her heart. Although she looked old, she was actually not too old. Maybe she was really under too much pressure recently, and her mind was inexplicable. But that was all. This was the first time. After all, they had already arrived in the snow country, and there was no telling if there would be a future. It wasn't that she thought Naruto couldn't handle the situation in the snow country, but she simply couldn't be active. After all, there were only two of them at the moment, how could they overthrow her uncle's rule? She estimated a situation, thinking that if there was really no way, then forget it. In the second half of the night, she thought a lot, and she even thought about whether she should just forget it and go back to Konoha to wait for him to grow up. In a daze, she slowly closed her eyes. But it felt like she hadn't slept for a few seconds before she was pushed awake. Wake up, how long are you going to sleep? Naruto asked indifferently. The snow at the entrance of the cave had been cleared, an array of snow-white sunlight shone in. It's dawn so soon? Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked with dark circles under her eyes. Who told you to walk around there in the middle of the night? Who can you blame? Naruto complained, and walked out first, hurry up and catch up, and solve the problem today. You knew everything yesterday? She followed him and suddenly wanted to die. I don't know, but you were swaying there, making a lot of noise. Naruto said unhappily, if I didn't know, I would have thought you were dancing there. How could I? Fenghua Xiaoxiu was defeated. Hey, what are you going to do? She subconsciously looked at Naruto, with a broad back, not thin, and looked very powerful. He stood upright on the chair, like a small green tree. What do you mean? Naruto asked without turning his head. How to overthrow Fenghua Nudao, that is, my uncle? She asked, he has many ninjas under his command. I heard that the snow country has been researching ninja technology weapons in recent years. You know it in detail. He praised. During the time when I left Konoha, I collected some information about the snow country. Fenghua Xiaoxiu explained, the source of the information should be accurate, but the snow country is located in a remote area and there is little information. How did you collect it? Spend money. She said proudly. Naruto was a little speechless. It would be better to give him the money. He knew more details. But at this time, he couldn't say it directly, so he changed his statement. I also have information. Why not buy mine? I have no money. She suddenly said in a frustrated tone, someone cheated me with the information of the snow country, and I gave him most of the money. Naruto, okay, but I think you can probably get your money back. What? Feng Huaxiaoxia was stunned and looked up and asked, but that person has run away, I can't find him at all, how can I get the cheated money back? The two continued to walk forward. Naruto looked back at her and rolled his eyes. You said it yourself, the snow country is located in a remote area, and it is difficult to collect information. Then where did you get the information? Didn't someone deliberately give it to you? Deliberately sell information to me? Feng Huaxiaoxia frowned, if that's the case, I can only think of one person, my uncle Feng Huanudao. Although he is a very scheming person, if he deliberately let someone leak the information to me, but didn't do it to me. This is hard to explain, what is he trying to do? Yes, what does he want? Naruto replied perfunctorily. How do you know what he wants? She exhaled, anyway, it's not because of the damn blood relationship. He should be eager for me to die immediately. Okay, then let's go and ask him directly, ask him what he wants. What? Feng Huaxiaoyuki was dumbfounded. Naruto saw that she didn't catch up, turned his head and looked at her, as if he was unhappy. Hey! No, you mean she ran in front of Naruto in one breath, waving her arms in panic in the cold snow, exhaling white air from her mouth. Do you mean run directly to the castle and ask him? What else? He looked as if it was a matter of course, this is the fastest and simplest way. He killed your father, burned the castle, took the throne, and cheated you of your money. Since you have been treated unfairly and Konoha has accepted your mission application, now Princess Fukakoyuki, we are the righteous side. But he is now the king of the snow country, and he has a group of ninjas under him. Fukakoyuki was a little confused and had difficulty adapting to Naruto's direct attitude. I think you haven't figured out the situation yet. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha has the right to investigate and collect evidence on unjust incidents in the snow country. And you, as the mission applicant, the victim, and the legitimate heir of the snow country. You have just given a lot of help to my investigation. Fukano has committed many crimes. And I happen to be one of the top leaders of Konoha. Although I don't have much power, I also have some small temporary decision-making power. These rights exceed those of ordinary jonin. For example, your words just now have been included as evidence by me. Now I will apply to investigate Fukano. As he spoke, Naruto took out a mission order that had been prepared long ago, with the seal of Konoha engraved on the door. Now, on behalf of the Konoha High Level, I will review the application. After careful consideration, I decided to use the temporary decision-making power to approve it. Then he took out a red seal from his pocket, exhaled, and heavily stamped it on the temporary mission order of Konoha. In the stunned eyes of Feng Huaxiaoxia, he raised the dazzling paper in his hand and smiled with relief. Okay, the procedures are complete, let's go. This. Feng Huaxiaoxia was already numb, and felt that her brain was not enough, but he is the king of the snow country. He has a large group of ninjas under his command. Do you think the snow country can be compared with the hidden cloud village? He asked. No. Then why do you think I'm afraid? The elite jonin of the Reikage village can't get any benefits from me, why do you think the king of the snow country, your uncle Feng Huanudao, can do it? A bunch of trash. Just kill them all. Yes, Feng Huaxiaoxia was stunned. She clearly saw Naruto beat all the terrible ninjas of the hidden cloud village alone and left in style. Although she didn't understand, she knew that Naruto's strength was indeed terrifying. But why did she keep worrying and afraid as soon as she stepped into the snow country? After thinking about it, Feng Huaxiaoxia only got one reason. Feng Huanudao and the snow country caused her too much psychological shadow, which made her fear deepen. In her imagination, Feng Huanudao could not cross the mountain of death. He destroyed everything she had, made her go away, and even dared not recall the details of the snow country. However, the other party did not feel guilty, and even intentionally or unintentionally sent her messages, hoping that she would come back on her own initiative. You are right. She took a deep breath and said, and was choked by the cold wind and kept coughing, and her tears came out. Naruto stood there and looked at her lazily, as if asking if she had finished coughing, and if she had, she should hurry on her way. After about a few minutes, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who had recovered, cursed Naruto silently in her heart, and did not act pretentiously, lowered her head and continued on the road. She admitted that she had misjudged Naruto. Naruto was not a small ninja, nor was he a simple ninja with some power. His thinking was extremely clear, and he always guided her forward when she was confused. From the beginning, he had no plan in his mind at all, just thinking about pushing away obstacles. It is true that a big ninja village like Konoha would not take other small countries seriously. The huge palace of the Snow Country, located halfway up the snow-capped mountains, is as majestic as a mass of iron walls. Is that the palace? Naruto covered his eyebrows with his hands and looked at the palace in the snow-capped mountains not far away. It looks a bit gloomy. Living in it will get old cold legs. Shouldn't the focus of attention be on this at this time? Fenghua Xiaoxiu complained. As she looked past Feng Xiu, her body suddenly tensed up. Her saliva was slightly sour, and her heart was pounding wildly. Sure enough, revisiting the old place still felt terrifying. At this time, with a bang, Naruto took off his snow robe and stuffed it into Fenghua Xiaoxiu's hand. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, and was about to be moved, when she suddenly heard him say, "Please keep it for me, this is very expensive." "Who are you?" Swish, 7 or 8 figures fell on the snow in front of Naruto, and a group of Snow Country ninjas wearing chakra armor walked out of the snow fog. The leader glanced at Naruto and did not recognize him, but the moment he saw Fenghua Xiaoxiu, his face suddenly showed. It turns out that Her Royal Highness Princess is back. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's face suddenly darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You sent someone to sell me the news about the Snow Country, right? Her Royal Highness Princess is really smart, but it doesn't matter now." The tall and thin ninja in the lead obviously didn't know how to write the word against one's will and lied with open eyes. If Fenghua Xiaoxiu can also be called smart, then this good word is really buried. "Don't greet each other." Naruto interrupted and pointed at the people in front of him impatiently, "You all come together, I'm in a hurry." "Who are you?" The man stared at Naruto with a bad look. It's no wonder that he is blind. Naruto has a smooth forehead and forgot to wear a Konoha forehead protector. Naruto walked in front of Fenghua Xiaoxiu and blocked her with his body. With a shake of his hand, a mission order with Konoha seal and private seal fell off with a swish. Konoha has received an investigation mission. The current monarch of the Snow Country, Fenghua Nudao, is suspected of defrauding our applicant of a huge amount of property. Now we need to recover the property from Fenghua Nudao. Hey! The Snow Country ninjas were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Then there was a huge laugh, as if they had heard some great joke of the century. The leader covered his stomach in an exaggerated manner and laughed so hard that tears came out. "Are you an artist from somewhere?" "Ha ha ha. A follower of a big star. The follower of Princess Fenjiun, ha ha ha, I have also heard of that movie. Her Highness the Princess acted really hard." Hearing this, Naruto glanced at the few people and said nothing. In an instant, 7 or 8 kunao flew out, and with a bang, the leader was directly punched into the snow. The red blood from his chest spurted out, directly dyeing the snow red. Ah! Before the few people could be frightened, 7 or 8 after images of Naruto suddenly appeared in front of them and quickly collided with them. They didn't have time to react at all, their chakra armor exploded inch by inch, and their bodies were blown up by a punch. The cold wind whistled past. 7 or 8 jonins from the Snow Country, in the blink of an eye, only one person was left standing there shivering. The blood of his companions splattered everywhere, steaming, and dyed the snow red. His face and body were all covered in blood, and the people who were still standing beside him alive in the last second, laughing with him at the third-rate ninja in front of him who didn't wear a forehead protector. He was stunned and had no courage to run away. Even if they were a little weaker than the jonins of the 5th generation ninja village, they were still at the level of jonin. But now they didn't even struggle, and were killed in a moment. "You." He was shaking as he spoke, and his face turned pale as he looked at Naruto, who was not stained with blood. "Who are you?" However, his words were not answered. Naruto walked towards him slowly. Between life and death, the last Snow Country ninja burst out with great courage. "Go to hell!" He roared wildly, activated the chakra armor, and halfway through the seal, his finger was swept off by a kick. Ah! He raised his foot and kicked Naruto painfully, but was kicked on the knee instead, and it broke with a click. The man fell to the ground with a painful roar, kneeling on the snow in despair. "Where is Fenghua Nudao?" Naruto asked casually. "Inside the palace." With a bang, the door was hit hard, and the next second it broke into a turtle pattern, and then collapsed with a loud bang after a moment of stillness. Two figures walked out of the smoke and dust, and the young man in the lead did not say anything. The current monarch of the Snow Country, Fenghuan Nudao, is suspected of defrauding our applicant of a huge amount of property, and you will be tried. Chapter 245 The Kingdom of Death. Fenghuan Nudao stood up from his seat and said angrily. Who are you? The next moment, just like in the movie, neat and fast footsteps sounded around the palace. The originally empty palace was flooded with ninjas and soldiers from all directions. This scene was a little exciting. The cup was smashed as a signal, and the swordsmen who were hiding behind the curtains all came out of the windows. Naruto suddenly felt a little sour. He felt that he should stand in the palace instead of the door of the palace. If he was asked to ambush, he would definitely not choose some small soldiers. At least an elite jonin like Kakashi is qualified to be a swordsman and fight there. Yo, everyone knows Keiko, the socialite of the ninja world. Its face. But now, Fenghuan Nudao found a group of pitiful ordinary ninjas, who are neither strong nor ignorant. Since he was able to break through the blockade of 7 jonins of the Snow Country without any damage and came here as if he was in an empty space, could he be easily knocked down by a few crossbows and kunao? I am just an ordinary Konoha high-ranking official. Naruto looked up at Fenghuan Nudao, who was sitting on the throne with a dignified face. You refused Konoha's investigation and attempted to harm Konoha's high-ranking officials. I can determine that it is the Snow Country's monarch Fenghuan Nudao who unilaterally provoked the war against the Fire Country. In order to avoid further escalation of the situation, I have the right to make a temporary decision. What are you talking about? Fenghuan Nudao was stunned for a moment. Looking at the other party's face as deep as a well, extremely gloomy. He was a little confused. Konoha high-ranking officials? What nonsense! The Snow Country has never had much intersection with the 5 major countries. Why would a Konoha high-ranking official come to him? You have to draft a lie before you can say it, and you just say it with your mouth? Ridiculous. I didn't say anything, just talking casually. Naruto sniffed and said with a smile, you ambushed so many people, and I'm the only one from outside here. I'm really nervous because I'm unfamiliar with the place. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at him hesitantly, with a bad feeling in her heart. Fenghua Nudao frowned, and didn't mean to talk nonsense, pointing at Fenghua Xiaoxiu and said. Hand over the hexagonal crystal, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly put his hands together and slapped them together. In Fenghua Nudao's astonished and puzzled eyes, he shouted. Wake up! Inside the palace surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, 100 coffins rose from the ground, and even directly pushed out from the soldier's crotch like a cannonball. Ah! What is that? Where did the coffin come from? What's inside? Look! Look! There seems to be something inside. It's coming out. Do something. Soon they realized that the most terrifying thing in the world was that the lid of the coffin was not a sliding lid, but a flip lid. More than 100 coffin lids slammed heavily on the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. 100 corpses of the impure world reincarnation stepped out of the coffins, including ninjas, soldiers, and civilians. Because of the addition of these more than 100 corpses, this silver Ba made this party more lively. More than 200 strong men, half of them were breathless, filled the hall. With a snap of the fingers, the fight began immediately. Amid the shouting and killing, Naruto stood still and did not move, just protecting Fenghua Xiaoxiu. When someone rushed over, he raised his hand and punched him. Ordinary ninjas cannot bear the huge chakra of the tailed beasts at all. Naruto directly injected the violent chakra into the opponent with one punch, and blew up the opponent with a bang. Another powerful ninja avoided the corpse of the impure world reincarnation and rushed towards him. The armor on the surface of the body carried a blue chakra current. It was obviously a new type of ninja relying on ninja technology. He took 2 or 3 steps towards Naruto, and the sound of thunder and lightning between his palms could be faintly heard. Naruto did not avoid it, but kicked it directly, and kicked it 10 meters away. They were all small fry, and their combined strength was not even half of that of the elite jonin of Kumagakure. Fenghua Nudao stood on the throne, watching the situation in the palace collapse, and his face became paler and paler. Naruto stood in the center of the battlefield, tall and outstanding. Within 10 minutes, the battle was over. The huge palace was dead silent, and the ground was full of corpses. All those who were still standing were broken impure world reincarnationists, standing sparsely, and some had already fallen to the ground. Feng Huaxiaoxiu trembled and took a careful look, and found that her father had not been reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, and she was relieved immediately. On the throne, Feng Huanudao held the scepter, and the whole person was extremely angry. Gritting his teeth, the robe was lifted, revealing his chakra armor. Seeing this, Naruto shook his head. In this world, villains must die if they take off their clothes. Why don't you talk? He asked with a smile, and the whole person stepped forward, step by step, straight towards Feng Huanudao. If I were you, I'd better say something at the last moment of my life. Who are you? Feng Huanudao had a gloomy face. Can I ask you something else? Didn't I just say that? Naruto said, an ordinary Konoha high-ranking official who works part-time as a genin. Konoha has no right to interfere in the affairs of our snow country. Feng Huanudao roared, ninja villages that have nothing to do with us, even if they are the 5 major ninja villages, cannot be so overbearing. No right. Naruto smiled and stopped. I don't know what rights Konoha has, and I don't care. I just found an excuse. It's important for me not to have you. You will be punished. You are a monster. You manipulate forbidden techniques. You will die. Feng Huanudao was shaking all over. He didn't expect that the snow country business he had run for more than 10 years would collapse so quickly. In the face of powerful forces, everything fell like a chicken and a dog. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly smiled. Will I die a miserable death? Do you think I will die? There are too many people who want me dead, but I am still alive and well. As for those people, I can wake them up at any time. With a snap, Naruto clapped his hands, and he was too lazy to even put his hands together. He clapped his hands gently, as if he was patting dust. Wake up! Hwalala! The sound of the palace suddenly sounded, and the corpses on the ground crawled up at a weird angle. Their eyes turned dark red, and they stood there stupidly. For those with lower strength, Naruto could easily wake them up without even completing the impure world reincarnation ritual. But the side effect of impure world reincarnation is to reduce combat effectiveness, and some of them are not even as powerful as a peasant woman. But it doesn't matter. The dead people crawled up again in front of Feng Huanudao, and the shock was unparalleled. Even if it is not applicable, the effect is very good. Feng Huanudao took a step back with the scepter in his hand, his lips trembling slightly, looking at the corpses of the impure world reincarnation standing in front of the prince, many of whom were familiar faces. Crazy! You lunatic! He shouted, his expression terrified, his hysterical voice echoing in the hall. In the middle of the hall, Feng Huaxiaoxiu was much calmer. This was not the first time seeing this scene, she felt nothing in her heart, and even felt a little crowded. She looked around again to make sure her father was not there. Naruto walked to the front of the impure world reincarnation team step by step, looking up at Feng Huanudao. Somehow, on a whim, he took out a death mask from the sealed space and put it on. The hideous and terrifying mask made Naruto's face even darker, like a pool of stagnant water. The weird and terrifying atmosphere spread instantly, and a cold wind blew. Feng Huanudao shuddered, obviously wearing chakra armor. This is warmer than any thermal underwear, constant temperature, and will not be affected by the outside temperature at all. But even so, looking at the cluster of corpses and the boy wearing the evil ghost mask, he still shuddered violently. Naruto was very polite, and gave a gentleman's salute to Feng Huanudao, his pupils glowing red. Next, I will witness your death. Chapter 246 I will wait for you here. After saying that, Naruto suddenly took off the death mask and hesitated for a second while staring at the mask in his hand. The action just now was not his style at all. He just wanted to do it in his heart. It can be said that it was a whim. But it was not from the heart. According to his habit, Feng Huanudao should be a corpse now, not standing there trembling. Don't do meaningless things, this is his usual style of doing things. Under the temptation of the mask, he still did something that was not in line with his style of doing things. Just like the time in the hidden cloud village, he suddenly wanted to shoot a small-tailed beast ball. But before that, he didn't know how to use it, but because he was depressed in his heart, he used it out of nowhere. He felt good at the time, but now he feels cold all over. What a weird thing. Everything went wrong from Temari's choice of evil god lackey. The rewards were getting more and more outrageous, either the blessing of the evil god or the gaze of the god of death. Damn it, I won't get into trouble with dirty things. Fenghua Nudao stood motionless, close to the throne, watching the man take off his mask and stare blankly. For a moment, I didn't know what he was up to. Just when he was about to move, he saw Naruto tremble like a convulsion and stared at him again. You are damned. What? Ah. With a beautiful sword piercing through the heart, Naruto did not use chakra, but directly relied on the divine weapon Kusanagi sword to pierce Fenghua Nudao's chakra armor, ending the king's rule hastily and simply. Fenghua Xiaoxiu stood there, and when she thought that everything was over, she couldn't help but sigh. The palace of the Snow Kingdom was cleaned, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu became the new king. At the coronation ceremony, the old minister trembled and put the crown on Fenghua Xiaoxiu. I don't know if it was because of old age or too scared, I almost fell down the stairs. Naruto stood aside for a day, watching Fenghua Xiaoxiu complete all the ceremonies. The people below did not look happy, and were worried. Will it work? A princess who has disappeared for more than 10 years? The next day, Fenghua Xiaoxiu used a hexagonal crystal necklace to open the geothermal generator in the rainbow wall. The ice and snow in the snow country melted, spring came, and everything revived. The people were ecstatic and quickly changed their words, "Long live Her Majesty the Queen." In the bedroom, Fenghua Xiaoxiu lay tiredly on the big bed, turned her head and looked at the tall boy leaning against the wall. The snow country needs to find a new way out. The tax is temporarily set at 0 and will be levied in 3 years. The levy rate has not been determined yet. You can give your opinions in 3 years. Okay. Naruto responded. Ding. Reward, Wind-style Rasen Shuriken was successfully deployed. Ding. Reward, full-level Flying Thunder God, gift, Flying Thunder God Kunao X6 that only the host can see, delegation successful. The goal was achieved, the system delegated him 2 rewards, but now he couldn't be happy at all. Those 2 masks were like hot potatoes, and he still had to go back to the Whirlpool country to find out when he had time. This damn lazy dog system doesn't seem to be that pure. But what is it for? Is it for his sperm to be active or for his handsome face? Are you going back? Something happened. Naruto said casually, his thoughts were all on the system. This dog system was getting more and more dog, and he didn't know when he would be cheated. You should be able to handle it yourself, it doesn't matter if you can't handle it. Naruto wanted to say maliciously, it doesn't matter if you can't handle it, my mission has been completed. I can handle it, when can you come back? Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at him eagerly. Come back. He was a little surprised. Going back to the snow country? He really didn't think about it, this place is too far away from Konoha. He went back this time, and he probably wouldn't think of this place for a long time. He didn't think there was anything wrong. The 2 of them had a mission relationship, and although they had some friendship, they were not as close as Guan and Bao. To put it another way, they could only be considered friends, not particularly good friends. It was mainly because of Fenghua Xiaoxiu's advanced world-weary face, which was too abstinent, and she seemed to be in low spirits when looking at anything. It seemed that nothing mattered, and her face was almost like saying that I couldn't like anyone. I'm not sure. He said after a moment of silence, left the wall, and walked towards her. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? No big deal, I just want to ask how old you are until you become an adult. Fenghua Xiaoxiu sat up from the huge bed, without socks on. A pair of lotus-white feet sank softly into the bed. In the room, the bones are like jade and the muscles are like snow. The slender toes are very clean, and each one is clearly visible, which interprets the delicacy of a mature woman. About 3 years, why do you ask this? Naruto found a sofa to sit down loosely, and asked back with his head tilted up. She smiled and said, I should be free by then. Naruto's eyes drooped, as if thinking, and time passed by minute by minute. I don't know how long it took before he raised his head and spoke. It's hard for me to stay in one place, and I don't know where to go in the future. It doesn't matter. Fenghua Xiaoxiu understood, and she smiled and said, I won't stay here to be the king forever. My father has passed away, and I don't have any relatives here. He was just about to get up, rubbed his palm on his trouser leg, and looked up to meet Fenghua Xiaoxiu's sight. Somewhat caught off guard, he saw Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes shining in the dark. She stared at him with a strong passion and dependence, but soon suppressed it. I just want to spend some time to take care of the hard work left by my father, and I don't plan to continue like this. She continued, when things are settled here, I will abdicate and do what I like. Is that all? He asked. Go see the person you like. She said half-jokingly, you must remember to wait for me. Okay. Naruto agreed with a smile, walked in front of her, and returned the hexagonal crystal to her. Since it is a relic given to you by your father, it is better to return it to you. The shadows of the two pressed against the wall, and the male breath rushed to her face, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. Suddenly came back to her senses and shook her head immediately. You don't want it? No. Fenghua Xiaoxiu hurriedly snatched it. Anyway, I'm leaving first. It's not easy to govern a small country in 3 years. Naruto smiled, I wish you all the best. That smile was like a beam of light that hit Fenghua Xiaoxiu's heart. She believed that he could understand. Even if there was no direct response, that look still made her feel numb from her back to the back of her toes. That was the look of an adult, with appreciation of her body and a hint of desire, flashing by. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's mouth suddenly became dry, and her heart beat for a while. In the dim bedroom, she slowly crawled over the bed, and her beautiful toes touched the ground and got off the bed. The air was slightly damp. After the heavy snow melted, the humidity in the air increased a lot. She walked in front of Naruto, but found that she was shorter than him. Growing so fast? She was slightly surprised, and she didn't know what to say when she stood in front of him. With a delicate and world-weary face, she looked up at him slightly, and the black hair on her forehead lightly covered her temples. Is there something? He asked, not hiding, his eyes fixed on Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Fenghua Xiaoxiu opened her full lips slightly, and murmured softly. I have lived in palaces and slept on the streets since I was born. I have suffered countless setbacks and hardships. I have seen the highest mountains and the cheering crowds. I have struggled, doubted, and given up. I thought this life was just like this, and I was extremely depressed in the tavern. Continuously acting, living in another role in front of the camera. I thought I could escape, but failed. Fortunately, you dragged me out. I have never really been myself in my life, but now I think I can. I have someone I like, at the right age. Naruto stared at her sunken collarbone, his eyes moved down, and it was difficult to look away. She squinted her eyes with difficulty, as if she was afraid of the light and couldn't open them, looking at him with a blushing face. I like you. She tiptoed and hugged him gently. Actually, you should know that I'm leaving soon. Naruto coughed and said, standing there without moving, I'm still a ninja of Konoha, and I need to go back to report. I hope you can stay, I can give you everything I have. She let Naruto go, but her hand was still hooked around his neck, and she laughed dryly. Although I know it's useless to say this, you don't need everything from me, you have more and better choices. Yet. He didn't hide it, I still have to go back to Konoha, probably I will stay there until I reach adulthood, and I probably won't go back to the snow country before that. This sentence fell into Fenghua Xiaoxiu's heart like a stone, her body was slightly stiff, and there was a trace of fear on her face. Will you come back? It's okay, I can go find you, but I can't live without, she said almost begging, and the numbness in her heart spread a little bit. She found that it was really difficult to maintain her self-esteem in front of him, whether it was the identity of a big star or the king of the snow country. As long as he stood there, she would walk over involuntarily. I will. He said, his voice was a little hoarse, and he coughed, don't hold me so tightly, I'm just going back to the village, not to the underworld. Before he finished speaking, Fenghua Xiaoxiu hugged him again, hugging her thin and frail body tightly, as if she wanted to melt into his body. Without saying anything, she kissed his neck forcefully, kissing him closely, her breath was hot, her voice was cold, and she bit his shoulder fiercely. If you forget you're done. She said viciously. Before leaving. She wanted to say something else, but Naruto had already waved his hand and left. Not long after, his figure completely disappeared. Like the snow evaporated by the geothermal heat, it disappeared completely without leaving any trace. Chapter 247 The Transaction with Yukito. Konoha. Naruto tried several times to use space jumps to return to the sky above Konoha. The noise was so loud that it almost attracted the Anbu. Fortunately, Naruto slipped away quickly and took a quick shower when he got home. He was standing in the living room blowing his hair, and heard a noise coming from the windowsill. The white sunlight was dazzling. Uzuki Yujao knocked on the French window outside the balcony of the living room, and opened it with a clatter. This was her first time entering Naruto's house. In the past, she was outside the window or standing on the big tree. "Tsunade-sama called me." The humming sound of the hairdryer stopped, and he turned his head and asked. "No." Matsuki Yujeo said, "Tsunade-sama asked you to prepare. The Reikage village is holding a meeting of the 5 cages. Kakashi is on a mission and has no time, so you have to accompany Tsunade-sama." "Oh, the 5 cage meeting." Naruto subconsciously felt guilty. The Reikage probably did so because the 2 tails was sucked into the sealed space by him. But at that time, he did not use his real identity and used the transformation technique to become Sasuke's appearance. Even if there was a wanted order, it was for Uchiha Sasuke, and it had nothing to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto. After thinking it through, he smiled with ease. "I know, what about the other mission? Did Tsunade-sama say anything else?" "No, if you have any questions, you can go directly to the Hokage building to find Tsunade-sama." After saying this, Matsuki Yujeo turned around and was about to leave, but turned back after a few steps. "You have been away for too long. Something happened in the village. Do you need me to explain it to you?" she asked coldly, without the mask of the envy on her face. "Yes." Naruto put down the hairdryer. "Sit down for a while, it's quiet here, there's not many people around, it won't expose your identity." "Yes." Mao Uxian sat on the sofa. "Turn around." Naruto brought a glass of water from the kitchen, placed it in front of Mao Uxian, and held a glass in his hand. He slowly fell back and sank into the sofa skillfully. "Did anything happen in the village during my absence?" "A lot of things happened. After you left, people from the Sand Village came." "So?" Uzuki Yujeo told everything that happened. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless, thinking that Temari was actually quite righteous. She could actually do this and change the attitude of the Sand Village's high-level officials. This time, Naruto felt a little benefited from the return of favors, and a smile appeared on his face. As for the matter of the bird country sending envoys, he was a little confused. Shouldn't the ibis hate him? After all, he slapped her a few times, and the princess's dignity was gone. When she left, I clearly remember that her eyes were red, and she looked like she wanted to eat people. Why did she change her mind now? Women are really fickle, so it's better to be vigilant. I have nothing to do with Ibis's affairs." he defended. "Why are you telling me?" Uzuki Yujeo looked at him puzzledly. "I just passed on the information to you, okay, it's over." Uzuki Yujeo put on the envy mask and left, and the living room became empty again. The 9 tails was nowhere to be found, probably wandering somewhere again. He lay back on the sofa, squinting his eyes and thinking for a while. Let's put the mask aside for now. The fairy technique of Myaboku Mountain has not been learned. A 2-tailed Jinchuriki has been captured, and now the shortcomings of Flying Thunder God and Wind Style have been made up. Wind Style, Lava Style, a small amount of Lightning Style. Hymn of the Evil God, the Funeral of Kurokurega, plus the 100% rule ninjutsu of fishing, and a reincarnation of the dead. The tailed beast cloth will interfere with the mind and can put a small amount of tailed beast ball. The invisible full-level Flying Thunder God, and 2 sealing techniques issued by the system. The tailed beast coat probably has a stronger effect on him than adrenaline, and it is difficult to stay awake for a long time. As for the strangeness of the power brought by the mask and the system, he does not want to continue to dig deeper for the time being. The system is indeed a bit strange, and it seems to have a certain tendency, but it is definitely beneficial to him. After thinking carefully for a moment, he decided to start his future practice with sealing techniques. Temporarily put aside the exploration of the system, and ask Tsunade for a few sealing techniques to study. Uzumaki, it's not strange that a clan is good at sealing techniques. This is a good opportunity to cover up that he wants to restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. When the information about the Whirlpool country is complete, go to the Whirlpool country again. See what secrets are sealed there and what is hidden in the gap behind the stone door. As for the mask and the evil god, you can ask Jiraiya. He has a lot of experience and may know some other information. After roughly sorting it out, Naruto's consciousness sank. Since he pulled out the 9 tails, he hasn't done this for a long time. He opened his eyes and the familiar prison was gone. It completely disappeared, leaving only a dark space. Before the 9 tails left his body, the sealed space was just a prison built by the 4th Hokage. But after the 9 tails was extracted, the sealed space became an independent third space due to system control. It is about the same as Obito's Kamui, both of which are third spaces that do not exist in this world. But the sealed space cannot absorb Naruto himself, and it seems that it cannot accommodate living people. In short, this is a warehouse. It's just that the tailed beast Jinchuriki seems to be a little special. At least Naruto can feel from the beginning that the two are from the signs of the wooden man's life have always existed. After losing the 9 tails, his perception has become stronger. Of course, limited to the sealed space, he can count how many pairs of spare chopsticks are placed in the sealed space. Open your eyes. The 2 wooden men were trapped on the cross. When they heard the voice, they looked up suddenly and saw a completely unfamiliar face. Who are you? She asked. Me. Naruto was a little confused and touched his face, thinking that he didn't wear a mask either. But he quickly reacted. He used Sasuke's face in the hidden cloud village. Now his image he casually took a mirror from a pile of goods. I can't see your face clearly. She frowned and said, Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke. No. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror and his eyelids jumped. In the mirror, the originally clear face was covered with a layer of grey mist. Although his vision was not blocked, from the perspective of the 2 wooden men, Naruto was like a mosaic. What the hell is the system doing? He muttered, I didn't expect there is a cavalry function. But it's not bad to have infantry on screen, at least it's high definition and without subtitles. After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Naruto gave up the idea of negotiation. Ahem. He coughed and changed his tone, it doesn't matter who I am. This is an alien space. You just need to know that I can enter and exit at will. Another space? What is that? The 2 wooden people frowned, with 3 big words of distrust on their faces. What is your relationship with Uchiha Sasuke? I'm his father. Naruto said decisively, if you don't take advantage, you're a bastard. Uchiha people. She was stunned for a moment, but obviously she was not a fool. She quickly reacted and said angrily, Are you kidding me? The Uchiha clan died a long time ago. Watch your words. Naruto's ability to lie with his eyes open is first class, who made him have a system that can do many impossible things. Just like now, he was shrouded in grey mist, although the voice was still his own. But at that time in Kumagakure, he used Sasuke's voice, and now there is no flaw. The voice sounded a little childish, he suppressed his throat and spoke again. I really have nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. I am the controller of this different space. Uchiha Sasuke threw you in, and you already belong to me. The 2 wooden men were silent for a few seconds. What do you want to do? What? Naruto spread his hands and said, Joe Mingrui was possessed, and said with a bad taste, this is just an attempt. The 2 wooden men were confused. What? No living thing can survive in this space, but you can. I think the tailed beast Jinchuriki is probably different from normal people. He said. I want to know how you did it. Of course, I won't let you answer in vain. I will also release some of my sincerity, you can understand it as a deal. Hearing this, the 2 wooden men were silent for a moment. It was obviously not easy to have their hands and feet tied to the cross. Can you put me down? Of course. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the cross disappeared instantly. At the same time, a larger square prison rose from the ground, directly locking the newly freed Yukito inside. Fortunately, the prison was large, so even if she turned into the 2-tailed beast, she would have enough space to move. She fell to the ground and looked at Naruto. What does this mean? Just a little precaution. Naruto said, to prevent you from attacking me, and I can't control myself and beat you to death. I will regret it if that happens. Yukito. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. He said. Yukito is definitely not a pedantic person. Even as a feared Jinchuriki, she is still confident and powerful. Seeing the current situation clearly, she sat down cooperatively and spoke. I can share vitality with the tailed beast in my body. Even if I lack the necessary material conditions for survival, I can still replenish it through the chakra of the tailed beast. In the final analysis, it is to treat the tailed beast as a power bank. He said and then nothing more. The 2 Yukitos couldn't help but ask. How can I get out? Get out. Naruto showed a distressed expression and said to her, I don't know about this. Maybe you will be locked up here for the rest of your life. It's just right for you to keep me company. Yukito was not deceived, but sat on the ground and began to think. After a while, she didn't continue to dwell on the problem, but stood up and asked Naruto. Back to the issue of the transaction, I need water and food now, do you have it? Yes. Naruto thought for a while, what do you want to eat? Whatever, what do you want? Or know something? She stared at Naruto and asked. Chapter 248, 5-Cage Summit Incident. Is she testing herself? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. Yokito didn't use water and food at all. It's been almost 10 days, and your vitality has not decreased but increased. You told me you need food and water? Showing weakness, hey, old fox? Are you trying to find out the truth under the pretext of a deal? The elite jonin of Kumagakure are indeed extraordinary. Even at this time, they are still calm and composed. Jing. He naturally wouldn't let Yu Ren get what he wanted, and shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll make the deal when I think about it. With a snap, Naruto disappeared from the sealed space. When he opened his eyes from the sofa and sat up, he saw Nine-Tailed Fox sneaking back from the balcony. Like a red tomcat, he poked his head out and opened the French window with a bang. Naruto asked lazily without even raising his eyelids. Where did you go? Nine-Tailed Fox answered more concisely, drinking. As he said that, he swaggered across the living room and jumped onto the sofa to lie down. The cool summer breeze in the afternoon blew from the half-open French window, and the living room was surrounded by a breeze. Naruto ignored it, went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and then went back to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, after closing his eyes, his mind was in a mess. He thought about the two masks, thinking about them during the day and dreaming at night, and he thought that this state was a dream. He saw a grey mist ahead, and a narrow blue stone passage under his feet. This familiar sense of déjà vu even made Naruto feel as if he had returned to the underground palace of Mount Maiboku, where he and Jiraiya met the aging Toad Sage. But the difference is that the end of this passage is grey fog, and the two sides are not thick stone walls but dark abysses. It seems to be a dream. He murmured, realizing that this might be a dream spliced together by the brain. The underground palace of Mount Maiboku, plus the abyss in the gap in the underground ruins of the Whirlpool country. The two combined into one, roughly constitute this absurd dream. He tried, but couldn't wake up. Looking back, the abyss. On both sides, the abyss. Sighing, he could only move forward. The sound of footsteps rang out, and he didn't walk fast. While walking, he observed the changes around him. With every step, the road behind him would disappear. Perhaps there was no turning back. After walking for about a few minutes, he finally saw what was behind the grey fog. A huge stone door. He stretched out his hand and paused on the stone door, then retracted his hand and kicked it open. Sometimes it's like this, after days of random thoughts and waiting for a long time, the answer is directly in front of you when you kick the door open. A dense sea blue light bloomed from behind the door, and the stone door opened with a bang. With a ding, the familiar mechanical synthesized sound surrounded the hall behind the door. This time, no panel popped up. Instead, the mechanical synthesized sound was unusual and broadcast something unrelated to the mission. Dear traveler, welcome home. The hall was not capped, and two huge stone statues were blocked by blue light. Naruto looked up. One had a green face and fangs, white hair, and the other had a bloody face and red hair, like Yama. Damn, Naruto finally understood why there were always blessings from evil gods and gazes from the god of death in the system. The emotional system regarded this thing as a reward because it locked up the power of the evil god and the god of death. Your sister's dog system, playing with the gods in captivity, right? Although I don't know whether the stone statue is a real god, it looks like at least some power is there. No wonder this dog system has been stuck several times, it's really wonderful. He went back and forth in the hall several times. The hall was empty. There was nothing else except the two stone statues of gods. Oh, and there was also a super large electronic panel, which was no different from what Naruto saw himself. So the system looks like this inside. He muttered and walked under the statue of the god of death. He kicked it lightly, and the stone statue didn't move. After wandering around for a while, Naruto sat on the ground in a daze, trying to call up the system panel. As a result, the system panel in the hall moved, and the screen was switched with Naruto's thoughts. While checking the unfinished tasks, he was absent-mindedly thinking about the future. After all, the system is honest and reliable. Coming to this world, the thickest thigh he has hugged is the system, but he didn't expect that this guy kidnapped the local snake. He glanced at the two stone statues, and his heart was shocked again. No wonder the rewards were just some ninjutsu at first, but later they became more and more outrageous. However, this made him feel more at ease. After wandering around for a long time, there was nothing to see, so he left directly. In the room, Naruto opened his eyes and felt that he had slept as well as not slept. He couldn't sleep anymore, so he simply got up. Looking out the window, it was probably 4 or 5 in the afternoon. He yawned, opened the door in his slippers. Outside the window, the sun was setting in the west, and the brightness was no different from that at noon. The tall guy just stood there lazily. Kyuubi also woke up, looking like a hungover dog. "Let's go for dinner tonight," Kyuubi said. Hearing this, Naruto walked up and patted its head, sneering. "Who are you talking to?" Kyuubi bared his teeth, patted his belly and said, "I'm hungry." "Haha, what does it have to do with me? Go buy it yourself." Naruto turned around and was about to go out, but Kyuubi followed him. "Why are you following me?" "On the way." Kyuubi stood up and said arrogantly, "I plan to live with your owner. It's troublesome to go back and forth." Naruto glanced at it and sneered. "You bastard, believe me or not, you will be thrown out." "Impossible." Kyuubi said arrogantly, "Absolutely impossible, my relationship with her is better, it's impossible." Outside the Hyuga station. "Sorry, didn't I know that its body can no longer drink?" Hinata was full of guilt, her face flushed against the sunset. "I won't feed it wine in the future." "It's okay, thank you Hinata, it's not your fault." Naruto moved his lips, and said calmly, "It's all because he's too greedy for wine." The Nine-Tails was dumbfounded. "There will be no wine to drink at Hinata's place in the future?" It turned and glared at Naruto, but didn't dare to say anything, for fear that the wine at home would be cut off. "Damn Uzumaki Naruto!" it shouted in its heart. "Is the wine expensive?" he asked. "No, not much, I control the amount every day." Hinata was a little nervous, wearing a plain long skirt. "Actually it's nothing. I don't mean to return it, I just think Hinata's kindness is rare, and I want to pick a gift for you as a return gift." He smiled and asked. "When do you have time?" Hinata was startled, blinked and blinked, turned her head away. "Actually, there's no need for a gift, it's too much trouble for you." He just stood there and looked at Hinata for a few times, with a smile in his eyes. "Then I won't send you off." "Ah. I will." He smiled, as if he was laughing at her reaction. Hinata's face suddenly became hot, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Her heart beat rapidly for a few times, and her mind went around in circles and returned to Naruto. She was introverted, but not stupid, and Naruto didn't say anything excessive. He took full care of her feelings, and she took care of the Nine-Tails for him, and he proposed to pick a gift. There was no beating around the bush, but the distance was also pushed forward rapidly. Hinata had the right to choose, and she could go together to pick, or just accept the gift. It was as if he had entered a corner of her life, and then waved and asked her if she was willing to come out and play together. He was willing to give her a choice and fully respect her. But Hyuga Hayashi had never listened to her opinions, and always scolded and arranged for his own daughter. If she couldn't become an excellent head of the family, then throw it to Yui Kurane to be a ninja. Before doing the task, you must also sternly remind your partners not to cause trouble, because the people of the Hyuga clan never cause trouble to others. This is the Hyuga clan's pride. Hinata lived cautiously, maintaining her only remaining stubbornness. Originally, she had a sense of inferiority, and she trained with a struggle as the weakest. It seemed that she had no talent for anything, and nothing went well. But what could she do? If she fell, she would get up silently, which was the family motto of the Hyuga family. But suddenly someone kept telling her that she was good enough and respected her choice. Even though she was wearing rustic clothes and didn't look good at that time, they would still talk to her. Hinata was overwhelmed all of a sudden, and her heart was as soft as fine sand. She had a lot of good feelings for Naruto, and all of them fell on him. Especially now, Naruto looked at her with a loose look, and the golden light of the street lamp shone on the ground through the mottled green leaves. She couldn't help it, and after a long time, she hummed coldly. On the way home, Naruto glanced at the Nine-Tails beside him and suddenly spoke. "Is the wine you drank at Hinata's place sold on Konoha Street?" Kyuubi realized that something was wrong, and immediately turned his sullen dog head around, stood up and asked, "Are you in a good mood today?" "A little bit," he said. "Whatever, I don't understand you humans." It pouted and said, "That wine is not for sale, but you can buy some expensive wine to compensate me." "That's fine." Naruto didn't care. "Suddenly I found that you, a little kid, still have advantages," Kyuubi said excitedly. The next day, Naruto went to the Hokage building, went directly to the 5th floor office, and pushed the door in. Tsunade put down the jade porcelain wine glass in her hand, frowned and glanced at him. "What's the matter? Why do you suddenly want a 5-shadow meeting?" He walked over and pulled a chair to sit opposite Tsunade. "The people from the Hidden Thunder Village asked for it. I heard that the two-tailed beast was held hostage by Uchiha Sasuke." Tsunade leaned lazily on the chair, half of her white arm resting on the table. "Who knows what they are going to do? Anyway, Uchiha Sasuke has nothing to do with Konoha. Going there is a complete waste of time." Hearing this, Naruto was immediately dissatisfied. "But it's a waste of my time, right? The investigation mission of the Rain Country is about to begin, and I can't let the lustful sage wait like this." "That's not urgent, Jiraiya has already left the village," she said lazily. He was immediately shocked. "Where to?" Chapter 249 You don't have a princess complex, do you? Hearing this, Tsunade paused for 2 or 3 seconds before speaking. "The S-level mission of the Land of Fields, Orochimaru is active there, and Jiraiya went to investigate." "Oh, Orochimaru." Naruto was relieved. At least Jiraiya's good friend Orochimaru only thought about immortality and had no time to fight Jiraiya to the death. "That's fine," he said. "Why do you care so much about Jiraiya's whereabouts? It's like you're worried about him." Tsunade knocked on the table and looked at him with narrow eyes. "Shouldn't you worry about yourself?" Naruto smiled, sitting there with long arms and legs, leaning back with his head raised, and said very proudly, "Evil people live for 1,000 years." Tsunade smiled, with a smile on her face, and the abyss in her chest could not be seen. "Your heart is indeed a little dirty, and I feel relieved when you say that. However, the matter of the 9 tails, you don't seem to have explained it to me clearly, right?" This Naruto couldn't explain. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't force him, rubbed his forehead and asked. "Forget it, it's a headache even if I know. Tell me about the Sand Village Princess incident, is it related to you?" "I don't know." Naruto looked confused, "But this was the truth, I just heard about it when I came back, it really has nothing to do with me, I didn't do anything." "You didn't do anything? The little princess of Sand Village has a special relationship with you, right?" Tsunade glanced at him. "Otherwise, would she support you for no reason?" "I don't know about this, after all, I was on a mission at that time." Naruto defended. "Besides, let's take a step back, maybe the other party saw my potential. They saw you as a person." Tsunade said, "Maybe they want to dig you over, and they saw that you are no longer the 9 tails Jinchuriki." "I won't go, and I will always be loyal to Tsunade-sama." Naruto's desire to survive was full, and he stood up with a bang. "I won't go anywhere until Tsunade-sama leaves." Tsunade rolled her eyes, and she didn't believe his unscrupulous nonsense at all. But she didn't want to go into it, she sat up straight and took a sip of the wine glass. "In addition to the Princess of Sand Village, there is also the Princess of Bird Country, Toki, and this time the Princess of Snow Country, Kaze Hanakoihoki." She frowned and looked at Naruto with a scrutinizing look. "Do you have a special fetish for princesses?" "No. Absolutely not." Naruto refused to admit it and said in a low voice, "Ino is not a princess, I just like her very much. She is a princess of the Yamanaka clan, so to speak. The Ino Shikacho clan of Konoha is also well known in the ninja world. Don't underestimate the Yamanaka clan." "What about Hinata?" Tsunade asked with interest, hugging her chest. "Little Princess Hyuga, don't you like her?" This Naruto turned his head and looked out the window. "The weather is nice today." "Really?" Tsunade looked at him with a smile. "I don't mind your fickleness, and I don't expect you to stay in Konoha, but there is one thing. I will stay in Konoha." Naruto smiled. Tsunade sat there, raised her eyebrows, with an expression that said, "Do you think I believe you? Who can compare to you, Uzumaki Naruto? You don't even learn fairy arts, and a position of Hokage can't keep you. Even if I bring all the fame and fortune in the world to you, you will still leave. That's not the case. I can't bear to see Tsunade-sama sad, so I won't run away casually. Naruto said with a smile. You are quite talkative. You don't say a few words when you hide something from me. Tsunade's golden pupils glanced at him lightly, isn't it? Well, that topic can't be avoided. Tsunade-sama, is Konoha's technology too backward? He asked to change the subject. After all, the ninja world has not been peaceful recently, and the village's strength is focused on defense and training ninjas. Tsunade was indeed diverted and frowned. In the future, there may be a big turmoil in the ninja world, and Konoha will bear the brunt. Is this Tsunade-sama's guess? Naruto asked in surprise. No, Jiraiya brought a prophecy from Mount Myaboku. Tsunade told him everything she knew, including Jiraiya's mission in the Land of Fields this time, which is also related to that prophecy. The prophecy of the Toad Sage. Yes. About what? Naruto was a little confused. He had already been to Mount Myaboku to pay homage to the mountain. Logically, if there was any prophecy, he should have told it at that time. The child of prophecy. She said. Strange, where did the child of prophecy come from? Naruto was slightly startled. Tsunade-sama, is the news reliable? I can't guarantee it. Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her chest, her white lips swaying. Jiraiya said he wanted to go over and take a look, but the specific situation is not clear for the time being. Let's talk about the technology of the ninja world. Even communicators are very common in the snow country. Naruto said seriously, isn't it time for Konoha to develop, Tsunade-sama? The current situation, she frowned. There won't be a fight. Naruto said confidently, at least not in a few years. How do you know? Tsunade asked. The Hidden Cloud Village has always had ideas about Konoha. Now that Konoha's tailed beast is gone, it would be strange if the Hidden Cloud Village didn't take any action. Of course he knew that the Hidden Cloud Village was seriously injured and the news hadn't been sent back yet. After Tsunade finished speaking, Naruto twisted his body in the chair a little uncomfortably, and looked at Tsunade with some entanglement and asked. What about the investigation mission of the Hidden Rain Village? Should we really give priority to the 5-cage talks? What else? Tsunade calmly took a sip of wine. Since you've spoken, Konoha will naturally respond. Don't you want to accompany me? That's not the case. Naruto's signature fake smile. I'm just worried about the mission of the Rain Country. It should be back in about a month, and by then Jiraiya will have almost finished his mission. Tsunade said, you have plenty of time to do the mission of the Rain Country. After a few more days, the day of the 5-cage talks was getting closer and closer. But not all the cages of the major ninja villages are idle, and each has their own things to do. From the time the message is sent to the time the ninja village responds and coordinates, at least half a month will pass. Especially in the case of Konoha, Tsunade will be away for a while, and Jiraiya is out on a mission again, which means that Konoha has almost no one who can calm Danzo. So Tsunade was very busy during this period. Except for not staying up late, she stayed in the office almost all day to handle official business. Naruto was idle and rested for several days in a row. In the middle, Hinata stood him up. They agreed to go pick gifts together, but Team 8 received a temporary mission and stood up again. Hinata blushed and bowed to him several times, which made him, a thick-skinned man, feel a little embarrassed. Until Team 10 finished the mission and returned to the village, it brought a little comfort to his lonely days. Roadside stall. There are always crowds of people here, especially after nightfall, and they are shoulder to shoulder. Ino touched her lips with some discomfort, looking at the crowd and feeling timid. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Naruto appear under the street lamp across the street through the crowd. He was dressed in black, short-sleeved and shorts, dressed for summer. Ino saw him squeeze through the crowd and walk towards her little by little. Tall and big, striding fast. His height and temperament are somewhat different, with messy blonde hair that is indescribably lazy but tall, and he is developing in the direction of walking hormones. As she grows older, the girl's mind becomes more and more complicated, and she becomes more and more sensitive to matters between men and women. She saw Naruto squeeze through a group of people, and someone turned back to look at him. When she came to her senses, Naruto was already standing in front of her. You have grown a little taller. Ino stretched out her hand to measure his height. You should have grown a little taller, right? No. Naruto glanced at her. It seems that it hasn't been long since we last met. How can you grow so fast? Bamboo pole. The last time was a month ago. Ino rolled her eyes at him, she remembered. That was quite a long time ago. He touched his face and said a little embarrassedly. It doesn't matter. Everyone has a lot of tasks recently. Ino walked in front of him, turned around and said with a smile, I'm a chunin now. The barbecue restaurant was still chosen near the Akimichi base. Both the taste and the portion were very good, and it was usually crowded. However, at this time, in the remote place, there were not many people when Naruto and Ino arrived. But they still couldn't grab a seat inside, so they could only set up a large tent with ventilation on all sides outside. Shikamaru and Koji didn't get up, but waved to Naruto and Ino as a greeting. There was a dim light above their heads, barely illuminating the people at the table. The boss bowed several times in a row, saying that the conditions were simple and he was really ashamed. Team 10 is a frequent visitor here, and occasionally they and Asuma would book a meal here. Several people comforted the boss, and suddenly there were several more plates of free meat slices. Several second generations were not short of money, and they took the order without hesitation. After collecting the food, he ordered more food, since Koji could eat it anyway. Naruto sat with Ino lazily, and he didn't try to avoid suspicion. Ino wanted to get up and sit on the other side, but he pulled her back as if nothing had happened. What? You plan to isolate me as soon as we meet? He said with a smile on his face. Koji smiled so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. He slurped a plate of barbecue and said to Naruto, then sit with me. No, I can't eat you. Naruto crossed one leg on the bench and said slowly, I am a high-ranking official in Konoha now. Look at you being so arrogant. Shikamaru couldn't stand it anymore. What's the point of hanging out with that group of people? They are all old men, so troublesome. What do you know? Naruto was full of youthful spirit. Ino was speechless and patted his leg. He put his leg back silently and sat properly, but his mouth was not idle. Hey, do you know? The Snow Country even has a communicator. Why is Konoha still in such a mess? What communicator? Shikamaru glanced at him. Doesn't the village have one? No, it's so bulky and it's not worthy of being called a communicator, it's just an iron cuckold. Naruto couldn't control his mouth when talking about technology. But when Shikamaru winked at him, he realized something was wrong. Ino's father is in charge of the village's communication. Koji made a timely move, and Naruto felt his scalp tingling, and accidentally hit his father-in-law. I think it's bulky too. Ino didn't get angry, but frowned, but the village doesn't seem to care about upgrading. There are small, palm-sized communicators outside, individual ones. He gestured and said, quietly pinching Ino's palm under the table. Chapter 250 Her Ideal World. Shikamaru is so smart that he immediately saw what Naruto wanted to say. He frowned and touched his chin in thought. I heard from my father that the situation in various countries is very tense now. Konoha probably won't spend so much time on technology. If things go wrong, the Ninja World War will come. Koji was heartless and ate a bunch of barbecued meat and said nonchalantly. Anyway, with Lady Tsunade here, nothing will happen. Naruto smiled and knew that this was not the time to talk about this, so he immediately changed the topic. The atmosphere at the table has been very warm. The relationship between the few people has been familiar, talking and laughing, and it was late at night. Shikamaru, I always feel that guy has some ideas, but the things outside are indeed much better than Konoha. The village is still as conservative as ever. Koji, after all, it is a ninja village. Ninjas are proud of practicing to restrain their desires. Too much luxury is not conducive to practice. Ino. It's just a communicator. Generally speaking, it makes life more convenient, right? But then again, Konoha has also equipped the genin class with ear-worn chakra communicators, but they can only communicate over short distances and small areas. Shikamaru, that thing often fails, and it's actually not very useful. Naruto came back from paying the bill and glanced at the table piled with plates. He didn't sit down, but just stood beside Ino, with a dim pull cord ceiling light above his head. In the future, we still have to develop technology, and peace in the ninja world is the main theme. Yo! Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and joked, this is starting to show your high-level style, and you are quite skilled in speaking. That's right. Naruto smiled, when we meet in the future, you have to call me sir. Nisui. After the meeting, Shikamaru and Koji walked back arm in arm. The two drank juice, but because Koji was too full, he couldn't walk. Where are you going? He asked, glancing at Ino with his eyes downcast. Home. On the way back, Naruto asked casually, are you going to take over your father's job in the future? Ino turned her head and glanced at him, and was silent for a while, and answered in a low voice. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka family are all used for communication and liaison work, and they also cooperate with the interrogation team to do intelligence interrogation and collection work. The secret techniques are not passed on to others. The meaning is already very clear, the Yamanaka family has only one daughter. Do you like doing this? He asked again. Like? I don't know, I shouldn't hate it. Ino said, I have never liked anything since I was a child, I just don't hate it. Naruto stared at her back, and Ino felt a little guilty when he stared at her, and swallowed her saliva. What? Nothing. He said, since you are going to take over, why don't you pay more attention to the communicators and monitoring? Although Konoha rarely sees these, there are some outside. Besides, I mentioned it to Lady Tsunade. As long as there is peace in the ninja world, Konoha will also usher in changes in a few years. Are you thinking about me? Ino's face suddenly became hot. What? Are you meddling in other people's business? No. Ino looked at the shadow on the side of the road, and her heart was suddenly in a mess. I just think Shikamaru is right. It's not that easy to achieve peace in the ninja world. The recent increase in missions is also due to the tension between the major ninja villages. If this continues, there may be a war in less than 2 or 3 years. Don't worry, there are people to hold up the sky if it falls. He comforted, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe there will really be peace in the next few years. Maybe. Ino responded, obviously not believing it. But Naruto knew very well that Sand Village and Konoha were seriously injured, and Kumagakure was frustrated by him. The Hidden Rock Village has always been in a state of transition, relying on a great wildwood to support it. As for the Hidden Mist Village, he has some ideas, but after he completes the quest line of the 7 Great Ninja Swords, even if Terumi Mei is ambitious, it will be difficult to make any waves. The Akatsuki organization has suffered a setback for a while, and it probably won't act rashly before adding new members. After a month, he will take time out for Sora and Jiraiya to go to the Hidden Rain Village. As long as the Akatsuki organization is defeated before the end of this year, even if it cannot be defeated in one fell swoop, it can still be driven into darkness. As for Nagato, Konan, and Obito, there is still a long time, so we should take it slow and kill them if we can. In the remaining days, Naruto and Ino often met and talked about some plans for the modernization and popularization of communicators. Ino really wants to reform Konoha's communications, and Naruto happens to know a little bit. Having seen the heyday and the prototype of the technology of the Snow Country, the opinions he put forward are very targeted. I'm leaving in 2 days. He suddenly looked up and said without any warning. Where are you going? Ino asked subconsciously. After a few seconds, she suddenly realized that it might be a secret mission that could not be told, and immediately changed her question. The day after tomorrow. Not sure, yes, he sat on the edge of the tatami low table in the living room and put his feet in. In winter, this place would be covered with a thick layer of cups and a heater. He waved at Ino, motioning her to come over. What? Ino didn't think so much. Wait until I come back. Naruto whispered to her. Ino was startled and fell back suddenly, revealing her pair of bony and smooth feet from under the low table. In a panic, she saw the man crawling over and her breath was choked. She trembled all over. What's wrong with me? Naruto stared at her, his body very close to Ino, his eyes staring at her. Tell me, what's wrong with me? Ino stared at his wide collar that fell down, glanced inside and dared not look again, her face flushed. Every time she heard him say, you say, Ino's heart couldn't help but jump a few times. He really listened to her seriously, and she was a little happy. Naruto. He was stunned for a moment, and his movements stopped. Looking at the hesitant and restrained expression on Ino's face, he suddenly regained his consciousness, but was a little embarrassed, so he simply stood up. I'll go get a glass of water. Yet. Ino suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroked her chest with her palm, and turned her back to him. Panting in small sips. After about half a minute, Naruto came back with a glass of water and sat down in his original position. His expression was neat and tidy, as if nothing had happened. What we discussed these days is useful, write it down. He held the glass, took a sip of water, and his eyes fell on Ino's plain hands on the table. After a slight pause, he continued. Konoha will gradually introduce it in the future. I will talk to Lady Tsunade when the time comes. The problem should not be too big. Why are you helping me like this? Ino suddenly asked, looking up at him. Are you stupid? He drank the water tactically, and glanced at her sideways. I am happy to. This is her ideal, not a dream, but an idea that he had conceived since childhood. He just wanted to do his best to help her build the world that belongs to her. It doesn't need to be too earth-shattering, just introduce the technology that has already emerged in the ninja world into Konoha. Then make some changes according to the situation in Konoha, and finally become a plan. When the plan is passed, Konoha slowly changes, and it is easier for people to communicate emotions and messages. Perhaps, that is her ideal. Very small, but he is willing to help her realize it. Because he likes her, that's all.